Everybody head on over. Everybody head on over. Let's get it. We finna end this stream. I appreciate y'all. 12 hours. We finna start the next one right now. Appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Here we go. We ending the stream. We ending the stream. Ending the stream. Here we go.
Oh, damn, that's you.
All right. We live, y'all. Go ahead. Y'all can continue.
Oh no, I was gonna give him a chance to. I mean, this ain't no debate. I mean, I
No,
don't even
no.
want to.
Yeah, no, it's just a discussion. And like I said, that's what I'm saying. You're making valid points, and I feel you. But that's what I'm saying. It remains to be seen. I mean, nothing goes backwards, right? Especially when you're talking finances, right? So I think you got a point to that. But we talked about this shit earlier. I don't even think we got that much longer left to where even this is whatever. So if we really want to get into it, I'm with you on this being a whole thing and set up for the corporations to help the corporations survive to anything else, because all this shit about to move over to robots and and AI or whatever shit in the first place. I think this is to give people some sense of hope and some sense of, hey, doing something for the people before all this shit go away, as far as like people being useful in the workforce in the first place. So I still think we'll see what you'll see Apple. Elon Musk is already doing it, but even him and Ford and GM, you'll get a quick influx of American jobs being made. Probably it'll be right towards the end of Trump's thing. If they get another Republican in there, he'll try to make it last a couple more years. But within the next 10 years, bro, like I said, we looking at somewhere between 40 and 50% of jobs being just obsolete and purposeless. So I think this is to make the people, feel good in a way. And for the people that can take advantage and get jobs for the little time that it remains. But yeah, at the end of the day, man, we capitalism is never going to go back to what it was originally supposed to be. Unfortunately, American companies just way too fucking greedy.
Yeah, and the thing is look. The thing is I hate I'm saying this, but in order to make a fair society, you know what I'm saying? They got to put a profit range on these CEOs and companies. Because at the end of the day, they're not going to look out for the best interests of the workers. They would never do that. They would not look out the best interests of nobody but themselves. They will continue to get rich. And then they wait for robots, so they don't need niggas no way. You know what I'm saying? So like when you come to it, right? I'm trying to bring it back to the topic. These companies not only have no integrity, they have no loyalty towards nobody. That's why, if you want to talk about Elon, you know what Elon's biggest factory is?
Probably China.
China. But he the nigga up there with the chainsaw. You see? God damn, man, nigga, I can't do this shit. Fuck freezing. That's what I'm talking about. This the nigga with the chainsaw.
Well, no, it's still other things. Like I said, it's if you understand what it's supposed to be. Again, both it's two sides of the same coin. Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, all this shit is like smoke and mirrors, really, for real, right? The president is selected, not elected, all this type shit, right? So we really get into that, yeah. But the surface level shit, America has to survive. America's trying to not, what I'm saying, not necessarily collapse, right? Every dynasty has a limitation. America's dynasty, America being the number one focus of the world, is they trying to make that shit last as long as they can make it last. At the end of the day, like you said, Elon Musk good anywhere. Donald Trump good anywhere. But it's gonna be a hard fucking time for Americans once America goes from number one to number two or three or whatever, so on and so forth. And the reserve currency of the world is no longer the American dollar. So that's supposed to be the spirit of this thing, right? Which again, and shit is inevitable. Nobody stays in power and control for forever. But the shit, bro, hell. Speaking of Elon Musk talking about, bro, they finna have travel to Mars for people in 2029. That's what he's saying. So again, man, like it's just seeing the writing on the wall, but at the same time, giving the people that know, that understand what the fuck going on for real. Hey, bro, you better get as much of this shit as you say, and but then logic go back to this, right? So logic, if you know the shit gonna go to shit in the first place, I mean, hey, what are you supposed to do? You supposed to do the right thing, or you supposed to do the thing that's gonna help your ass survive and help you make it? That's another big part of it. If my integrity is one thing, right? I think y'all talked about it with the snitching shit. Listen, nigga, I could be as like I can have all the integrity in the world, but am I about to motherfucking sit down and do 30 years with your dumb ass for a murder or a gun charge and I didn't do it? Hell no. Nigga, I'm telling. You tell me,
I
call me
get it.
whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, you supposed to.
But I get
I'm
it. But
telling.
that goes into the basic fabric of what it is that in order to, and cause I told Freeze it earlier, I said in order to survive in America, fuck being rich. In order to be able to survive, you gotta compromise your integrity because the fabric of this system is built off of no integrity. It's based off of all of loyalty. You know what I'm saying? It is. You know what I mean? Because like I said, I mean, and I
That's
just do.
crazy though.
So
That's
so
crazy.
so so is
Hold
integrity
on one
zero
second,
intolerant?
world class. Hold
Oh
on,
my
let
bad,
me
my
let
bad.
me read. Shout out to Black Hawk. Thank you,
Okay.
Black Hawk, for your $5 cash cap. You say ask their opinion on the stock market losses. Okay, we gonna get to that, Black Hawk. Ask their opinion on the stock market losses. I got you, Black Hawk. Go ahead, world class.
No, go ahead, world. Because
Well, no. I just want quick question. So you saying integrity is intolerance?
I
There's no
explained it
level
for a
of
nigga
tolerance.
with a high school education.
I got. So you said it's when you have integrity and it's integrity time, whatever the situation may be, you have to have zero tolerance. You can't take no shit. You gotta pull the trigger, pull the rug from under the feet every time.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying. I just think it's some type of like I'm agreeing with Fantastic. I was telling him I said earlier. It's a weird balance because with integrity alone, you will get ran over in a system with no integrity. That's all about fucking. That's all about loyalty. If you run around here and you maintain your integrity, your moral values, you know what I'm saying, 100%. I don't even think you can survive on these panels. You know what I'm saying? Like, did you see Drewski up here? What was his name? Freezy, that was just
Who?
up here.
Who you talking about?
The dude that looked like Drewski.
Who look like Drewski?
My Drewski.
That light skinned dude
That was
who's
up here.
asking all the relationship questions.
This the
To my
last
last
stream? I don't know.
Yeah.
live stream.
Yeah, they gonna look like Drewski. You know.
That's what you
Yeah.
were
You
saying,
talking
Drewski.
about
That's what
lost
you
in
wrote there.
translate? Oh my god! Oh
That man talking
No,
about
that
my
nigga
lost in
like
translation,
Drewski.
man.
god, bro! Jesus Christ!
Oh, okay.
That's what you
No,
was talking about the whole time.
yeah. He don't look like
Yo, this thing
Drewski.
is wild, bro. He don't look like Drewski is crazy.
Go back and look at that live. Show that live stream,
I'm not about to go
Freezy.
back.
And I
I'm not about to go
guarantee
back.
Damn,
nigga look
man,
like
you just fucked me up just did. God damn.
We all
no,
see logic in the chat. Somebody talking
Me
about.
too.
no, yeah. But I ain't really finna get on Drewski though. But that's what it is, dog. You know what I'm saying? This look, and the more we accept it, the more we compromise ourselves. And we gonna
Trey
continue
Trey,
to
don't laugh at
compromise
logic.
ourselves. What's that?
I was telling Trey Trey, don't laugh at you.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
You out of control. No, but you correct on that last point. The
Oh,
more you
look,
compromise, integrity.
y'all know what y'all saying essentially, right? You know what you really saying, no logic, right? You saying that they really is the devil. They
Yeah.
created this shit.
See, watch this. This last time I'm gonna ask you a question, fantastic, and I'm leaving alone at this, right? Trump came in, got rid of DEI because he said it wasn't based on merit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hired the SecDef, which is the least experienced SecDef in history. Hired his homeboy McMahon,
Wife.
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 The fuck was she the secretary of education?
Yeah,
Yeah,
some of the Department of Education.
some
Yeah,
bullshit.
he got DEI hires all across his shit. Oh, my bad. It's not DEI hire. What it
Shit.
is, it's homeboy hires.
Well, not
And
that's
we
that.
supposed
Yeah.
to, and but see, I'm like this, right? Now, I'm gonna say it again. If you look at everything that he was saying on his platform, I couldn't wait that I come up here with Freezy to sit here and talk about it. Right?
Mhm.
But am I gonna compromise my integrity for these baseline things that he's doing when you see him say, no, you're a DI hire, you're a DI hire, you're a DI hire. And I'm looking at his whole cabinet, it's full of them.
Well, nah, well, nah, no, no, no. And like I said, you don't flip it, brothers. Just let me get it off, right? Pause.
Flip.
Don't flip it. So no, so nepotism is a thing that's never gonna go away, Logic. So can you say is nepotism? Yeah. DEI wasn't based off nepotism. DEI was based off of the concept of, hey, we're gonna hire these people just off the strength and qualities, regardless of nobody knows who you are. You fit a demographic. Again, and the biggest thing, like you said, Logic. The biggest benefactors weren't even the people it was supposed to be for. It was fucking white women. So that's why I don't even understand the aspect of it, why people is mad with the DEI shit when niggas accounted for 4% of it. If anything, now let's really walk this down, right? So if black people, both men and women, benefited at a 4% chance, and however, and let's say, right, more likely than not, the white women figure out a way to manipulate the system to put themselves in a better position to where they got the most benefit. It was actually a favor to niggas. The people who were supposed to be originally fucking what's the name too, because now you don't have a automatic 96% deficit to the white women.
If you
No.
saying if the reason for
Okay.
not hiring is because if you excluding DEI because of merit, then that would include nepotism, that would include homeboy hiring, that would include seniority. You're gonna hire somebody based off their skill set and their qualifications. That would include
Yeah,
all of
but
that. So in principle,
yeah, but no, it wouldn't, because again, there's some things that are just necessary evils or baked in the cake, right? We're never gonna get rid of nepotism. That's why I said it the way I said it. At the end of the day, if you're a CEO of a fucking company, right? We seen this with the cocaine motherfucking addict guy. What's the name? Son, Biden's son, right? Bro, people gonna always look out for their people. Now, should it happen? No, of course not. Bronny and LeBron, right? No, but when you get power, it's expected and it's understood that you're going to look out for people like you. So all the rest of the shit, yeah, supposed to be all these different things. But DEI was strictly, hey, you identify as this, you fit these characteristics of racial, gender, hell, even sexual orientation, makeup, and income, all these different things. You're gonna get a benefit off of that. That wasn't even homeboy hiring or nepotism. It was just like, hey, we had a quota set, because nepotism isn't based off quota. DEI was based off quota. So you add the quota to it and say, hey, we need this certain percentage of representative people for this, and this. And then when you come to actually look at it, the people who were supposed to be benefiting didn't even benefit for whatever reason.
All right, so okay, I'll ask you this, right? Affirmative action was created to neutralize what system?
Racial discrimination.
The good old boy system, right?
No.
Yeah, no, not the good old boy system.
No, it wasn't.
No.
Oh, okay. Explain to me how affirmative action was designed to eliminate the good old boy system.
It's specifically designed in the writing of it to be for racial discrimination and keeping you from being. It wasn't a good old boy system, because the good old boy system was, regardless of you being white or whatever, right? Even for the white folks, if they didn't know you, you couldn't get on. So the good
Right.
old boy system is based off of, like you said, strictly nepotism and familiarity, right? I know
The
you,
good old,
Yes.
I'm cool with you, so I'm gonna look out for you.
right. Yeah, the good old boy system was like, for example, me and Mr. Fantastic went to the same B school, so he gets a job. He's gonna hire me, or if I get a job, I'm gonna hire him because I know him from our business school, or we knew each other from our high school, something like that. Like we went to a boarding high school, something like that. Or his son, he graduated from Harvard, so now his son is a legacy. That's still intact. All those
Yeah, but
systems
that
are intact.
No, no, no. That's
but
not
all
what
but
affirmative
all
action was. Okay.
That's what the good old boy system is. The good old boy
No,
system is
no,
legacy.
no, no, no.
Yes.
Listen.
but all,
No.
it was all those white guys. That's what the
Yes.
good
Thank
old boy
you.
system was
Yeah.
all of. Yeah,
That was the
see,
good old boy system. The good old boy system was based
yeah,
upon race.
No, it wasn't.
yeah.
Not
Okay. All
solely
right.
on
Yeah.
race.
Yeah. Let's talk
Oh
to the nigga
boy.
who work
How
at the
about Hassan
Tesla
said?
factory in China.
It's
Hassan,
not.
My
It's
bad,
not.
Hassan.
Hassan,
My bad.
It's not. It's not based on solely on race. It's based on also it's based on culture, right? Like you go to some like what's that show? Suits, right? Everybody in there is a Harvard law graduate, right?
Yes.
In that show. That's the good old
Yes.
boy system, right? Good old boy systems come with prestige, connections, and social networks. DEI was to effectively supposedly give you a fairer, not a fair, but a fairer handshake if you were considered a minority under the law.
Yes. But you first, y'all. I mean, I can't believe y'all sit here knocking down the whole concept of the good old boy system.
Right.
Well, you can see that in the Supreme Court ruling, right, where they took away affirmative action, but they did not take away legacy when it came to saying that affirmative action was illegal when deciding whether a person should get accepted into a school. You notice that they didn't touch legacy when the Asians sued Harvard, right? So there's a great example there where they didn't touch the good old boy system. Because if it was legacy, it would have been a different issue. They didn't touch legacy. They just talked about DEI.
Yeah,
The whole
those
concept of the
organizations
good
still
old boy
survive.
system. The whole concept of the good old boy system was they sit here and I'm finna put above it's exact it look the whole exact thing that he talking about merit based hiring. That's the exact thing the good old boy system was. Because what it did is it prioritized, and then to go back to freeze the topic, it prioritized loyalty. And then now it can
I,
be
I, I see what you're saying
it
now. No, logic. I agree now. So you saying race? So race loyalty. So you're right. Now you got it. Now
yeah,
I got you.
because
So yeah,
see now
it's race loyalty because
obviously if
I
you
got you.
have uh, a Harvard white guy and a goddamn community college white guy, then the community college white guy gonna, you know what I'm saying, get knocked down because the Harvard, you know what I'm saying, is more of an organizational thing. But the
Right.
thing is that the whole concept of a good old boy system was they priority. They want to prioritize competent people. And it's the exact same thing that he actually said, merit-based hiring. This is, and I'm not saying out of my mouth, I'm saying it out of their mouth. And then, you know what he exactly what he went and did? He went and did exactly what he was speaking against.
Well, I was going along more with the affirmative actions part than the DEI aspect. DEI I still think is different. The good old boy shit it stands. But like you said, even though it was white people created it, so you can't run away from that. You can't get away from
Right.
it being racially based because they
Right.
created it.
Yeah,
But
good old
the
boy,
D
good old boy. Yeah, I would agree. It's definitely race based, but it goes beyond that. It's not just. It doesn't stop there,
I
right?
know. I'm not saying I'm not going there. I'm not going to the oh.
Yeah,
We can take it so many different ways. But what we know is the baseline.
Yeah, the foundation.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the baseline. I'm not gonna talk about the two white boys competing against each other based off college degrees or family lineage.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
saying when you first walk in that door, affirmative action was designed to stop them, stop that good old boy system at its baseline.
yeah. No, you're right.
I'll say well everybody's going to team up against a nigga, so I'll give you that, right? Everybody's going to team
Ain't
up against
nobody gonna take
Brother. Who's this brother saying this? We got a lot of white folks want to say nigga now. You sound kind of proper, brother.
I'm black. I'm black.
Are you black?
I'm
Okay,
black.
brother. Just making sure, brother. Shout
Yeah,
out,
he
my
black
nigga.
and Chinese.
Shout out, my nigga.
I'm black. I'm 100% black. ADOS.
All right, there we go, brother. All right, okay.
All right.
Shout out to Reading Feed.
Yeah, because now you got to right now saying that, and you got to realize what is it doing is that when you lose that, you got motherfuckers right here saying that, oh yeah, it's freedom of speech. Why I can't call him a nigga?
You say whatever you want. I'm with it. Hey, you say whatever you want. Just know it's something that's gonna come behind that shit. Every word has consequences.
We always was able to say what we want, but the thing is, it was always consequences. Nobody can sit here and stop you from doing it. But the thing is, if you run around here saying nigga, could you be the principal of our schools and get paid with federal dollars? Because see now, if you're doing a private company, whatever, that's on you. But this is the point we're looking at it now, is that if you've got that standpoint, right? You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, I don't want you over my folks in no capacity. But they stretching them lines. And I'm saying all these YouTubers taking a side of this shit, like I said, it goes back to the thing is, it's even niggas will goddamn bend on their integrity to be loyal to YouTube monetization. They know if I can say, oh yeah, Mr. Dodger, you wrong. We ain't that wrong with saying nigga and call a
Yeah,
motherfucker
listen.
nigga to the face. Cause I know if I had this opinion, I'm gonna get 10,000 views. But if I actually had integrity, I'ma just get 200 views. Where my views went?
Well, no, not even that. Logic. Fuck the views, like you said. Even the policy, right? So it's crazy. It's just crazy to me. You can say nigga or hard R anytime. Drop that motherfucking F bomb though. Drop that. Well, I don't even know what the small hat people, the people from Israel word is. Right? You say that shit, nigga. You out of there. Your stream cut the fuck off, and your channel suspended for at least 30 days. So my shit with the white
who
folks.
determined? You know who determined the terminology that'll be forbidden for being anti-Semitic? The ADL, not even a fucking government.
Yeah, the ADL.
They determine. And I'll be like, hold on, wait. You telling me this little white lady can run around and say, and you know what? And some inside me think that was a prank anyway. It was a prank to me to test the pulse. To see how far can we go. But yeah, it's all good.
Always.
You know what I'm saying? And you got people up here that's married to Chinese women gonna talk to black men.
Nobody up here bringing
Hi, my bad, man.
German herpes. This nigga up here
So no, this is my thing, bro, and this is what killing me with white folks with this fucking hard R shit. Like, bro, listen, I said this the other day. I'm like, look, bro, if a white man standing out about, just randomly in public, and my big black ass walk up to your mama, your wife, your daughter, and I just call her a bitch to her face, bro, you gonna swing on me as you should, right? Like, it's the logic don't motherfucking match up. If I walk up to a grown ass man and tell him, regardless of race, SMD. Hey, bro, those are fighting words. Fighting words fucking exist. And you even have, what's the shit called, Logic? Provoking speech, right? So provoking speech is a thing. So you mean to tell me, oh, it's a word. I could just, you guys shouldn't be harmed by a word. You should, words don't hurt. Bro, motherfuckers get punched in the club, especially white folks, every fucking night. You know what I mean? You liquor in your system and somebody says the wrong shit to the wrong motherfuckers. But it's just crazy to me how bad they want to fight for this word. And I'm white folks is fucking up because they letting their minority be too loud. But the thing is, on top of it, even though it's a minority, they 5 times everybody else. So they minority is still in essence a majority just because of the way they outnumber everybody else. You feel me? And yeah, man, this shit is just getting way too out of hand as to where now y'all gonna make a bitch a millionaire for calling a child that. If you two grown people, I
That's
understand
Right.
it. But
Right.
you can
that's
you need,
that's
yeah, bro.
But I mean, my thing is this, right? When you criticize that woman, we had some black folk talking about, well, before we criticize her, we gotta look at the community, and I'm like, no, it don't work like that. You can still have tribal standards where you can say, hey, I'm not going to tolerate that, regardless of how we treat each other. Right? Those two things are not mutually exclusive, and I just couldn't understand why before we correct a white person, we always got to look at ourselves first, and I just think that is insane.
No, see, I'm not in the business of correcting it.
On Happy
I'm in.
Mother's Day to all the single fathers, by the way. Salute.
Thank you.
What the hell?
What
Damn.
you just
Come
say,
on.
Hassan?
Come on,
What you?
Hassan.
What did he say? What did he say? Hold on, what did he say?
Nothing,
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
Nothing. I just wanted to piss
yeah.
You say
Malone off.
Happy Single Mother Day? Is that what the fuck you just said?
No, I said Happy Mother's Day to all the single fathers. I just
Yeah,
wanted to
yeah,
piss off
Oh
Malone off.
yeah. He got his
wow.
he got his manosphere defense medal on.
Right.
Okay. He didn't want to give him out.
He's trying to get
I
him
saw the
ready.
one to get the shit out. He
Hey,
be there at the
hey,
Oh,
ceremony
really?
giving the shit.
hey,
He the one that
hey,
designed the
They was on
shit.
that
fantastic.
bullshit. They was on that
Right.
bullshit like happy Father's Day to all the single mothers, right? They did that shit back in June.
I I ain't mad at it. I ain't gonna sit there.
I don't,
got
you know, personally, I don't take that as a compliment at all. I'll just wait for my punk ass day, and then I'll just get my socks and my little cupcake, and I'll go on about my business again.
No,
But
but this was a
That's what's
shot
up.
at
I
me,
know
bro.
what you're saying, though. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like we all
No,
done
no,
Hey,
seen
but,
it,
well,
it's just shot
hold
at
on,
me.
real
but I
fast.
don't want to
Hold on, real
participate.
fast. I gotta ask Fantastic something real fast. Fantastic. Do the Navy got like a defense service medal? All right, he landed on his neck. All
The
right.
niggas, nah, obviously, of course.
Oh,
You
they
got
do.
national defense, you got what's the actual combat defense? Yeah, of course, obviously.
Yeah, I'm finna make a manosphere defense medal with an M
Get him
device.
out of here, man. Get him out of here.
Ooh, I
I'll say
am.
this. I'll say this briefly, right? So to Fantastic's point, slightly, people say, oh, it's just a word, blah blah blah. So one, like I've said before, the fact is, we know that there are people who have, I mean, honestly, people have off them lives because certain words were said to them more than enough times. The fact is, I mean, whether you believe it to be real or not, like if we go to things like Willie Lynch letter, the whole nine, that was nothing physical. Those were all words. And the fact is that these type of things actually, the psychological is very strong. I don't care what nobody say. I'm gonna say it again, dog. Words are very powerful, dog. Let you hear somebody say the words sentenced to death, bro. You're not gonna function right after you hear those words. Let you hear the same words acquitted, you're gonna react different. So if we go down the list, you telling me words don't hurt? Let your whole life depend on it, and one day you get a text or you get a call that says you're fired. You telling me them words not gonna hurt? Let you hear your wife or your husband say, "I want a divorce." You telling me them words not gonna hurt? I don't want to hear shit
That's
about that.
true.
The fact is that words do have an impact. You can say something to somebody that can have a lifelong psychological effect. I can get punched in my eye, have a black eye for about a week or two, and that shit'll heal. So we need to stop playing these games. I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out, family. Salute to everybody.
No, I think
Exactly.
like even if you go back to biblical aspect of it, right? The tongue is a double-edged sword, right? You can say things of love, you say things of hate, right? And but that defense, that's defense being used by these, racist white people. And like I said, my only problem is going back to like the topic, right? Hey, have some integrity and have the fucking same energy across the board. Have the fucking energy for the Jewish people, have the same energy for the alternative lifestyle rainbow people. Y'all ain't trying to say that word. And everybody was saying that shit 10 years ago. But like it was
Mm,
socially acceptable for that shit for the longest. We grew up saying that shit.
Niggas
Rap,
is
you can't even
scared to
say
say no homo. We scared to
yeah,
say that.
you can't even say pause and all. You can't even say that.
Right,
They literally
right.
find they took that shit out of the
mhm.
lexicon. Mr. Seven, you feel me? They took that shit out because the NBA players were doing that. Niggas getting fined 25,000, 100,000. Kobe got fined, and it started with Kobe. Crazy. Kobe got fined either 100,000, $250,000 because he said the f bomb, and that's remember now the NBA players cover their mouth up. You couldn't even hear him say it, but they had like a speech therapist or something. You feel me? And they find that man, and he had to do a whole campaign against, it's okay to be gay type shit. So yeah, man.
Hey,
Shout out to the
fantastic. Hold on, real quick
shout
before
out
we
to
get
the
too far. You want to know the part that really fascinates me about when you say the word part, then you went to sports, the NBA. I know all of us as men, if you've played any organized sport, I have from little league rec all the way up to high school. I never got to college and stuff, right? But I can never forget the first time I was playing 125 for the rec center. I was putting my helmet on. I was getting ready to go out there, and the coach smacked my ass on the way out to the field. And how disturbing that was for me because I didn't understand the sports part of it, right? So my point is, so we've gotten to the point where now we can't say a word, but yet I used to be able to get smacked on my ass, and we supposed to, yeah, get on out there. Stop playing with me, dog. Well, I don't get it.
yeah, things. I
Yeah, I
mean,
still
things
don't know
change.
where that shit
It's
started.
but the crazy point. The crazy point
Where did that
is
start?
like, but the
I
crazy
have no
point
idea.
that I always think about is that how can such a small population like get this so much power? And shout out to the GOAT, by the way, Kobe Bryant. But how can a small pop? I mean, like they're less than what 3% of population. They represent 20% of representation on TV. About right? They now can even dictate speech to where like boy is offensive. The Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown could not go and say the definition of what is a boy. That is insane. Now, I mean, we're making up words cis, and non-binary and all this stuff. Like now, motherfuckers don't even know the word what a boy or girl is. Like this is insane.
Mm,
That's if
This is
you're
I
in that
white
group.
agree.
power.
I don't know who
This is
you hang
power they
around with.
got
That's
you.
if you around them people, bro. I don't hang
Bro, but
around
that's
nobody who don't identify with what we know we are.
bro. When I'm contacting organizations, at the bottom of the email it says my pronouns are this. When I'm contacting different people in organizations, like that's standard email policy now. Well, not standard, but you see it in email policy now.
Yeah, it's been adopted by the corporations. And again, that's another thing Trump trying to get rid of, though. I'm just saying, hey, there's only two genders. That's been, rectified and reclassified by the federal government, right? So you see a lot of these things, being, tried to be rolled back. And we start talking about the rainbow people, that phenomenon was quick and extremely effective. Like I said, man, again, in our lifetimes, you got to think how many different things it was that came along. And with two presidential terms, somehow, like I said, 5% of the people, 5% of the population, that's race, gender, age, and everything, was
Yeah,
able to literally turn around the approach. And you like said, the speech and everything, the business, casual speech, public speech, professional speech.
media
Yeah, man, it's
representation,
crazy.
media
Hey,
representation.
That's true.
let me can I ask you something fantastic? And anybody else who want to respond, but I actually want to ask you this. All right, so I've been actually quite baffled at this. So I was looking at a content creator not too long ago. I don't know who the guy was, some white dude, and you know how stuff pops up. So long story short, he was basically saying that, and it was on this topic in which everybody's speaking about. What he was talking about is how the others should be allowed to use the hard ER. And he gave, or the N word, period, not the hard ER, the N word. And the reason that he gave is because he said, one, it was three. He said, one, because we use it amongst each other. So how do you disrespect yourself and expect me to have respect for you? Two, he was saying, have you not seen how many times us as whites have freed you in words? And he was talking about the Tyrese Nichols case he used for an example. He said that was an all-white jury that got you ends off, right? That got you niggas off, right? And then the third part in which you say with Trump, how he says, and why do black people keep on trying to down Trump, knowing that he's done so much, even freed you niggas? So apparently they do feel as if they have some entitlement right to go ahead and speak about it. But I digress. My mic is muted. Maybe you can help me out with that.
Yeah, no. So again, I think that guy represents a minority of people that have the true white supremacy concept, right? As in the where you got black people exist because white people let them exist type shit, right? We all know that's not the case, but it's something for them to feel important and for them to feel involved with something that I don't even want to say afraid of. It's like a curiosity, but it's they're uncomfortable, right? So the caveat to all of that is we all got families, right? And in your family, you may have a nickname, right? I promise you, if you learn your boss at the job's nickname, family kid nickname, you're not gonna walk up to that boss or the CEO of the company and call him by that. Again, it's the same thing. It's just, something that you do amongst friends. It's something that you're able to do within any group, right? Everybody has something that they say to each other that people on the outside do not say. It's just like you said, when you get the N word, and like this happens with no other word. Nobody's out here fighting to say any of the other languages and none of these other things. They're fucking I forget George Carlin, right? He was that white comedian. That dude, he named all of the fucking horrible words and racial words you can say about people. Nobody fighting to say the Mexican shit. Nobody fighting to say the Asian shit. Nobody fighting to say the Jewish shit. Nobody's fighting to say the gay shit. It's only a fight to say one thing, and that's what just I don't understand. Like I said, that guy right there, when it comes to, it's just a false equivalency, man. Because how can you say Trump freed anything when Trump living now? I can see if you were saying white people back in the day, gave you guys freedom and stopped slavery, but you saying a current president or whatever the fuck is freeing black people? Like, what are we talking about, man? What are we doing? It don't make sense.
They must be talking about when he was letting people out of jail.
A pardon or the
Well,
pardons? Every president, every president is pardoning somebody though. That's what I don't understand. So, but like you said, if that's coming from an individual, like Mr. Seven was saying, you feel me? That again, that's what happens when you get a representative of an extreme group of people.
Well, Smitty, you're to the first part. Them talking amongst themselves and saying shit they shouldn't be saying amongst themselves doesn't warrant anything. That's one. Number two, them doing their fucking job and having integrity for once in their life and ruling consistent with what was presented in court, you don't deserve a pat on your fucking back. Three, Trump freeing us. If Trump wanted to free us, then he needs to do what he needs to do to put, what is that called? The Dred Scott decision back in the Supreme Court so it can get repealed. Because as it sits, so-called black people are not citizens of the United States of America per that decision. So that's what I would say then.
Nah, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that because I mean, when I was listening, I'm like, you're really trying to justify it through those means, and I just couldn't make sense of it at all. So I appreciate the brothers giving me some insight. Appreciate y'all.
Definitely. Number two is crazy because whoever got off or in that court case, I forgot the name you said. I didn't really watch that.
The Tyrese Nichols, the five, they was like Tyrese it was Nichols. 5 black officers. I'm like, I don't know. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, so if they're in that situation, I mean, for them to bring that up, for him to bring that up, like that just shows you their entitlement to being able to to violate their own laws, violate their own integrity for their loyalty, like the topic. But like Doug Will said in the chat, let them say it. It's just consequences that's going to come from that. I hope you can afford it.
Okay, now. I appreciate it. True. I digress. My mic is muted.
Indeed. Y'all make sure you hit the like button, share it to your mama and them. Appreciate everybody for coming through the chat. Let me see. Let's check the likes. What you at? 3. We had 132 watching. It's only 48 likes. What's going on?
Gotta get the likes up. Get the likes up.
Hit the like button before we bite something. So, next level.
Yo, this is what I want to ask. This is what I want to. Earlier, they was talking about like leadership in relationships, right? And they said, men are really like the leaders of the relationships. But what I posed was, what can you instill in a man that doesn't have those qualities, those leadership aspects?
You said, what can you instill in a man that
Yeah,
doesn't have?
like because for the most part, you always hear people talking about the problem. Oh, the women don't do this or this, that, and the third. But if you get to the source of it, far as if men supposed to be leaders, I don't think most men are leaders. Don't have the leadership qualities, I might say.
It depends on what you talk about.
I'm talking about far as in a relationship.
Yeah, when a relationship, yeah, I think most men in a relationship is a leader. When you're talking about in terms of civilization or leading other men and leading the world or leading the country, no, most men are not. But I think in a relationship, most men can lead. But I think we have a binary restricted limitation on what we understand leadership to be. Leadership is doing your job when nobody looking.
Okay.
Just do your goddamn job. That's why you're there. Okay, that's that simple. It's not complicated. If a man is in a relationship, those gender roles, you leading your role, you doing your role, that's leadership. He is supposed to be the head, and that's his job. Luckily, he's not by himself. Leadership is not some isolated thing. It's literally encompassing. Just because you're a leader don't mean it's not other leaders on your team. You know what I mean? So you have help. We're not here by ourselves. I think we make leadership too grandiose, and it deters people from really studying it. I've been told I was a leader since I was a little boy. My uncle told me to be a leader, not a follower, since I was as young as I can remember. So I'm not, the word don't scare me, but I think a lot of people it's too grandiose, it's too ambiguous, and it's too much, it's put too much as an ideal when it's just as simple as doing your goddamn job. That's leadership. Because you don't think it is, but when the motherfucker don't do his job, when the maintenance man don't lock all the doors, when he don't do his job, when he don't check the plumbing, and the cost that comes from it, is equivalent to you not being a leader. So in a relationship, to your point, you got to do your job. If a man does it, if a woman go, I'm breaking up with this man, I'm leaving, I'm letting him, I want a divorce, whatever, in a marriage. You go, well, why you want a divorce? Well, he's not doing his job. You go, okay, well, he's not taking care of the family in terms of financially. He's not home. He's not maintenance in the house. What is he not doing? Oh, no, he's doing all of that. But what is he not doing? Well, he don't make me feel. Okay, yeah. So he's doing his job. You're supposed to lead your own goddamn feelings. I can dismiss her. So a lot of this men aren't leaders in relationships comes from little girls not understanding what leadership is, and little boys not tolerating the dumb shit and listening to some chick that just want to control a nigga and manipulate a nigga, or her eyes is wandering to another nigga. So that's what I think.
Okay. You got something to add, Fear?
But
don't even know
you breaking up, Infinite.
Can you hear me?
There you go. Yeah, I can hear you now. You was breaking up a little bit.
Okay. I just think some people don't even know what a leader entails. So that's why, to your question, before you said that, I was just about to ask you next level. Do you, because I think you was asking the same question earlier, but I don't know if you got the exact answer you was looking for.
No, I didn't get the answer, but you can keep going.
Was you putting it in terms of, well, what does a leader look like? Well, what does a leader do? That's what I thought you were trying to say, but I wasn't sure.
No, I first was saying how do we find leading a relationship? Because that can be different for everybody.
Right.
And then I second saying, like, since we all saying men are the leaders of relationships, like, what are some things that men can instill in them to be, quote unquote, the leaders of relationships? Because to me, I see some women leading their relationships. Not saying all, but some women do lead their relationship.
Yeah, I have too. Mm-hmm. So is it for Smitty and the world class, I guess, and even yourself, like what does that detail? Because the world class just said just doing your job. Well, I guess it comes to a bigger question. Well, what is doing your job? What does that
Yeah,
entail?
yeah,
What is the
yeah,
detail of just doing your
yes,
job? Because when you say it like that, next level is like, are you asking like, well, what can other men instill and tell the other men that want to know what this looks
Exactly.
like? Okay,
Exactly.
yeah,
okay.
yeah. That's where you find a common ground and going to what is doing your job. That's where you find it at. Because if you don't respect, because a lot of people are just working a job and they hear job and you don't respect your job. It's just some shit you do. When I'm talking about your duty as a human being, not just what you were hired to do. So doing your job as a man, like I always say, well, my son, I'm not raising my son, I'm raising a father. Raising somebody else's father. You judge a tree by the fruit it bears. You call an apple tree because of what it produces. So when you're doing your job, if he's doing your job, or he's doing his job in a relationship or whatever, even if he's single, you could be a leader. You got to be a leader. Like they say, you be a husband or a wife before you get married. You find a wife, right? They don't say find a chick and make her a wife. You got to be a leader before you get in that relationship. And that's doing your goddamn job. That's what you watch all these different male animals do. They create an environment. They be husband like. They do and exude, husband like behavior before they find that mate. They do the mating rituals. They create an environment. They have the lions will have before they mate. They defeat the other lions. They dominate the territory. So that's fundamental. So you as a man, you got to prepare yourself to be able to make space for a woman in your life and your potential children, and yeah, do your goddamn job. Whether you're a goddamn trash man, whether you're a damn tax preparer, it don't matter. Y'all all out, regardless of your occupation, you do your damn job. We all have the same job as fathers and husbands, the same exact job, irrespective of your the industry that you come from professionally. What's up, Artifacts and Trey?
What it do? What it do?
Jeez, man.
Shout out to Trey.
Man, I'm just listening, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out here, man. Man.
Oh, you ain't gonna shout out the fathers like hot sauce?
Oh no, that was
Nah,
diabolical, man. That was diabolical.
nah. I don't call my mother and tell her happy Father's Day. Nah.
It's really a slap in the face.
I think I can add on to the. So, what's the original question? Trevor next.
Well, we had gender topics earlier, and mostly people were speaking on the women need to submit, or the women need to follow, the men or the leaders, women need to follow, and things like that. So
Right.
that's when I was posing the question, like, how do we define leading a relationship? Because I think that can go different ways if you ask different people.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm just going to use the examples I personally know, right? So, first and foremost, what makes a good leader in that man is the number one quality should be discernment. Absolutely discernment. Because to discern is to know how to make the proper decisions moving forward. That man, honestly, to be a great leader in your relationship is to lead in the aspects of the relationship where you are best suited and fit. I can honestly say, the woman that I'm with now, there are things that she is of great counsel to me of. There are times I don't know what to do in that particular moment. Like, let's say, for example, planning our vacation, which we're getting ready to take, right? I don't know too much about that. I can pay for the shit, but she's awesome at that, knowing how to get deals on rooms and everything else. My point in saying that is We need to know how to know which parts in which we are to lead in and which we aren't to land it with Brother Noble's example, how he said we make it too grandiose. Us as men believe that being a leader means that we are continuously supposed to just know every single waking step. No,
Yeah.
look, it's just some shit I don't know, and that's okay. Why? Because I got with a woman that knows some things as well. I didn't get with an airhead, right? I got with a woman that actually knows how to like make some decisions as well. Now, when it comes down to it, I know that she's going to look to me to make the ultimate decision, but I always should have her as great counsel. That is what your woman is supposed to be. And if you're a great leader, you know when to defer. Know when to defer to your counsel and those around you.
Hey,
Know when
hey,
to
Mr. Seven. Can I say something real fast?
I
Basically, what
digress. My
he's
mic is
saying
muted.
is,
I'm actually done.
no, I
Just
was about to say no. Basically, what he's saying is, you feel what I'm saying? And my uncle always used to say it all the time. He said, to be a great leader, you gotta be a great follower. You feel what I'm saying? That's just how it is.
absolutely.
Like, all right,
Yeah.
so I'm great at my occupation, but if I go on the basketball court, I'm going to follow you. I know you better than me at that. So, you know, it don't really matter how old you are, what you good at, or whatever. To be a great leader, you have to be a great follower. If you don't know nothing, shut the fuck up and just listen. That's just how it is. Like, I mean, it's very simple. People think that females don't know what the fuck they talking about. No, it's just because you're not willing to shut the fuck up and you're not willing to listen. Like that's just all it is. And it's like y'all sit there and say that the females like that, but in reality, nigga, you the same way. Motherfuckers just don't be wanting to admit it to themselves, and that's just what it is.
The camel back off your
What's
point. I
happening,
was
y'all?
told by my mentor, you gotta be a great number two before you great number one. What's up, Hank?
Oh man, ain't nothing,
Go
man.
ahead, Hank.
So now, what I was gonna say, my man Trey, you know you cut Mr. Seven off, but you agreed with him, right? Why cut him off if you agreed with him?
No, because I was about to say I was basically trying to you feel what I'm saying? Like just put it all together, basically what he was trying to say without saying it.
It's all right. Hank, salute to you, black man. Salute. Respect to the big guy, man. Salute, man. And
No,
Trey, thank you
I
for
just
what it
asked
was.
you. Normally,
I know. Let me shut up. Let me shut up.
normally, if we
Hey,
don't
hey,
agree, I
hey,
No,
understand.
hey,
you should finish your point, Mr. Seven, because you was on a roll.
Nah. Because I don't. I'm really working on trying to like be less long winded. I'm working on myself. So
Bro,
I think y'all got the point of what I'm saying. I think I got out
that's
enough.
a
I think
that's
we
a
got.
great example of leadership, Mr. Seven. That's a great example of leadership right there.
And Trey, look, no disrespect to you at all, brother. I was just curious. That's all.
No, I was just trying to wrap it up. That's all I was trying to do. Like I got what he was saying, and he was just kept going with it. Like he was saying the same thing over and over again without saying it. So I just felt like I just needed to wrap it up for him. That's all.
So you gonna hit him with this sis? I got you.
So,
But
Hank, you heard
yes, sir.
you heard what next level was asking?
No,
Because he said,
I didn't catch that. Could y'all could next level? Could you repeat it
What?
for me, please, bro?
Well, we was having conversations, and it got
Okay.
to the gender war kind of topics, and it got to the point to where most of the men were saying how women need to submit, and men are the leaders of the relationship. So I posed the question: what defines a leader of a relationship? Because I think that can go differently for like just different. The 8 people that's on this panel can have different answers.
So your main question is what defines a leader, right? That's your main question.
Yeah, it's a two-part question. What defines a leader in a relationship? And then my second part was like what can men instill in them to have leadership aspects for a relationship?
So what can other men instill into them?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So
can't answer that one.
my my answer for the first one is sacrifice, man. That's a part of leadership. It's the most part of you got to be willing to sacrifice. And the reason why I say that is because You might have to sacrifice friendship. You might have to sacrifice loved ones. You might have to sacrifice your goddamn kids for that leadership, because not everybody's going to agree with how you move and operate. Me and my wife went to a birthday party slash housewarming party yesterday. And when she introduce her man. She called him her partner. They weren't even married. They called him a partner. I said, God damn. And my wife already knew how I feel about that shit, that word. I don't agree with that shit. Because we're not equal. Because now the leadership part is another reason why we're not equal. Because as me as a leader, as we all adopted men to be, we understand there's consequences and the responsibilities that's bestowed on us. We understand even if this shit don't go right, they're gonna come to Hink. Hink, why did your marriage fail? Why did you fail your kids? Why did you get evicted? Why did you do this? Why wasn't you successful in whatever thing you was trying to do? Not my wife, and my wife could have been the reason why we really did it. But they're gonna come to me. Well, why did you allow her to do that? Why was you okay with her doing it? When she seen her doing it, why didn't you say something? Why didn't you step up as a leader? So that's part of the sacrifice. We have to take the goods as well as with the bad. And fellas, we all know no man like to take L's. It's not cool to take an L. It's not cool to take a loss. It's not sexy. But we understand as men that we're not going to win most of the time. Most of the time we know we're going to strike out. So that's one of the reasons. Thing about sacrifice is part of the leadership. Now your second question is, I kind of forgot now. I was talking so goddamn much. My bad. What was your second question, brother? I'm sorry.
You answered the second one, not the first one. This first one was
God damn.
Hey, Hank, be careful, because Trey gonna tell you saying the same thing over and over again. He gonna clean it up for you. Be careful, Hank.
Yeah. Shout out to Trey. What's your first question?
The first,
what defines leading a relationship?
What defines leading in a relationship? Man, it's like you said, everybody's gonna have something different. But the most important, I think we that we all should, have morals, have standards, especially standards to the most. Because you should never move off your standard. You should never waver off your standard. Even if your wife tries to convince you, if your standards is your standards, you need to stand to them. You can't call them standards if you're wavering. You can't. So that's it for me.
I have a question for you, Hank.
I never answered that question either.
Oh, go ahead. Let world class get it.
No. Let them go. I can wait. She been quiet.
Okay, so I was just gonna say, because you just said you hate the word partner, right, Hank? So,
yes,
in the word partner, do you think that the word partner means that it's equal and no one's the leader in the relationship? Is that why you do not like the word partner? Or do you think, or you just don't think, because could it be partnerships where one person still leads and one person, does not, or you just don't like the word period and you think it automatically means that one person is less valuable or equal in the relationship and there's no lead?
So the latter part, we're not equal.
Okay.
We're not equal because we have different expectations. The world has different expectations on men and women. So that's why I don't like partner, because to me it means equal and we're not.
Partners are not equal. Shaq wasn't the equal to Derek Fisher, but they was partners. Robin wasn't equal to Batman, but they was partners. I think it's just the word partner, because I hear a lot of men say they don't like the word partner. But isn't she on your team?
Yeah.
Isn't she?
You know what I see more than anything? It's like this, right? All right. So this is where I think we lose sense of, and I'm not even speaking to what Hank's saying, just in general. We lose sense of what balance is. So the fact is this, right? I am the leader in the lead roles of where it is that I have my strengths. I'm not going to get with somebody that can't help balance that out. There will be times where she just may know a little more. Like for it may be tax season. She may know more about that office paperwork stuff and how to file and stuff than I do. Am I going to sit there and be like, nah, babe, I got this. I'm the man. Now we now we owe the IRS or something. You know what I'm saying? Or I didn't do it right. Or I didn't get the max of the buck. So I think
you get out of it.
yeah, I mean, I'm just saying as far as like from my mother
You're
and
welcome,
father,
baby.
what I've recognized watching my mother and father who are still alive, both of them and married to this day, over 45 years. I have observed that I never seen or heard my father say, I'm the man of the house. He never had to. My mother reciprocated. I never heard my mother, although she made over 100K back in the 90s. My father never hit over 100K. My mother never threw her weight around. So my point is, it's like I just don't get it. Like, you would never know my mother made more than my father, and you would never know that my father was not the leader in the house. The fact is that everything that they had, they used their strengths and balanced them out. I just don't see like how we keep trying to say that the engine is more important than the car, or the car is more important than the engine. Take the engine out of the car. What good is the car without that engine in it? What good is the engine without the car? Now, yes, the engine moves the car. Yes, let's say we are the engine. We're all the cylinders that move everything in that relationship to where it needs to go. But if we're not inside of a vehicle, we are, for the most part, of no use. We just are worth a lot of money because you can sell them parts. I digress. My mic is muted. Rock out.
So to
Smitty, I
add to
think you
other
made great. You
detail
made
in what we
okay.
saying,
Go ahead.
your example was Shaq and Kobe wasn't part, but there's levels to it. Look, first of all, to me, you're already disrespecting your wife if you call her your partner. No, anybody could be a partner. Two men could be partners. Two women could be partners. That's
That's
my
a fact.
wife.
That's a
And that
fact.
wife should say, that's my husband. Don't disrespect me by calling your partner. That's my husband. Don't describe me as your partner. Because guess what? Y'all could just be two friends. But you can't say that about your friend. That's your wife. That's your husband.
So
So don't call my wife. I would never disrespect my wife and say, that's my partner. Because that's nowhere near the
well, with
truth.
that term,
Even though she could do the same. But to me, that's bullshit. That's my
But
wife.
but is a relationship a partnership?
No.
Okay.
see a relationship, right? I had a lot of things I want to say. Like a relationship is based on how you relate. Partnering is an action. Relationship is innate. I vibe with you because we are alike. So like the problem with partnership and it being said now, why is it being said now? The example that Smitty just gave, when his mom in the 90s was making 100,000, never made his father, respect to them, feel like, he wasn't the man, was why from the 90s to now the word partner is being used. Like the intent behind it is why a lot of men reject that term. Like we can get into the minutia of the term, but at the end of the day, it's not being brought up for any integral or respectful reason. That's what I see.
I want to say this and I'm done. I asked a question because I have also heard people, like men, say that they don't like the term like that's my partner or versus my spouse or even girlfriend, boyfriend, woman, man, whatever, because it's a term that is often used in the community, in the alphabet community. So they normally, and they've been doing this for years because before they could even get married, they always call each other their partner. Well, my partner or whatever. So I've heard before that somebody didn't like that terminology when it came to their marriage or their relationship because of that term. I don't know if that affects anybody else, but I have heard that before.
But ma'am, that's us people of a certain age understand that. That's what they used to call like the lesbian couples or the gay couples, the men's couple. Partners, lifetime partners. We would hear it all the time. Like, well, that's the only title they could give each other because they didn't recognize it as marriage. So,
Right.
Us of a certain age, we understand that.
Right.
People the more younger age, they don't.
I get it.
I actually personally, more than partner, me personally, I like to incorporate the word, if anything, my wife or companion. Once upon a time, that is what it was originally called. I don't know where the partner thing came from as well. I don't argue with it too much. It's just not something I have, bigger things to think about than that word. But no, it was once originally just called. That's my companion. That is my lifetime companion. I digress. My mic is muted.
Yeah, so somebody in the chat, Ball, wasn't HT Ball saying partner just means you're together. Okay, so is my cousin my partner?
Pretty much.
Is my godchild my partner?
See,
Pretty much.
the thing is, right?
What?
When you
And
use
world
that word,
class. That's why I
when you
sit
use
there.
that word
Go ahead. I'm
partner,
sorry.
you
Go ahead.
got to, like when you're using the word partner, you got to be very careful, right? Because your partner is, somebody that you choose. You know what I mean? As far as I want to say is like, you know, your partner. Like if I say you my partner, that means you my brother for real. I'm not gonna call my girl my partner.
Yeah.
Like I'm not about to sit
Okay.
like I can call my partner
Hold on,
like
Riaz.
hey, boop, 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 like we can go to the bar, we can go to the court.
Is this
You feel what
volume
I'm saying?
low
Like,
or is
yeah,
it me?
you feel what I'm saying? Like that's you feel what I'm saying? Like that's my man. You feel what I'm saying? We can do that. You feel what I'm saying? We doing everything. That's my brother for real. Like that's more partner for real. If you ask me, if you can't be calling no girl your partner. I mean that could be your
I don't
you
get it.
feel what I'm saying? Your homie lover friend or whatever you want, you feel what I'm saying? Call it or whatever, but she damn sure can't be your partner. Like it's damn near.
But so
Okay, that's
watch what's
interesting
crazy,
though.
right? So hold on real quick, Riaz. My bad, buddy. You got a guy here that says, "Are you with your cousin?" Cool. So let's go to the chick I'm fucking. A random chick that I'm fucking. A chick. If I'm a side nigga, and the chick I'm fucking is that my partner? Like, what is it like? What's the point? When does it
Um,
stop? Like, y'all definitions and association to it don't even make sense at this point.
well, world class. I mean, I'm pretty sure if anybody has heard Ti, I definitely have heard him and many brothers from down south say something to the tone of "What it is, partner." So who they
Mm-hmm.
talking about?
To the homie.
Who they talk?
Right,
Come on
right.
now, come on now.
But I don't think they talking about what we talking about. That's just they slang on like this, I dare say partner to the nigga they about to hurt.
You
Hey,
see,
hey, what part of the South you talking about?
I think Ti from
I
Atlanta.
heard ATL say that. I
Yeah.
heard
He
ATL
say,
say that.
yeah. What's going on, partner? Yeah. That's how they. Yeah,
What's up,
Mm-hmm.
partner?
But
partner.
but next
Yeah, I
level.
was
That's
about to
why I
say,
sit
but
there and
Yeah,
made the
real,
what
statement.
about
Anybody
Cowboys,
can be a
baby
partner.
stuff?
That's why I
your
made that
partner could
statement. So
be
I
your
don't want to
brother. Like
identify my
Yeah.
wife as a partner like that. That to me, like I said, it's disrespectful. Hey Trey, it sounds like your mic is down low. I don't know if it's on your end or
You
it
kind of a
might
little too,
be
Hank.
on my
I
phone.
know I'm super loud, but
No, it probably is. I'm like, I'm on my phone.
okay.
Okay.
so I want to ask you, Hank, do you, because you was talking about marriage, right? And I do acknowledge what you just said. Is it because you may emphasize I don't want to call my wife my partner? Is it,
Mhm.
would you say it's cool in your perspective if girlfriend and boyfriend use that partner term?
I, look, I wouldn't have an issue with it, man. I wouldn't have an issue with it. I understand that.
Hmm.
But once you bless that woman with your last name, yeah, don't disrespect her and just call her that no more. That should have ended with that boyfriend girlfriend kitty shit.
I want to say I
Now you
disagree with that though.
now you on some grown man shit to me.
No, I want to say I
Okay.
disagree
I
with that,
do
right?
get where Hink is coming from.
I
I
do.
Yeah.
recognize the principles
Okay.
he speaks about. Like I ain't even gonna act like I don't recognize it. Period.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was you saying, Trey? And then the Riaz?
I'd
Riaz
probably
jumped in.
say though, I'd probably use the Arabic term Habibi. Habibi is masculine for man though. So like when you say Habibi, depending on who you say Habibi to though, Habibi means your friend, you means your friend, your mother, your father, stuff like that. Or your wife though. If you say it to your wife, it's your wife. So Habibi is an Arabic term though. So when Habibi is, I think the masculine term, and I think for a girl though, you call her Habibti. So you put the T or S. So Habibti.
Okay.
I think that Habibti is the feminine term. Habibti is the feminine term, and the masculine term is Habibi.
Okay, Riaz, that was good.
Yeah, so I pretty much could use that term though to describe if say if I got married, I could use that term to describe, who I get married to though.
All right, we're gonna take a quick second. Everybody need to get the likes up, share the stream. Everybody get the likes up.
Hey, bro, I appreciate you, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, man. Listen, man, go sub to my boy, No Captivity, man. He's a good dude, man.
Yeah, y'all gotta get them likes up to 100, man. It's 130 people in here. 120 something people get the likes up to 100, bro.
Wait, I got one question. Would you be okay if your wife or something like that, would you call your wife your other half? Would you be cool with that? Your other half.
No.
I'm not cool with none
I
of
don't think
that.
it's disrespectul though.
Wait, so you're not gonna call him
I'm
your
not
other half?
cool with. I'm not cool with
No.
none of that. I was
I
about to
wouldn't.
say if you want a girlfriend boyfriend stage, yeah, man, I'm not calling you my partner. No, none of that. You feel what I'm saying? Like, nah,
You don't
we
have
ain't
to.
doing none of that
I did not
real
say
rap shit.
partner. I said other half.
No, I was about to say we don't do no other half. We don't do no none of that. You feel what I'm saying? Like if we basically girlfriend and boyfriend, you feel what I'm saying? Like that's how we going to dress each other. You feel what I'm saying? Like
Okay,
that's just
no,
what
wife,
it
I
is.
kind of get you on that though.
We
I
not
kind
doing
of,
none of
okay. I mean, look, I get you on that, man. With the husband-wife thing, that's fine. But I'd rather use of course, to describe husband wife, but I'd use like Arabic/Muslim Arabic terms. Though, like pretty much, my mom is Pakistani, so she used like her language terms though to describe war between her marriage to my dad. Though she uses her terms though.
So maybe I'm old fashioned and anal, but I'm not going to introduce, and I don't expect my wife to introduce me just by, oh, this is Hink. No, hell no. This is my husband, Hink.
Yeah, that's just bro.
Or
Right.
just this is my husband. That
Mhm.
don't do other half, none of that shit. Say who I
So,
am to
Pink, do
you.
you think it has something to do with a respect level, a certain level of respect
that.
in a
Exactly. That's it.
marriage? That's
That's it.
all. That's what it boils down to.
In any relationship.
Ma'am, that's what it should be.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think we got so far to be the path, so comfortable, so modern that, oh, well, they know who it is. No, no, no. Introduce me as such, either your husband or this is my husband, Hink. Either way, I'm good
Okay.
with either.
I see.
Respect under there.
Good. We've watched the dawn of this partnership stuff, and I'm not gonna act like I wasn't here and heard what the fuck y'all was saying before you started this partnership shit. You was saying this partnership shit for your independence, ma'am. If you need to be independent in a relationship, you don't need a relationship. 'Cause independence is not being dependent on something. In a relationship, you are dependent on what I do. So I'm
Okay.
not like that's the plan in my hold on, Marias. The plan in my face shit is the problem that a lot of men have. I'm not gonna be blind and deaf because you think you slick. Oh, partnership is okay. It's not okay. We know exactly what led up to the partnership shit. You want to be independent. If you want to be independent, man, be by your fucking self. Go partner with your independence. When you come into a relationship, it is about the relationship. It's not about your independence.
And
You
that's
want
all
to
it
feel
boils
like you
down to.
free. Just be free. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I mean, how about this though? What do you think about this though? The way I want to get married though is the old-fashioned arranged way though. But instead though, I get to decide who I want to get married to, but I let my parents do the searching for me on my behalf though. I trust both my mother and my father to actually search, a girl for me. I just give them the description and we can just go search together though instead. Or is that pretty much, no, that's too old-fashioned though? I feel like that's better for me instead. So then no one takes advantage of me. So then I get to pick who I want, and basically I get my family involved, so I'm safe.
Okay, this is not rocket science. Independence means you are not dependent on something. In a fucking relationship, you are dependent on that person maintaining the integrity of the agreement that you have. You are dependent. You cannot be in a partnership and be independent. That doesn't make any sense. Either go back, get a GED, a high school diploma, go back to third grade and look up what words mean. Being independent
No,
is
you
you're
don't.
not dependent. Hold on, Riaz. In a relationship, you are dependent on the other person in your so-called partnership to hold their end. That's the only thing that keeps the relationship together, is that dependency. So we were here when you were making the arguments. We didn't just get here 6 seconds ago. We were here when y'all started doing the partnership about 4 or 5 years ago, maybe 6. We know what you want. You want to feel acknowledged as equal and independent in a relationship. We're not going to act like we don't know where it came from. So if you're independent in a relationship, you are not dependent on the relationship. So it's no relationship, no way. So why I'm going to acknowledge a partnership and it's no partnership?
See, the thing is,
It doesn't make any sense.
and world class. See, the thing is, that this is what they not understanding, right? Once you start allowing terminology like that and shit like that, that's when it start going into. Now you might as well just be by yourself, because at this point now we just got this mindset to where is that we gonna be by ourselves anyway. So fuck it. Like, I mean, that's just what it boiled. When you start having conversations like that in your relationships, that's literally what it boiled down to. Like, you might as well just go ahead that this shit is done, y'all, because we ain't gonna be able to come up to an agreement as long as niggas talking like this. And that's just how I go.
But here's the thing though. If you're in a relationship and you with somebody that you're married to, most of the time people say, "Oh, we're equally yoked." If you're equally yoked, I mean, doesn't that mean equal? Not saying like,
No,
oh, y'all carry the same amount of this or this or this, or she do this half of this and you do half of that, but equally yoked. What does
It,
we talking
actually
about
equally
religion.
yoked
next
mean?
level, I'm not
It's
gonna
We
lie.
talking about
actually a
religion.
biblical term,
I
next level.
I never heard my grandparents use that word ever in my life. Ever. That's why I just be like, certain shit I just be hearing to just be like, and to be honest with you, I was about to say my grandparents really don't kiss and pop. They're kissing a house or whatever, but as far as public going all that, no, they carry themselves, you feel what I'm saying? Like real professionally, you know what I'm saying? This is my husband, this is my wife. They don't do all that PDA and all that shit either. So it's just, certain shit. It's like I'm real old school with certain shit. You feel what I'm saying? So, that's just how.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I get
Right.
that. No, I
But
see
but
what you're
see,
doing there.
but see,
Well,
when I was talking about the whole partner thing, I wasn't saying, hey, this is my partner or something. No, what I'm saying is not saying address someone as, oh yeah, this is my partner, but I'm saying, is your wife your partner? Not saying y'all call each other partners or whatever, but is that your actual partner?
You know something, next level, and I really want to kind of introduce this question to Sister Fear and really Brother Hank primarily. Her as the sister opinion, him with definitely the most traditional thoughts, I would say. So I'm just curious, how do traditionally minded men still have that and keep up with the times in such a modern society? How?
Well, one thing I don't, as that type of man, I don't have to keep up with it. I'm not out here trying to entertain anybody. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. I'm glad I'm out of the game. People talking about married people. Yeah, I'm glad I'm out the field, because some of the shit y'all dealing with, I wouldn't want to have to deal with. And then that's gonna
mhm.
force me to attempt to change my standards. Then I can't look at myself as a man that's the same. So I'll leave it there.
Shit, I like that. I appreciate that.
Okay.
What you got to say, Riaz? Go on, get it out,
No, the
Riaz.
only thing for me, though, that's why I don't date before marriage, though, type thing. I got a different culture, though. For me, though, you're gonna say if you don't date, how you gonna get married? There's alternative ways to get married, though. And I'm doing the old-fashioned way the Muslims used to do 20 years ago, though. Of course, you get Muslims who do it nowadays, though, but most of them want to do this new way, though, which you used to do back then, the courtship type of way, but instead, if you know a girl or if you find a girl, you could just pretty much take her out on a date and pretty much though just go with supervision though and everything like that. That's just what Muslims do nowadays though. But pretty much though, I'm doing the I'm just, following Muslim culture though. And I'm very old school though. So I believe that I should remain single till I get married. And a virgin too.
Okay, Riaz, that's
Okay, yes.
good.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I'll just say as far as the whole term, um, of course I can't answer the question that you addressed quite like he because he's a man, but as far as just the whole term, um, I believe it has a level of respect. So I can definitely understand where he's going from on the respect aspect, but like next level, say I do feel like a relationship, a marriage is a partnership, but I don't want to be I wouldn't want to be addressed as, hey, this is my partner if I'm your wife. Neither. So I definitely think that it is a respect level.
Mm-hmm.
It's disrespectful in a regular relationship.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand why you would use that language. It don't make sense. What happened to lover? What happened to love in my life? What happened to the human
What
part?
about wifey?
So,
I think
Mm,
I think
I,
uh I
What
I,
think
happened in
partner
this?
I think
I was
they
about.
partnership.
use that term too, bro. That lover term, they use that one too. This is my lover. They say that too, bro.
Yeah,
You got
that's
to
true
be careful
too.
with that one too.
yeah, but it seems to be substituted with partner. They push that partner thing a lot. They have a lot of feelings about that,
Well, I
and
guess it's how
I'm
they
just I'm
went
not
from like
understanding.
reefer to good gas. I mean, it's just slangs and terms that's the same, but they just kind of you just
What
gotta know
happened?
how to keep up with it.
I was about to say what happened in this my future for real. I mean, shit like that. You know what I mean? Like,
You know what I get from it? I get from it that it's an option to hold on to something without having the responsibility of it. If that makes sense, I think a partner is just having something to hold on to without having the responsibility of it.
Well, I tell you this much: everything world class and Trey just said, all of that died
Okay.
the day that the generation decided that Drake is now considered R&B music. Okay, all right. The day that real R&B music, that drive love talking slow jams died, that's that's when all this shit arrived. I'll tell you right now, from what I'm calculating.
I give you that.
listen,
Right.
I was about to say that nigga closer to R&B than rap, but I'm with you on that. Yeah, that ain't real R&B
Hey
music.
man,
I
You
was
how,
I
got
was
how
about
did
to
my wife
say,
and
all
brother
right,
catch a fade like that, man? How did that
listen.
happen?
Right.
Listen,
listen, right,
I'm for all Drake slander.
listen, right. I was
I'm just saying, like, really,
I,
it's no more love. Like for real, even music. Like, we are really driven by music as a people. Music is big, yo, and I believe that music does shift and shape our cultures in a lot of ways. And yeah, man, it's bruh, it's no more baby making music for real, for
let
real.
me tell you
I don't
why.
know what they call it. I mean, it's some now. It's some people out
It's
here. It's some
different
people out
now.
here. You just gotta find them. I'm talking about mainstream. Oh
Let
no,
me
but
tell
it
you
is
why
folks out there.
music
I know about some.
music shipped and shape the culture because it shipped and shaped your mood. You feel what I'm saying? So that's just what it is. If you whatever you listen to, that's whatever you going to feel. That's whatever you going to put out, and that's just what it is. And
Yeah.
Yeah, so when we got songs that say I don't need no man trying to go 50-50. I see how we've shifted.
Okay. Well, I was just gonna say, what influences the music? The environment. Don't forget environmental factors. If the environment is like that, then it creates the music. The environment is created from the music. So the environment first, then the music, and then the culture, and then pretty much it all goes back together. So it's like a full circle together, though. So basically, from the environment being the influence, the music eventually became the music turned the influence, though, I guess. Don't forget environmental factor. You can't really just blame the music on it. Yes, music has a part of it, but what about the environment, though? Where do you think the music came from?
Well, I'm
Yeah,
gonna get
it
this off
goes
of
back
Drake.
to it
Let
go,
Drake live, and I'm gonna get it back to the conversation about partnership. See, the way
yeah, I was about to
they
go
work
there.
partnership also would be allowed to throw it on anybody. Or a boyfriend girlfriend could be a partnership. So
Exactly.
where's the hierarchy at in this? Then all relationships are acknowledged the same, but they're not, because a marriage is not the same as a boyfriend and girlfriend or somebody just engaging or hanging out with each other.
No
So,
friendship.
but that's
Yeah,
what we're making it when
exactly.
we
men
saying everybody can be partners. That's crazy to me.
men know that when it's consequence time, that partnership fly out the window. You're not about to take the same consequence I take. When it's who failed the relationship time, You gonna flake out, talk about your feelings. It was him. It wasn't me. That's why I don't want that shit. It suggests that we equal, but it's not. The reality is, y'all argued this partnership for your independence. You want to feel independent in a relationship.
Hey, world class. You know what's
You
next?
feel that shit in the house by yourself.
Paperwork so they can get tax breaks too. Now that since everybody can be partner, everybody's equal. They gonna put paperwork in to get tax breaks like us married folks get. That's some bullshit.
So I have a question then that kind of goes along with this whole thing, right? And because I feel like we're kind of a diverse panel in a way, and kind of in age groups and everything too. You know, to mine out the conversation, because that's what we do on panels, have conversations. So anyway, what I was gonna say is, what do y'all think about, since people think that it's not good to use the term partnership and call your spouse your partner. What do y'all think about the whole aspect of, let's say, a spiritual wedding and not being legally married, or having I guess, a domestic partnership type of ordeal instead of getting legally married?
I mean, it depends on your understanding of law. You know what I'm saying? If that's all you understand, that your only access to having legal rights is through a marriage certificate, then do you. But I know much better. There's a lot of things you can do that's better than that stupid ass marriage certificate. I know a lot about. I know much better when it comes to law and religion. I know for a fact, and I can prove it with any religious person or law person, that marriage certificate with the state is adultery. Because in law, a person, the two names of the spouses that's on that, and the state, that's three persons. That's adultery. It's a mockery of God. So I can prove that against anybody in any courtroom at any point, with your laws and with that Bible. So my response is going to be completely different from somebody else's. You actually are mocking God, and you're not in a marriage when you go do that. So, but I think. So that's my
keeping it to simple context. The world class, so that you know, because everybody doesn't get into everything that you get into it, but just keeping it in simple context. So do you think? So you think? Go ahead.
Yeah. I think people should do the spiritual marriages or the common law marriages, and set your family structure up through trust and as trustees, and you'll get in will and testament, stuff like that, and you'll have the same exact result, if not better results and better legal freedom than you would the marriage certificate.
Okay.
So it's just really yeah.
What do you think?
Still can get half. You still can.
Oh, you done? I'm sorry, world class. Finish.
No, I'm good. You got it. Somebody else unmuted.
What do you think, Smitty or Hink?
I didn't catch the question. I'm sorry. What was your question?
Question is, what do you think about the terms legal marriage on paper versus, let's say, the spiritual marriage, or not signing the legal paperwork?
Look, I'm gonna respect them, because if that's what they consider themselves as marriage, and that's what they both agreed on, I'm gonna respect whatever they wish, whether it's religious reasons why they doing it, or just want to do it just maybe because they've been burnt or hurt, or second time around, that's what they feel like they need to do. Man, I don't have no issue with that. I don't.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, I think he did.
You got it, Smitty.
No, he bounced.
I think he dropped.
Yeah, Smitty dropped.
Yeah, I think he was waving goodbye.
I think for me,
artifacts, Trey.
I think for me, for me personally, I think it'll work best for me on the personal level. But I also have goals and plans also to be in public settings. So I think if you and your partner, oh, I said partner, dang, that's if you and your
God
spouse,
damn you.
See.
if you and your spouse can come to an agreement, because naturally, you know where you guys are coming from on an individual basis. If you know you are a spiritual leader and your wife know that, then I think naturally you should conform to those ways. But I think also if you looking to be a public figure in this
Mhm.
American society, I think you should look at the courts as well, because as much as we want to push aside that public image is important to anything you do, I think it's important to a marriage. Just in case you have to go in public and protect your honor and your name, people know you and they understand where you're coming from. So I think you can look at it both ways. And for me personally, I think it would give me a better way for marriage on a spiritual level. I think so.
Okay. What about you, Trey?
My bad. I'm over here cooking something real quick. I'm gonna skip out on this question.
What do you think next level?
Far as spiritual marriages and traditional marriages,
Correct.
uh, I think it's, I think whatever suits you. You know, I mean,
Hmm.
because were they always state licensed marriages? No. What was people doing before then? You know, so
Hmm.
I just think it's all about you, what you and your partner or spouse believe in, or whatever route y'all want to go. But I don't think people should put down people who are spiritually married. But
Right.
I do see that though. But I don't think people should get put down, because what if that's their beliefs?
Right. So do you think people should get put down that are legally married? Because I've heard the argument on both sides. That's why I'm asking y'all the question.
No, that's why I say whatever floats the boat for your partnership, relationship, companionship, whatever floats your boat for y'all, you know. But I mean, I don't think neither one should be looked down upon. Long as, I mean, that's their relationship. You can't tell how somebody's doing in their relationship. I mean, if it works for them, it works.
Right.
Mm.
What do you think, Riaz?
Wait, can you actually ask the question again, though?
Um, do you think there's a difference in spiritual marriages or versus traditional legal marriages, or do you
Mm,
think one's better?
no, I don't think that. I don't think one is better than the other. Both is the same in either way. It's just how you perceive it. For me, though, I wouldn't mind doing the legal way. No, so if I had to do a Muslim marriage, those are basically Muslim marriage is basically first you do the spiritual part, though, then you do the legal part afterwards, though. So the legal and the civil part of the marriage, though. So the spiritual and the civil part of the marriage is totally two different things, though. Afterwards, though. So when you're done the spiritual part first, and then you get the legal part where you just sign the paper and everything like that.
Can I say
So
something real quick?
Ancient Bishop.
yeah, go ahead,
What you
Isaac.
Riaz? Or you still going?
No, go ahead though. Ask the question. Ask the thing. Go
Oh,
ahead.
no, I was going to tell you. As far as traditional and legal, man, fuck them papers. Or spiritual and man, yeah, fuck them papers. We ain't doing that. Nope.
Okay.
We gonna be married in spirit.
Wait, wait, but I'm a Muslim. Okay, I get you on what you're saying though, but I just probably think it'd be better if I did it like that. That's just how
how,
I feel like it is to me. I'm a Muslim though.
how you gonna do it, Riaz? How would you do your
Next
marriage?
level.
So if I
Next
got
level,
married, though,
please.
I'd probably do
So,
a simple marriage though. Probably if I had to get
oh
married
God.
someday, though, hypothetically, I'd probably do it simple though. But then I'll do the spiritual part first, and then I'll basically do the legal part as well. Just get the paper though. So just get it signed on paper. So that's it though.
So,
That's just I
so what
want to
is the
do
spirit?
both together.
What is what is a spiritual marriage again? What y'all calling it? I just want to be clear because
Nikah.
I
No,
assume y'all
so the
talking about.
Arabic term for
Never
a
mind.
Muslim marriage is called nikah.
Riaz,
So let me.
hold up.
My question is,
We
so for the
Okay,
we.
sir.
guys, for the fellas who said they don't
Huh,
want to do it the traditional way or the paper way,
Continue,
what is
sir.
your
Work as
reason?
well.
Hold on, Riaz.
Jesus. You know,
What'd you
go
say,
ahead,
he?
Riaz.
Now I was asking for those who don't want to do it what they consider the traditional way, right? Through the government and the state and all
Mm-hmm.
that stuff. Uh, what is your reasons why? I'm just curious.
That was my next question.
Oh my
Well,
bad.
I'm gonna say this real
You
fast.
got it.
I was assuming when y'all said spiritual, y'all was talking about common law marriage. But yeah, I don't know what Trey gonna say, but mine is because I understand law and what you're doing when you get a marriage license is you're involved in the state.
Yeah, I was about to
I
say,
think people
I take
understand
my
that,
money. Fuck
and
that. Nope.
and when you
Nope.
that
Right
means
there.
your marriage just mean you and your spouse are in a marriage with the state. That is what that is. That's why they're on the paperwork. So that is not a marriage. So I don't want to get a legal marriage to not be married just because I don't know what words mean. It's disrespectful. It's a mockery of God. It doesn't make any sense. Whether you have
So
money or not, it's absolutely asinine.
And you ain't taking my
that's
bread.
what I was
Fuck
gonna
that.
say, world class. Though, if you don't think a lot of people are saying that and turning to that route on the basis of finances, because I've heard a lot of people use that argument of the spiritual marriage and how it's getting more popular lately because people are talking about, well, with the spiritual marriage or whatever you want to call it, then I don't have to worry about going to divorce court and getting half of my stuff taken or whatever the case.
If 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 cool, I acknowledge that, but that pales in comparison to the amount of people that are getting married as a hustle, i.e., getting a green card.
Mm-hmm.
So you get those legal marriages for that shit for the tethers, and you got the richest woman on the world got rich how through marriage. So it's a come up and it's a hustle. It's the biggest hustle. So if niggas is going, I don't want to get married because I'm broke and I don't want nobody, whatever. They don't compare to the tragedy, poverty oriented trash shit that is with this marriage certificate crap. That just fucking what did they just start doing this shit? The 20s, 30s. It has nothing to do with being married. It's fake.
Exactly.
It's just a tax. It's just a
Exactly.
tax hustle. So I don't know. It's like when you have a preference, you're gonna fight for your preference. You don't want to actually. People don't really want to do this from a factual standpoint because you're not gonna win, especially not against me. It's not gonna work. I read
But
because
world class.
but my thing is it's insulting. The deal with the marriage certificate is insulting and it speaks to the lack of understanding that we have. And it's not just our people; it's white people too. They don't understand what this shit is for. It's printed on bond paper and mm,
It might
it's
be going
filed
over
in
some
the
people's heads
it's
though.
it's filed in the orphans court. Never mind.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind. You right.
It might
You
be.
right. Go ahead.
I get what you're
You right.
saying, but
Never
a
mind.
lot of people are not
Never
that
mind.
deep, and there's millions of people that
I
have done the legal marriage. You know what I mean? So, to the
but
point you're saying, I
but what
understand your reasoning, but for the average person, they're not even looking into everything that you're saying about it.
I know.
Like I said, the main
I know.
arguments I hear is, "Oh, well, you can't take me for all my money." But then a lot of people that are even saying that argument don't even have any money, so it's kind of like, okay, so what is really the argument? I'm just
But
saying.
nobody has any money. Nobody. Most people that have the people that's the brokest are the marriage people. Y'all don't have no goddamn money.
In a lot of
Yeah,
aspects.
most people.
You think
Yeah, most people are living paycheck to paycheck. Where I'm from,
yeah,
the majority of
everybody broke.
black folks they make over $100,000 a year, and they still living a paycheck to paycheck. But I get what Fear No Motors is saying. I think a lot of
Yeah.
brothers do lean on that aspect because they're
Hmm.
not financially secure, and I just think that we as a culture we're unbalanced right now. So you have certain men that's been trying to get in position, but they don't get as much help as people that get a handout or whatever you want to call it. So we got to be patient with each other because it's just we just at a imbalance of whatever it is. It's finances, we imbalance in love, We're imbalanced and all type of shit in our society, and so we gotta find that balance in whatever that is that we do.
Mm-hmm.
Can I tell y'all something real quick?
Go ahead, Trey.
I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. It's all about the goddamn money. It ain't about nothing else. I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about none of that. No, it's all about the money, bro. Most relationships end over money. It start because of goddamn feelings and it end over the goddamn money most of the time. You know what I mean? And then when you really think about it, motherfuckers don't want to have kids nowadays because goddamn it, ain't nobody finna fuck around put me on child support. Fuck out of here. I don't want to get married to you. I don't have no child with you, no none of that. All that shit feel like a goddamn hustle. No bullshit. And I'm gonna land it there.
But
So
but I'm
let me say, can I say this? Well, go ahead. Next
go
one.
ahead. Go ahead, Hank.
No, what I was going to say is, when people say it's a business, I have no problem with that. I won't disagree because I agree. And when you said it's for tax purposes, world class, exactly. So I enjoy all the benefits that I'm
Agreed.
getting from this marriage. But you have to agree. You have to make sure you find the right one. So, Trey, when you saying it sounds like you question your decision making, because you are the one who
Fuck yeah.
decides.
Goddamn right. I'm questioning my decision. I better be.
Okay, I don't question my decision making. I trust my decision making. Right. So I have faith in myself that I chose right. Now I could very well be wrong and mess up like I did, but mine was self-induced. I lost my first one because I made a selfish decision. I cheated on my ex-wife. I made a selfish decision. I ruined my marriage. Wasn't because she left on that. She had every right to leave once I did that. She had every right not to forgive me and do that. She just couldn't get past it. We tried. She just couldn't get past it. And I don't blame her. Because if she did it to me, I would have never even thought about trying. I would have been out and there's no looking back. So you know, it's all about your decision making and what you pick and who you pick with, make with, and have these kids with. Don't you? There's no way I would have thought about. Well, I'm not gonna have no kids because I don't worry about paying child support. No, I want to have kids because I want to have everything I'm blessed with to pass on to. I don't want to die with this shit and let somebody else take over and take all my shit. Somebody else, a white kid's benefit, and not my black children don't benefit. No, I can't move like that. But go ahead, bro. On the next level, I know you was there.
No, I was just gonna say I'm glad World Class brought this up. Like, what are y'all thoughts on common law marriage?
That's what I thought spiritual marriage is. That's what I thought y'all was talking about.
No, I was speaking for as like faith based, like you know how people get married through their faith, not just through the state. That's what I was speaking to. I don't know what everybody else is speaking to.
But a lot of people are using that now. That's why I said earlier it's become
they
more
weaponizing
popular.
it. They weaponizing it.
They're weaponizing it. Exactly. That's the right word. Next level, because they're using it, and they might not even be faith based. You know what I'm saying? They're just using it as a term to say I don't want to get married on paper, and that's what I see more and more.
That makes sense.
For the same reasons as the world class. You know, that's not for those reasons. It's for different reasons. I don't want to get married on paper. And then, like I said, the most reason I see is, well, spiritual marriage because I don't want my money gone. So.
Okay.
Somebody else talking. That's a hustler. That's a scammer. You know what I mean? Like them motherfuckers are scammers. Like you can't be clear and concise on what. Like what I said is dramatically different from what they talking about. I said set up a trust. I'm saying you actually be aware of legalese and learning how to set up, and structure your family legally through trust. I'm saying the precise opposite. That's superior to all that shit. And attorneys, like in reality, like what Hink was saying, the tax benefit, they getting 20. That's why a lot of these conversations I don't get into them. Because I know a lot of people don't understand. And if you're just talking about credit scores and taxes, you're talking about personal liability. Why in 2025 would I want personal liability? I don't want nothing in my name. I don't want nothing in your name. All financial principles come. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, I'll go after you. Apologize.
Finish World Class.
Somebody else was saying something.
Now go ahead, finish.
Yeah, I wouldn't want any type of personal liability under any circumstance. Why would I want that? I don't. It's like I got to check out the conversation because it's like people are not there yet. You still talking about credit scores in the chat. And you still talking about stuff that just in 2025 y'all need to catch up. Like this just is like 20 years behind that you need to know. You should not be worrying about your personal credit. You're getting business credit. Trust that you can set up personally without a business can get business credit. So I don't. It's like we want to. So this is my point. The thing with marriage now is just clout. It's just so you sound cute in a conversation with other ignorant people who don't know law. Oh, let's do it legally. Which one of y'all, and put it in the chat, which one of y'all looked up the definition for marriage in a law dictionary or in your state? You have no clue what you're talking about and you don't give a fuck. So the shit is fake. You don't care about marriage or legal marriage. You just care about how you sound in the conversation with your other little homegirls or your homeboys. Really don't care. You couldn't give me the tax law if your life depended on it. Y'all just be saying stuff. It's frustrating because y'all be, and I don't like me to talk, but you be quick to disrespect somebody else that goes against what you saying, but you ain't put a motherfucking inch of effort into nothing you talking about. You don't know what the word mean.
Nah,
You don't know what the law that support it, and it's disrespectful. It's fake.
world
Go
class.
ahead,
No, I
Mark.
think you're talking to a bigger point. I think you're talking to a bigger point, and I appreciate the information that you're giving on this panel. If all else, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm learning from you as well, my brother. So I think you might be talking to a somebody or something in particular, but for me, I'm learning from what you're
No,
talking about.
So if I can chime in for a second, I do want to agree with world class, but I think there's a couple different layers, right? You have the relationship layer, right, between you and your wife and your belief of how to cultivate a family, how to curate a family. You have the financial aspect where he's with where world class is talking about. Then you have rights, right? And it you can't blame men to be hesitant when you're looking at the landscape when it comes to rights, when it comes to finances, and most importantly, when it comes to debt, because everyone keeps saying that we don't have money when you get married. Yes, that's true, but divorce puts you in debt, right? People need to understand that. Divorce puts you in debt a lot of times. And if you're the average Joe Blow guy, that can be devastating to your long-term finances, right? Because most of us don't make six figures. Most of us are in the 40 to 60K range. 40 to
under
60K
13%.
range. Say again?
It's under 13%. How many
Yeah,
people
yeah.
make
So
100K?
so 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 the point is not whether or not she's gonna have my shit, right? Well, everybody got their favorite TV, but the point is how much debt my black ass is gonna be in if she Christmas my ass. How much paternal rights I'm going to get when it comes to visitation of my children. These are the issues that make men hesitate because women don't have to deal with this. That's why I'm an advocate of surrogacy, especially in 2025. Black men should be definitely looking at surrogacy when it comes to having children, right? And then you need to look at other options of marriage, whatever can match your religious or personal beliefs outside of legal marriage. Because at the end of the day, right, is how much debt are you willing to incur in case? And we know that the average marriage is about 7 years. And I'll pass the mic on that.
And
Yeah, I'm
that's
with you
fine.
on
Let
that.
me
Hey,
say
okay,
something real
go
quick.
ahead.
That's fine. Hold on, Riaz. 1 second. Let me just respond to hot sauce real quick. Um, I think that's all fine and good, hot sauce, and yes, people get divorced, and yes, people go in debt and everything. First of all, I don't want to make this into a blame situation, but when the woman leaves you in this and this and this, let's just have the decent conversation because that really wasn't the question. But second of all, the thing about it is there are certain people that aren't going into the marriage thinking about how much debt I'm going to incur. They're thinking about, I love this person. I want to spend the rest of my life with this person. I want this
Correct.
person to have my last name. and I want to be with this person. Yes, we know that there is a high divorce rate on a lot of aspects, but there are still some marriages that make it last to death do us part. So I don't want to go into the whole situation of when she leaves your black ass. You know what I'm saying? That's not even where the conversation was going. It was just a simple question of, do you believe in spiritual marriage, or do you believe in legal marriage, or whatever?
I wasn't, but to be fair, I'm saying there's different levels. I said there's the belief aspect, there's the social aspect, right? And the reason why I'm saying leave your ass because 80%, but that's not the point. The point is that I can understand why people are hesitant about marriage, right? I'm not pointing fingers at women, right? And I think I said a lot more than just that to walk away from. But at the end of the day, I did explain the different levels. There's a financial level, there is the social level, and then there's the paternity level.
Hey, hot sauce, you can be nice all you want. Man, listen. Bitch, you can't have my money. Flat out. And that's just how I'm gonna leave it. Bitch can't have my money. That's just what it is. No, not taking it. No, hell no. We might as well just go ahead and stay where we at. You know what I mean? I'll go ahead and put a little fake money. Fuck it. You're not taking my money.
So when you say half your money, are both of y'all not pouring your money into the situation, or are you just being are you just gonna provide for it alone? Because like y'all talking about,
you leave with money, Trey? Trey, do you leave with your money, Trey?
You said what?
Do you leave with your money when it comes to relationships?
No, you're not taking my shit though. See, look, y'all missing the point.
He said lead. He said lead, not leave.
No,
he said you leave with your money.
I not. But you missing the point. You not taking my shit. That shit dead. No, hell no.
Well, I mean, but most people don't have money to take.
But then that's when I asked you this question though. I said, so y'all incurring bills, debt together as well, right? Y'all making y'all money together, right? Unless she's not working. Now, if she's not working, I understand what you're talking about. But if y'all both working, both poured into it, you know what I'm saying? So what's
that's
that?
more likely.
Hank,
yeah.
Hank, come on, bro. Let's just come on, bro. Let's just be serious about this conversation. This conversation is about clout and conversations. Niggas don't take marriage seriously. Niggas don't take other people seriously. We just was talking about partnerships. We was just talking about partnerships, and the windmill queens in the chat, shout out to Logic. You don't even care about another man's perspective. Just accept what I want. We talking about marriages. Oh, it's legal. You ain't gonna leave me out to dry, but your ass don't got a damn legal dictionary. Nowhere it ain't look it the fuck up. And you online right now can go to another browser and you still ain't look the shit up. We're not talking about marriage. We talking about how people felt in bullshit conversations, and you want to have this conversation about what you look like to another girl that can marry you, that can make you a wife, that can get you pregnant, or a chick that's not gonna marry you. It's just or a niggas making themselves look like something. Me and you talked about the tax benefits. That's a real conversation. Hot Sauce is talking about, and I agree with DB said earlier, y'all got to talk about all this shit before you get into a relationship. It's a fucking relationship. But the windmilling that be happening in these conversations, not just in this chat, is about how the motherfuckers gonna look to another chick, how motherfuckers gonna look in a group chat, and that's the shit that's irritating. You care about marriage or you don't? Because let's keep shit a stack. Religion is the creator of marriage, not the fucking law.
That's true.
Religion. And y'all said that y'all not religious, y'all spiritual. Ain't that what the fuck you said? So this is the problem I be having in these conversations. Like Freezy was going to fuck off earlier. A lot of us don't play about God. You want to half-ass and disrespect the nigga because he don't do something legally when fucking marriage belongs to these religions. So what religion you talking about? What is your Bible or your Quran or your Torah? What did it say about marriage? Or you typing shit about your motherfucking the shit you sat down with your homegirl and talked about? Y'all say a lot of dumb shit that don't make a fucking inch of sense. And the shit that's the richest on the planet is religion. Religion has made way more money than your state.
That's facts.
But y'all again, y'all are spiritual. You're not religious. But you the motherfucker saying you don't like spiritual marriages? It's a something for nothing hustle is annoying. God created marriage. What you create?
There's
go look at your law and see what your state said.
There's no entity richer than the Catholic Church. There's no entity on the planet.
Come on now.
It's richer than the Catholic Church. So that's bars right there.
It's the games, bro.
The
games y'all play.
when you look at it, right, and you really look at what's going on out here, right, and you talk about this marriage thing, right, that's going on. This not this old 60s and 70s no more. Niggas ain't staying married no more. No, niggas is getting married and niggas is getting their shit took. That's just what it is. I'm not going to fall victim. That's just what it is.
Find to the windmill queen in the chat. Find partnership in your Bible. Do that part. Cry about that.
Yeah, but Trey, I get what you're saying, and World Class, stop looking in the chat because it's just pissing you off. We were having a good conversation.
Okay,
but Trey, what I was gonna say is, I mean, even to that point of niggas don't want their stuff taken and whatever. Like somebody just said already, there's only 13% of people that make a certain amount of money. So is everybody getting took for everything? Like, to me, that's not realistic. I mean, yeah, divorce is realistic, definitely. Divorce is realistic, but everybody getting their money took is really not when not that many people make that much, and most people have to work together.
I was about to say, see, the thing is, you gotta think
But
about.
that's all I was gonna say.
I'm 26. I'm single, and I make like 75K a year. You feel me? So, nah, hell no. You feel what I'm saying? You not, nah, fuck no. I'm building right now, and whoever I get, nah, fuck that. You not taking my shit. Fuck that. Nah, hell no.
What if she help you multiply that 75 to close to double?
To 100. Hey, that's what I'm with. I'm with that. I'm 100. But next level, when I'm with that, I do think if a woman come in your life or a man come in your life and they take you from 150, I mean from 75 to 150, they should be entitled to that growth. I think that's fair. I think that's mad.
I was about to say that's fair.
You don't agree with that, Hot Sauce?
I was about to say I want to mention I want you to finish. If you coming in a relationship and you already got everything, you feel what I'm saying? You already got the house, you already got the cars, and it's like you can't really provide me with nothing for real. You feel what I'm saying? Like you're not elevating me for real. So it's like no, fuck that.
But Trey,
when you find that right woman, your mindset will change, dog. That's what I'm telling you.
Let me Trey.
Tell y'all, bro, like y'all don't understand.
Hear me out for a second. You 26, you make 70K, right? And that's excellent. That's fantastic, bro. But at your age, right? At your age, you can still find a lot of women, young ladies, who's going to work with you, have low requirement, because there's something about when you're building something with somebody together, especially at that age, when you get 46, when you get 47, 20 years from now, right? Not only do you have strong finances together, but you have trust, bro. The longer you wait, and the more successful you come, the harder it is for you to build trust with a woman, bro. So I would not be so skeptic as you are, and like listen to me, bro. I am Mr. Prenup, fuck these hoes, all that. But at 26, bro, at 26, you can get something that I could never get because I'm married late in life, bro. You can get something about establishing and building trust with a woman. So I would not be so skeptic, especially at 26, right? Because at 26, you guys are still like finding the world together, discovering the world together. That is invaluable, bro. So I'll leave it there.
Man,
I wouldn't be so
Wait, I can get that. I mean, I probably want to get that by 25.
Right. I mean, you're still young enough to where you guys can have trust and grow together and discover the world together. You know what I mean?
I just don't think it's I had to check out when guys is like when a woman come in your life, and she improves it, and you don't want to give her nothing from that for the rest of her life. I think that's disrespectful. That's not fair.
I agree.
It's not manly.
It depends on when she comes into the marriage and stuff like that. I think it depends.
So like,
but if she still elevates you in any kind of way.
So like Jeff Bezos' wife, right? I don't disagree that she should be the richest woman in the world.
I agree with that. Yeah, but she day one though.
I'm with it. She day one. I'm with that.
Yeah, so no problem.
I think some of the fear should be facts. We on the same page. I have to check out when guys are doing that because that's too much.
But the new wife, if they get divorced, she shouldn't get shit.
Yes.
Right.
Amen.
Right? New one,
Facts.
right? But
Facts.
the one where they met at Princeton together when they were driving that Acura back and forth in Seattle, that one she was there from day one. Put it in work.
Yeah.
So yeah. And that's what I'm trying to tell Trey, bro. Like building trust and a life with someone, bro, is priceless. And it's harder to get that as you get older, bro. It's harder to get that as you get older. And one of the reasons why is because as you get older, you get more established, right? Like right now, you are establishing, and being with someone while you're getting established, you can't get that back because once you're established, you're established. And if you did that shit on your own, you're gonna have a very different outlook as if you were with a woman who helps you get established, or you guys working together to get established as a team. Right. So I'm telling you, bro, don't waste that opportunity, right? Time is priceless. Don't waste the opportunity. I got married at 40 and I think that was a little bit too old. And I was tell young men, I'm not saying you got to get married at 26, bro, but I'm saying that 30 is better than 40.
But Trey, do you want to get hold on, Riaz.
Hold on, Riaz.
But Trey, do you want to be married?
Shit, at this point, I don't even know. To be honest with you, like I don't even know. You feel what I'm saying? So,
and see, but this is what I want to get to. I think it's a disconnect with the like younger generation and like for us marriage. Like you hear a lot of younger people like in Trey age group saying they don't care about marriage. They don't want to get married.
That's true. Or they don't even want no kids either.
Well, I probably want to get married at 25. I want to get married at 25 and I want to have kids during the future as well.
When you have real conversations with your grandmother and your grandmother tell you like this, yeah, you get one of them motherfuckers pregnant, they put you on child support. The money that you making right now, yeah, take 1/3 of that. That's what you gonna have. Man, fuck that. Ain't nobody trying to deal with that.
But when she said that, she was talking about a baby mama. She wasn't talking about a wife, I'm sure of.
Yeah, she wasn't talking about a wife.
Hey, but I was about to say, ain't they all one and the same? I was about to say most niggas, I was about to say, see, when most niggas like my age had kids for real, when you looking to have kids and all that, you feel what I'm saying? You're not looking to have kids with this, you feel what I'm saying? Somebody that
no doubt.
You looking to have kids with somebody that you gonna beat, you feel what I'm saying? So it's like, no, like at this point, it's like, man, listen, you feel me? Now fuck that, fuck having a kid, fuck getting married, all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, bro. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying get married at 26. I'm not saying have a kid at 26. I'm saying find a woman that you can build with. So when you're 30 or whenever you're ready to have that kid, whenever you're ready to get married, you know what I mean? She's just with you from day one. Just like Mackenzie Scott, right? Mackenzie Scott was there with Jeff Bezos at the start. That's all I'm saying, bro. Because if you get established, right, and you got your money, you made it on your own, like self-made men. I'm gonna speak to self-made men. Self-made men is harder to love, bro. That's how I'm gonna put you like that. Self-made men is harder to love and it's harder to trust. Not saying you can't trust, not saying you can't love, but that shit is harder to do. Especially if you're already operating like this now at 26. Then when you're making 300-400K a year, imagine how you haven't got a wife yet or a woman you did that shit with. Imagine how you gonna feel if you're feeling this way now at 26.
Right, exactly.
That's true. I definitely say, and then the thing about it too, like Hot Sauce said, he's not saying get married right now, but you don't know how you're gonna feel in 10 years. Or even 10 years from that. You're still in your 20s. You still have the time. You might be like, forget that right now, but you might find somebody that is really with you and you might change your mind later on down the line. So just don't, because of everything that you hear in life or because of what you think right now while you're still young, just don't rule out all your possibilities,
Mm-hmm. Wait, I was just gonna ask this though. Do you think when I said I want to get married at 25, is that a good age or that's too soon? No. I mean, I said I want to get married in 2 years' time. No, I don't want to get married at 30 years old. I ain't shaming no one who do that. But me personally, I'm not getting married at 30. No way.
Well, whatever. I mean, everybody has their point, but I think the point is, bro, is that there's still. I can't believe I'm gonna say this shit. There's still marriageable women. Might not be a lot, but you're young enough to go look for that shit, right? There's still marriageable women. I don't know how many they are, but I do believe there's still like a little bit of marriageable women left, bro. They not might not be in your neighborhood, but
Okay. I mean, look, I get that though. I just feel like 25 is a good age because I want children. I'm not gonna have kids at any wherever, but I just want it when I'm younger though. So that's just how it is.
So
So then I can build something with them, no, and it's also a legacy type thing, no, as well, though. Like,
So Riaz, when are you going to start taking those steps to try to find your wife to make that 25 deadline?
so basically, right now I'm currently doing the education things. I only got like 2 years left of education. So by the time I leave college, I'll be like 24 to 25 years old, and by then I'd be working or I'll be married by then. That's just how it is. So the steps that I could do is I could get my mom or my dad to do the searching process for me. I just give my parents the detailed description. I can describe the girl I want. This is what I'm looking for. If she's like a practicing Muslim and stuff like that, and as long as she's a good woman. So basically, I could just give all the details to my parent, and they can go search for me on my behalf. Of course,
For
I get
real?
myself involved. Yeah, I trust my parents though. I know you said
Jesus.
that I should. I know that's old fashioned, but
that's how
come
it's
on.
here in
I'm
China.
I wish we all can come like that, Reyes. But woo.
China,
no, I
China,
know that's
China, the same, China
Yeah,
does the same
Nigga, if I
thing.
said that my parents was
yeah,
looking
but
for
I
woo,
trust. I'm Pakistani heritage, so
yeah,
I'm
that's
just.
the tradition.
I know you get Pakistanis nowadays though who don't want to do that, but me personally, I'm trying to be different from them. I want to be more old fashioned type thing. I don't need. I just see what they do, and I'm just like, nah, I ain't doing what you're doing, man. I just want to stay in the past.
Yeah, that's how they do it over
Hmm.
here in China, right? Grandparents introduce your husband and wives, right?
Hmm.
Parents talk to other grandparents, and they hook you up with dates and stuff like that. That's what we're doing. Like, and another thing about the Bible, bro, a lot of women keep talking about I'm gonna sit and wait. The Bible doesn't say sit and wait for your man. That is one of the hugest misconceptions of the Bible. It never worked like that, right? And you had to like how people got married was through families. Like niggas just didn't pop up.
Well,
I just appreciate the fact that this conversation has a healthy balance to it. I think world class, made those points for a specific reason. I think hot sauce, he brings his specific points in for a different reason. Trey, your point is needed, but I think also we should be willing to look at different points of views. Don't be so closed minded on what you see going on out here because there's other alternatives and there's other ways to getting the job done. So for me, it's
Right.
about staying well rounded and open minded to the possibilities because a lot of men actually at my age, I just think that a lot of us, I'm with Fear No Mortals. A lot of us haven't even we haven't even been through the love process. Like we haven't even been through those actual phases to actually learn from. So we definitely have to study this stuff. But then some of us are going to go in it head first because when it comes to that love thing and when it comes to that marriage thing, I just think it's a different level of passion when it comes. It's a different level of care when it comes to being in a marriage.
Well,
So
it should be.
you know what I'm saying? So I just think that from my mindset, I think once if I get into that situation, yeah, all holds bars. Like I'm doing everything I need to do for my marriage to work. So if that's definitely like Hank said, sacrifice is the number one thing when it comes to that marriage thing. And so a leadership shows that example of sacrifice. And I think also a leader, he leads without understanding where the end game goes at. So sometimes you're not going to know where you're headed when you're leading. So you gotta kind of fix yourself along that process of going to where you're going at. That's my understanding. So some leaders, you like mostly to me, I think a lot of them they just go. That's what they naturally know how to do, and they deal with what comes with the problems along the way of being a leader. So
That's a good point. Also, so
Okay.
to the point that you just said about, it's a different level of passion, it's a different level of a lot of things when you meet that person that you would want to get married, however, which way you choose to get married. Um, Let me ask you a question. Hink, are you there? Since you are married.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. When you met your wife, did you feel like it was different than, of course, like just someone that you were in, that was your girlfriend at different stages of your life? Like it was something different, like it was something special?
Yeah. The funny thing, when I first met her, was back in at college. I mean, that's
Uh,
where we first met. And of course, we didn't get married then. You know, life is life, and it, sorry about that. And it took us down a different avenue. But yeah, I knew it then. You know,
mm-hmm.
she was special. She was definitely different from the other girls I was just fucking on or talking to or having relationships with. Yeah, definitely knew that for sure.
Okay.
But it so happens we was able to further down the road uh, reconnect, and I still
Mm-hmm.
had that same feeling like I did back in '94.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow. Do you think, being that you have experienced that and you found your person, do you think that's typical? Like, since you're a little older, have you heard like from other people that like in your group or whatever that has been married like yourself and everything, that when they met the right person, their spouse or whatever, it was that same type of feeling that they knew this person was different from the other people that they had previously dated?
yeah, for
Uh,
sure. And that's why I was sharing with Trey, man. You find that right woman, man. You're gonna have a certain feeling about this person in your heart, within your head, within your spirit. There's something that woman's gonna touch your spirit, and she's gonna make you feel a certain way. She's gonna make you feel
I'll be back, guys.
at ease, comfortable, uh, make you feel invincible, like you could do anything. Man, you find the right woman. She, she could make you feel like a great coach could make you feel like could run through a wall and you can do it and gonna come out on the other side with unscathed. If you find that right one, now if you find the wrong one, mentally you're gonna be drained. You're gonna be towed down. You feel like you can't continue to live. But if you find that right woman, man, yeah,
mhm.
you'll know.
Man, you ain't lying about that. Cause my first fiance drained the hell out of me. You ain't lying about that.
Hot
Okay,
sauce.
okay. I'm glad you said that, hot sauce. I want to ask you and Hink this. What kind of mindset do you go into from like one marriage or one engagement going into another? Like, is it a different mindset or is it based on that woman or?
Well, my,
Good
well, my,
question.
I think well, my situation is a little bit different from Hink because before I propose, I already know, okay, where I'm ready to get married now. So every relationship that I'm entertaining, we all got to be on the same page. Like we're focusing to go to get married, right? Because I'm older now, things like that. So for me, it wasn't just a feeling. So for so the first one, yeah, that was just me. I fucked up. I had no idea what I was doing. I picked wrong, whatever. But the second one, after I got mentorship and stuff like that, I made sure that she hits the right criteria, right? We have the same views about religion, same political views. We align about lifestyle. We align about kids. We aligned about all the different things that are important in a marriage. And so once I knew that we aligned in all these things, right? Met her mom, and I liked her mom point of view and stuff like that. Also, her attitude, things like that. And so that's when I knew that okay, this is the right one.
Well, I know
Okay.
for me, like anything else, once you do it one time, you learn from your mistakes.
Yeah.
You make proper adjustments, you make the proper changes, you do things differently. So yeah, for sure, I definitely learned from my first marriage. I can't move and operate like this. I can't make selfish decisions like I did before. You know what I'm saying? I can't
Mm-hmm.
move and operate like that. I cheated. I can't do this on the next one. I know it's bad. Regardless, I had to make certain sacrifices more so than I did before. Before I was thinking I was sacrificing, but I wasn't completely bought in on the sacrifice. I was, let me tell you, I was almost like Trey. Yeah, she ain't gonna get my man. I had that mindset on my first wife. And I
Mm.
realized that's not gonna be successful. And it wasn't until I had conversation with other dudes that was married, saying, "Hey, you can't move like that. That's not how a
Mm.
Right.
married man should." So you live and learn, right? Like your first child. You probably put bubble wrap on your first child because you didn't want your child to get hurt, fall, do none of that. My second child, fuck you, boy, get up. You all right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because like I gotta agree. Because after my fiance didn't work out, I went like mentorship. I went to talk to people who were married and see what was wrong. And one thing that I learned from the first one was that you got to meet people where they are. Like the stuff I wanted from her, she just couldn't deliver that, and the stuff that she wanted from me, I couldn't deliver that, right? And it was exhausting because I found myself always trying to earn her love, earn this and do that, and want her to do this and do that. And maybe she felt the same way. I don't know, but at the end of the day, bro, it was just a nightmare, and I'm like glad it ended because if it didn't, I would, man, who knows? But
Right.
after other men, and they just put you in game, like, hey man, if you want a relationship, you gotta look at this stuff. And I talked to guys who married 30, 40 years. I talked like one of the people that hooked me up. He was married almost as long as I've been alive, 30 years.
Mm-hmm. So, do you guys think that that definitely helped, like
Yeah,
getting mentorship or talking to other people that were moving in
I'm glad you said
integrity
that.
in their marriages?
for me, yes.
Their go ahead, next level.
No, I was just saying I'm glad you said that because I was gonna
You was
ask
going there
like
too.
no, I was gonna ask like do y'all think marriage counseling should take place before marriage? Like,
Hmm.
Yes, yes. Because I did, man. I
Yeah.
come from a broken home, bro. She didn't, so I needed to know. I needed to step my game up. So I did. I took. It wasn't like therapy, whatever, but I took like these like we have these classes on like married men classes and stuff like that, and how and what a relationship should look like and things like that. So I took those classes, man. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know. Like, my parents been divorced. My parents divorced when I was 3. So
Right. What
you know
about
what I
you,
mean?
Yeah,
He?
I definitely agree. Premarital counseling is definitely necessary. Now, it was one of the things I learned in my first one that we didn't do. That was that was recommended, but me being stubborn, oh, I'm fine. I could do it. It I had to live and learn, and so I
Mm.
did this for my wife, my current wife. We did that. We still in it now.
Okay.
We still get tuned up now and have conversations with a third. Yes, because again, I'm one of those who don't believe in having outside people get into our relationship. So
Mm-hmm.
if we need whatever we're going through, we can't work it out between me and my wife. Then that mutual, independent third party will be a therapist.
Right. Better than somebody you know.
Now I don't believe in your girlfriends getting in our business. You telling
Right.
our business to everybody who will listen. I don't believe in that shit. I feel like that's
Right.
how a
Yeah.
lot of relationships fail because everybody knows about your situation. And so when everything's good with y'all, but your girlfriend's still mad at me, she's looking at me side eye. I don't
That's
believe in
that's
that
a good
bullshit.
point. Mm-hmm.
I don't believe in that shit at all. So that's crazy work. But it's funny that we talk about me and my wife got a lot of similarities. We
Okay.
both our parents was married to our mothers, and they got divorced early. My parents got divorced when I was 10. Hers when she was about 8. Our fathers both remarried and lived, and they stayed married after their second marriage to the end of the significant other's dying days. Both our mothers never got remarried.
Okay.
So those are one of the things to comment. So we kind of trying to model that. Say, hey, even though you had a divorce and you got married, man, don't mean you can't be successful even in your second marriage. Because I know a lot of people say, well, your second marriage is going to end up shorter than your first. Well, it's possible, but it's also possible because we witness it, we experience it, that you get married for a second time and it can work to the end of your days.
Oh, definitely. I've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's good points, fellas.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta.
Yes,
I
sir.
mean, like I think one of the things that really draws back is that we don't like to ask for help, man. You need if you want to be successful in life, you gotta ask for help and look for people who's successful in what you wanted to do. Because I mean, like again, I came from a broken home, just like Hank, and her father wasn't okay with that at first, right? He was like, I don't know about that.
Huh. Wow.
Yeah, it took a
Well,
so,
that's
but it took a while. It took a while.
right.
Fear no more. Fear no more. Are you a mother? I'm sorry, I should have probably asked this earlier. Are you a mother?
I am.
Happy Mother's Day, man.
Oh, happy
Thank
yeah, happy,
you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, happy Mother's Day. But speaking of Mother's Day,
Thank you.
do you think mothers are underrated?
no.
Mm-mm.
Hot sauce.
No.
Are you
Hey,
asking me?
Yes,
no.
I'm asking the mother first.
Okay, okay.
um, I said,
Well, not
yeah,
underrated. Do you
I
think
think
they
they
are
can.
appreciated?
I think mothers can be underappreciated, but because it's not just because I'm a mother and it's Mother's Day, but I will say fathers are underappreciated too, just to be honest. But yeah, I definitely think just being a parent in general, being a mother, you can definitely be unappreciated, not just by like society or people as a whole, but even by your kids, in some aspects. I don't think kids always realize everything you do or everything you sacrifice or how hard you're writing for them, especially if you're a parent that's moving out of love, that sincerely wants the best thing for your kids and is trying to keep them grounded, and moving in the right direction. So, yeah, I definitely think so.
Okay.
You know how much
Yeah,
billions
wait.
of dollars
I kind
go?
of agree with.
Hold on,
Okay, I
hold
see
on.
what.
Wait a minute, Riaz. Wait a minute.
You know how many billions of dollars about to be poured in the economy today for Mother's Day? No, I'm not saying it's not deserved because it is deserved, but I mean, shit. I mean, you just
No,
kill for their moms, break their necks for their moms, and women too, and women too. So I mean, do they deserve more? Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I wouldn't say. I mean, in general, there are always individual cases, but in general, you know how many billions of dollars about to be spent in the economy today.
and that's fine. I understand what you're saying, hot sauce, but even to that point, this is one day out of the year. And even to that point, because people are getting together spending all this money on their mothers this one day out of the year, not even including everything else the mom does all year. But let's just look at what about the moms that are not getting all kinds of money spent on them too. So really, I just think when we're talking about appreciate it doesn't really have anything to do with a financial standpoint or monetary value. I think it's much deeper than that, and that's the point that I am speaking to.
I can't agree with that.
Okay.
Not.
Okay. I
Well,
see.
you're not a mother either,
Yeah,
and
I'm not.
but
Okay.
I'm
I
not.
don't think you're a parent at all, are you?
No, I'm not. But I
Oh,
have a mom,
okay, okay.
so
Okay.
yeah, I can't agree with
Wait,
that.
so I was gonna say though, with my mother, though, my mother's not that materialistic. I can get my mother a gift. I can give her that. I can spend stuff on her though. She'll be grateful for it, but then also at the same time though, she's like, "Look, I'm grateful for that, but what's next though?" Like literally, she wants proof of love though, and the only way to prove I love her though is basically help her around the home. That's the only way. Helping around the home is the only way though that my mother would truly believe I love her. Cause it's not that she's not saying like if I tell her I love her, it's not that she don't believe I don't love her. It's that she wants proof of love though. She don't really want that materialistic stuff always though. She's not materialistic though. Even if I've got nothing for my mother, it's not that I don't love my mom. It's just that I know my mom very well though. That's why I don't get her anything. It's not because I'm selfish or lazy. It's because I just know how she is though. I love my mom so much though to the point I know what she's like. So that's why I just basically, help her around the home as much as possible. That's my way to show her I love her though.
So I think usually the younger kids who don't have the level of understanding has a lack of appreciation for the mothers. But once they get to a certain age, a certain level, or some certain maturity, then they kind of understand. And especially for the when they become adults and they have their own children with their wives and their husbands, then
Yeah.
that level of appreciation is really there. Uh, as far as the fathers you ask, yeah, I don't think it matters. They can
I
have
was
20
about,
kids, they still have appreciate for that man until he moves on until the Most High takes him out of here, and maybe just
Exactly.
maybe
They
they
Do
have
never
y'all
some
get
more.
really
back.
think it's that bad?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
no, I was
Yes,
about
ma'am.
to say,
Look,
I
look,
was about to say
look
both sides.
for the mortar. This is the reason why I say when you hear people tell their
Mhm.
mothers Happy Father's Day, that's totally disrespectful. Right then and
I,
there, that
I
lets
agree
me
with you.
know. That lets me know
Hmm.
right then and there that they don't respect it. Because you should never use that word to a woman that's not a father. She could never be a
Right.
father.
I mean,
I
I
don't care
don't
if
want
she
to
had
be
a
called
sex
a father.
change.
Um,
I don't care if she had a goddamn sex change. She ain't no goddamn
Oh
daddy.
Lord.
yeah, I was about to say, in my
Furthermore, to
personal opinion,
2025, we got to accept
in my personal opinion, mothers and fathers are definitely underappreciated and damn near every way, for real, for real. I mean, as a child, you don't understand the shit that your parents do until you get older, and you don't really
That's true.
you don't get that appreciation from your children until they get about my age, for real. Until you start to understand, like, all right, you had to sacrifice this, that, and the third. That's when you really start to feel the appreciation from your children, as far as when they get
Hmm.
older. But when your children younger, yeah, you definitely vastly unappreciated, because I ain't appreciate shit, to be honest.
All right, at least you're being honest, right?
Mm,
Yeah,
okay.
I think that is a good point you guys raised. I mean, once a kid gets older and grown and on their own, especially if they have kids, then they're like, "Oh, well, now I see what you mean, or I see everything that you did, or everything that you went through that wasn't understood when you were a child."
Okay. I mean, I get you on that, but what do you think about what I said though on how I do stuff for my mother Mother's Day? I just know my mother very well though, to the point that that's why I don't need to get her a gift though. All I have to do is just help her and that's it though. She's not materialistic. You
Mhm.
can give her a gift or you can convince her though, look, this is what you want though. Like you can give her a gift and she can appreciate and be grateful for a gift, but nah, she's not like that though. I just know how she is. That's why I don't need to spend, any money on a gift to get her. And I'm not being selfish. I just know how she thinks.
You mean she'd rather have your time and service, you helping her,
Yep.
or you being
Yep.
around her? Okay.
Yep. So being around her, giving
Hey,
her
you
my
cooking dinner
time,
tonight?
and basically helping her around the house, that's more of her type of love language. Because I kind of read her on that. So me and my mom have that type of bond, though. So that's why I know her very well, though.
Okay.
That mean you cooking dinner tonight and wash the dishes, right? You ain't got to worry about nothing.
Now, the
You
only,
talking all
my
you talking all that bullshit, but I ain't hearing nothing, for real, for real. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'll tell you what, my only job though in the home is to basically vacuum the floors though and basically iron the clothes. That's my only job. Everything else though, you know, other than vacuuming the floors, mostly that's my job, vacuuming the floors around my home and ironing the clothes. That's my other job, though, sometimes in the home. Or just basically sometimes just do them up on the floor, and that's it, though. That's the only thing I get to do. Everything else my mom does. Everything. Everything else, though. The only thing I do my own laundry, though, so. No, so I don't have to do much though. I just do what I need to do, and after that, though, she could just base everything else is left for her. My mom doesn't have to do much though, as she used to.
Well,
I
that's
just,
good.
yeah.
What do you think? Next level.
What was the question? I missed the question.
You asked the question.
Far as underappreciated.
Uh-huh.
Well, when it comes to like the children, I'm gonna say of course because a lot of kids are like not aware of like the full aspect of what their mother is doing and the things she has to do. But I think in general sometimes mothers can be like underappreciated, but like cause they're like, oh, that's your job. What you supposed to do? You had the kids, but I think being a mother is because a mother is like the first teacher of the child.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I think they need to be celebrated more. I think just one day, just saying Happy Mother's Day, it's really not enough. So I look at Mother's Day shit. You should celebrate your mother or celebrate the mothers in your life like on a regular.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And even for
Yeah.
the people that don't have like their real moms in their life, whoever is the mother figure, whether it's a grandma or aunt or whoever, I think that's definitely a plus.
Okay. Wait, to know I get you on what you mean though, but I feel like to me it's not just like when it's more of a day, like stuff like that. Now, for me, I see it more of a daily thing though. It's on a daily thing though. That's just how I like to see it though. I mean, I'd rather celebrate my mother every day, not just on Mother's Day. Just because some people, you get some people who just get their stuff from Mother's and Mother's Day, and then after that though, that's it though. They don't do anything after. Some people though. I ain't one of that. I'd just rather celebrate her every day, but in a different way. I don't have to give her materialistic items though to make her actually feel good. Because look, some people actually like that though, and that's cool. But do you think that's what she really wants though? Really, you can give her all that, but does she really want that?
I get it, Riaz. I definitely understand.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you guys have a good time, Riaz.
Yeah.
Well, look, speaking of Mother's Day, I got fired this grill up for the wife. You know, it's today's Mother's Day. She's up there mopping floors, vacuuming, doing what she got to do because that's what her job is. She know what it is. Just like I know what my job is, though, and I know what my responsibility. So I told her I'm cooking. I'm firing the grill up today. She said she wanted this for eat. I got you. Happy Mother's Day, baby.
I hope you guys have a wonderful time, Pink.
Yes, ma'am, for sure. Hey, y'all have a good one. I might, if y'all still on a little late, I may tap back in. Y'all have a good day.
You too.
Right
Okay.
on.
Anybody else doing anything for their mother or
No,
significant
not really.
other?
I was about to
Not
say
really.
I'm out probably. I want to say probably at least twice a month. So
Okay.
not really.
Hmm.
No, I'll be real though.
What you do
Nothing
twice a
really.
month, Trey?
I said I take my mother out at least twice a month. So not really. I ain't really. I was about to say
Oh,
Mother's
okay.
Day. Yeah, I was about to say Mother's Day is just another day for me and my mother. That's just another.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Um,
because you said the other night you and your mom are close.
yeah, I was about to
So
say me and my mother
mhm.
work right across the street from each other.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
So
that's good.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
See,
that
we
see,
is.
I be gone a lot. I be away a lot, so I don't really get to see my family too much. So what I do is I just send that cash. Just send that cash.
Well, it all
You
works,
know.
right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
send that
Okay.
cash. You know.
yeah.
Okay. I
So if I
mean,
I can ask
I
my
get
sister,
you.
she said she wants some shoes, so I can get
Mm,
some shoes for real,
What
for real.
about you, hot sauce?
Well, it depends if she wants something, but a lot of times she says she doesn't want something, so I just give her money. You know, that's it. Because
Right.
I'm away, I'm away, so I can't see her that often.
Do you get to see her like every couple years or something, hot sauce? Because
No,
I
I
know
see her
you're out of the states.
once a year, right? I come home like once a year, most of the
Oh,
time.
okay, I got you.
Yeah, I come home like once a year.
Okay.
But
okay.
I take care of my mom, right? So I take care of I financially take care of her, because she's elderly now. So so
Okay.
I'm
So you
financially
always
responsible.
send stuff home.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
financially responsible for her.
Okay,
Okay,
that's cool.
I got you.
That's
I got
cool. I mean, for me, I don't really do anything special. I don't really do anything special on Mother's Day, to be honest. The only thing I do is just a normal day that I just say Happy Mother's Day, help her with whatever she needs help with, and that's it, though. Just normal for me. Don't really do much. Trust me, though. Same thing, no, I do with my mother. I do the same thing to my own father as well, though. Like, look, I just know my dad, though, look, I can tell him happy Father's Day, and I don't really give him much of anything. It's not I don't love my parents. I just know how it is, man. I don't need to give them materialistic things to show I love them. I have another way to show that I love them. That's just what I like to see it, though, on those days. There's other way to show them. Because when I was younger, probably, yeah, okay, give a card, though, that'd be fine. But right now, I just feel like there's no need to.
you. Okay. All right.
Or do you think that if I keep doing that, do you think I'll truly understand how it feels like though when if I have kids in the future doing the same thing to me? Do you think I will actually understand how it feels like though what I'm doing to them? Not trying to be negative. I'm just asking if I keep doing the same thing right now. I know I should make it special though, but I'm just saying. I'll probably understand in some way when I have kids of my own. Let's see how that goes for me. Not being negative, I just want
Yeah,
to know.
maybe it's because you've always stayed at home, right? You've always
Mm-hmm.
lived with your parents, and you're still young. I mean, maybe that's part of it. When you get older and get out on your own, maybe maybe you'll feel different. I don't know.
Yeah, probably though. We'll see.
Hmm.
So do you do like just like special things out of nowhere for your mom, or just like not just the regular things you do, but I'm talking about like do you give her special treatment sometime?
Mm, give her special treatment every day. The only thing I do for her though is help her around the house. That's the only thing she wants. All she wants is help. That's it. Cause look, I tell you why. Because when I was younger, I used to give a card to her and I say I love her and stuff. And she told me directly though what she really wanted though. So after that though, I kind of just realized, you know, what she wanted though. So I kind of knew after knowing her though and building that type of bond. That's why I just know her the way I know her. She don't really feel hurt if I don't really get her anything. It's not that I don't have any love for her or being lazy. I just know how she thinks.
But
Yeah, but like
but
like
shouldn't you be helping out around the house like period if you live there?
I do. I help around the house every day though. All I have to do is if I have to vacuum though, I vacuum the floors. My only job is my way of helping is basically both parents said like your job is to actually vacuum on the floors. Yes, I live there. So the only thing I do to help around is basically vacuum the floors though and basically iron the clothes. That's the only job for me though. Everything else though, both parents just take care of that. And my own laundry, I just do my own laundry. I just, put whatever laundry I need to put, and I wait for that one day to actually do laundry. So I just, leave it though. So I do my own laundry though.
Okay. Go ahead,
well,
Hassas.
no, I just want to say, but also because we don't worship holidays, right? Like Israelites are not supposed to worship holidays. So that's
Correct.
another thing as well, right? So like Christmas and all that shit, like we don't really do all that also. So
But hot sauce, what if you don't celebrate it, but let's say your mother do or your significant
she
other do?
does. My
Uh,
significant other doesn't because we wouldn't be married if she did.
okay, but
My my mom does.
okay.
So you know what I mean? Just you just be wise with it. Like I still say Happy Mother's Day and I give her, I do whatever she wants, whatever, you know what I mean. But I'm not really into that. Like I don't do Christmas. I don't do my birthday, whatever, or Thanksgiving. I don't do any of that stuff.
So you don't recognize no holidays at all.
Oh, I do like the Sabbath,
Mm,
Passover, Sukkot, stuff like that. So, but I
okay.
won't like, but you know what I mean. With like Christmas and shit like that, I don't do any of that. So
Okay.
when it
So
Do
comes
let
you
to
me
that,
still
ask you a
do
question.
you still get your mom a gift though?
for Christmas, no, I do not.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, I
So
don't
because
celebrate
you and your
Christmas
wife
or
are a different
anything.
culture, hot
Yeah,
sauce,
we are.
does
We are.
she's in the same religion as you?
Yeah, yeah. I told her like we gonna get down. You gotta get down with this.
Okay.
Right? Because that's what again when I was engaged before, right? We talked about it. She was Christian, and then she was like, "No, I can't do that." So that was part of the problem with my first fiance. Big problem. That's
Oh, okay.
Let
ninety
me ask you
percent.
this,
Okay.
hot sauce. Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Do you think being married y'all should have the same beliefs?
Absolutely,
You have
absolutely,
you have to.
absolutely. Because my kids have to be this. Ain't no ifs ands about that.
Okay, I get that though. I mean, that's what my mother's wish is though for me. If he wants me to get married to a Muslim, and I kind of agree to that actually. It's not because my mother told me to. I actually kind of see the logic in basically having the same faith and marrying though. The race does not matter. Race don't matter though. It's the
Yeah,
faith part that actually matters fully though. Because
I
I
agree.
want my
I agree.
kids to be Muslim though. So that's why. If I wanted to marry a Jew or a Christian, no, that's the only two non-Muslims I could marry. Other than outside a Jew or a Christian, I can't marry anyone else though. So Jew and Christian, the only reason is because they're the people of the book, and it is permitted that you can marry the people of the book though. So that's why I can marry a Jew or a Christian. So what I have to do is I can marry her and basically, just she doesn't have to convert immediately. It's up to her though. It's her free will, or she consents though, or if she desires to if she wants to though on her own free will though to be Muslim though, then she can though. But other than that though, when I get married to her, I'm supposed to respect her faith and let her practice what she practice. And if she actually, considers, wanting to be Muslim someday, then that's it though.
Okay.
Yeah,
What about
but
you, next level? What do you think about the question? And Trey,
What was the question?
do you feel like your significant other needs to be um aligned with you on the same faith or religion?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You gotta be with the like you gotta be on the same accord regardless. Me right now, I'm really not that religious or whatever for real. For real, it's just what it is. Um, so but I mean, at the same time, like you absolutely have to have the same beliefs. Like you can't go into a relationship, and you Muslim and I'm Christian, and that this is not going to work because when certain stuff happen and you want certain things to happen a certain way because of your belief system, it's always going to get part of the relationship. So that's
yep.
just what.
Okay.
Okay. Oh wait,
Because
so wait. Is it like when you have kids though, that's different though. When you're like it's just you two though, that makes sense though. I'm not
hold on
gonna I
one
know
second.
what you mean.
Hold on, like, because I wanted just to add on to that because like my first fiance, we were the same race, right? She was black, and she was Christian. She wasn't trying to change. She was still doing Christmas and stuff like that, and I tried to make it work. So I would just say, okay, you do your thing, I do my thing. So, but I wouldn't go to
Mhm.
Christmas parties. I wouldn't go to all these different things, and it just caused a lot of problems in our relationships because people are asking like, "Where's your boyfriend at? Where's your fiance at? All this and that." And I'm like, I told you from the beginning, like, I ain't doing this pagan shit. And then she got mad,
Mm-hmm.
calling people pagans and stuff. But I mean,
Mm,
like, you know what I mean? Because I asked her, like, hey, man, like, are you for the Bible or are you not? And, we used to do Bible studies together and stuff like
right.
that. And it was just like, well, I can't believe in it. And then I just said, all right, all right, I respected that. So we just got to a point where we just didn't talk about it. We didn't worship together. We didn't do Bible study together. And so that was pretty much a death sentence.
So that definitely put a damper on things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
Mm.
like all my Hebrew folks were like, "Yo, where's your fiance at?" Because there's a couple Hebrew
Mm,
people in China, and I was like, "Oh, what's your and things like that." And I was like, "Oh, she's at a Christmas party," and I was like, "Oh,
okay.
Okay.
I
I
get it.
mean,
I
I
get
get
it.
you on that though. It kind of have similar values to me in a way though. I kind of see where you're coming from. I just prefer same faith marriage. I don't care about race. Race is not really the important thing to me. For me, the faith is the important thing to me, the personality, the character. That's what I care about. I'm not really, I don't mind the race though. I'm open to going outside the race because I'm considered South Asian by UK though. So legally I'm considered Asian for heritage wise I'm Pakistani and my ancestry is Persian though and I'm a Muslim. So basically I that's what I want to do though. I told my entire family, literally everyone knows I want to get married to a black girl. Everybody literally went around, though, everyone I know, told my entire family, told my friends, told, everyone else there. Literally went around telling everyone I wanted to marry a black woman. And that's what I feel like doing. I'm open about it, though. Really open, though. That's why everyone knows.
All right.
What about you? What about you, Fear?
I definitely think that we have to, have the same kind of faith in order for it to work.
Okay.
Because I ultimately, want somebody, and I'm getting older, so I want somebody that I am going to be able to pray with and be able to really be aligned with in that way. So basically, what Hot Sauce was saying in so many words.
yeah." And see, that's the
Okay.
thing. Like, with my mom, she's my mom, right? So whatever she is, I still have to respect that because she's my mom, right? And it says
Right.
honor their parents. So you know what I mean. So we just find our way. But like with my wife, it can't be like that, right? It can't be like that.
Well, yeah, you're not sleeping with your mom. Like,
Yeah, I was
you have to have your own type of program going on. So I totally
Right.
I was
get it.
No, but
Okay.
the thing
the
about it
reason.
is, like how I interact with my mom on these situations and how I interacted with my ex fiance is very, very different. Because
Yeah,
Mm.
she used to complain about that. She would be like, "Nigga, are you fucking serious? Like your mom said blah blah blah." I'm like, "Well, that's my mom. I ain't, you know what I mean? I'm not going to wild out like that." And she used to be so mad.
you know what it is, hot sauce, and a lot of people not understanding it, right? See, us as men, we still get emotionally triggered, right? So when we feel deeply about something, we not going to sit there and like, all right, so boom, like we going to accept our sister and our mothers and our cousins. We know who they are. They going to be who they are. They been this way. They
Right.
whole no
Right.
changing. You know what I'm saying? So when you get with this person, right, what it is you be so deep in your emotions because you really physically connected with this person at this point. You more than you physically and mentally connected with this person on a different level. And it's like when you having those conversations can get real disrespectful when it comes to different religion. Different
No, it's
religion.
not disrespectful, but she just would be like, bro, you like, you know what I mean? Like you would give me a lecture for like an hour about why Christmas is wrong, but then you go and say Merry Christmas to your mom. What the fuck is
But
that about?
see the thing is, that's the thing, hot sauce. You might not have viewed as disrespectful, but she might have viewed it as disrespectful. You feel what I'm saying? See, people take disrespect in different ways, and that's what I'm saying. Like when it comes to religion, it gets so deep You have to be in the same religion, because when you say it could be the most minute small thing and you don't mean anything by it, but it can come off disrespectful to somebody else. You feel what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
you can disrespect somebody without knowing that you disrespected them, or without even trying to disrespect them, without having no disrespectful meaning to whatever you
Intent.
saying at
Yeah.
all. You feel what I'm saying? So that's what people not understanding. You feel what I'm saying? So when you are
Mm-hmm.
actually fucking this person, you have to have the one thing. If you don't have nothing, the one thing that you have to have is the same religion. Because when it really boiled down to it, when it really come like, because religion is really based off of morals for the most part. So
Hmm.
when
Yeah.
it come down to it, if y'all not together, if y'all not together morally, y'all not going to ever go nowhere together. And it's just, you feel me? It's gonna be one big ball of confusion, and ain't nobody gonna like it.
I
Oh, well,
agree.
that
That's
makes
definitely
sense.
part of it,
Yeah.
Trey. It's just it could
Mm-hmm.
be like like you said, hot sauce. One person celebrating holidays, one person's not. But I mean, you're not there celebrating with them, so everybody's like, "Well, where's he at?" or whatever. You know, it could be a lot. I could see. I've never went through that, but I can see where that could definitely be a lot. So, yeah, in order to avoid all of that and just make sure that you're spiritually aligned, I opt out and just you
Yeah,
know
yeah. Like
Yeah,
be
I
it's
equally
get
just
you
yoked
on
with
that though.
someone of the
I'm
same faith.
probably I kind of agree with you on that. For me, though, just mostly about the kids aspect, though. I kind of see why, though. I agree with what you guys are saying, though, because you're right, though. I'm kind of the same way in that type of thinking, but I'm also understanding as well, though, that some people have actually practiced that, though, and it worked for some people. Not everyone's gonna work out like that. I'm realistic enough to know. I'm not basically closing my mind. I actually know how it works, though, and I think same faith marriage is, it works better though for me though. That's just what I'm going by. I'm also just seeing it as well, or trying to understand. Look, it worked for some people. Some people who have two different faiths, and it actually works out for them. Some people have tried it and it worked. If it didn't work, that's just how it is. I can't deny that though.
Mm-hmm. True.
Let me give y'all a small example, right? It goes like literally, it's something just as simple as this, right? So when I was real young, I was probably about 6 years old, right? Throwing a little hissy fit, right? And my grandmother told me straight like this: you don't have the right to act like that until you contribute something to into life, right? Until you become a productive citizen in this world, right? Um, and I felt some type of way about that damn near all my life, right? Until I got older and I really understood what she was saying for real, for real. Like, she didn't mean, you feel what I'm saying? Like, I might have felt disrespected, but she wasn't saying it to disrespect me or make me feel disrespected. Y'all dig what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying.
Hmm.
Like, when it come to it be the smallest thing, and people feelings be so fickle, you just never know how you can hurt their feelings in some type of way. And that's where the big ball of confusion come in. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Wait, but it's also like
Yeah.
the kids aspect as well. That I can agree with. It's also like the kids aspect as well. Like when kids actually, when they grow up though with parents of two faiths though, they're basically confused on which one they are though. Or like basically when they were raised with both faiths though, they don't know which one to choose though. Because they've seen how both sides is though and how they were chose to be raised. So they don't know. So basically the kids will be confused on which faith they are.
yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, like yeah, I don't need that confusion either.
Yeah, that's true.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
definitely think it could like mess up the dynamic in the households.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
'cause
that's true though. I get you on that though. So for
Next
my
level, did
family,
you answer it?
okay, sorry.
I think yes. You need to be aligned, and I think that will help push the relationship further, and it will make it stronger, because y'all have some of the same belief systems and stuff like that. But you know, I didn't see other relationships where you have two different type of belief systems, but they still make it work some kind of way. But you never know
Mm-hmm.
what's going on behind the scenes. But I mean, but I think having the same faith will make it stronger though. And like you said, for us the confusion of the kids, because what if dad a Muslim, mother a Christian, and that can be, like kind of difficult with the kids because now where you gonna take the kids to?
Like I remember, right? I
Right.
remember one time she brought pizza and it had pork in it, and I just looked
What?
at
Oh
her
Lord,
like,
hot bro.
I was like,
What?
man, I was pissed. I was pissed. I ain't gonna front. I was pissed.
And like I
'Cause
said,
I'm
it be the littlest things, bro. Like she was trying to feed my man for real, and he would, yeah, man, like that's disrespectful. You feel me? Like,
it
yeah,
was
man,
mad disrespectful. It was mad disrespectful, bro. And I'm like, you know how long we been together, and I don't eat pork, and you just gonna, because it was man, and then I didn't eat it, and she got so upset. And what do you get upset for?
Yeah. But I'm
Mm-hmm.
glad you had touched on something earlier, hot sauce, when you was speaking like how you would say Merry Christmas to your mom, but you was preaching something else to your fiance would get mad or whatever. I want to
Yeah.
touch on this. How do you deal with your relationship far as when your spouse when your spouse has probably conflicts or issues with your family, or your family have issues with your spouse? How how do
That's a
you
good question. That's a good question.
how do you
Well,
deal with that?
my wife knows that my family come first. Like I let her know that shit up front. Like, look,
So your family is before your wife.
for me, yes,
Okay.
yeah,
Hmm.
because like at the end of the day, I look these niggas are related to me. You knew,
Oh damn.
you knew, right? So at the end of the day, yeah, I mean, like you gotta earn it. But I mean, but it's just I mean,
that's what Hot
she
Sauce was saying about the establishment and all that earlier too, though. Like as far as already being
she
established.
but I mean, quiet as it kept though, man. Quiet as it kept, bro. If her father says divorce me today, she gone. Like it's the same for her. I'm just upfront with it, right? Because yeah, I mean, parents matter a lot here. On this side of the world, parents matter a lot. They can end relationships. They can end marriages.
What do you got to say about that, Trey?
You see, I ain't gonna sit there and lie to you, brother. I'm probably not even the right person to have this conversation with. You know what I'm saying? About 2 X's ago, I was definitely fighting Shorty Father. So, yeah, bro.
Whoa.
When shit like that happen for real, it's like, man, fuck them parents, man. Fuck is you talking about, man? Your father bet not get back from a run in your mouth. Fuck is you talking about? Like, yeah, that's how I get.
Okay.
I was like, I mean, cause what it is like how you deal with it. I really don't know how to deal with it, but from like my experience with it, it's just more so you not finna try little boy me or feel some type of way or try to treat me some type of way because I'm fucking your daughter. That's dead, shorty. Like, nah, hell no. You
Oh
just gonna have
Lord.
to realize that your daughter a grown ass woman and she gonna fuck whoever the hell she want. If it ain't gonna be me, it's gonna be somebody else. Get over it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
What do you got to say, Riaz, about that?
Mm,
Far as because you was speaking on an arranged marriage. Like,
yeah.
what if y'all she have conflict with your family, or you have conflict with her family? Like, how would you go about that?
Yeah, basically, I just basically just, I believe everything can be just talked out. And basically, I'll be like, look, I'll just say to my family, look, I got love for you. You'll always be my fam at the end of the day. And I always love you no matter what. But the wife actually comes first in this situation. Depending on how serious the situation is, I'm going to pick the wife over the family. It's not that I don't love my family. I always got love for my family no matter what. But I'm going to have to pick the wife though. Cause she's my wife though. In the future, basically. I'm saying the
Okay.
future wife though. I'm not married yet,
Yeah, yeah,
but
yeah.
if you ask that question in future, the answer is I'm picking wife first though. But I don't know.
Okay.
We'll see how it goes.
Okay. Now I'm saving this for last. What about you, Fear? How do you feel about like being in a relationship, a marriage, or whatever, and the conflict with in-laws or sisters or whatever the case may be? Like, how do one go about that?
For me personally, um, my family knows I'm a no nonsense type of person. Overall in the aspect of certain things, um, I'm not the type of person to go and tell my family all my business and get them involved in, my relationship business, my marriage business, because I'm a grown woman. I handle my relationship situations on my own. So for me, I don't think it's a problem. I think that I have seen in other situations where people getting their friends and family too much involved in their business has ruined relationships, where their family and friends are basically trying to run their relationship for them, and that's just not me. So I um I don't think it has a place. I feel like if you're married, you definitely should put your spouse first, as long as it's nothing that's going to be detrimental to your family. You know what I mean? To your outside family,
Yeah.
that's not in your immediate household. So I don't see where that problem would coincide, because it's just a lot of mess that I don't tolerate anyways.
Okay. Now, second part is, what are your thoughts of what Hot Sauce said, far as his family comes before his wife?
Um, I think that's different, especially if you're going. You,
No, no, I'm just saying, say,
I don't
put
want to
yourself
go.
in her
I don't want to
shoes.
jump down hot
You
sauce throat, but especially if you're going um, by the word, you're not. You're supposed to put your spouse first. Man is supposed to depart from his mother and father. But I mean, I I don't really see where it would be so much of a problem, even in hot sauce situation, because he doesn't even live by his mom. What he said, he sees her once a year, so I don't see how his mom could
I'm
be
not
rude.
speaking directly to Hot Sauce situation.
Okay,
I'm talking about overall.
but just
Say
in a
you,
situation like that where a
yeah.
person is putting their parents or their mom or dad or whatever, or even family, could be siblings, anybody before their spouse, I don't think that's a good thing. I think you have to figure out what's going on, in your own house, work that out, figure it out, and kind of keep the outsiders out of all of your business, because I don't think that's fair to your spouse. And I don't think a lot of people that do stuff like that, they wouldn't want it done back to them.
And
Mhm.
They
I
would
Could
want
kind of
you
their
could you
agree
be in
with
spouse
that
to
you
do
there.
situation?
all their
hold on,
business and every little thing that's with them to their family. So I think it has to go
no, no, I
both
mean,
ways. And I'm
and I,
not saying that's your situation, hot sauce. I'm just saying.
no, no, I know, no, but I mean, we gotta kind of establish some clarity about what do you. So first of all, let me ask, next level. What do you mean by put? What do you mean by that? Like, can you give me an example of?
No, I was just going off of what you said. You said your family comes first over your wife. So I was
Yeah,
just
yeah,
I
yeah,
was just
yeah.
using that and rolling with it, not to
Oh, okay,
your
okay, okay.
exact situation, but you have a lot of people that will put their family before their spouse. So I was just asking, like especially the only woman on the panel, how would she feel being like, say you in a relationship like that, and your man like let you know like, hey, no matter what, my family gonna always come first.
Yeah, my ex fiance was like that too. Actually, like she was like, "Look, my family comes first, motherfucker." So I was like, "Okay, cool."
I just think I've seen it before, with other people where they put their family in so much of their business that it ruins their relationship.
Can I
And
say
I just don't think it's healthy, especially if
Okay.
the relationship let's say you have a normal, regular relationship, your regular ups and downs. I'm not talking about no abusive stuff where you got to call for help or anything like that, right? Just a regular relationship where you have your regular relationship ups and downs. I don't think you
Hold on,
need to be putting
let me.
your
I was
family all in that
let,
business.
let me give you a clear example, right? So say for example, okay, so normally when family gets older, they want to put their parents in a home. Let's say I don't want to put my mom in a home. My mom is healthy. All praises to the Most High. But
Okay.
so for example, wife says okay, she needs to go to a home. Then my wife is gonna have to go because I'm not putting my mom in a home.
all right.
Okay.
Yeah, I was
Right.
about to
So
say, yeah, I was about to say, see, in extreme situations like that, that's when it get a little tricky, right? But I don't think that I don't think that they was particularly speaking on extreme situations like that. High, so it's more
No,
so
no,
they
no.
was,
But there's situations.
Right.
There's no,
yeah, I
but
was about
there's situations like that because there are some people that are like, hey, let's just put her in a home, get a caregiver, stuff like that.
yeah,
Well,
I
but
was about
I
to, and
think that's a totally different
I was about
situation.
to,
yeah,
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 I was
that's
about
But
to,
different.
but
yeah.
but even to that point, hot sauce, that is definitely something that needs to be discussed up front. Like, look, my parents are going to get old. I am going to be in charge of them. I'm going to, it's either going to be this or that. I think a lot of people need to talk about those things ahead of
Yeah,
time.
Mm,
yeah, I was about to
Right.
say,
okay,
but that's
I
the thing,
get you on that,
right?
but that's so
When they talk
interesting as
about,
well, though, as
Hold
Riaz,
up,
well.
Riaz.
hold on, Riaz.
Hold up,
What they
Riaz. One sec. Trey
I was
was
about
finna
to say,
go.
see,
Then
when
you
they
go,
talking
Riaz.
about
Okay.
hot sauce, when they
Okay,
talking about
cool.
hot sauce, they talk about more so situations like, um, so you in a relationship with this person, and the relationship going good. Or I'm gonna just go ahead and just fucking around, just give you an open example. All right, so say that you grew up with this family, and you feel what I'm saying, this family know each other, right? So boom, y'all families grew up together. Y'all was childhood lovers or whatever, turned grown up lovers and shit like that. Boom. So everybody know everybody. So when somebody do something, and when that person do something in that relationship that your mother don't like, your mother gonna speak on it. Or you do something in a relationship that her mother don't like, her mother gonna speak on it. You know what I'm saying? So now you get in two different opinions, and I mean, oh yeah, you should leave that person, you should leave that person, and stuff like that's the type of situations that they speaking on. They not really speaking
Oh,
on
well,
yeah, that's
that's not really putting your mom. I don't consider that put your mom over or putting somebody over somebody else. That's just I what I'm talking about is like put it so would come first, where the needs of the my bloodline family is going to come before the needs of her.
nah.
So
Wow.
like
I don't think it works like that. I
I
so
was
like
about
think
to say
both.
for
that's
example
more
like
extreme situations. Like, see, I think that you more talking about like hospice situations to where as though you might have to
no
pull
no
out,
no no it don't even have to be
man,
that. It
shit
don't
like
even
that.
have to
Like,
be. It don't have to be like for example, right? Like all right, so we have an age gap difference, right? My mom is healthy, so at some point I'm gonna say let my mom come live. Like okay, like so here in China. Okay, here you go. Culture. When the man and woman get married here, right? The man's wife, the man's mother and father comes to live with them when they have children when they get married. So when they get married, it's the man, his wife, his mom and his dad and the children. Everybody living under the same household. Nobody's sick, nothing like that. It's just the culture here, right? Now, if a woman is not cool with that, she got to go. And I'm
So,
on the
Okay.
same
is
page.
that how you guys do it, or that's you're just speaking on their culture overall?
No, well, that's how I'm like when yeah I'm that's how I'm gonna do it as well, right? Like when we have kids, then my mom's gonna move in. I don't care. Well, she knows how I feel about that, so we just discuss that.
Okay.
But that's how it's done here, right? So say for example, you marry a woman and she's
Hmm.
like, no, I'm not with that, right? That's you know what I mean? Then what do you do?
I was about to say, I don't really understand that particular situation because I ain't really with all the I ain't gonna lie to you, hot sauce. If it was up to me, listen, yeah, I agree with you on yeah, my mother ain't gonna be in no nursing home or nothing like that, stuff like
Mhm.
But as far as other situations, look, man, I'm not fucking them. I'm fucking you. That's just what it is, man. And that's how I'm carrying.
Well, I'm just I like hey, I like that type of lifestyle. I like how grandparents and grandchildren live together. So that's what I want to emulate. So that's what we do. So
Okay.
No,
that's what
see, your mama
I
told
mean,
you so it's
so
not.
that's what I meant by it.
okay. Okay, I see what you mean. That's kind of
Right.
a little similar to what I got going on, me being cross-signed. So pretty much, and I'm older, I'm pretty much, me and my brother, my sister are the one to basically look after my parents though when they get older though. I probably think though when I'm much older though, of course I'm gonna take care of them, they're gonna take care of me. But my dad literally told me though that my brother and sister are literally responsible for me when much older. I'm older than them and I should be responsible for them, but he said that they're both responsible for me because me being a spectrum child, I got different needs. I ain't excusing that though. They're responsible for caring for me, going away.
So, Hatos, let me ask you a question real quick.
Yeah.
So, is that you said if you guys have kids, your mom's definitely coming to move in, right?
Yeah.
Do you only feel that sentiment like when you have kids, or would it be a time she's coming to move in? Either way
Yeah,
it goes.
there's a time she's coming to move with us no matter what. So yeah.
Okay.
We
Well, what about her parents? Can
Everybody
they
mute
come
up.
move in?
My feedback. I'm getting feedback.
no, they gonna go live with they gonna go live with her brother.
So her parents can't come. Her parents can't come.
I mean,
So
if they
is it
need to
on the
come,
man's turn?
hold on. If they need to come, they can come, of course. But she has a brother, so they would. So, like for example, so God forbid her father died, her mother would go live with her brother's family. That's the culture there.
So it's the responsibility of the son.
It's the responsibility of the eldest son. Yes,
Okay.
but if they needed to stay with me, of course. Like, I mean, why? Come on, man. Like, we're family.
Okay.
But they would go stay with the eldest son. So that's how that works.
Okay.
That's why parents are all hyped up about having sons over here on this side of the planet because the son is the second husband when the dad died.
Oh, son husband.
Yeah, but son husband here is a totally different thing than what y'all talk about,
Uh,
right? Because the son husband takes over the father's business if he has it, and the son husband is responsible for all the women until they're married.
Okay. I wouldn't say son husband. I'd say it's more of a guardian type
No, no,
of
no.
role.
They're talking about something different. They're talking about something different.
So
what,
is
what, what,
it like so I guess in that type of tradition, well I guess the father would pass down the business to the son if
Yeah.
there was a business or whatever. But as far as like any homes or whatever, if they're giving it away or they're selling or giving it up to go live with the children.
Normally, so this is how it works. So this is how it is for her. Like, so she has two older brothers, and her father has a business. She is on the board of directors. She is a so she owns share. Can somebody mute up? There's a lot of feedback. Right. So she's on the she has shares, right? But the
Mm-hmm.
brothers were groomed to take over the company. So
Okay.
they all have equal shares, but she will not be running the company. Now she will help if her brother says, "Hey, come help." She will help. That's her responsibility, but she will not run it. But she has equal shares because her brothers were groomed to take over the company.
Okay, okay, I got it.
Right. So it's the same thing with like houses and stuff like that. Money is shared distributed equally, but sons are groomed to run the shit.
Hmm. Okay.
Right. And then just like for example, God forbid her father pass away, then her mother will live with the eldest son.
Okay. And so then what happens if there's no sons? It's the oldest daughter?
Oh, yeah, but if there's no but if there's no son, but if there's no sons, normally they keep trying till they have a son.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they break their neck to have a son.
Okay. So most families down there, they just keep going till one comes.
Yeah,
Okay.
Riaz, I know you want to get in there. What you want to say, Riaz?
Mm, okay, that's interesting. Now I see where you coming from, though. Yeah, I get that. It's kind of similar culture to me in a little bit, because I'm no, like basically I'm kind of Asian, but the only difference is I'm like in this my for my heritage and stuff like that. That's more like in the southern region, southern Asian region, though. So that's like India slash Pakistan region, though. That's my type of thing. So I kind of share a little bit of a similar type of culture, though. It's done differently.
yeah,
It is that for me though, I'm more what you call it, the westernized version of the same people that I'm from though. My mom's born and raised in Pakistan, so when she got married though at 21 in 99, she literally moved to the UK with my dad who's the same as me, British born though. So both his parents though are Pakistani. They were born and raised there though. So pretty much like that.
yeah,
And pretty much though, I feel like to me, so she made the best decision. I feel like deep down inside, she made the best decision. She got to leave her home country and come over here for better opportunity, and also have me and my siblings though. So that's a good thing. I see her. She made a good choice. She said she's
yeah.
always been sensible at her age though. She's
But
48 now.
But I want to tell you, like, so with with the in laws and stuff like that, it's an issue because, like, sometimes moms and the wives don't get along when it comes to
Exactly.
like, so it's an issue. So, you know what I mean? It's an issue. And but again, but here, like again, like men have the right of way in so many aspects. Men have the right of way. So like again, like her father has the company, she collects a check but she doesn't know anything that goes on in a company like that. She just collects a check. But her brothers know what's going on,
Oh, okay.
right?
So
Okay.
so let so let me ask this. Everybody, you answered right. Fear. Everybody answered.
I think so, yeah.
Mm-hmm. We're talking about the
Oh,
putting the parents first or the family first, right?
yeah.
Yeah, we answered.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
let me ask this to go back to to piggyback on what Trey was saying earlier about she can't take my money. I'm not gonna do all this and all that. So when it comes to prenups, can prenups uh uh can prenups be like a symbol of like not trusting your spouse?
No, no, I
No,
But can it
not
be
really
viewed that
though.
way? Oh well, can it be viewed that way?
well, I think is how I'm gonna say this without being offensive. I think if like working class people and lower class people view it that way, but I think people who have things to lose view it differently. Like we both had prenups we signed, right? I She signed prenups when it came to my company, and I signed a prenup when it came to her inheritance. And we have post nups. We have pre and post nups. Anything that I do regarding my company in the future, if we God forbid it's over, she doesn't have rights to that, right? She only has rights to the stuff that we acquired as far as homes and things like that. But yeah, like I think prenups are something that is there to make smart financial decisions. And I just think that people were educated wrong about prenups. Prenups are there to help you make smart financial decisions. It's not there to say, I don't trust you, you don't trust me. Because if I didn't trust you, I wouldn't ask you to marry me. If you didn't trust me, you wouldn't say yes. But prenups are there to help make financial situations, smart financial situations or decisions. Sorry, not situations. Smart financial decisions.
What do you got to add in on that, Fear? As far as prenups, like could can some women look at prenups as like, oh, he don't trust me, you know, or he don't see us lasting to death do us part.
Mm, honestly, yes, I think some woman could think of it like that, but I mean, me personally, I don't, because I want a prenup too, especially if you have other things in the future that you know that you're going to have going on, or you have different goals that you're trying to set. I don't feel like prenups are a bad thing at all. I just don't. I don't. I feel like it's a way to make sure everything is fair, and make
Right.
sure you're protective. I'm not mad at the notion of a prenup. I want one too. You know.
I'm actually glad that you said that. I'm actually very happy that you said that, right? Because when you having this conversation, right? When you had this conversation with most women in nowadays society, um, when you actually talk about this whole marriage situation, for real,
Mhm.
bring up the word prenup. Oh my goodness, the attitude and the looks and all the bigotry that you face, it's crazy. I'm trying to tell you.
I mean, I've seen some. I mean, you guys got to look at it like this. Now, I'm not going into the whole thing about women are only after a man for money because we know it's only a certain percentage of men that have six figures or more. So I don't go with that notion. We hear it all the time. I don't go with that. I feel like most people are average earners. Most people are working, going 50-50, 40, 60, whatever it is. You know what I mean? I don't think it's realistic to say everybody is looking for some money. But there are some women that are just looking for money. So I feel like in the aspect of it, those might be the one that are really mad about the prenup, or it may just be the woman that doesn't have anything going for herself, no drive, no accomplishments, no goals or nothing. In hindsight, I don't feel like most women, that are trying to accomplish things in life would be mad because they might be thinking, I can't speak for all women, but I know me and maybe some of my friends, which are business women, and we're like, well, we want to protect ourselves too. So at the end of the day, we might have a little bit more in 5 years, a little bit more in 10 years, or whatever. So I don't feel like prenups are a bad thing.
Not, I was about
You
to say,
know,
I
I feel
agree.
like
I agree with you, and that's what I be trying to tell people. Like, you gotta be on the same accord as somebody for real to actually get to that, to even get to that conversation. You know what I mean? Because when you in relationships and shit like that, you always test the waters. You say little shit, try to bring up just to try to see what somebody hear that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Just
mm-hmm.
they really think. You know what I mean? Like I don't want had no. You feel? I just want to see what you really think about this. We ain't really going to get too deep, but what's your? You feel what I'm saying? Whoop. It's just like you get to see people their intentions. You feel what I'm saying off the break, and it just be like it'd be crazy.
Right. I feel like if both parties are willing to sign a prenup, to me that is even more of a way to say, well, yes, I'm really into you for you because we both making this agreement of what happens if it fails. You know what I mean? What happens if it goes sideways versus someone being mad about a prenup and trying to go in it with no prenup with the wrong intention. So prenups are good in my opinion. I have
Yeah.
no problem with no prenup.
Yeah, I agree. And also it's just easier because talking and trying to deal with people in a state of divorce where people are bitter and upset, both of
Hmm.
you, right? You can't get stuff done. And at the end of the day, it's just about making like smart financial decisions. And
Right.
also, I mean, bro, you hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. It's just like a business, right? If you have a business partner, you sign the contract. You say, okay, hey, this is the agreement in our contract, and then here's the exit strategy in case we need it. obviously you hope you never need it, but you have an exit strategy, and that's what a prenup is. It's an easy way to have an exit strategy.
And then I was about to, you know, for everybody who really don't be understanding, you know, when you coming up, you feel what I'm saying, you not dead. You know what I'm saying? So it's just be like your mindset is different when you want to come up than more so if you already there, or you feel what I'm saying, if you just absolutely have nothing. You know what I mean? Like it's
Right.
gonna be different because it's like, you know what I'm saying, like gaining so much, it's like you ain't really got time to lose nothing, especially when your head's straight, you feel what I'm saying? So it just be like, you know, every decision is basically important, especially the because behind I was about to say, the only thing that can really bring you down for real, when you at a certain point for real, is the female that you messing with for real. Or you feel what I'm saying, the person that you messing with. You know what I mean? Like that's it. You feel what I'm saying? Like yourself and the other person that you messing with. Like, you know what I'm saying? The people that you have in your day to day, every day around you, that's still gonna be the people that either lift you up or bring you down. So that the decision is, you feel what I'm saying, what are the most important. And if you're not worried about your long term life, your long term life goals, before you
Mhm.
worry about getting what or before you worried about marriage, your head fucked up. You feel what I'm saying? Like that's all I got to say
Right.
about it.
Yeah.
Now let's make some room. Let's get Ronald in there. Ronald, what's your thoughts? You been keeping up with the conversation?
Yeah, since about 6 o'clock this morning.
Oh, okay.
All
So what are your
right.
thoughts right now? Where we at right now?
First of all, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
everything that you do for your kids.
I
What?
appreciate you.
Thanks. Yeah, when it comes to prenup, it's understandable. I mean, I don't think everybody needs to get it, but like one of the ways where it's important or you could use it is, for example, let's say you already have your children and you decide to get married to somebody else, later on in life. There might be some things that you want to leave for your kids, So most likely, if you get
Hmm.
married and you don't have a prenup, some of the things you always plan on leaving for your kids, your ex or your ex will be able to get it. So
Hmm.
that's one time where it's important. But for the most part, when you just started out, you're 22, 23, 25 years old, both of y'all have nothing, you know, you really don't need it.
I could understand that. So, Ronald, do you think that it's definitely more imperative for people as they get up older in age and they acquire more?
Yeah, like I said, especially if you have kids and so. But
What are your
hopefully,
thoughts on? What are your
go
thoughts
ahead.
the part when Hot Sauce was saying like when he made the notion like I would put my wife, I mean I would put my family before my wife. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Oh,
Because when you get married, you're supposed to be one flesh. So how could you put somebody else, ahead of that person that you married? That y'all supposed to be one. Y'all supposed to be moving in the same direction. So no, you shouldn't do that at all.
Well, unfortunately, the world don't work that way.
Yeah, and that's the reason why we have all this chaos right now, right? This world is full of chaos and confusion because everybody
Hey,
want to do their own stuff. There's a
hey,
certain structure that we're supposed to be under. And the reason why we have all these panels is because a lot of these people try to get out the structure of the way
well,
God intended us to have it.
well. A, that's not technically true, and B, because the world is how it is, you need to focus on how it is, not what you want it to be.
So what you're telling me is we need God to change with the times. That's what you're telling me.
Again,
So what you're telling me is you want God to change with the times.
no, I never said that. No, I've never said that at all. I'm just saying that you have to look at your environment and act accordingly. And then the second thing I'm saying is that not everybody follows God.
Okay. So do you follow God?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So you're messing up already. If you
Not
follow
not the
God,
Christian, not the Christian God, not the Christian God, not the Christian.
okay, what God you follow?
The Israelite God.
That's the same God. What are you talking about?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay.
No, it's not.
You all the way confused right now.
All right.
Yeah, we all follow the same God, man.
Mm-mm.
And And if you follow, so what religion are you?
Israelite.
Okay, good to hear. Yeah, yeah. Even the Israelite God, He said men and women supposed to come together and be one flesh. So even if in your religion, your God, you're disobeying Him right there.
No, I'm not.
But
No,
but
I'm
but
not.
I think
Okay.
Hot Sauce was speaking more to traditions rather than religion.
Right. So anyway, but long story short, and the reason why I'm saying it's not the same guys because you guys do Christmas, you do New Year's, you do Easter, you do Thanksgiving, all these things that worship other
Maybe.
gods, right? All
Okay.
these that worship other gods that we do not do. We do Sukkot, we do Feast of First Fruits, we do atonement and things like that. The 7 feast days. So and see
Right.
that this was one
Mhm.
of the biggest issues and when you're trying to date someone that's a different religion than you and stuff like that, right? Because we have these conversations, right?
Okay. I mean, how just for
But
me,
don't, but let's also
I
don't
believe
change
in
the
the same.
goalposts. Hold on, Riaz. Let them mind it out, but don't change the goalposts because let's not talk about holidays and stuff. But is it still? I think is it still the God of the Bible? Is that
No, but if you right, it says do not worship me as the heathens do, and number two, do not have any other gods before me. When you're
right?
having holidays, aka holy days, you're worshiping other deities, right?
Right. We
Easter
get
is
that, but we're
God,
not talking about holidays. We're just talking about you read the Bible, correct?
right? But this is one of the delineations. So when you guys say okay, Christian and Christians and things like that, we don't have the same, right? Because number one, you guys say the law is done away with. We say no, we not. We say that sin is the transgression of the law. You guys say no, it's not. You say that Christ came with a new testimony. We say it's not. There's loads of differences.
So you
Okay.
only follow some things in the Bible. Is that what you're saying?
No, we follow everything in the Bible.
Mm,
We have a
that's a
different
whole different conversation then.
and we because
Okay.
we have a very different understanding of what the Bible is to for you guys and what it is for us.
Yeah. And when you say you guys, and who
Christians,
do you
Christians,
mean
Christians,
for okay.
Christians, Christians.
I don't think you know exactly. Just like I can't sit here and say I
Well,
know
I'm not
everything
saying
that the
I'm not saying
Israelites are
you
talking
as
about.
you. I'm not saying you as you. I'm just saying like
Right,
the
right. I get
average
it.
person. Yeah, not you or your person. I'm not talking about that at all. I'm just saying the average Christian walk of faith.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Right.
well, even
I
in
say
Christian,
following the word is
Okay.
following the word.
Okay.
But see,
But go ahead, y'all. Go ahead. Y'all got it.
Okay. Okay.
but
That's
that means
interesting. Though, wait,
that
but just for me,
Wait,
though, man.
Riaz, let them mind it out. Let them
Yeah,
mind it
let
out.
but
them
you
mind it
can't.
out, and you'll get the
So
mic
so
next,
You'll get
Riaz.
your chance.
so
Oh,
like
sorry.
for example
I
if
forgot.
you follow, like if you like it says like if you love me keep my commandments, right? So right, and obedience is better than sacrifice. I mean, these are the things. If you're following the word, I don't understand how you not get to the Torah. I just don't understand that.
But his question was specifically about you putting your family before your
Well, I mean,
spouse.
but that's
I think
so
that
like
was.
for example
So it didn't
when
have nothing to do with holidays.
okay, yeah,
But I'm gonna
but
step out of it.
I'm gonna address that. I can address that right now, right? When it talks about uh one flesh, but even with one flesh doesn't tells you it still tells you still need to honor your mother and father, honor your parents.
Right, that does say in scripture.
Yeah, but
Right.
yes, the Bible says you need to leave your father and your mother and cleave to your wife, and you guys become one flesh.
right.
Right? So what you're doing is you're not leaving your father and your mother.
I
So
I left I left my father and mother.
but you understand what I mean.
I left my father and mother, right?
Right.
So because that's what it means. It says because when it talks about that, right? So when you talk about the Hebrew wedding ritual, right? You would leave your father's house, and your father will help you to buy land and build your own house so that you can accept the bridegroom. That's what it's talking about.
Oh boy. Yeah. It's a ball of confusion right now.
That's
So,
what it's about. You leave your father's house
and you build your home so that you can prepare a home for you and your wife to have your family. That's what it's
Yeah.
talking about.
And when you bring up honor your father and your mother, yeah, just because you put your wife first doesn't mean you're dishonoring your parents. So,
But yeah, anyway, that's what it means.
yeah, we all supposed to be following the same Bible, so
No,
there shouldn't be
I
any
told you
confusion.
we don't. I told like we established that in the beginning. We don't.
Yeah, I mean, for the most
Okay.
part, we follow the same Bible, but we take out bits and pieces that we like, and the pieces that we don't like, we just leave it alone. You know, that's pretty much what a
Yeah,
lot of people do.
like in the
Okay. Wait. Okay, I see what you mean now. I mean, I believe in the same God. The only difference is me as a Muslim is there is the same God, the same Father, same Prophet, but the only difference is some differences on the way it's interpreted, and the bloodline is different though. Because the Muslims they'll trace their bloodline back to Ishmael though, because Ishmael is the father of the Arabs though, and the Arabs became Muslim later, so it's the same God, it's just a different bloodline. It's just the belief system is a little different, but it's a bit similar. So I do believe in the Bible and the Torah, though. It's just that some parts of it I don't really believe. So the red coded parts, though, I believe because that's Jesus' actual words. The Old Testament, mostly, though, I believe in that. So it's not that I
Okay.
don't believe in the New Testament, but some parts of the New Testament, though. That's just
Okay.
how basically.
Shout out to KT the Goat and King Rooster for gracing the stage. I'm gonna start with KT the Goat. I don't know if you've been keeping up, but what are your thoughts when far as Hot Sauce expressed far as putting his family before his wife? What are your thoughts on that?
I don't
Can we
agree with you.
can we
I
properly
definitely.
one second, I'm sorry. Can we properly frame it? So for example, right? For example, your mother wanting to live with you or not putting them in a home. Right. Let's not forget.
Extreme situations, an extreme situation for
No,
high.
but but that was not extreme situation. I even gave you the paint the culture of how it's done here. So that's not an extreme situation. And that's the situation I was talking about. And I
All right,
said it.
cool. Either
No,
way,
no,
I'm.
but the thing is this: it was a simple question asked, and you was like, "No, my family first. That's bloodline." I mean, and
Yeah,
that's just how
yeah,
I took it.
yeah. And
I'm
then I
not
gave
keeping.
context. And I
Yeah, but
gave
I'm not talking about exactly your situation because
Yeah.
I'm sure it's a lot of people that put their family before their spouse. I'm just speaking to that. You know, like I just
because the
use you
thing
as
about
an
it is
example, but I'm not really
we're
going
speaking
to your situation.
but you are because you keep saying like hot sauce says because we're speaking in different contexts because what you guys are talking about is like your mom in a situation listen to your mom on how to handle your wife and stuff like that I'm in that case I wouldn't put my mother's opinion first and stuff like that, right? In that case, no. What I'm talking about is like things like having your grandkids and your children being raised under one roof. That's the things I'm talking about, like the cultural aspect of it, not the
Mhm.
quote unquote they don't like each other. I can care less about that.
I mean, I'm gonna still answer the question though, because I think regardless, it is kind of an important question, and I think you got a point, and that's why I was gonna add even myself. I was just gonna say, if we talking about who's more important in my opinion is my wife and kids. That it's about bloodline, as he said, and that's my immediate bloodline. When you stay in the house with your brothers and sisters, that's your immediate family. You know, when you make your own house for your wife and kids and stuff of that nature, that's now your immediate family. So that's the number one priority. Secondly, though, I do believe outside of that, you should, like he was saying, if you got a mother or father, don't put them in a nursing home. Take care of your elders. Allow them people to teach your kids and your immediate family, because even if that's not your current immediate family, that was your former immediate family. So but I also wanted to say, and I really came up here to say, I feel like this all goes fucked up when we start off in the basis of religion. And I hate to turn the topic, but I gotta, cause I hear what you were saying, Mr. Ronald, right? But religion
is a basis. It's man-made. Spirituality is our best choice, and it's not about religion. Because the book is, let's be real, Frank, it's a lie. Like we could say that I could agree the Old Testament, they got the basis in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the old Abrahamic religion, all that. That's a real thing. We get in the New Testament, now you got to start acknowledging Jesus Christ. We talking about something that was literally made by some white folk. So but we got to take the book in totality. So I can't say we shouldn't use a book that we know 50% of it doesn't even correlate to the first half. We just have to understand moral things, like what's the morally right, things of that nature, and move on that basis.
Yeah, what you said about white folks now? You said the white folks wrote the New Testament?
Yeah, Greeks. Greeks or Romans, I can't remember which one. I believe it was the Greeks, though. Right. Like the oldest book of the New Testament, correct me if I'm wrong. What's the oldest book of the New Testament?
Maybe Mark. Most likely it's going to be Mark.
And where was that book found? Like the people, even the known writers and things of that nature. Even the names, we look at the names. We go from Bathsheba and fucking all these. Let's keep it real, some old baby African shit. I ain't even gonna say some black folk, whatever. I'm just saying it's a different texture of names. Bathsheba's to go to like Sarah and Paul.
Yeah. Well, go ahead.
Let me just say this, Mono. I just think the whole conversation is moving the goalposts. I feel like we've been up to this time, and a lot of us have different beliefs. It's not time to come together and punch down on somebody else's beliefs. That is not what the conversation is all about. I don't care if you don't believe what you believe, what Ron believes, what Ron believes. They differ. Let's not make this a religious punch down conversation, because that's not even what we're talking about.
Okay. Yeah, I get you in that. Anyways, I'm gonna say
a religious punch down by saying like, because we do have to, if we talking about unifying, we talking about marriage and all this, that, and the third, because I've been listening, right? And we talking about you got to be on the same page. Well, us as people, as a society, we keep talking about what we need to do to get on the same page. We have to get on the same page. That is kind of a problem where everybody want to say like, nah, this is what I believe. This is what I like to believe because this is what fit me most comfortably.
But at the end of the day, you can't negate somebody else's religious beliefs, or let's say even political beliefs. If they don't align with yours, that's just something that we're never going to be as a whole in the world with the same beliefs as far as religion or as far as politics. Everybody has different beliefs, so that's why I said I don't want to turn it into a religious conversation. If we was going into punching down on who's Republican and who's Democrat or whatever, conservative or liberal, I think that would be a stupid conversation as well, because we're all going to be different, and all it is going to do is cause the conversation to go left.
But I don't think it's a punch down though. I think everybody can state what they just because it may be differ from what other people may believe. I mean, that don't mean it can't be heard. Like,
I'm not saying it can't be heard, but when you get to say, "Oh, well, I think it's stupid because it's this, and the third," that is kind of punching down on other people.
Some people said earlier that spirituality.
Okay, wait, sorry.
Things like that.
Wait, sorry, I want to say this quickly.
That on the panel, though.
Sorry, I gotta say this quickly. All right, so basically, I'm gonna say
respectful though. As long as it's respectful.
It is respectful, of course. So basically, all I'm gonna say is basically I respect other people's faith. What was revealed to you is what was revealed to you is revealed to you. What was revealed to me is what revealed to me. I'm not gonna take away anyone else's faith. Live your life how you wanna live it, though, because I ain't judging. No, that's up to God. Though. I'm still gonna respect you regardless, and vice versa. And that's how it's gonna be until Judgment Day.
Yeah, I don't see it as punching down because if I'm a follower of God, you can't punch down on me. So it's okay. We all just having a conversation, So
I want y'all to understand. I'm not trying to make this.
I think KT is speaking to the bigger point of maybe politics or even religion, how it divides us as people. I think that's what he's leading to. like I said, if we can talk about it without the disrespect, we can do it. But let's keep the disrespect out of it.
Yeah, of course,
No,
of
I
course,
agree
yeah.
with that. And I want y'all to understand, I'm saying I don't feel, and if I did, if y'all feel in any way I'm trying to punch down, I'm not. Because I want y'all to understand I do believe in God. I just don't believe in, I think we all need to, like how we kept talking, y'all, well, not we, but y'all kept talking about things earlier. And the thing that I wanted to say earlier was like, experience is somewhat the God. Like that's what teaches us how y'all were talking about earlier, if parents are appreciated and things of that nature. No, because we don't understand what they go through until we're in that situation. And like me as a parent now, sometimes I find myself about to say the exact things my grandma or my mother would say to me. Like, boy, I brought you in this world, I take you out. And I remember when I was a kid, I'm like, this motherfucker tripping.
Hey,
But
so KT the goat. So you believe in a God that didn't leave you with any instructions of how to, go upon this life. That's the type of God you believe in.
no, I believe God gave us the natural instructions.
Natural
Like
instructions.
you're naturally embedded with things like flight or fight, shit like that. Like it's things that you know naturally, and then the rest you have to learn on experience. Because like I look at the Bible, like my grandmother was a pastor. Okay, she has a church still. My family still owns her church, even though she's passed. And she told me,
Evangelist.
yeah,
Pastor, come
evangelist,
in.
apologize.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm a Southern. I'm a Bible Belt
yeah.
kid. So hey,
Nah,
yeah, go ahead.
for sure. I'm in the South too. I agree with you. I apologize. You're right, evangelist. But she always told me as a child, never accept the word. Question it. That's what it's there for. And if you feel that, it ain't an adequate response or answer, well, I don't think that's what she told me personally. That's what she feel God ain't intended for. Now, she said in her experience in life, this is where it's led her to. But it may be something greater. You know what I'm saying? Because she, like my grandmother, she thought on different levels, right? Like she said, like, forever people ain't Christianity wasn't the main religion. We may be getting into the wrong religion, but this may be the best iteration of it we understand. You get what I'm saying? So I don't look at it as all the stuff in the Bible is incorrect either. I think it's basic instructions before leaving Earth. But if it's basic instructions, they're also intermediate and advanced. So, and I believe probably that on the advanced side, it's not written down because knowledge isn't to be given. It's easily misused by man. So
It's
I
meant to be
think,
sold, not told. Yeah, it's
for
meant to be
sure.
sold, not told. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
for sure. If we talk simpler
I
terms, yeah.
understand. Yeah, but only thing I think, like when it comes down to religion, and based on the way the religion is displayed these days, you are supposed to challenge everything that you are told. You're supposed to challenge it because your way is not my way. My way is not your way. And then we also have a group of people that think there's a right way to do wrong, and the wrong way to do anything when it comes down to relationship is to take a person into your household, and then you reaching back and throwing the person that you stripped from their life and put in your household and say, hey, those people over there in that house authority is greater than yours. You could have left that person where she was. Ain't no woman with no good sense finna let you bring her into a house and your mama rule the roost. It ain't happening. It ain't finna happen if she got some good sense. She can go back home to her dad and mama and everything. When you bring a person into your household, that person's authority over the kids and everything that comes to that door or that threshold, they run it when you are not in the eyesight of everything. Ain't no way my mama can come to my house and tell my wife, my kids, or anything what to do. If she ask, if anything needs to get done and I'm not around, the first person she's gonna have to go through, I'm gonna say, you better ask my wife because you ain't gonna start no conflict between me and her based off of your ideas of what you think's supposed to go on, and then she'll relay the message to me. Once I left my mama house, and which was a long time ago, look, everything that I choose, that's my choice. You would have to go through that first. You see what I'm saying? If I'm not on the scene. So hey, I don't know
Yeah.
what you doing, hot sauce. You got to bag up off the little the chili peppers a little bit because you finna be single for the rest of your life if you do that.
So
A
so
lot of
again,
time when it come down to religion too. Let me break this down too. A lot of time when it come down to religion, it is not that hard because a lot of people are not very religious, right? Only thing you got to do is drink a shot of common sense every day. One shot of common sense every day. Keeps you on the right path, man. It's basic. Just like brother said, basic instructions before leaving the earth. In the Bible, they say God created man in his own image. Don't you think he gave you his mindset and likeness too? So if you got all of that, only thing it takes is common sense because in your DNA, it probably might be a God molecule or something that that's telling you right from wrong. Right is right and wrong is wrong. You ain't got to read all these books. You know, once you are taught right and wrong, it don't take a whole lot to do the right thing.
I ain't gonna
so
lie. When you said
can I
God
respond to that?
molecule, you
I
said
Um,
God.
probably was to
I
say
said
Hold on,
though,
one
it's
mic,
also a
one
molecule.
mic, one
simple.
mic.
wait. I'm going to respond a couple of things. So first of all, to the single comment. Also, again, like it's different here. People respect their elders and have an affinity towards them. So even if there was a situation like that, my wife wouldn't say anything to my mom because she is her elder. Okay. Secondly, when it comes to the Bible and AKA common sense. So first and foremost, right? The Bible.
He
What does the
don't date black woman.
Oh, all right, I guess
So,
I'm done. I'm done.
so,
Yeah. That's
Hey,
all right. We're
one of the
done.
things that we should be learning so far in life is that common sense is really not that common. You
Yeah.
know, there's a lot of crazy people out there.
And that is a
That's the
fact.
reason.
That is a
That's the
fact.
reason. That's the reason why God left us with some kind of instructions, right? Because even if you have kids, let's say you have 5 children, right, and you didn't teach them anything, they all gonna have different ideologies, different values, right, and different ways to see the world. So that's the reason why when we as parents, you know, when our kids, as soon as our kids open up their eyes, we teach them stuff, we train them up, right? And the same thing with our heavenly Father. He left us. The reason why he left us the Bible is so that we could read it, so we could be under a certain structure. And the reason why this world is failing right now is because we're not under a certain structure that God put us in. We want to do
Mm-mm.
whatever we want to do.
Nope. I'm going to show you why we out of balance, right? Because some of the people that don't read it or don't have a lack of common sense, guess what? They are depending on the wrong people to read that Bible and sell them those dreams. See, the whole thing in order to understand it, you got to be able to interpret it. And then you also got to incorporate other people to help you further interpret what the Bible says. So if nobody's listening to nobody, but they want to pick a certain person that's they got that game and want to use the Bible for destruction, you're gonna follow the wrong reader, and that's why the world is tipped over right
You're
now
supposed see, but
because
see,
we are
this is the
following
problem.
the wrong readers. We're following the
You're
wrong
not
readers
supposed to
instead of
follow.
follow.
You're not
If
supposed to follow anyone. You're supposed to read and
but
study
but but but
for
but
yourself, approved for
what if
yourself.
you are what if you was just a lamb that's loose, right? The black sheep, and you wasn't taught to follow nothing. But the moment you get close to somebody that you look up to, they can read the wrong thing and you can interpret it the wrong way, or they can be instilling the wrong thing in you. That's why I don't, even though I stayed in the great state of Mississippi and I was raised up in them backwoods churches and everything, I don't listen to everybody with a Bible in their hand, because guess what happened in the United States? When them white folks came over here, they came with the Bible. Every native person had their own belief system and everything. They When that white boy came over here with that Bible, they said, "Bow your head. We're gonna give you a prayer from the Heavenly Father." And when they raised their head up, they end up with the Bible in their hand, and they lost everything. The white folk got it. The white folk gave up the Bible, and they took everything from every native person. Once you open your eyes, you ain't had nothing but the Bible to go off on. So why would you listen to? Hell, I wouldn't do it. No, Lord. And then y'all been seen over. I'm pretty sure everybody in this space have seen everybody that get in that Bible so deep and get misinterpretations. They go crazy. They go crazy because when they should have stayed on a path of just common sense. You trying to unlock something that you ain't ready for, like Pandora's box, and now you don't even know what to believe. You so drenched in the Bible thing, and now you walking around crazy, looking stupid. Well,
Just
you know, like
because,
you know, boy.
yeah, just because people have used the religion or Bible for evil before, don't mean that we need to get away from it.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I agree with you on that. Though. Yeah. Like basically, just because some people have actually used it for evil, don't mean we have to get away from it. Though, can find a way to use it for good. Though,
Yeah.
I
Anyway,
kind
guys,
of agree with
I'm
you on
gonna
it.
head out. Y'all take it easy. But again, when it comes to the Bible, it clearly says, "Study to show yourself approved." The Bible is not of interpretation, line upon line, precept upon precept, and that's how you read the Bible. And that's just that. You don't need a reader unless you are some type of impaired where you need that. But other than that, just study yourself to show proof. And the last thing is this, right? Is that some are created for destruction, some are created for righteousness, right? We don't have like I know it's taught that you choose
Hot
God,
sauce, you
but
think you slick. Hot sauce, you think
we
you
taught
slick.
you choose God,
Imperative
but
does not
that's
have anything to do with having a reader, bro. The person that's the head of your household, which is the church leader, which is the pastor, bro. That's the very reason educated people and scholars go, because they lack the knowledge of how to decipher the book, bro.
the
It ain't
Bible
about being
tells
impaired,
you
bro.
the Bible
You think
tells
you
you
slick, bro.
the Bible says study to show yourself approved. You
Okay.
study it for
So,
yourself.
so with that slick
Self.
shot, have you ever heard a Bible open itself up and read out loud?
You open
You
the
never.
Bible.
No,
You
no,
should open the
okay.
Bible.
No,
You.
I'm tapping in on one word you said. Impaired. No, there are some
No,
scholars
no,
that
no,
cannot.
no, no.
There are some scholars that cannot interpret the Bible. They cannot figure out certain things. That's why you got people that do research, massive research, and they still can't figure it out today. So what are you talking about being impaired? Bro, you got highly classified educators that cannot figure out or decipher the Bible. So what are you talking about impaired?
So when I
Bro,
talk
I can
about impaired
come
means
on,
that
bro.
maybe you're blind or you're deaf. That's the definition that I was using that in that context. Okay, so unless
I
you are
understand.
blind,
But you got people that are not blind.
I didn't
You
say
have
you said
people
that.
who are not
I
blind
bro,
and
no,
who are not
bro,
deaf.
bro,
They
bro.
are
I didn't say you
IQ
said
levels are
anything.
high, bro, and they
When I
still
said
can't figure it out.
One mic. Y'all
study,
take turns. One
study,
mic.
study to show yourself approved. You should study
Feedback.
the Bible for
Hold on, hot
yourself.
sauce. Yo, y'all mute y'all mic, yo. We get feedback, bro.
Well, I know. Like I'm out of here. All I'm saying is that what the Bible said is not up for interpretation, line upon line, precept upon precept. Study to show yourself improved. So unless you are blind and you need some type of assistance, which I'm saying is impaired, or you're deaf and you need some type of assistance, if you're not one of those two things, then you should study to show yourself approved, like the Bible recommends. And with that, I bid you guys a good day.
Have a
Yes,
good one,
I
and
hot
want to say
sauce.
I want to say
and when
this
it
after hot sauce, but I'm gonna leave this right here. I'm gonna let y'all go, bro. I'm finna show y'all this right here. Y'all talking about that Bible? Y'all better be careful and take a dose of common sense every day. I'm finna show you something. The most devilish people know that Bible through and through, and that's the way they manipulate people in the world. So when it comes down to that Bible, y'all better take a dose of common sense. Just if you just take the minimum dose of common sense every day. If it, I know common sense is not common, but if you have a smidget of common sense, you can make it to heaven. You ain't got to let these folk come up in here and rebuke you and tell you going to hell every day for what you doing, because a lot of times, and it has been proven, those people that thump that Bible and lick their fingers and scratch through them pages, they be the worst ones. And they purposely learn that Bible in order to know how to manipulate people into doing as they please. Don't be a slave. Learn common sense. You know right from wrong. You've been told something. You had a grandmama, you had a mama, you had a daddy. You've been told right from wrong. If you live in that moment right there, what's right and wrong, you will be okay.
And
That's all it is.
Okay.
Jesus Christ was our perfect example of how we're supposed to live on earth. And when the devil tried to tempt him, the devil even quoted a scripture in the Bible. But because Jesus know the Bible, he was able to counter it. So yes, a piece of what King Rooster said was correct. You know, a lot of evil people know the Bible. So we, as who's supposed to be good people, supposed to also know the Bible. So when they read us a little piece, and people say that people do this all the time on these panels, they give us a little piece of a verse, right? But if you have knowledge of the Bible, you're supposed to be able to tell them what the whole verse says, or what the two chapters ahead or two chapters after that says, to counter whatever they're gonna tell us.
Okay. I mean, no, for me, so basically the way I'm supposed to read my scripture, basically it's like I'm supposed to read the Quran in Arabic first, and then I have an English translation with it, though. Because I don't know Arabic like that, though, because the original revelation was in Arabic, though, and then you got like multiple different translations. So you're supposed to read the original language first, then if you want to understand some more context as well, and if you know Arabic, though, then that's fine. Continue reading it like that without the translation. But with some people, though, they don't know the language like that. So you can reading it is different than understanding it. I don't understand Arabic like that. I know how to read the Quran in Arabic, but I'm supposed to actually read it in its original language. Then I have an English translation with it. So then basically I can understand what is said bit by bit. You know, I do it
Okay.
slowly though. So I have a translation and the original language together.
Okay.
Well,
Hey,
look,
Yeah. And you're supposed to
what
read
I was
it
taught
from
in the
right
South,
to left.
what I was taught in the South by old people, when you speak about language, when you read that Bible or certain books, they say you need to learn that, you need to know that language because I don't know if it's right though, but it's to conjure up a certain thing. So when you say whatever you say, you are saying it in that language to speak to people from the past. That's what I was taught. So that's why they do
Okay.
that like that, bro. It's more spiritual than that. It's deeper than that. Like if you say the Lord's Prayer in a certain language, it might not be heard. But once you know the native language of which it was written in the beginning, is to conjure up a certain spirit of right and wrong or whatever. That's what that's for. So
Okay, that
learning the
makes
language, I'm telling you, it's deeper than that. Just read that. That's why you see people touch that book and they get in it and they misinterpret certain things and they go crazy. We all see these people hollering on the street corners and trying to tell everybody they going to hell and everything, bro. Y'all better be
really
careful. I'm
true.
telling you.
Mute your mic,
You got a
dead.
point though, but
Hold on, yeah.
that's why I've said though, basically to understand the simple basic aspects. I'm trying to understand the basics of the Islamic faith as well, trying to understand how to read the Quran properly, like bit by bit, understand what one of the verses and pages what they mean. And I have the way it's written is I got one where it's like they put the original language and an English translation with it though, so then it makes it easy for me. I do it. I take my time with it and do it slowly. And the way I pray is, but I'm supposed to pray properly though, and I'm supposed to actually wash myself before I pray, and then I have to recite the prayer in Arabic though. So I read in Arabic and I pray in Arabic though. But I
Right.
have to
So it's
actually
a
take my
ritual.
time
It's
with
a
my heart.
ritual.
Hey,
Okay.
Riaz,
So
It's a
so so
ritual.
Ron.
It's a
So
process. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Ron.
It's a ritual and it's a process. That's the real deal. It's like, hey, bro, it's deeper than that. That's why I don't get into it. I'm not finna put myself in a situation where I've been led down the wrong path and I'm trained to say certain things and I don't know what the meaning of, and then I be end up at the gas station looking like something out the way, bro. This stuff is deeper than what y'all think it is. So y'all better know.
So Ronald, when you hear things like what KT said and even what Rooster is speaking on, does that like is that further the vision, or is it just stating or is it just stating just a difference of opinion? Like, is there any kind of way
like people can mind it out and still come together with different beliefs as a community?
Um, say that last part again. You kind of lost me.
So I was saying, you know how KT and Rooster were just speaking it from a different belief standpoint from you. I'm saying, like, could there ever be a point to where people can mind it out and still come together as a community, like far as like a black community, without having the same type of belief system?
I think we do need to have the same. In order for us to come together, we got to be in the same direction. Kind of like how we talk about evenly yoked when it comes to a man and a wife or a man and a woman. We got to have the same ideology in order for us to have success. Like if I'm a righteous person, I can't be hanging with thieves, right? Because anytime I do something, all of a sudden I'm looking around, I'll have something missing. So we can't hang around, and I think a lot of times on these panels we always talk about, we all black, so we need to be hanging out with black, right? In the Bible it talks about your neighbor, right? And your neighbor don't have to be a black person. It could be somebody of a different race, just like when Jesus said in that parable, right? When Jesus talked about the Good Samaritan in that parable, even though he was still considered an Israelite, if you know in the Bible, the Israelites, the 10 tribes broke away from two, and two tribes was now Judah, right? So the Judas who were considered the Jews, they kind of despised the other tribes, who they call Samaritans. So that's why when Jesus gave us a parable about the Good Samaritan, he was talking about, your neighbor. And sometimes your neighbor's not going to look like you. Sometimes your neighbor's not going to be your same tribe.
Nah,
So
listen.
I think a
I
lot
gotta
of
point
times,
this out though. We can't apply the context of what we do now is what that was said then. Your neighbor was exactly you. That's why you said it was tribes beefing. So no matter what, your neighbor was only people of your tribe. This
but
is
like I
at a
said, they were.
time where we wasn't letting some other tribe live in our neighborhoods, right?
But what I'm saying is, it was people who they kind of they despised. They wasn't, like I said, there were two different countries at that time, right? So just because you see somebody that look like you, don't mean they're gonna do you any good, And I think a lot of times we get confused.
804.
Go
You
ahead.
got confused. Look, pay attention to what you just said. You brought up thieves, bro. In that book that you read that you could not decipher would tell you that Jesus hung around all of the thugs, the killers, the whatever the bad people was. Those 12 had all elements in them, and he was around them every day. They was his main mans. What are you see? That's why I tell people, bro, look, the 12 disciples, anything that you can look at a person as in life, they had the characteristics. So evidently you was taught by a bad teacher, bro. How are you gonna tell me you can't hang around thieves because you's a righteous person when your Lord and Savior, which is Jesus, he hung around all the thugs?
Name me the thug and the
I ain't
murderers.
got the name. I ain't
Okay, you
got the
don't even
name. You
know.
know the Bible, right?
Right, I know
Before
the
when I
Bible.
came
What you
up
say
here,
is rubbish.
look,
Okay.
when I came up here, I specifically told y'all because this is what you black people do. Y'all say, give me your source, cite your source, or tell me about this. I specifically told you that I live in the Bible Belt and I was told a certain thing. And I've
Yeah.
been seeing things throughout my life that made me choose another route. But in those Bibles, deep down in the southern churches, they explained all the disciples, right? Some of them was killers. Some of them had horrid attitudes, had most like gambling,
Ignorant,
thieving, and everything, and
couldn't read and
ignorant
write.
shit. And Jesus
I hate to
was
agree with you,
around
Rooster.
all of them.
Goddamn, but he kind of right.
Nah,
Jesus
he's
was
kind of
all around
wrong.
all of the bad people.
The people
Yeah.
who Jesus hanged around were people who wanted to change their life around. Like people say this the stuff you saying, King Rooster, people say it all the time, but they're wrong. Right? One of the thieves that they talk about was the tax collectors. Right? So one of his disciples was a tax collector. So they always looked at tax collector like they're thieves. right? But anybody who became a disciple
What
of
about
Jesus,
the
they
leaders?
decided to change their
What
life
about
around.
the leaders? The leaders.
What the leader did he hang
The
around?
leading people, bro.
Paul.
Man, this man here.
Wasn't
Paul.
it Paul? He used to
That's
kill.
what
He
I'm
used to
Paul,
saying,
delete
bro. That's
Jews.
what I'm
when
saying.
Paul was never one of Jesus' disciples when Jesus was on earth. So once again, y'all just saying stuff
It
y'all
was
don't even know
no.
about.
It's definitely. Hold up. Give me 1 second.
Yeah,
Man,
go look for
y'all
it. Go
boys
look
got
it up.
me.
It's
I
gonna
was
be
trying to
wrong.
say, y'all trying to have
Ronald
me have a nice day.
804.
You feel what I'm saying?
Ruthless, you know you're right.
I was about to say, hold on. I was about to say, y'all have a nice day. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there.
Just
You feel
leave.
what I'm saying? Thanks for having me up. You feel what I'm saying? It's
All right,
always a good
shout out to
time.
Trey, man. Holla at me, Trey.
Thank you
All
very
right,
Thanks,
much.
Trey.
Trey. Have a good
Ain't
day.
no celebrity nigga.
Hey, Ruthless,
Let's
that's
get
called being
Ruthless in
nice.
there. Ruthless is trying to get in there. Let's get his word, his take on what's going on.
Yo, I see Ronald 804 is up to his old tricks again, right? He always trying to come up here and, every 2 to 3 months come up here with this foolishness. But it's all good though. Hey, but yeah, the Bible is for Christians only. When it comes to the things pertaining to the relationship God had with the disciples and all the people throughout Old and New Testament. But for the people who are unbelievers, right? The laws, the wrath, all those things are for y'all, right? So the Bible in itself is not for everybody to understand. It's just not, right? Because people do not have the mind of God. So you need God to know God. You have to have God enlighten you into his fabulous wisdom and understanding. So it's just not that simple to just open up the Bible and just read it and just master it because it's encrypted. But it's understandable that you guys feel that we can tell people about the Bible because we want to feel righteous. But like King Rooster said, Jesus hung around with all the bad people, right? Jesus was
Oh,
rolling
and
with
can
the
I
bad
do
people.
real quick? Because I did look it up. It was Paul the Apostle. His former name was Saul. He specifically deleted Jews and Christians. And his
When
name's
was
Paul the
he?
Apostle, so we
When was
can't
he
say
a disciple? When was he walking around with Jesus when Jesus was on earth? He
he
wasn't one of the
convert.
disciples.
Give me 1 second. Give me
You talk when you hear
conversion.
about Paul was in Acts. That's after Jesus was
So,
already died,
Ronald,
rose
here's a
from the
question I
dead,
have
and
for you.
went up to heaven.
Here's a question I have for you, Ronald. Was Abraham a disciple?
No,
Was
Abraham was a
Moses
man of God, though.
was Moses a disciple?
No, he was a prophet of God.
Was Isaac a disciple?
No,
So here's the final question. But can we say all of them are one group under God?
one of God's children, sure.
Okay, then. So that doesn't matter, right? What the title is. They are under. So Abraham and Paul are all brothers.
Brothers in Christ.
Yes.
Okay, if you say so. Yeah,
Well,
I
so the
guess so. I
Bible says
guess
so.
so. Yeah,
Jesus
yeah, I
said,
guess so. I guess you could say so. We all brothers in Christ, right?
right. That's the see. So you can't say Paul wasn't right. He was a brother of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. So yeah, all the body of Christ is one.
Yeah, but the confusion was he told me that Jesus hang around with killers, right? Then we asked who's a killer. He said, "Well, Paul's a killer." But Paul's story begin in the book of Acts. Jesus was in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, right?
Remember, Jesus said, "I came not but for the lost sheep."
Yes.
804.
And
If you want to know if you really want to know who Jesus hung around, you can just go off with the story of what Judah did. Judah was a backstabber, bro.
Listen,
That's a bad person. A backstabbing person is a bad person, bro.
Rooster, you're absolutely correct in your assessment, right? Right? You're absolutely correct. Jesus was around sinners. Ronald can agree with that,
He was
correct?
around the worst of the worst of the worst. And every one of those 12, every one of those 12 had the characteristics of a bad person
Do you understand
that
that we're
wanted
all
to be
sinners?
converted or saved, bro. Yeah, it ain't no way around it. It ain't no. Every last one of those 12 had every characteristic of any person that you will
We're
meet
not disputing
in
that.
life
Not
that could,
disputing
could
that.
be changed, bro.
We're
Just to
not
be
disputing that,
changed.
right? We're not disputing that, Rooster. You know,
Yeah.
all that sin and falling short of the glory of God. So we
Yeah, we're
understand
all
that
sinners.
Jesus walked the earth, right? Everybody that was here was sinners, and the wages of sin is death. And if you break one law, you're guilty of the whole law. So don't, was they worse? Doesn't really matter, right? Because if you break one law, the penalty for that is death. One law, not 10, not 12, but one. And whether you're a thief or a murderer, it's the same, because the penalty is the same. So we here on earth like to show credence to different wrongs, right? You steal a candy bar, we give you probation, but if you delete someone, right, you get the death penalty. God don't think like man, right? God is one. It's one payment for any act against God of breaking the law, and that is death, right? So if you sin, if you just have sex with a man's wife, right, and that's a sin, that the penalty for that is death under God's laws, right? So let's be clear: no one is better than anyone. This is why we all under sin, we're all equal. Now, where the difference comes for the church is that God going to have mercy on your soul? Is God going to debit your account and let you into heaven because He loves you? That's what the difference, and that will be the deciding factor on whether you can walk in or not.
But you also have to strive to be better.
How's that?
If you're not striving to be better, right? Stop telling me and you the same.
Ronald,
You know what I'm saying?
Ronald, this is where your argument falls short.
Go ahead.
Because flesh and blood cannot enter the kingdom of heaven.
Okay.
So therefore, that means that before you walk in heaven, your flesh, your body, which is, I think Paul breaks this down in Romans chapter 7 about the flesh thus against the spirit against the flesh, each to a contrary, all your days, right? So the flesh is always rebellious to God. So that has to be destroyed. You will be changed. So because why? This is always disobedient to God. So what you mean strive for better? When you always right sin, as long as you're in this body. Even though you're saved, and even though you have grace, and even though you have a amount of wisdom imparted to you, right? The battle of the flesh will be doing the things that are against God. This is what our conversation that Paul and Christ had about when Paul actually delivered from the body of death, right? Paul said, "Who shall deliver me from the body of death?" Then he asked Jesus, "Can you deliver me from this body of death?" The Lord said, "No, for my grace is efficient for you." So it is not incumbent upon man to try to keep the laws of God because he's not built to do that. God didn't build man to keep the laws, right? He didn't. He built them to be disobedient to the laws. So therefore, that's why the flesh has to be destroyed, and you have a new body. It talks about this Christian 15, right? The celestial body versus the terrestrial body. I mean, I'm sure you broke that, right? You have to be
Ruthless.
changed. Yeah.
You're confusing me now. You're telling me that God created us to disobey His laws. So why would He give us laws in the first place?
It's the testament of how you fall short of the glory of God.
So does God want us to follow His laws and His commandments?
No.
He doesn't want us to do that.
No.
So why would He say, if you love me, keep my commandments? Because
only love that is shed upon God is through Christ, right? Who died for the sins of the world. Correct? Christ said, "I came not to destroy the law, but to what? Fulfill it." So everything that the believers are getting to heaven is on the back of Christ.
Yes, He said He didn't come to destroy it. He came
right.
to fulfill
And
it.
to
So
fulfill,
that doesn't
what?
mean
that
doesn't mean you don't follow laws.
Stop right there. He came to fulfill what, Ronald? He came to fulfill everything that God required, meaning the keeping of the laws, right? All that stuff. Christ came and executed it and that's why He said, "In my Son, who I'm well pleased, hear Him," right? Meaning when John was in Revelations, and they said, "Who is worthy to open the book?" and no one in heaven, everything. John started crying and said, "Fear, tear, wipe your tears away." Well, who? The Lamb of God, right? So, meaning God, Christ was the one who was the one, right, where to open that book. Because why? He fulfilled everything that God wanted to be fulfilled in the law concerning for keeping it and striving, all that stuff.
All right. So ruthless truth. Okay. Let's say, like I said, we worship our heavenly Father. You're also a parent. Would you give your children a bunch of laws and really don't care if they follow it or not?
Well, see, this is where you're getting into dangerous waters, right? Because now we got to go to Isaiah 55, right? Your ways are not God's ways. So of course, Ronald, your logic and your reasoning, you're not God, so you don't think like God, right? So it's understandable you can think like that, right? Right? Of course, that question will come. So what I'm telling you is God, if you really look at the whole Bible of God, it's all about God showing mercy on his people and sustaining his people under his bosom, even though Brother David committed adultery, murder, etc., right? Right? But yet he still
Let him ask me that question, Ruthless. Let him ask me that question. I want him to ask me that question.
Ask you what you want me to
ask me that same question. That same question you had. No, not anyway. Ask me that same question.
I'll actually give me a second. Let me finish with.
No, now he need a second. So I know what the
truth.
question is. The question was. He said, "Ruthless truth. Would you give your children a set of laws that they are supposed to abide by, and let them do as they please?" Look, I'm the father that I will give you rules. But me being your creator, and if I know who I am, I'm expecting you to go wrong because I have went wrong. So by me being the almighty creator of thee, I can set forth laws to see how far you're going to go and to see if you're going to press the line. And therefore, if I ain't around, I will send somebody to make sure you stay in line. That's the same thing our God did.
This is where your answer falls short, Rooster, is God's never going to depend on his creation to do nothing because he knows that he created us in the weakness. So why would he depend on something he created to be weak? He would never depend on Adam and Eve because we listen. God is Almighty God, right? So therefore, let's let's just entertain this for a minute, right? Let's just entertain it. Let's just say God didn't want us to do what we're doing, right? Let's just say he was frustrated. To Ronald's point, right? That God want us to strive and we just keep doing the wrong thing. He would just wipe everybody out. Simple. He doesn't have to beat his head on the fist on the table. Just wipe everybody out. He does not have to ask.
But I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you something, Rufus.
You remember when he sent the flood?
Remember when he sent the flood, Ruthless?
Yeah, he sent the flood, and then after that, he left.
Why? Because if he didn't want us,
because they weren't his people. Those weren't.
If he didn't want us to follow his laws, why did he send the flood?
He just sent the flood because he wanted them out of the way. He wiped them out, but then he remembered his promise, and he left Noah and 8 souls, right, so that they can replenish. So then the true believers can come through.
And why did he keep Noah? Because Noah was a righteous man.
He loved Noah,
while the other people were wicked.
Right.
That's the reason why he destroyed them.
Right. Noah was under the mercy of God.
All of this.
And why were they wicked? Because they were disobeying his commandments.
But Noah disobeyed. I'm saying all of sin and fall short of the glory of God. But what was the difference between Noah and those people? Is God had grace on Noah, right? He loved Noah.
And Noah was a righteous man.
All of this is simple. Just think about it, bro.
But remember,
just think about it like this, y'all.
Remember, hold on 1 minute. Remember, Noah, right? Christ died for his sins too. Christ died for the sins of Abraham too. He died for the sins of Moses too, correct? He didn't just die for the New Testament saints. He died for the Old Testament saints too. So therefore, understand Christ is the leader, right? The provider, all that. So when you look to righteousness and truth, who you look to? You look to Christ, right? And everybody else under that umbrella is under that. Nobody worships Noah.
Y'all, it's simple. It's simple, bro. Look, if we were created by somebody, which is our creator, and then y'all talking about decision making, bro, just think about it. Just think about it, bro. if we have a God, an almighty being that's before us and over us and give us rules that he gave us the right to follow or not to follow, don't you think that it was somebody over him that said he done wrong by creating a degenerate group of specimen of species of people like us? So he did wrong. So he did wrong by even creating us. Cause I'm pretty sure somebody in the galaxy, the
Listen,
stars, the
come on,
quasars
listen.
told him,
That's where
"Hey,
you're
you
wrong,
might not
listen.
need to do that.
Listen, be careful
You
now. Now
crazy as hell. You got
you're
to,
sliding in slippery slopes now.
you crazy as hell. No,
Well,
just
you
think
got to
about it.
agree that
Somebody had to be before him and said that making a human species as destructive as us might be the
no,
wrong thing to do.
no.
Come
See,
on, bro. You
no,
got to
no,
think before
So
our come on.
God would just wipe
If
everybody out, Richard.
if you
He just wipe everybody out. Nobody would stop the guy from
this is what I'm saying.
destroying us. Well, he just destroy
Okay,
everybody.
well, okay.
because he made a
I'm
promise
saying, bro,
already
you got
Promise to what,
you
Ronald?
got to think.
that the next time it'll be he's gonna destroy with fire.
Let me hit. No. That's not the right answer. The reason why he hasn't destroyed everybody right now is because he's going to bring his people through the 144,000. They got to come through because God loved them. So yeah, they're going to be saved. God did not make no mistakes. And be careful when you say those things because you don't want God to pull up on you, right? You don't want that type of issue, right? But
Man,
listen,
look, listen
everybody,
what I'm
listen.
saying.
God is running this, man.
Listen,
Don't think God is not
listen to
running
what
it,
I'm
right?
saying.
Don't
Ruthless.
think God
If
is
you if
playing
y'all
it
if
short.
y'all think about the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost, everything trickles down from the head, right? And y'all say, y'all speak about right and wrong. If we got a person, an almighty being that we call the Father who made him, and somebody might have told
Nobody made
him
him.
he was wrong for making
He's
you
eternal.
ungodly creatures, bro.
But God made him.
Somebody might have told him before he did what he did. You have a choice. Do you want?
No.
And guess what? That's where that fallen
Now
angel
you're
story
speculating.
came from, and that's why the
Now you're speculating,
Nephilim
Vic.
became in the past, bro. The whole
Vic,
thing
stop,
is
Vic.
it was
Stop
everybody
it,
breaking
Vic.
rules and laws beforehand,
Vic,
bro, and
Vic,
everybody had
stop it,
to
Vic.
suffer from bad. Look,
Back,
listen what I'm saying. Look,
you're doing good for a little
you
bit earlier, but now you're going into things that
ruthless. You
you're
ain't
accusing
my
God of not
look.
doing what
Hold
he's
on.
doing.
You ain't ruthless. You are no
Who
human
spoke to
being
God and
in
told
this.
him he shouldn't do it? Who
Listen what I'm
spoke to God
saying.
and told him he shouldn't do it?
I guess
Listen,
If
that's
y'all
y'all.
our
call him y'all
grandfather,
father,
God's father.
Is God hungry?
Is Godfather our grandfather?
listen what I'm
Oh
saying, bro.
man. Hey, ruthless.
Somebody probably before him
Who?
told him
Probably.
you
Probably.
should not even create these people and give
No,
them
no,
the
no, no,
freedom of
no.
choice. That's why everything was out of whack because he gave humans, simple humans, which could be perceived as peasants, no power, no gift of light or all knowing. He chose them over the angels. That's why the Nephilims came in. Bridget, what the hell are you talking about? He made a
No,
bad
you're wrong.
decision about creating
So,
Nah,
so,
I
us.
so
ain't gonna
God,
lie now,
You
Rooster. You
crazy?
talking stupid because
yeah,
you talking
yeah.
stupid. Because listen to me, we're made in his image. So first of all, to be real with you, if we being honest, we would have to admit God has fall himself. And I mean, even if we looking at the Bible, right? This is a dude like he was literally like, "Hey, do what I say, or I'm gonna smite your whole bloodline." Like I get we be like this a loving God, but that don't, I don't know. I don't really know what type of love we feel. So the first thing would be saying like, I don't think nobody sat there and well, now we getting into a bigger debate about who made God or whatever. I ain't going that far. You know what I'm saying? I can't even get that far yet. So,
Nah, we
but
ain't
I'm
gonna go that
definitely gonna
far
sit
because
there and
people
say
scared.
I
People are scared to go
1000%
to
somebody.
think that
Listen,
far.
listen. If God Himself is powerful enough to wipe the world clean, right? And something that's stronger than Him, and they said, "Motherfucker, get out of here with that bullshit." You don't think they couldn't have wiped the shit away? So that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you get into the point of about whether or not something told him is wrong, I don't even think something told him wrong. I think maybe something said, nah, let's let that experiment go. Like, let's see how that work, if
Yep,
anything.
yep,
But
yep, yep.
but I doubt it
Yeah,
was seriously
that what
somebody
I believe.
saying, God, you fucked up, nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? I think they just like, hey, that was neat. I think whatever it was that made God, if it's something that made God and it's seeing what God did, I'm pretty sure that motherfucker was like, hey, that's fire, cuz. What's them little round thing? Planets? It's a universe. Can we make more of these shits? Let's try that. But I doubt it's a whole thing, because we as humans, like how we keep talking about the Bible has one look at what we're humans, we're mortals. That's not how God or anything of that being an entity are all. Bro, listen, we talk about our lifespans, and our lifespans is 70 years. We talk about niggas old at 80. Imagine if you was 10,000 years old. Now imagine if you billions of years old. You're not going to be looking at our problems the way we look at it, where it's like, oh, this is the end of the world because I lost my house. No, that billion-year-old with billions of years of knowledge is going to be like, nigga, I gave you wood, make one. Like, we got to stop looking at things from our point of view sometimes if we're going to look outside the box. That's all I'm pointing out.
Let's see if Mr. Seven got something to add to the conversation.
Oh,
what are your thoughts,
no.
Mr. Seven?
Hell no. You finna run with more chaos.
Hey, nah, Seven good money. Let him live. Brother,
Ruthless trying to be the only chaos on here.
He's just going more. Look at him. He getting warmed up. Look at him.
Now it's all good, man. I just like to think a little bit every once in a while. I like to think, cause I'm a person.
You stop that.
So I
go back on
but I think a little deeper. Look, I think a little deeper, bro. Cause look, I look at the stars. I look at I look at everything big and to things small as a net, bro. If it's a creator, bro, that was able to create all this thing, bro, you got to know it's something bigger than that.
So you don't want that smoke.
Look, even when I go into even when y'all talk about money, bro, when y'all talk about money on the internet, I look at like when people say they got a warehouse job. I had worked warehouse jobs. I look at paychecks. Look. I'm finna show you something. I'm finna show you how I think. I look at the paycheck I got, right? But when I look at the machinery that goes on in buildings that sorts out these packages and everything, I said, dang, I wonder who getting the check that made this machine that is designed to do this precisely? The engineer, bro. And who created that engineer that had a mind to put this in his mind to be that engineer that created that wheel, that sprocket, that bearing, that little bitty micro part that oils and greases the engine to where it works to make our packages able to be delivered to our door, bro. It's something always bigger than what you think it is, bro. The biggest thing that you can ever see.
And mindful of what you're speaking, because you don't want that smoke.
All right. Let's slide Smitty in and see what he has to say on the situation, on the conversation. See what he has to add.
Much respect. All right, so well, one, I always find discussions like this to be very, very interesting, because this is why I tell people all the time, this right here in which I just saw is a very, very perfect example as to why I say be mindful of who you allow to teach you the word. Now, one thing I do know is that in the back, like I say all the time, in Revelations, it ends off and nothing else is said. It says, do not add anything to this testimony of the prophecy. Do not take anything away. I noticed that in the Christian belief, that is something that happens all the time. Now, I just sat up here and watched two Christians start off on the same page, and then they got the bickering with one another. I want us to pay attention to what we're looking at. So the fact is this, is the word real? Yes, it is. But we need to be careful who we allow to teach us, because that is what misguides the people moving forward. Unfortunately, I would say to my Christian brothers and sisters, it is very, very unfortunate if you really do think about it. I don't care what you think about whatever small hat, Islamic, Hindu, anybody else, Buddhist. You can say whatever about it, but the fact is this, right? In a Christian belief, and church is the only place where it is never read in its original text, which is Aramaic. You all have been denied. So I don't even be like upset or like, look at it crazy, because I know you don't even have your original text. Any and every other religion you can think of, they have it in that original language text as well as translated into English. Right. So my point is that there is some information, a lot of information lost moving forward. All right. Then it says inside there, lean not on your own wisdom. Right. Doesn't it say something about that? I do believe it does. Now, the fact is that that's exactly what people do 24/7. Why do you think is so many different versions of a Bible? And why do you think it's so many different versions of what one verse or what one chapter means? None of you guys got the same thought on what it's supposed to be. So who is anybody to really know what this is? Is my point. I mean, I hear what's being said. I hear what's going on. You know, I would like to land it. I'm about to shut up and go and let y'all go right on back to it. And for the record, I promise y'all, I do not debate religion. I can't stand it. I will tell you my thoughts. You can tell me your thoughts, and I keep it respectful. Just for the record, don't try to debate me. I don't do that. Right? I got my own stance on my thing, and I stand firm in it. So now, my last part would be God's time is not our time. So Howard said, well, why doesn't God just wipe us out? All right, so dreams are a good indication to land it on how the afterlife works. Try your best to describe an entire lucid dream. It'll take you more than 8 to 12 seconds. The average dream is only 8 to 12 seconds. But how is it that you had all of these different scenes and scenarios go on? It's a direct indication that on the other side, what y'all thinking that it's not, why it ain't happened now? God hasn't even probably blinked yet since we've been created, or since this whole universe. Like, the time is not the same. See, the thing is, we keep trying to think of why God wouldn't do this, why God wouldn't do that, because you're thinking of it on a human form. We are the creation, not the creator. We will never be able to comprehend and or even begin to fathom what it is that our loving creator consists of. I digress. My mic is muted. Y'all go ahead, get back to it. Rock.
I agree with that.
Nah,
that
was
A1.
That was A1. Let's get Fear in there. She's been quiet lately. You got something to say, Fear?
You said what now?
I said you've been quiet lately. Do you have something to say? I would just want to make room for you.
I already told y'all in the beginning before y'all started this. I wasn't debating with y'all. Y'all got it.
But this is not this. I don't see this as a debate. I see this as
she just surprised. She's surprised. She's surprised. Rooster got some sense though. That's all it is. She just surprised. Shocked.
Hold on, real quick, Rooster. But I see this as okay. I see this as a actually a good bill, because if we are talking about like for as the black community, we gotta address the problems. Like how they say you got people with different beliefs, people with different politics and all this type of stuff. Why we can't come together and address things from different viewpoints respectfully?
Because God wants everybody divided.
You said we want everybody divided?
Nah, this nigga tripping. Nah, listen, he tripping.
God wants everybody divided. That's why.
Oh, damn.
Nah, man, listen. Here's some real shit. I ain't gonna say it's nothing about debate, but what I'm gonna say in my stance of this is, I do understand, even as the Christian said himself, Mr. Ronald, we do need to be on one accord. I don't think it's nothing wrong with us having these conversations. I do understand some people don't want to talk about it because it's so much emotional ties to it, right? Like this is what how they say, it's a comment about like, it's easier to admit you being full or something than believe you've been full. I don't remember exactly how it goes, right? But the whole concept is supposed to be like, sometimes it's hard to get onto some things because then you got to admit, all right, I fell into something the wrong way for a minute. There's nothing wrong with that unless we're going to sit there and, not progress or whatever. But neither here nor there. My bigger point is shit. We got to have these talks, them uncomfortable talks sometimes, because we do have to, for us to have a foundation, I believe there got to be something about spirituality. That's why we falling off of one accord. I may not agree with what Christianity has become, but I think us as our peoples, our ancestors, when they came out of slavery, I do think that's one of the biggest key factors that held them together. They all had very firm beliefs into that shit. You know what I'm saying? Until basically the 90s, all of our great musicians and our black people have made, they basically come from a church or some type of church background. So, but that isn't what we got anymore. And I think we do have to build something that could,
But
I don't want to use.
We really don't have to worry about this, right? Don't worry your little heads, right? Rest in your pillow. Y'all can sleep good at night because this ain't on the human race to try to get it right? This is God's world, right? This is his, right? God, everything belongs to God. So why y'all so worried about if everything's going perfectly the way God wanted to go? Once again, if God was a little frustrated and wondering why people, he would just wipe everybody out, start over. It would be easy,
Nah,
right?
see, that's going back to what Seven said. You using that.
God would do this. God would do this less than a second, right, to wipe everybody out.
No, you using the human mindset.
It would be irreparable. It'd be what's the word I'm telling you? It'd be God is not here.
What's the word, Rufus? Say the word. What's the word? It'd be
it would be incomprehensible, right? to think that God is lost the control of creation that he created, right? That he has the power of life and death over, right? That he has the power to make your heart stop on a dime, right? So there's no way that God's up there saying, "Oh man, I wish they would just listen to me." He would just wipe everybody, all this evil going on, just take everybody out and be done with it, right? So
this is why nobody goes to church anymore.
I'm gonna land it right here. So,
no, you're not.
Nobody goes.
Keep going.
Understandably, that God is ruling with an iron fist, right? And
no, he's not.
If you want that smoke, right, he'll pull up on you. So don't worry.
Y'all gotta stop. Y'all gotta stop saying stuff without scripture to back it.
Man,
did God give man dominion over earth?
No.
He didn't?
No.
Okay.
Yes, he did.
Okay, no. It's cool. He answered it. It's cool.
Yeah, I answered it.
Here's my other question. How long should we continue to have these conversations before we take the ones who ready to build and get to building something?
God is building. He built the church.
Well, we gotta find out who's building first. I think that'd be the main thing.
Well, we know who is, right? So I think it's important, like when we speak on antiquity or what our ancestors did, we got to have the comprehensive lens. They did not all get along. They did not see eye to eye. They was all not moving in the same direction. W.E.B. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington had two very diametrically opposed views on how to get our race where they needed to be. You see what I'm saying? So I think you gotta build with the ones who's willing to build, man. I think what's happening right now, hopefully, but this is kind of what I'm seeing. We're getting to the space where, okay, we done called out the bullshit on both ends, this, that, and the third, whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. The people that's gonna live in degeneracy and that are not gonna acquiesce to righteousness and that just don't want better for themselves, them motherfuckers gonna go and fall off in the cliff and frolic together in the lake of fire. Like straight like that. The ones that's willing to build community. That's why I said that when the brothers was up here, it was a gang of married cats on the panel and talking about how dope our women are and how good it is to build family and community. And you talking about brothers that was up here across different faith, right? You had Muslims, Israelites, believers, Christians, all these different denominations, and everybody was in sync with each other, right? Those people are gonna have to get together and continue to make the movement move. We don't even have time to focus on the people who own dumb shit, right? Because there is such a thing, and there was such a time where you would seek out knowledge. We ain't got time to be holding people by their hand, begging them, pleading them to see the error of their ways before it's too late. Man, fuck all that. You having fun with the shit that you doing? Keep doing it.
But Jesus said he came not to, he said he came not to bring peace, but division, right? He come to divide the mother.
Oh my God, Ruth. What's the scripture? What's the scripture?
This scripture.
What's the scripture?
It's in there. Let's look it up.
What's the text and verse?
Let's look it up.
You see what I'm saying,
Yeah.
Ruthless?
Ruthless, man. Ruthless gonna be ruthless.
Yeah,
It's in
bro,
there.
nasty work.
It's in there. God said,
Yep.
Jesus
Shout
said,
out to Ruthless.
Jesus said, thank not that I come to bring peace on earth, but a sword. I come to divide a mother-in-law against a daughter-in-law, a father-in-law against a son-in-law. Right?
God, dog. What does that mean, Ruthless? What does that mean?
That means he comes to divide light from darkness.
Hey, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Hey, Ruthless, are you reciting to us God's direct message to the people, or are you reciting to us your interpretation of what you think you read?
Oh snap!
That's God direct message to the people.
You want to be? You sure you want to? Oh wait, you sure you want to say that now? Are you sure you want to say that?
I'm standing on that. I'm standing 10 toes down.
Hey, could you move my box away from his before the lightning strike?
No, keep it here. Right here. No, next level, bring it back. Bring it back. Get over here.
Let me go on mute, man. Y'all wild. Y'all done got me through work, man. I'm finna get off.
See,
Don't say y'all.
We
I ain't part of y'all.
See, we understand what my man Chicago really is, right? He's a revolutionary. Bring it all come together. Bring us back
I'm
together.
not.
Build the community, right? We understand that that's his philosophy, right? But we got to understand that Chicago really is not God Almighty, right? He's just a human who his color skin happen to be black and live in Chicago, right? And goes to work every day and lives his life.
I'm a yielded vessel.
He has to understand is God Almighty is reign supreme, right?
Right.
And everything on this earth, under the earth, in the universe belongs to God. It's his possession to do as he will.
Did God? Let me ask you this. Let me
land. So building, right? So you said the word building, right? Jesus said, "Upon this rock shall I build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail." So the church of God, the people of God, is being built without scathe. They're coming through. They're going to walk through this thing 100%. They will enter the kingdom of heaven. So yeah, the church is being built, but the kingdom of Satan, they are being judged daily and will be wiped out eventually.
Cool. Hey, did God appoint man as stewards over the earth? Having all possessing none. Do you know what a steward is? STEWARD.
A steward?
Yeah.
No.
And it's not your neighbor. Steward's not your neighbor.
Not steward. Not steward with a T. Steward with a D.
Oh. So what is that?
Did God appoint man steward over the earth?
What does that mean?
Possessing all, owning nothing.
Well, we can't make it rain.
You didn't hear what I said.
So no.
That's a yes. He heard it.
Listen. Those who study to show they self-approved know the answer, right? Rightfully dividing the word of truth. Those who know. I'm just asking questions. That's all.
Hey, but really, listen. Just like how he's been doing with this whole time talking about the word, right? He heard every word you said. He's not comprehending.
Yeah, that's my man.
It's the comprehension to
No, Smitty, no, he does comprehend. He's want to be a contrarian. Ruthless is not dumb, stupid, lame, or anything. He knows.
No. I don't think you understand what I mean by comprehend. I mean, comprehend in the sense of
who that King Rooster?
Stop. Yeah. Stop.
Yeah,
I'm talking about specifically.
Shout out to the SIP. Shout out to the SIP.
That is the biggest.
Ruthless know what he doing, man. He's trying to be. He's trying to be the 10th man. He's trying to be the contrarian to the situation. Yeah, the 10th man is always the contrarian. He's trying to persuade you to think another way outside of whatever your thought process is. Even though you are right, he's trying to throw another thing in there to say, well, it could be this. Yeah, the 10th man.
To the detriment of the conversation.
I got you, bro.
Yeah.
Look.
But it's good for conversation, though. Hey,
no,
I like
that's not. That don't get us nowhere.
Confusion is not good for conversation.
Yeah, right. Can you imagine if they were planning the Montgomery bus boycott and then somebody just come in there throwing contrarian just for the sake of contrarian?
But what if they shoot at us?
Right.
Y'all got to understand. Throughout all of our history, bro,
the
No,
final
throughout
authority
Black
on earth?
history and whatever we have
Can I
achieved,
ask you a question,
we have
Rooster?
always
Can I ask
Hold
you
had
on. I want to say
somebody.
something to
We have
Ruthless before
always
we
had
go too
somebody that's
far.
saying that it wouldn't work. I have
can,
always, if you come
can
up with a business and you want to create a barbecue shack, a
he left.
hair salon, or anything, we always have that contrarian that don't have it, or may have it, they just don't want to give it to you, and they will always say, "Well, that just ain't gonna work." You have to be the one to say, "I'm gonna go out here on the ledge and I'm gonna try it. If I fail, let it happen." Look, we have always had the contrarians, but they make good conversation. It makes you think about the ins, the outs, the ups and downs of what it could be and what it could not be if it falls, and how to get yourself back up. So what Ruthless is doing is actually a great thing. It makes you think outside of what your natural thought processes is. That's a good thing. Man, I like when people tell me I'm wrong, because I be damn if I'm a walking human being that stands upright. Everything you say, I'm gonna contest it, and I'm gonna tell you wrong, even if I know you right. And I'm doing it just to see why you think that way. Why do you think that way? So the contrarians are good.
I
I
like to
hope.
ask. Go
I
ahead,
hold on.
Smitty,
Thank you. I just because I know how you
before you lose
niggas.
your hair.
No, because y'all going. I know the conversation going to float off. I just want why we still here. Y'all niggas about to drift. So look,
Said Tokyo Drift.
for real, bruh. All right. So look, Ruthless, to what you were saying is, as far as the physical, the vessel, and everything else. I actually really dig what Rilla was saying, right? So my father, he always told me, he said, in this life, I remember when I first got my license, and so he riding in the car with me. So I'm gonna make it a short story. So as we ride, he said, "You know what this moment's like?" I said, "What?" He said, "This is exactly what it's like being in your actual body." I said, "Huh?" He said, "Yeah, just keep on looking straight." So I'm driving. He says, "Now you had to step inside this car. You right now are the spirit of this car. You are moving it. You had to turn on the ignition. The very moment that you step outside of this car, it no longer functions. That's what it's like when the soul reaches the collarbones." Okay, boom. So then he told me, he said, "Now look at these two mirrors you have, right? These two mirrors that you have you a rear view mirror and you have you a front windshield." He said, "Out of the two, which one is larger?" I said, "The front windshield." He said, "Yeah, that's your future. That's everything you got going forward, that you got in front of you." He said, "Now look into the rear view." I said, "Yeah, it's small." He said, "Yeah, you even got to turn it and angle it." He said, "That's your past." He said, "That's what you shouldn't be focused on, right?" So my point is that yes, I do look at the way we operate in this life. It's like stepping into a car. Like you operate this vehicle, this vessel that you're in. That's why we call it the temple. I digress. My mic is muted,
Right.
Rock.
But can we all agree? Can we all agree that God is the Almighty and He has the final authority on heaven and earth?
I
Can
don't
we
know.
agree with that?
I don't know where you just came from, but okay, I got you, bro.
Did you agree with that? Yes or no?
I mean, of course. I mean, listen. I
And
mean,
He has the
there's a loving
Chicago
creator.
Gorilla.
I believe most people believe so.
Chicago Gorilla. Is God the final authority on heaven and earth?
Yes, of course.
Don't let him answer.
That wasn't the
Let him
debate,
answer,
man.
Ronald.
Smitty, I
Let
got to
him
get you,
answer.
Smitty.
Nah,
You got a good daddy, Smitty, but I'm finna tell you what your
Hold on,
daddy
Rooster.
got wrong, though.
Rooster,
You
let
got a
Chicago
good daddy,
Gorilla
because if he was able
answer.
to interpret that to you,
Let
bro,
Chicago
you
Gorilla
got a good father,
let's
bro.
just talk
But I'm
about the
finna show you
topic,
something.
not my father on
I'm
Mother's
finna
Day.
show. No, I'm
Let's
not
just
talking
talk
about your
about the
father,
topic.
but also what he was supposed to tell you
Rooster.
about those
Let
Goodness
Chicago
reviews.
Gorilla
Whatever
gracious.
you
answer this
passed
question.
in those reviews, you will
Hey,
So let
Rilla,
me
eventually
ask
have
get
to
your
travel
cousins,
back
man.
to
Rilla,
that.
please get
so
your cousins, man.
so
You will
I'm
probably have
asking
to
the question
travel back
again.
to that.
I'm asking the question again.
So in
Hold
order
up,
to
bro.
know where
Rooster,
you're
bro, hold
going,
up,
you
bro.
got to look back into the
Ronald
past, bro,
804. Ronald
because
804.
history repeats itself.
Ronald
In
804.
those
Does
same
God
rearview
does
mirrors,
God
I bet you've
have the
seen those
final
same
authority
scenes and
in heaven
sights
and
in
earth?
those same rearview mirrors daily,
The
bro.
question, once again, I
So
asked the
in
question,
order
right?
to know where you're going, that
How you
ain't
gonna
all
just
you
jump
got
on my question?
in your
How you
front
gonna jump on my
windshield, bro.
question, Rooster?
You got to remember what's going on in the past, because look,
We got to
bro,
One
you got
mic,
to look
one
back.
mic, one mic.
You better
Rooster,
look
we have to
back.
set the parameters here, right? We got to figure out if do we know who run the show. So I'm asking the question to Rilla,
You can't set
Ronald
no
804,
perimeter
next
because you ain't
level.
got
Does
dominion over
God
everything.
let
You
me
remember
finish the
you
question
said
and
that,
then
right?
you can go.
You
Does
can't
God
set no
have
perimeters when you ain't
does
got
God have the
dominion over
final
anything,
authority
bro.
on heaven and earth?
Yes, he does.
So what are we talking about then?
What Rilla was trying to say
What are we
is
talking
that
about? If God has the final authority on heaven and earth, right? That means everything goes through him.
Let me tell you what Rilla was trying to say according to the Bible, right? In Genesis chapter 1, verses 28, it says, "And God blessed them, and God said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply and replenish the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea and over the fowl of the air and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth." That's what Rilla was trying to tell you. That's the dominion we have over the fish, the fowls, and every living thing that's on the earth.
So once again, who has the final authority over heaven and earth? God or man?
God, of course.
Okay, then. So who's in control?
God is in the control.
Okay, then. So what are we talking about?
Just like that's why he told you about Stewart.
Did you not see? Oh, here's a question for you, Ronald. Did you not see what God did to Pharaoh and his army?
God gave me
come out of
dominion, so
Egypt?
I control my destiny.
Did you not see that?
Control my destiny. God handed over the reins to me. God gave me dominion on earth, not in the cosmos, bro. Not into the cosmos. Look, this is what I'm saying. God gave man dominion over the heavens and the seas, bro. God gave me dominion over my life and how I choose to make it run, bro. So when it comes down to the cosmos, once I reach outside of the atmosphere of being human, bro, that's when he takes over. Bro, no. You got a problem not controlling your life then.
You're gonna die, big. And the world's
I
gonna
was
go
born
on.
to die. When I came out, look, when I came out the coochie,
don't both of y'all read the same
Nah,
book?
Ruth is not Christian. Don't say that.
Vic, I'm Christian.
Aren't both of y'all Christian?
When I came out the coochie, my time clock
I
was
want you
set.
to know the world
And
is
I was
watching.
promised 70 years.
Okay, the world is watching.
God is
this is great. Yeah, this is great. So unified. It's so unified and connected. It's such a one.
Hey, this what are we doing? Hey, can we say this, Smitty? Hey, when Lord was going up there crushing the promised land, killing all those people, and when Lord crushed Pharaoh's army, God's the gangster, not me, right? No, I can be defeated, but God can't. So yeah, we see that throughout the Bible, throughout scriptures, that God is wiping people out left and right.
So you just totally not going to press what I just said. Huh? You gonna walk right over what I just said, right? Right? I ain't just say what I just said.
The church of God is in order. We're not worried about that, right?
You just gonna ignore that,
What
right?
you're doing,
ignore that.
Is you understand
ignore that, right?
Listen, I know your favorite song is "We Are the
But
World."
you hear me though, right? While you trying to ignore it and talk over it, you hear me though,
we
right?
We are the children.
Oh, okay.
We are the ones to make a better day.
This is crazy.
We know that,
This
right?
shit crazy.
We know that, right,
Rufus, you
Smitty?
gotta stop
But understand me, right? The Lord is coming
Rufus,
to
you have
flesh,
to stop that,
right?
though.
There's a war going on, and people like Rooster, right, has to understand his place. He's just a little small flea on God's toe, right? So don't even think for 1 minute, Rooster, that you have any sort of say or can tell God what to do or anything overpower God in any kind of way. So to understand that, Rooster, that you're but a mere fragment in this earth, you need to be humble. Now to Smitty, the word of God has never been trying to bring everybody together. He's been crushing the Hittites, the Amorites,
why I got to be
the
humble,
Jebusites.
though, Rufus?
Listen, you see what Samson did to those people who was enslaved in Israel, right? So God has been crushing people for millions and millions of years, right?
Okay.
And even this, the flood, right? Even the flood, right? When he told Noah to build the ark, right? God destroyed people with all that water.
That's nature.
We cannot sit here.
Nature.
We cannot sit here and say that God doesn't have the power to.
Was the Last Supper discussion like this?
You can't say God doesn't have power.
If you want, okay, ruthless. Okay, if you want to talk about the powers that be, I can be the flea that lights up on your eye and closes your eye to where you be in a car crash. Is that flea not powerful?
No.
Why? And you in a car crash with your ass tangled up.
God has the power of life and death. If God's going to take your life, He's going to take it. He's going to deliver you.
Okay.
He's going to deliver you. Period.
Bro, from the biggest creature to the smallest creature on this planet, man. Look, it's some power in all of it.
They all belong to God. They all belong to God. God is the final authority.
But listen what I'm saying, bro. Right. You speaking about everything that was crushed, it was done by like humans.
All of them died.
So far as nature, so far as nature and how things go, bro.
Nature? Who the fuck is nature?
That's that
Who the fuck
you
is nature?
spoke
Hold on. My
you spoke
Christian
about
brothers.
floods, bro.
Wait.
I ain't saying nothing about me being no Christian.
Stop.
I'm saying I think a different way. I'm
You're not a
explaining
Christian.
for all of the things that you say when it comes down to biblical text and how people think, bro. I'm a free thinker and I'm an individual. God gave me dominion over the world, and don't think for now time that if I get a spark of magic in my mind that I
Well,
will
go to the
not
bank and
make
tell them you 100,000.
I will not make people fall up under my rule. You see what I'm saying? So don't say all it. Look, you got to think, bro. All of this that's being said, y'all saying a whole lot, but y'all ain't equipped enough to decipher what's going on in the Bible.
Are you in that truck still? That's why your mind is going crazy.
No, my mind ain't going crazy. I go outside every day and I see how people think, bro. And I can understand who is who and what is what. And I know what not to listen to because I'm not a giant of a Negro. I'm not a 6 foot tall, a 6'3", 200-pound man. So in order for me to survive, I have learned how to think ahead of time before one of you big niggas get me or one of
I
you
have a
little
question for you, Lucifer.
females get me, bro.
Can I ask
So
you a
I'm
question?
saying to show you something. I'm finna show you
Can I
something,
ask you a
bro.
question?
Y'all getting into this biblical thing and it's just simple,
Can I
bro.
ask you a
It's
question,
simple.
Rooster?
Just have common sense, bro. Common sense and know right from wrong.
Can I
As
ask you a
long as
question,
you do
Rooster?
that, you gonna be all right.
Can I ask you a
You gonna
question,
be
Rooster?
all right.
Can I ask you a question?
You can ask me whatever you want to ask me.
So do you
God
think,
gave you dominion on the real
no,
world,
let me
right?
ask you a
If I
question. Here
choose
it is,
not
right?
to listen,
Here it is,
you
right?
can force me to listen if you wanted to.
You don't
If
have
you
to
have
listen, but listen.
dominion.
So do you think that God can take your life when he wants to?
And look, I ain't worried about God
Yes
taking
or
my
no?
life. I'm worried about
Yes or
one of
no?
you Negroes. I ain't
Yes
worried
or
about
no?
God. I'm in good hands like
Yes
State
or no?
Farm on the spiritual level.
So,
I would be
what you mean?
worried
What you
more
mean by
about
that?
a human than
What do you mean
God
by
that's
good?
taking me
No,
in
no,
my
no, no. What
sleep.
do you mean? What do you mean you're in good stand? You're in good stand with Allstate.
I'm in good standing because I know right from wrong. I've
With
been
who?
instilled
Who
with
you in good
certain type
standing
of
with?
morals.
Who
I
are
ain't
you
got to
in good
be in good
standing with?
standing with no human.
But who you in good standing with?
Because I look, I was blessed and bestowed upon this earth to do as I
Who
supposed to
are
do
you
and
in
as
good
I
standing
please.
with, Vic?
And who you talking about? Who
Yeah, who are you in good standing with?
with a creator of my
Okay, thank
mindset?
you. Thank you.
And
So
see,
here you go.
that God y'all serve, I don't serve that same God. I don't
Okay,
serve that
okay,
stuff
that's
that y'all.
all. Okay, that's all my
What
Whatever
question.
the
God you
entity
got?
y'all serve is. Now, listen what I'm saying.
Okay,
I serve
let's keep the
a deity.
conversation moving and get
It's an
someone else
entity.
in.
It's a deity. It ain't what it ain't no indoctrinated thing. I'm a free thinker. And majority of the thing that becomes popular is probably the bad thing. Popularity don't mean you special. Just like that Bible, that was preached towards the masses. Y'all don't even understand that what actually really happened with the Crusades and everything. Those was people forcing people to convert into a certain thing because they had a certain idea. You think in 2025 I'll let a human put me into submission to say, if you don't believe how I believe and I'm not able to be a free thinker, that boy, you have to take me off of this planet, and then me and God will deal with you after that. Man, ain't no way. Y'all got to be crazy. Basic
Okay,
instruction before leaving Earth. Ain't
that's the
no
mic,
way
Vic.
that I was born in God's
That's
image
the mic,
and He
Vic.
He gave me His mindset, right? So
Okay,
why would I
that's
let
the
a
mic.
man influence me to do as he pleases when it comes down to the spiritual level? When I got the same thing in my blood and my veins that came from the creator. If he's our father, and he gave us his son and his spirit and the Holy Ghost, bro. I'm just like that man, the creator, right?
No,
Why
you're
would
not.
I listen to a man?
No, you're not.
Yeah,
You're not the
you're
same.
another. No, so
You're
you
not the
talking
same.
about the lack of mythological
You're not the
powers.
same, Vic. I
You
mean,
talking
you're not
about
the
the
same.
lack of you basically what you talking about just because you can't fly, which
Or
was
or
created
you
in
can't lift feathers.
Marvel movies and everything.
You
Just
can't lift
because you
feathers.
can't fly or whatever. Look, bro,
can't live
Bro,
forever,
I
Vic.
got a sense. I got so much of a spiritual sense. I can tell when something going on with my
Spiritual.
family members or relatives. It's some
And
things
what
that
games
tell
does
me
I?
get in my truck and just ride and go check up on people,
Yeah.
bro. So when y'all be talking about all these magical powers and mythological things and telling people and making them submit to y'all ideals and all that, look, bro, we ain't the same people. I was
Okay,
raised different.
we
The blessings
understand,
that
Vic.
were
We understand.
bestowed on me
We understand.
ain't no
We
TV
understand.
stuff.
We
This
understand that
ain't
you're
no
not
TV
Christian.
stuff.
Okay, but you're not Christian. We understand that. Okay, we're not going to force you to be
Okay,
that.
okay. Let's let's
What
let's
is
let's spread
Christian?
the mic around and let's get some other people involved and get their
Yeah.
point of view of
Okay.
of
Go
the
ahead.
conversation, or if they want to add
Hey,
anything else.
hey, next level. I want to go back to one of the conversations you guys were having before I came up here. When it came to marriage, I think I think marriage is a wonderful thing. My parents just celebrated 52 years of marriage. Right now, I've been married for 14 years, and I don't believe in just the spiritual marriage. You know, me personally, I think any woman that if you find a man that you like and he says he don't believe in marriage through the government, just run away, leave him alone. Don't try to change his mind. Don't accidentally bring any babies into this world and you're stuck with him. Just let him be. You know, I believe nothing's wrong with getting married. You know, whether it's going to the church
That's not
and you're in front
such
of your
thing as
parents.
accidental babies, bro. You got to put the pipe in the hole in order to
Yeah.
create a baby. There's no such thing as an accidental
Yeah.
birth.
So
That's
I
all. You
believe.
got to put the pipe in the hole in order to. No, y'all need to stop that talk too, because there's no such. Look, there's a thing called action, bro. You got to create friction between a male and a female, and it's got to be intentional. So a lot of times you got to go back and double back to make sure the seed set is right. There's no such thing as a mistake human. Y'all, somebody laid down and somebody did whatever. It's not a mistake. You got to make friction, action. Adams got to
All right.
bind and connect to make that happen. So stop talking about accidental people. That's why people are going crazy and jumping off a bridge because they thought there was a oops baby or an accident. No, you loved somewhere. Y'all better stop all this. That's why y'all got these people out here messed up in the head. Talking about it's an accident. If
All
you want to
right.
believe in the accident theory, some of these niggas on these panels is accidents. They should have never been born. They
Well,
shit. Somebody shouldn't have been introduced to the
Okay, we
other person,
understand. We
knowing
understand,
that
Vic.
they were gonna screw up somebody's
yeah,
life.
yeah.
Okay, we understand, Vic.
He's highly upset about that thing. Yeah. And also when it comes to divorce, I know people will be like, you know, they scared about divorce. And also people taking money away from them. Yeah. I, divorce supposed to be, you know, hurt. You know, the reason why the purpose of getting married is to stay with that person for the rest of your life. So yes, so if you decide to divorce that person, you know, it should come with some kind of consequences. You know, maybe that will keep you guys from, you know, to stay together, you know, much longer than just thinking, oh, I could just walk away. And I've seen a lot of people who had this spiritual marriage. Whenever they're ready, they decide to walk away. I never heard of any of them having a spiritual divorce. They just walk
So,
away and leave all the whatever
That sounds
responsibilities
like
they're supposed to
slavery.
have.
That sounds like slavery. No,
Nah, there's no
look,
slavery at all.
no,
so
bro. Whenever everything is disagreeable and it gets to the point where it's unbearable, people should be able to walk away. But see, that's what they told y'all in them good books that y'all reading and can't decipher them. Bro, when certain things get so bad, you should be able to walk away without that punishment of somebody taking something that they did not earn. If they did not earn, they should come in with the bags. They should leave with the bags they came in with. No, bro, you don't supposed to have to go a male or a female. You don't supposed to work your life up to where a snake will come up into the garden, ravage everything, and they run off with the crop. That ain't the way it go, bro. When it's time to separate from the devils or the demons and everything, you should separate, and it's supposed to be a clean slate, and you keep what you earn. If they
All
came
right,
in with that bag and it over their shoulder, that's what they should leave with,
let me ask you a
male
question.
or female.
Let me ask you a question. So let's say a man 25 years old and a woman 23 years old got married.
Mm-hmm.
She decided to be a housewife while he went out and worked. Let's say 15 years later, they decide to get a divorce. So so technically he's been working for a long time. So he has all the money. Because she's been a housewife,
Yeah.
she really doesn't have money. Does she deserve anything during the divorce?
It depends on how she decided to leave. Just because she found a new dick to bop on, don't mean she's supposed to take that man money. She made a stupid decision. This man been taking care of you all your life, and just because you done finally got a job and found this other nigga that intrigued your mind, just like the snake in the Garden of Eve, you don't get a chance to play off with this new nigga just because somebody influenced you to move in a bad way. Vice versa. If a man is living in a house with a woman and she's the sole provider taking care of him, just because she feels to take up and you drop her off at work and you don't get the chance to ride around the city with the bitches and then say, well, since her coochie a little better, I take all this money and give it to this trash ass woman that I met. Bro, you leave with what you came in with. You didn't get to work for nothing. You didn't get nothing. In the words of that woman off the Queen Latifah movie said it all. If you it ain't work for nothing, you don't get nothing. You don't
So
see
after
that's what
so
y'all fail to realize, bro. Y'all fail to realize y'all letting the takers in, bro. People that are genuine don't even think like that. You will not have that problem from a genuine person that really wants to work with you or go through life with you. You are looking at persons that you are getting in that situation initially for the wrong reason. Ain't no way you supposed to be already a well-developed person, and then just because you have a fetish or a lust for a certain type of person, you supposed to invite them into your life totally to where they can to feed off you like a nuisance or a pest or a virus, and then and rob you of everything. That's a cancer, and you agree to it. You
I
agree
think
to that. That's a you
hey,
problem.
hey Vic, let me answer the I think that's crazy
It's
that
King
that
Rooster. It's
somebody
King Rooster now. Get it
I'm
right.
sorry. Yeah, they used to have this guy
No,
on
don't be
Fight Club
sorry.
named
Be
Vic.
careful now. Be careful now.
Are you guys
All these
related?
people
You
don't
guys
know
sung
me.
alike. Yeah, so
No, we ain't related.
okay,
No,
okay.
I ain't related to
Yeah,
nobody in these spaces. No,
yeah, he was from Mississippi. I think he is still a slave. But yeah,
well, you can think
yes,
whatever you
so
want, and get what? If you come down here, we still got rope hanging on the wall for people that think that.
there.
Hey,
Yeah,
we come on down here. Come on by here now. Yeah.
yeah,
Come on down. We
when it comes
for
to
all of you people that think y'all can outsmart or outthink us, we just sit back and look and listen because we go outside. We still go outside. We still have the certain core values that was instilled. We are not displaced people. We majority of the people in Mississippi, we can still go lay in the house of our relatives and everything. We are not detached from what the old folks
gotcha.
taught us. So if you keep on with that slavery mindset, you'll be that cousin that get invited down here and you'll get messed over. Probably by one of your own cousins with that idea that we slow.
Well,
We
congratulations on
listening,
being freed.
we just ain't reacting. No, and no, we don't need your congratulations on nothing.
Yeah, so
We've been
let's go back
free.
to the
You's the
conversation. I'll
nigga
just
that
play
ran.
with you. Yeah, so going back to the
Your
conversation.
people was the cowards. No, your people was the cowards that ran. And then didn't even send you back to your grandmama to figure out what was really going on. That's why you
All right,
that's why you that's why you act like that and think like that and live like you do. Cause you don't have no core morals, bro, instilled in you of what really is. So you on these platforms trying to find out what it is. I know what it is.
you talking about
Because
me?
the information I got, no, the information I got, bro, it come from generations and generations and shit that was passed down. See, you got to get on the internet and figure out some shit. And when I can actually go across town to some old folks, 60, 70 years old, and we can have this same conversation, know what she'll say? Baby Rooster, hang that phone up because them niggas don't know nothing. What they call them these days, them YNs. Boy, you can throw them people in the trash. My old kin folks, I showed one of my aunties these video, bro. She said there's a group of people we don't
What
never
in the
want in
world?
Mississippi. We don't
I don't
never.
know. You just going off.
They don't like it. No, cause he thought he had a slick shot. Talking about some slavery, nigga. You ain't free. If park your car on the wrong side of the road when that street sweeper come up and watch you get charged every day. Nigga,
Uh,
I can park anything around my house. I can party all night, bump speakers. I can buy what I want. I can go outside without the police work. But nigga, you ain't free. You ain't free.
yeah,
I can walk
yeah.
wherever I want to walk. Go wherever, nigga, you ain't free. I can sleep in my car and go in the house, drink beer all day, probably drive to or whatever. And police ain't gonna say that. Nigga, you ain't free. Every time you turn your back, somebody over your goddamn head telling you what you ain't supposed to be doing. And then they probably younger than you. Probably a white police officer tell you, oh, you know your tag out. Bro, you ain't free. I can do what I want to
All right,
do in the great
all
state of
right.
Mississippi as long as it's
Congratulations.
about being abiding by the law. You ain't got to congratulate me.
Hey Vic, can we go
Nigga,
back to the
I know what it
conversation?
is.
Can we go back to the original
Can we go
conversation?
back to
No,
something?
no, hell
Jesus.
no.
Yeah. So
No, God gave me rule. God gave me rule and dominion, nigga. I'm taking something. So what you
what
gonna
you
do now?
taking? What you
Goof
taking?
ass nigga, you. I said taking. I'm taking your voice cause you still shutting the fuck up, ain't it? Goof ass
All right.
nigga. You still shutting the hell up. It ain't no all right.
No,
Now he said all
I'm
right,
just
like I can
respectful.
see.
I'm just
Yeah,
respectful,
no,
man.
you just
I,
you
are
respectful.
you ready to
You
go back to the
respectful
conversation?
you respectful. You respectful to a nigga that kicking down in your throat and in your back. You ain't got no opinion over nothing. That's why your bitches slapped you over your head and put you out your own house. That's why you
What?
encouraging folk. Like, boy, you,
When this
yeah.
happened?
Boy,
When that happened?
man, I don't know when it happened, but I bet you
Oh,
been
okay.
through it because you quiet and you trying
Nah.
to figure it out
All
to see what
right,
I know.
all right. Let's
Man, you
let's get
shut
back
your
to the
ass up. You ain't got
conversation.
no
Yeah.
Let's get
dominion
back to
over
the
nothing.
conversation.
You probably own cats, nigga. You probably own cats, nigga. You can't have a dog
Vic,
in your
Vic,
house.
Vic,
You own
Vic,
cats, nigga.
Um.
Vic, Vic. Let's get to the
And then
conversation,
this
Vic.
nigga, you see how niggas don't listen?
Vic,
No, you see how niggas don't even listen, bro.
Vic,
I've been telling these niggas, look, I'm okay.
Vic.
Go ahead.
Let's get back to the
No, don't.
conversation.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Ronald brought
It
back up
sound
the
like you
marriage
begging. It
topic.
sound like I'm God.
Let's
Don't beg, man. No, look, don't beg, man. Only thing you gotta
Vic.
do is say, can
Now,
you
I'm
please be
trying to
quiet?
tell you before I have to mute you. Come on, Vic. Let's get back
Okay
to the
then.
conversation.
But I,
Let's
but
let's
I be accepting
let's
my fate.
build.
No, okay, let's be or something. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah. So like I was saying.
Hey, that Sunday moonshine is a mother.
Man.
Yeah.
No,
So like I
hold
said,
on. Why I got to be
Right?
moonshine? Why no, see, now
Well, I
they
know it ain't. I
insinuating that
know it.
I
I
got to be
definitely
drunk.
know it ain't pot liquor.
They
I know it ain't pot
insinuate
liquor.
they insinuating that I got to be drunk just to whoop on
No, 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 no,
these Negroes' head. Bro, why
no,
I
no,
got to
no.
do it in a bad motion? Why can't I be high off life just laughing at niggas that's misled, bro? They didn't have no guys. They've been uprooted from their
Hey,
family,
Rooster,
their
how long you
original
been on these
family community.
panels?
For too
3
damn long.
years.
I'm finna take a
Right,
break
so we
this
know
summer.
you. That's why.
Go ahead, y'all. I'm stop messing with y'all. Go ahead.
Oh man, I'm trying to get
Yeah,
over the
go ahead.
last of this cold, man. Peace to y'all, though.
Go ahead. You need some peppermint snap, man. Look, get you some peppermint
Nah,
snap
now
and some
see, now
lemon.
here come the root and the hoot from the sip. Okay, what type of roots do I need? What type of herbs do I need to
Nah,
eat? What you saying?
no, the only thing you need is you can use cinnamon. You can get that peppermint snap from the liquor store. Get you some
Uh-huh.
lemon and put you some what that is, ginger in there. The sticks.
I
Get the
knew it was about
sticks.
to be
Don't get
something
that
with some
powder.
ginger.
Yeah, get that. Look, and get what?
Mm-hmm.
That whooping cough that you got or that colic cause you breathing
Mm-hmm.
like a baby right now, it gonna be gone by the morning.
Say wallahi. Say wallahi.
No, go ahead, y'all. And
All right.
add some
Thank you.
chicken noodle soup. Some chicken noodle soup. Yeah, you gotta have that chicken noodle soup, man, or that chicken broth. Hey, look,
Man, I
drink
can't
that
taste
juice. You
nothing
gonna be
right
a
now.
okay. But just don't go outside, cause you look that chicken noodle soup gonna give you the runs. And drink some Sprite with some
Yeah, dog.
crackers. Yeah, drink that Sprite with some crackers. If you don't want to go too deep, if you got that cod liver oil, boy, if you got that cod liver
I
oil,
knew it was about to
boy,
be
you gonna be
something with
straight
some
for the
oil
next
in
2 years.
there.
Are you writing this
That
all
cod
down?
liver oil.
Yeah, apparently.
If charcoal. Look, that cod liver oil,
Now
that
you gonna say
charcoal,
this? Hey,
that
look,
charcoal,
you need to rub some
you gonna be all
charcoal
right.
on your chest and put some Vicks Vapor Rub under your
It's
armpits,
charcoal.
and then put some turmeric on your feet, on the bottom of your foots.
Oh yeah. That's a good detox. That's some detox. Yeah, get all them
I'm waiting for
demons
him to
out.
say ginger.
Yeah, that ginger. Look, if you add that
No,
into that,
I'm finna go by my health food store right now and get a couple of shots of ginger.
no, look, get the ginger sticks and get you a lemon and get you some peppermint snap. You're gonna be drunk shit now if you drink the
Yeah,
whole
dog.
bottle. But you get that, you mix it all up and you get them ginger sticks and rub them together over there. What's the name? Cook you a little pot of chicken noodle soup. After you get a little drunk or whatever, cause you know what I'm saying. You say you can't breathe like that or swallow or
Right.
whatever.
Now, when I
That
cook the
what's the
chicken
name?
noodle
That
soup,
chicken noodle
do I
soup.
do it with rooster foot?
No, not but
You can't
chicken
use
feet is
no.
all right. Look,
You
yeah,
said
that
chicken
chicken
feet?
feet.
You can do
If
some
you
chicken
eat,
feet?
man, folks still eat chicken feet. What they selling in the store? What's wrong with you, man?
Hey, man. Hey, you
People
making me
still
miss
eat
my
chicken
country
feet.
cousins right now, man. I got to get back
No,
down
chicken
south.
feet. People eat that on a
Yeah,
regular,
dog.
man. Yeah, chicken feet. They eat that. They sell them in a tray, like a big tray. Yeah, chicken feet. That's real deal.
Hey,
And
Vic, you
then you
still
can.
eat?
Mhm.
Vic, you eat hog maw?
No, I don't really eat that. I eat hog head, sour, and all that stuff, like pig feet and chitlins and
You
all
eat
that. Yeah,
chitlins?
but
You eat chitlins?
yeah,
Yeah,
what's
dog.
wrong with it?
I didn't say anything was wrong with it. I was
But
just asking
nah,
you.
we finna get back. Nah, we finna get
But
back
my
into the
bad.
conversation.
My
Cause I
bad.
done took.
Next up, hey, my bad. My bad. I'm derailing the conversation. Talking to my
Yeah, all
country
right.
Yeah,
cousin. God, dog.
I didn't look. I done took this good old Sunday morning and turned it into what they did a third Sunday, a fourth Sunday when everybody come to church and eat. I know some people hungry right now.
Yeah, that's the fourth Sunday.
I know they hungry right now. That fourth Sunday, yeah, when everybody come to
Yeah.
eat, man.
When
Look,
they got
them
doggone
leg
fish
quarters off
plate
the
and them
grill,
collard greens
deacon.
and them macaroni and
Yeah.
cheese, them
Mm-hmm.
sweet cornbread, hot water
Yeah, that
cornbread,
macaroni,
fried green
that
tomatoes,
macaroni.
okra,
Yeah,
salmon
and old good
croquettes.
old that good old catfish, boy. That old catfish.
God, dog.
Ooh. But look, y'all going on with it, man. I'm cutting up.
Appreciate it. So,
Yeah.
like
I'm
I
finna
said,
go mute, man.
all right, appreciate it. Like I said,
You,
yeah, the
you know
goal of
Jesus was a
marriage,
fisherman, right? You know Jesus was a fisherman to get you some of that old good catfish, man.
Jesus was a carpenter. Uh, yeah. So, like I'll say, yeah, Vic like over 100 right now. But anyway,
Go ahead. My bad.
yeah, yeah, like I said, marriage is supposed to last a lifetime. So if for some reason you decide to divorce, it should come with a punishment. So the idea that you've had this woman who's a housewife for like 15 years and you decide to divorce her and she gets nothing is ridiculous and crazy to me. Because like I said, you guys supposed to be married. When you get married, you're supposed to be one flesh. So the fact that you want to break that up, it should come with a punishment. And that's the reason why a lot of these people want to get spiritually married is because
That ain't gonna
whenever
never
they're ready to
happen
run
like
out.
that. 804. If
What's
that
up,
woman
man?
was a housewife, that is not gonna ever happen like that. Everybody, even the courts, if you get married through life or whatever, if through the court system or whatever, they know if this woman has not had a record of working, they are going to grant her something. It's called alimony. So
Right.
what are you talking about? That is not gonna happen. The man can't just run up and say, "I found Becky down there at Starbucks and I'm through with you." That don't work like that. So stop talking
Right.
about these mythological situations. That ain't gonna happen, bro.
You said
Somebody
she
gonna
deserved
see
Well,
fit.
nothing.
alimony don't happen in most divorces.
You said she deserved nothing, Vic. I mean, King
Know
Rooster.
why alimony don't happen in most divorces is because people find out a lot of time when alimony don't happen is because the person already know they did some
It's
devious
because
stuff that
most
you don't
homes
know
don't
nothing
have
about.
stay-at-home wives, Vic. Most
But
homes
no,
are
no,
two
listen.
income earning homes.
In order for you to get alimony, the only thing you have to do is have a job and a social security number that's attached to a job. Bro, you can get alimony from anybody. They
That's
ain't
not
got to
true.
make no money. Yeah,
Yeah, they
if
do.
you are considered head of household and that major provider, bro, you can get
Vic,
alimony.
Vic,
People
you
just
been
don't
divorced
look in
before,
the
Vic?
black in the
Vic, you been divorced before?
Get out of my business. Get out of my business, nigga. You ain't right.
No,
You ain't
the
you
whole
ain't fucking with that.
concept is to
See, Chicago is kinfolk to Mississippi. Nigga, I ain't
you
going there
already
with you.
know we
I'm
ain't
not
nothing but
going
a
there
hop,
with you.
skipping, and jump away from y'all.
Look,
And half y'all jokers came
but
up here with all that
Kyle,
pimping and foolery and that got doggone blues music y'all done bought and carried on up here. Well,
yeah,
that's
but
Memphis
look,
too, but still.
I'm gonna show you some Chicago Rilla. I can probably mention certain people's name in their city, bro, and you be like, damn,
Yeah, don't do it.
Rooster know them
Yeah,
people.
don't do it though.
Nah, hell no, I
Hey,
ain't gonna do that.
you know,
Hell
because here's the
no.
thing, right?
Yeah,
I
cause
think
you know how that go.
Chicago is one of the only places because most people take like if you from the South, they look at Southerners like they slow, and Chicago know better because this is a direct pipeline from the South to us. But I
Look,
know other cats like on the East Coast
look,
look at cats from the South like they slow and get done dirty,
look,
super dirty.
Chicago Rilla. All y'all
Oh my
grandmamas
bad,
up
I'm
there, bro,
interrupting the
got some
conversation.
grandkids in Mississippi, bro. All y'all
My
grandmamas up there
bad.
got some grandkids in Mississippi, bro. I'm telling you, Chicago. All y'all grandmamas up
Yeah,
there
but everybody
got
ain't
some
getting alimony
grand.
though in Mississippi though, Vic.
No, cause
Rooster.
people don't push it that far. People just be want to get the hell away from around each other. We don't go that far. We just know it
Yeah,
just
that's
didn't
true
work
too.
out.
But most homes are
Yeah.
two income home earning homes. You don't have that many
Okay.
stay at home wives like that though. It's
You
too
better
Okay.
expensive
look.
to be
She
out
ain't
here.
got to stay at
What
home.
up, young Riaz?
You
What's
out
up,
there.
Hey, what
youngin?
up, Chicago Gorilla? What up, man? I give
My
you an
guy.
answer. Because, yeah, so basically, Chicago Gorilla in my home, though, when my parents first married, though, basically, when they had me, both parents worked when they had me. By the time they got my sister, that's when my mom became full-time housewife, though. Because when we moved from London to Saudi Arabia, basically better opportunities. So it means though that gives more of a chance for her to stay at home though. And my mom had to balance raising me and my brother back then though, and working. So then she had to get other family members to raise me while she not home
Village.
though. So I had I had my auntie raise me though, my mom's sister and stuff like that though. So my auntie raised me as well though.
Yep. Yep. Village.
Shout out
Yeah,
to
that
Auntie.
was well
Shout out to
supported.
Auntie. She did good.
Yeah, I was well supported though. So
That's
Well,
nice, Ria.
when I was coming up, it was the same way. I grew up with my grandma and granddad for the most part. My mom was there. But I had the village, man. It wasn't just mom and then my aunt stayed. Look, my people from Blytheville, Arkansas. So my aunt stayed across the street. Uncle Bud and Earlene stayed 2 blocks down, right? My aunt Doll stayed on the west side, and then Aunt Helen was out there in the suburbs. So we was all in
Bro.
proximity. And then when you went on the block, look, this where everybody whoop kids. You understand me? So if you cut up in school, man, you getting a whooping from the teacher. And by the time you get home, the neighbor found out before your mom and them found out. Yeah, they checking you. And then when grandma and them get home, that's when the big whooping comes. So you can got
Chicago. I
what,
used to
two,
be in
three whoopings
Blytheville
before you
all
can
the
get.
time. Look, I used to be in Blytheville at Newcore all the time. You know where
Yeah,
Newcore is?
that's where
That's
my
still.
people's from originally. Frenchman's
Yeah,
Bayou
boy.
and then
Okay.
Blytheville.
Yeah, Blytheville.
Yeah.
I used to be in
no,
Blytheville
no,
all the time
Brandon.
in
Actually,
Newcore.
I had other men as well. So I had like Uncle raising me. I had other men raising me. I came from a two-parent home. My dad, Brandon, said no men raising me. No, that's not true though.
Hey,
I
hey,
just basically I basically
Riaz.
just
Hey,
yeah.
we gotta start with that too, right? Because some of these homes, look, man, look, as much as I talk about with my seeds, hey fam, I work. When I talk to y'all, and y'all hear me day in and day out when I jump on these on these panels, right? I'm usually either leaving work or going to work. That's what women do. They raise the kids.
And that's why community's fucked up.
That's why who?
That's why community got fucked up because we left it to the women.
No, you alive. The truth ain't in you. The community got messed up because the father's not there, not because they not
had to go
raising.
work. He had to work.
Right. The
He had to work.
primary, yeah, but the father. Listen, wait. Rufus, are you finna tell me? So my granddad worked, right? Now he spent time with me. My granddad taught me how to drive, right?
I was joking.
All the key moments and all the rites of passage to manhood I experienced with my granddad.
Really, I'm just
right?
joking.
No. Oh, okay. But no, Rufus. No, it's important that you say that because I know that's a manosphere talking point about the women raising the kids. But that's what the women do.
But let me say
it's
this.
Only a problem to be like a quote unquote a single mother raised male, right?
Let me. I'm going to clear this up, right? We're going to clear the airwaves.
Okay, clear the airwaves. Set the tone, Rufus.
First and foremost, the numbers are the numbers, right?
What are the numbers?
Whether dual parent household, single mother household, there will always be a minority of children that will be rebellious and do a lot of egregious things. Always, no matter how you look at it, it's still the same, right? It's still the same. And then there's the rest, the average American is going to be average for the most of their life, right? That's just the numbers, right? The majority of kids will grow on to be average Americans, like 80%.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I agree.
See what I'm saying? So we can't blame. So I'm saying we can't blame the mothers. The dad's not there. No, the numbers are the numbers.
But you would agree that ideally you would want both parents in the home.
Well, it really doesn't matter.
Because
it
doesn't matter, Ruthless. Come on. That's crazy.
Hold it.
This is where context matters, right? So context matters in sometimes a two-parent household is worse for a kid. Why? Because
that's crazy.
Let me break it down to you.
No, don't do that because you just made a beautiful case around most people will wind up being average. Now you're about to use the minority to make your argument stick.
Really, let me lay the context and you'll see what I'm saying. Most
all right, let me see if I can get it.
Households back then they were divided, right? They didn't get along, and the house was very on edges, pins and needles. So the only way a two-parent household can be the most optimal if the parents got to get along to a T, right? You have to have a unison.
No,
but we know through history that most families are divided, right? Most the mother or the dad really don't, sexless marriages come in. This is where we talk about just doing it for the kids. As soon as the kids grow up, they divorce, right?
So that's a more recent phenomenon.
Oh, just no. This
what?
is
Are you kidding? Wait, what are you saying, though, man?
This is what is he saying,
man? What are you saying, though? Some people don't really see it like that. Some people actually don't look, even if they remain married and they don't have intimacy, the way it is.
No, get him, Riaz, get him.
So what I'm saying, anyways, what I was trying to tell you though, man, is what you don't get is some people just are in a coexisting phase though. Just because they don't, get it in like that though. Nah, man. It's just that.
Can we agree that most couples argue?
They argue though, yes.
Everybody argues, man.
Everybody argues.
Well, no, everybody has disagreements. Yes, Rufus. Human beings disagree. Yes.
Really, you're an outlier,
bruv.
Let's keep it real.
Get him, Riaz.
Man, but means the point I was trying to say though is.
Let's mind this out. The average couple do not excel in conflict resolution amongst each other. This is the truth, right?
Most humans do not excel in conflict resolution.
You're an outlier. You're you and Ronald, and for outliers, right, who learn to have conversations and keep them healthy. You know what I mean? That most marriages and relationships, this doesn't happen, right? A lot of motions, a lot of bad things are said, this is why the divorce rate is high.
Bruv.
The separation is high.
Wait, are you kidding me, bro? Well,
you're talking in circles, bruv.
Yeah, for real though. Anyways, though, what I was trying to say is some people choose to do the coexisting phase though when they marry.
Marriage is not absolute. Marriage is not absolute. You don't need a marriage to raise a family. You don't need a two-parent household to raise a family.
That is crazy. Hey, how
that
much
is the family, Ruthless.
How much to boot, Ruthless? That's crazy. This joker said you don't
wife and children.
That is crazy.
Because the numbers are the numbers, no matter what.
No, this is 2025. Men lie, women lie, and numbers lie too. All y'all some liars.
And we know that.
Get out
Because
of
look,
here.
Chicago, it's a human thing.
We know that
It's a human
It
thing.
is a
We are
human thing.
flawed.
Yes.
It's a human thing. We are flawed creatures. We're subconscious
1000%.
as conscious beings, though, and we
So
make
Yes, sir.
mistakes. Only God knows everything, man.
Yes,
So
sir.
basically,
That's right.
all I'm trying to say, some people choose to actually do the coexisting phase in their marriage. They're just like basically, I do my thing, you do your thing, I do my thing, but we remain together. It's not just for the kids only. They just choose to remain together. They're just basically like a self-love
Some
phase.
people
I
honor
know
their
because
covenant.
they honor that
it's the
covenant. My
minority.
Yeah.
parents, though,
That's
basically,
right,
Chicago,
Leah.
both. Okay, sorry. What I meant to
The
say is both
minority.
my parents, though,
Minority.
agreed to stay together, and that's it. Khalas, I'm done.
That's a minority now, right? That's
And that's
rare.
No,
Right?
no, no,
yeah,
no,
but
no,
this
Chicago. Know what I got to do, Chicago? Know what I got to
what,
do,
Rooster?
Chicago? I got to start selling stagecoach remedies to get these relationship problems. Well, look, I can mix up a lemon squeeze that's so good you
You
sweet
might
it
as
to your wife
well.
and the kids.
This is
Yeah,
crazy.
because we got to get these people together, bro. It gonna take some kind of drug to get these
No,
folk
it's
But,
not.
right.
but this the thing though. I think we have to get at listen, let me tell y'all something. If these young bloods listen to some of what you older niggas say on this stage a lot of times, man, this is why
They
they
gonna be
just
lost.
savage and they don't want to hear from y'all. Because you sound just as delusional as them. And you supposed to be the OG. That's
Titus, can we agree?
crazy.
Titus. So I mean, Rilla. I'm gonna say this right.
Hey, I consider that. That's a compliment.
Look, he had
That's a
he
compliment.
nah.
Hey, listen,
So
that's a
He got
compliment.
I just want
he
to make
had it
this
on
point,
his
right?
mind. Chicago Ruthless had it on
Yeah,
his
he used to
mind who he
argue
wanted
with
to relay
Nice.
that
That's a
message to.
compliment. He used
Yeah,
to go back and forth with
yeah.
Nice like that. That's a compliment, man.
So I'm gonna say this right. All I'm saying is this, and this is clear, right?
I do got
I
that whooping cough
understand
though.
that there are members of the black people that want the black community to reunite and become one prominent again, right? I understand that. I'm not.
Yeah, that's a
They're
fact.
ambitious.
Yes.
But my point
Yes.
to you is this: it doesn't have to be in the way you think it has to be, right? It
Yeah, it
doesn't.
does.
No, it doesn't. If of the only way the black community is going to come together is we have to first start by getting along. That's the number one, right? We got to get along first, right? And it starts with the woman, right?
No.
Keep it on.
You
Keep
don't
the
have nothing to
divorce
get
rate down.
along for.
Keep the divorce rate down, right? Keep that down. Get that down to snail, right? We need to be able to get along more on these panels and in life in general, and not be so judgmental. All these things have to take place, right, for it to start.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Niggas, listen, let me tell you something. It's so many niggas. I would say, okay, we was talking earlier, right? And I think the general consensus was, again, what I've been saying for the last 5 years, Bolo been saying, OG say it. Who else was up there? Lit. Listen, everything rises and falls on the shoulder of leadership, right?
No.
It doesn't. So
No.
that's why, Ruthless, your plan isn't sound. It's not based in anything actual or factual, and it would never work. Your plan actually would probably contribute to the chaotic anarchy that we have right now.
So,
no, sir. Everything is rises and falls on the shoulders of leadership. Men carry the burden of leadership.
Who's the leader then?
Men carry and this is the other thing y'all do, right? So somebody was saying something about leadership and who are the leaders. Let me tell you something. There are so many business leaders in the black community. There are so many men leading businesses in the black community. And then you ask for something and I give it to you. Then it's, oh, how is that working out? Like, come on, man.
Really?
Cut that out,
Just
Rufus.
because somebody runs a business don't mean they can run a family.
And yo, Ruthless. And this is, I hate when y'all do this too, right? Y'all try and discredit something. So especially here in Chicago, anybody just can't open up a business in any hood, right?
Yes,
You gotta navigate political circles to get the alderman approval to open up a business, right? When you open up a business, you in certain circles that the average Joe Blow is not in.
You can open any business you want.
But we don't. You said what?
You can open any business you want in the community. All you need is a business license and some money.
You a lie. You a lie in the truth.
If I want to open a liquor store,
try and open up. Yeah, try and open up a liquor store here in Chicago.
They gonna run you off.
No. Open up a liquor store here in Chicago and see how many hoops and hurdles you got to jump
run an
through.
online business.
You can't run an online liquor business.
Now, I didn't say the online liquor. I say that's just one of them. There's many business I could do without knowing anybody. So I'm just saying you're wrong.
No,
You
Rufus,
crazy.
cut it out,
Once
man.
you
You
go to
tweaking.
stepping on toes, once
You
you
know,
go to
liquor
stepping
Yeah,
on
take
you
a
toes
different
and
tweaking.
taking
And
license.
money
I
out
don't
of the
like when y'all
bro.
do that. I gave you an answer, right? The business leaders in our community exist. We don't
But the
look
business
to them,
leaders,
and they got to keep their business running.
no, they're not the leaders.
Let me tell you.
They're not the
You
fucking
said what?
leaders.
Wait.
They're
You
not
said
the
what? Say it
fucking
again
leaders.
so I can make sure I hear you. You
They're
asked
not
for
the fucking
names?
leaders. All they care about is their
You're
money
lying. You're
and their
lying.
bank
Who
accounts.
do you think support and fund some of these initiatives and these like these initiatives
It's a
what
tax
do you call them?
write-off.
These
Tax
charitable
write-off.
organizations.
It's a
Who
tax
do you
write-off.
Chicago,
support them?
hold on, Chicago Rilla. The whole thing is Chicago Rilla. Where you go wrong at, and I go wrong
Rufus
too,
talking
bro.
just to talk.
We in certain places, bro, and we know,
We
bro. Chicago is a city, but when people are
Yeah.
incorporated and dealing with certain business, they tight knit, bro. They damn near like a family, and they ain't letting
Yeah,
nothing come through. They finna. I'm telling you,
yeah.
bro.
As they
So
should
that's
be,
what I'm
yeah.
saying.
But
How
that
the
still
fuck
don't
do
mean
you
that the
know
money
this
that
beat
they
all the way
listen.
from fucking
That still
Louisiana,
don't mean that
Mississippi,
money
wherever
doesn't
you
go to fund coffee, hip hop, and mental health, mental teacher brother, becoming a
that's
man,
so
Little Black Pearl down there in Bronzeville, South Shore Drill Team. Who do y'all think fund these initiatives? The Break Room in Inglewood.
okay, can we have a
Who you
conversation?
think funded them?
Can we have a
We're
conversation?
talking about the business leaders in our community ain't doing
Can we
nothing
have
or don't exist or they should be
Look,
discounted because you don't see what they
can we
doing.
have a conversation?
I'm yelling at Ruthless right now for the record. I'm yelling at Ruthless.
Are we okay with that? Keep on yelling at him.
I know that's my guy.
Proceed.
That joker crazy.
Yell at me, I can
No,
take it.
there
Right?
are plenty. You got Melody Hobson here with Ariel Mutual Fund. John Rogers, the largest black-owned investment company in the country, if not the world.
All right. But how
with billions of assets?
So let me ask you the question. Then,
Yeah.
Right? How does people who are money driven become the leaders of our community?
You see what I'm saying? Now listen, money is a tool and a resource. Anybody that studied to show themselves approved know that, right? Now you saying money driven, right? And you never acknowledge the people maybe that use the money as a tool and a resource to provide opportunity for other people to get access to resources and open doors in rooms that they may never have had access to. But you just whittle it down to people that's money driven. So who are the money driven people in our community, if not the same rappers and entertainers that you talk about? Now those are money driven people.
I didn't say no names.
Yeah.
All I'm saying
But
is,
I'm talking business leaders.
So
and I also named the profession too. I didn't name names.
So we understand that this goes back to my number conversation, right? That
no, I don't want to go back to no conversation with you now. I'm tired.
The minority of people will do degenerate things, right? They will go into the most egregious things. The majority of every people in every community
will remain average.
Go on to be average citizens.
Yeah.
And the minority of people, once again, right? The rich people, another minority will always be the minority, right? So that's just the numbers are not going to tell. Maybe 0.5% will go either way, but other than that, 15% rich, 15% degeneracy, and the rest in the middle are just average or well off, right? So we understand that, right? No matter how you slice the pie, right? You cannot deny this, right? This has been shit forever that people are going to commit crime. They're going to do things. These are the minority, right? The outliers, right? That are going to get them a lot of time or whatever. Then you got the rich people, right? The minority, right? Another minority. So you're talking about minority, and the majority going to be post office workers. They're going to be UPS workers. They're going to run businesses. They're going to do all these different things, right? So we're not disputing. We don't need that to change because that's already happening. It's just a way of life, right? The black community is shambles because we just don't get along with each other. Because a lot of us have different ideologies about which way
this is crazy. If the most people are average, what are you talking about? If most people are average, go ahead. Who that?
That was me.
Stan. Hey, salute everybody.
What up? Oh, what up, Stan?
Mother's Day.
Man, Stan ain't shit.
Hey,
I ain't understand
I'm
in a
gonna
minute,
tell
man.
y'all just real quick. Hey,
Fuck
Rilla, you
bracket.
was on a point, right? This is why the young people don't listen. We
What are
got
you
the young.
talking about?
Wait a minute, Rilla, young Riaz, y'all keep cutting him off, right? I'm telling you, when we have the opportunity with the youth in front of us, let them talk. When we have the opportunity to have women on the panel, let them talk. Our old ass gonna keep running, and you and damn Rilla, y'all, you know how we do. But man, when you
Man,
have
go shoot a
the
Oh yeah,
motherfucking
I'm just
rifle.
arguing with Rufus, but I
I
said for
know.
young Riaz to go. Go ahead though.
Yeah, let young
Okay.
Riaz go. And when we have women on the panel, let them go, man. Cause we can
So
battle
who
for
Man,
up
how
there?
about
hours
you,
till
you
we
listen,
take our
I
Stan?
last breath.
appreciate that, man. Appreciate
Man,
that.
Stan ain't shit.
So,
But anyway,
anyways, though, what I was just about to
keep
say
looking,
though is
keep
that some
busting,
people
I
though,
know
keep
ain't shit.
when they're married though, when they reach a certain age, it's not all about that intimacy stuff. Some people just basically hit a phase in life though, where they just feel like, okay, look, I'm gonna do my thing, and the
sound
other
like a
person's
drunken
gonna
bitch.
do their thing. Wait, just let me finish. God, let me finish though, man.
Get him.
I just thought you
Yeah,
was
let
like,
me no, let me finish, please. Literally,
Mute yourself,
literally.
ruthless.
I just
All
want to
right,
sound like a
now.
cartoon character. That's all.
Okay, so anyways, though, what I was trying to say though, some people just hit a phase in life though. It's not really about that though. They just probably just like, both people in their marriage just came to agreement. We're just basically stay married. We got love for each other, but at the same time, I got love for myself, and they just
Mm.
basically just coexist. The coexistence phase though, because when you hit a certain age though, I know I ain't married yet. I'm young and I'm a Muslim virgin, but I just understand though at some point, some people ain't on that type of time though. It's just the phase of life though. When you hit though, you just want to chill out though. So that's
Okay,
why
No,
my
I
but
thing
here's the
know.
is
thing, Riaz.
my,
Does intimacy go beyond um a man inserting his phallus into a woman?
what?
So there keeps being this mention made about the lack of intimacy in relationship, and usually we talking sexual, right? And what I'm
Yeah.
saying is intimacy is way beyond sexual,
Yep. That's what
way
I mean.
beyond sexual.
That's
Yep.
true.
If you think intimacy, and I'm not talking to you, Riaz. I'm talking to the old geezer on the
I
panel.
know.
Uh,
I
the
know.
old the old West Coast geezer on the panel, right? Uh, if
He
you think,
said geezer. God
yeah,
dog.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Come
yeah.
on.
Yeah.
I had to borrow from my country cousin lexicon. If you think
Yeah, geezer.
intimacy is just sexual in nature, then you don't have a full comprehension of what intimacy is.
Man,
So once again,
intimacy
right?
is the whole
When it
deal,
comes to the
bro.
black
And
The
community,
Stan
day to
told me to go on
day,
mute, so I'm
most
going
black
on mute.
people
Hey,
are going to
can
be
we
bro.
struggling
talk to young Riaz? Can we give
more,
him some
more,
platform? Come on,
more
Ruthless.
young
Real
Yeah,
black
trying to talk to
ruthless,
young
ruthless.
Riaz.
man. I don't
Hold
give a
Come
on, hold
fuck,
on,
on, hold on, hold on.
respectfully,
Ruthless,
brother.
man.
ruthless.
Fuck
Let
this.
him
Fuck
finish his point. Ruthless. You can get the floor.
who?
Let Riaz finish, and we can
We
go
just
from
talking
there.
about
Thank you.
intimacy. Yeah, I get
Yeah.
plenty.
Yeah,
Stan, you got to put your drill sergeant voice on, man. You got to have a
Okay.
pair,
So
man. You got when you
Hey,
come up
anyways,
in
though,
these
man.
spaces, though.
hey,
Stan, you got it, bro.
wait a
Stan,
wait a minute.
you got to
Wait
put it
1
down, bro.
second, Rooster. Wait a minute, Rooster. Hey man, but man, if we don't know what they're talking about, you ain't out there doing all this stuff with the youth. I know Rilla does, right? And a few others. Give
Man,
him an
all this money.
opportunity. Give him an opportunity to talk, man. Y'all been running y'all mouth for hours talking about the same old clickety clack bullshit. I'm telling you, show
Okay,
some
good,
damn
Rufus.
respect. Show some
Lord
damn decorum.
Jesus.
I'm telling you, let the young man speak.
Lord.
Talk to him, Stan.
Even if you think it's wild and crazy, that's what they're thinking. Man, give him some space. He come on this panel all the time, and we give him an opportunity to speak. But if y'all want to do this all this back and forth stuff, man, I tell you what, buckle your double-breasted lips
Can you
and it
only
ease that disease called
understand,
your
y'all?
mouth. Let young Red speak, cause Rilla was trying to
Woo.
get somewhere with him, so he don't fall into the
All right,
same
nigga, we hear
BS
you.
that
God
some of y'all
damn.
Can
from.
I get
Nigga,
a
you ain't no
Yeah, don't
motherfucking
tell
witness?
me,
country.
hey,
I'll
damn
take
is right.
Can
If
I
you
Okay.
get
don't
a
buckle
Damn.
your double-breasted lip,
witness?
Country
put
ass.
yourself on mute, and I put myself on mute.
Man,
Is that
fuck
a
yeah.
deal?
Can I get a
Is it a deal?
witness?
All right, young
Can I
Reds,
get
you
a
got the mic.
witness?
And
Okay.
really,
Cool. So
It's
really,
that's
you can talk
interesting though,
with young
Realist. So
Reds.
Okay, cool. That's
I
interesting,
hear
really, when you
Uncle
mention that, though.
Stan,
So,
yo.
like, that's kind. I get what you mean, though. So, when I kind of mention that as well, though, when you mean by intimacy is more than that, yeah, that is kind of true. It's like the mental slash emotional part too, though. So, the physical part. That's why some people, though, when they get older, though, when while they're married, though, that's why they have a different form of it, though. So. It's more like a coexisting phase, though. I know about that because I've seen my own parents' marriage do that, though. Like, both of them are like, 40s, in their 40s, though. My mom's 48 and my dad's 45. And basically, I just see how their marriage is and stuff. And I just observe and see that that's just how it is, though. So, you have a point right there.
Yeah, and you hit it spot on. It takes other forms, right? But the core of it is I would, well, I don't know. I don't want to speak on your parents, but I just know even
Nah.
for my wife, because I have to pay attention to it. The older we get, we age, right? Like, so we
Mm-hmm.
don't keep the same interest, we don't hold the same energy that we once had, right? But that
Yep.
need for human connection, and the need for vibrancy in your covenant is still there. When you actually can, to me, when you connect on a physical level, that's just the ultimate expression of, right? Like, and I know we consider that a key part to intimacy. But for me, uh, the that starts way before, like that physical contact is just the ultimate expression of it. But it's the way y'all talk to each other, how y'all handle each other. Uh, Intimacy is that woman serving you. You know what I'm
I
saying?
wanna pass
Your
the
plate,
mic to.
or you handling your responsibilities. That's intimacy. The conversations that y'all have, the dates you take her out on, that's intimacy. You know?
Right. Yeah. That makes sense, though. Yeah. So, yeah, I totally get you. And that's why I'm saying it's a coexisting phase because the love is there. And even if it does phase, of course, arguing will happen at some point, though. But it's just basically, you knowing each other for so long to that point. That's
Oh
why
yeah.
that's why basically you feel how you feel and basically you just basically mutually just agree what is best for not just your kids only but your entire family. It's not that if you want to leave you can leave, that's up to you, but I'm saying though both my parents they did that though, they just basically agreed what was best for me and my siblings though is they stay together though for as long as possible. It's not that they don't have love for each other. Love is always there, but they just understand, look, this is just what is best for the kids, though. And even if we get older, they probably just be together for as long as possible. They just know it is what it is, man. So that's just how some
I
people
wanna
feel.
take this time on this Sunday morning
Well, y'all
So
better
yeah,
and
hit
it's
say, can
also
hit.
y'all pass
frequency.
that mic? Can you pass that mic back to Uncle
Go, go,
Stan,
go.
y'all? Cause
Vic,
he's
Vic, go ahead, finish your
preaching.
song. Vic, go and finish it. Go. I'm gonna give you the spotlight. Go
Ooh,
and finish.
don't leave it up to the YN. Pass that mic back to Uncle Stan, y'all.
Oh,
If
he in
you
the
never
juke joint,
had a
Stan.
pair. I'm
Oh
just playing with
God.
y'all. Go ahead, go ahead.
He
Hey,
in the,
hey,
he in the
hey,
juke
but
joint.
hey,
Stan came up here and
hey,
finna put it down. Hey,
hey, yeah,
Stan,
hey,
I love you, Stan.
man, I love you
Don't
too,
don't.
brother. I love
Okay.
you too,
So
brother.
yeah, I see what you mean.
Hey, Riaz, understand this, right? Everybody on this panel that's older than you,
Yeah,
we came from failures, right?
yeah,
And so that's why I want you to get the opportunity to talk to people like Rilla and I don't want to say this out
Relax, shit.
loud, Ruthless. But I want you to understand, man, we didn't get it right the first time, the second time, the third time. And this is the way we push the
That's a
generation
fact.
forward. So we can
okay,
have the conversation. We're never going to tell you what to
What
do.
about the
We give you
brother song?
recommendations. We give you recommendations, right? Because we
yep,
thought we had it right. A lot of these jokers got children out of wedlock, right? They've been
yeah,
Check
married
the cash
before
out.
and all
Check the
that.
cash out.
But what I'm saying is that, Riaz, I just wanted you to have the opportunity today to
yeah, I
talk to
appreciate it.
people that's just trying to explain certain things in life because a lot of people don't understand your culture. And guess what? I bet you a lot of these knock-knee, slew-footed, rat soup eating motherfuckers would have wished their parents was
God
involved
damn, Dolomite.
before they
Yeah,
married. before they married that dang on woman and had all these problems, man. So
Yeah.
nobody's telling you what you're doing is wrong. It's just strange to them. I've been around the world, but you can
Okay.
learn a lot from certain people, right? And we're just going to tell you, man, if anybody come up here and tell you that everything they did was successful, they're lying. The truth ain't in them. So that's why I
Okay.
want you to talk to Rilla, because I got much respect for Rilla, and he's going to
Man,
walk
love
it
and
down
gratitude,
step
bro.
by step. Yeah, man, ain't nothing but
Okay.
love, Rilla. So he can walk it
Okay.
down, man, because this is very important. Man, we champion you, man, because we want you to get it right the first time when we failed many times. And that's how the
And
Okay.
we
movie
stepping out
I
the
Generation
way,
was.
appreciate
Stan.
that though,
Okay,
And we stepping out the way.
hold up
I
one
land the
second,
understanding
real
plane.
that
quick.
type
1
of
second. Let
thing
me
though. I
acknowledge the cash
appreciate
app.
that though. Oh, sorry.
Let me acknowledge
Shout
the
out to the
cash app. Shout
cash
out to
app.
Ruthless with the $20 ball. Shout out to Ruthless. He say drop Red.
God damn.
Rulers, you
Bro,
ain't
man.
shit. Yeah, Freezy don't do drops over here, but that's cool, man. But nah, man,
He said drop
we got to
man.
mentor.
Go
We
say
got
drop
to,
me next.
yeah, we got to. Hey, Freezy already said he don't do drops, but the thing is, man, it's our obligation, man, when we're in these
I stand.
communities together
I
to have the
stand.
conversation, man. Freezy don't do drops over. He's explained that earlier, man. Come.
Stan, you got 20 minutes. Riaz, you got 20 minutes. All right, y'all can keep the conversation back going. You can pick up where you left off,
Thank you, Freezy.
Rooster.
Get your ass about the
Ruthless.
bed. Get your ass about the bed, Freezy. Over there trying to go on a
Who
job.
is you,
How you gonna get,
bogus in the mug, man?
how you gonna get
Why you
fired on your day
sniping the
off?
panel, man?
Okay, Rilla. What's up? I'm gonna have this conversation because the black community is done. I just stick a fork in it. All right.
Oh, okay.
And go ahead and live your life. Enjoy you and your wife and your kids and y'all are the fruits which the Lord has blessed you with, right?
Yeah.
And don't worry about this world because this guy got this, right? Everything is going exactly
Now is that
the
what
way
the father
he
told
wants.
you?
That's exactly everything's going exactly the way God wants it.
Wait, is that what the father told you though?
Of course. Now I know you ain't disagreeing with that.
The father told you the black community is done.
Okay, the whole world is done.
Okay.
Right? We understand that Judgment Day is around the corner. So I don't know why y'all sitting here worried about something you ain't create, something you have no authority over, right? You just live in your little box.
That's crazy.
You live in your little box.
Hey, what type of believer are you, Rufus?
And wait for your time is up. That's it.
What
That's
type
what
of
you do.
Christian is you?
Wait for you till our time's up. That's all we can do.
Who covering you, Rufus? Who you sitting under?
You know what I'm saying? I'm under Christ. Who you under?
No, I mean, who teaches you?
The Word of God.
Oh, you self-style wisdom. Okay.
Now, do you want to? Now, you stay out the Word of God because you know this is where you lose.
No, Ru, I don't think you want to. Listen, I just purchased.
I
just bought an apocrypha, so I don't think you want to.
I want to smoke.
No,
I want to smoke.
no, I don't want no smoke, Rufus. You got it.
Get up out of here. Next, Freezy. No captivity.
How you doing, Mr. Freezer? How you doing, Mr. Freezer? Hey, Freezer, man. Look, one thing, Freezer. Look, somebody did something in the chat, bro. I'm blocked in your chat now, so I had to come up and show my face, man. I tried to get in contact with you, but hey, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Yeah. Somebody blocked.
Mic check.
No,
Okay.
somebody blocked me in the chat.
There it is. I thought that nigga was dead. He back.
You heard me, Freezer. Somebody
What you
blocked
said?
me in your chat, so I popped up on your panel on a good Sunday.
Rooster, you know what Freezy's favorite song
You
is?
blocked me now. I'm gonna check the block list then.
Their favorite song is "I Believe in Children of the Future." Teach it well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside.
Oh no!
That's what
Freezer look like he a Curtis. He look like he a Curtis Mayfield person.
No, he like that. He like that. You know.
Oh, y'all like Curtis Mayfield now?
No, Freezy from down bottom, man. That's that Splat Pack, Uncle Luke, Uncle Al, got doggone crazy legs, half pint.
All right, damn.
Listen. You know that's one of my best friends from Splat Pack. Head.
Dang.
His name Uncle Head. Yeah, from Square Pants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you remember that song, Freezy? I believe the
Yeah.
children of the future.
Shake that ass, bitch, and let me
Let me
see what
see
you
what you
got.
got.
Nah. Freezy is Michael Jackson.
Breezy was out there cranking it.
Nah, he was believe the children of the
Yeah, he
future.
was cranking it.
Freebie believe the children of the future.
Ain't that scrub the ground?
Ain't that
Yeah,
right?
Hold on
that's
now,
theirs
Freezy.
too.
Look, they did
Hold
scrub
on
the
Yeah.
now,
ground too.
Freezy.
That's Black Pack.
They
Yeah,
trying to
that's them
paint you.
too.
Right.
So they try to paint you as one of the kids that went out there and free William, right? Boy, these folk crazy, man. Hell no.
Wait, Freezy, you was at the Pac
Ruthless.
Jam?
Yeah, I went to
Yeah, you
Pac
definitely
Jam a
was at the
few
Pac
times.
Jam. Yep.
Yeah. Y'all been treating my sister good. Y'all been treating Fenna Mortis good.
Hell no. Some man's
What?
world.
No, she been good. She ain't been saying nothing really. No,
I just
she
fucking
know what she
Freezy,
been
man.
doing, Freezy. She been
No,
soaking up all this foolishness. She been
I
soaking up all
checked
this
out of
foolishness.
the 2 hour religious debate. I just been modding.
Freezy come about the bed with cold in his eye, trying to check on the women. Ain't that nice? Ain't you such a hero?
We know you don't like that, Ruthless.
You a hero. You know what I mean? You
You know who's
probably got
not?
2 cakes on. Maybe not 1 cake, but
Ria's
2.
got something for you, Ruthless.
I'm all good though. You know, I love my women, right? I love them, right? As long as they, understand that, that they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. Be rebellious, over talking, back talking, and getting money. That's all they do. Yeah. Do what y'all do. I ain't hating. Congratulating.
Ruthless, you got to stop that, man. You too old for
Next
that,
level,
man.
what's up with you, bro?
Man.
What up, Freezy? I've been a little tad bit kind of doing a little things, but I'm still working, and I'm still working.
Yes.
No, shit. You already know.
I'm
You
gonna
already
hold
know.
it down regardless.
Oh no, I already know that. I already know that.
Oh yeah, but I want to say this. Hey, shout out to Stan. Shout out to Young Riaz. Yes, it's true. Freezy doesn't do bounties, but I do. I apologize for it, but y'all have about like maybe 14 more minutes.
Oh,
That's
you'll
a
be all right.
fact. Hey,
No
y'all
time.
heard my
So
dog.
somebody
Y'all
want.
heard my dog, man. Y'all
Y'all, they
heard
got
So
my
time to
somebody
take a
want to get
shower,
rid
get
of
some
old Rooster,
breakfast.
bro. So somebody want to get rid of old King Rooster, huh?
dog.
Rooster, you still here? I would have got rid of you if I want you out.
Not saying you, but look, but
Oh,
Freezy, check your what's the name? Somebody blocked me in your chat though, for real. That's the only reason you see my name. Yeah, it's
I'll
somebody.
check it.
They stalking me, man. I'm a regular dude, but they stalking me, man. Look, what? Oof,
Hold on, let
make
me
me feel
drop
like a
down and
stalker.
see. Hold on, I'm gonna drop down and
I'm
come
for
right back.
real. I'm telling you, they been blocking me, man. Don't play with me. I'm talking about on my mama.
You know you
They
got a
been
lot of
blocking
enemies,
me,
Rooster. You know you like having a lot of enemies. What are you talking about?
I don't even see
man.
the
Hey,
super chats in the back.
make me feel beautiful. Nah, I've been blocked for like half a month. It's somebody, one of your moderators that don't like me from previous channels.
Oh
But the only
shit!
thing I'm doing is just kicking the truth.
Here comes
See,
a scam.
I ain't a content
It's a
creator,
scam.
see, so I ain't got no
I mean,
All
I
the
ain't got
facts
no
up
reason to
here.
come to lie to people on these spaces, and they don't be want the truth.
Stop it,
Even when they
Rooster. You
had
know
them
you
topics,
is you.
bro.
Your name is King Rooster. You know you be letting motherfuckers have it.
No, no, I don't. What I do is I just speak like reality, and real is rare and fake is everywhere. So people try to cut you down when you speak about the truth. You can't tell people the truth these days. So if you tell the truth, you become a target because you ain't a part of the narrative or the cultivating the minds of the day. So it's a lot of people that ain't gonna like
All
me in
that
this
shit is
space because I can
scams.
tell you.
Quit scamming the people.
Hold on, real quick, y'all. Let's get Freezy up in this. So Freezy, while you was gone, before you left, it was a talk about conversation about the Bible and religion.
Yeah.
So that conversation continued, but you had different people with different views of opinion, and you have a couple still up here now. So I just want to get your take on some of the things they said.
Most definitely.
regarding to like Vic and Ruthless, because they was kind of going back at it with Ronald. So
see, people love me so much they don't won't even call me by my screen name, boy. Y'all we want folks to know about me, boy. Look at
man,
this.
look, I gotta get used to the King Rooster. I know Vic. God damn.
Yeah, no, but this is what I'm saying. I'm a household name. They tell me I'm a
This is
household
Black House.
name.
That's the Black House.
Your name is Vic. You grandfathered in.
No, my name is King Rooster, bro.
No,
See,
no matter what I
bro,
change my
color
name
people
to,
don't
it's
know
gonna
how
be
to
Scam
respect.
or it's gonna be
See,
Gusto or something.
no, hold on. See, I presented myself on here as my real name, right? Everybody that know me as my real name, that's okay, fine and dandy. But when my name changes, out of respect, you should address the person as their name, right? Because
Most
you
definitely,
can't
most
get no,
definitely. I got
you
you.
can't no
That is
hold on.
true.
So you can't get a transformer that which was a certain person at one point in time, and then they transformed into another thing. You can't disrespect them like that. So why can't King Rooster get the same respect, baby? Lay it on me straight and flat,
I
baby.
unblocked you. I unblocked your King Rooster. I got you.
Yeah, and tell me who blocked me.
I can't. I don't know.
But you can't.
It don't tell you that. It don't tell you that.
Yeah. But get what? On
He trying to
platforms, when I
retaliate.
tell people this, look, when I tell people this though, Freezer, people be
Yeah.
thinking I'm lying. Look, I can see, sir. Look, bro, I got electronic appliances all over my house, bro. I can see multiple. Um, I can give y'all stream time just by turning on all my TVs, laptops, and appliances. Shit, I can put it on my son's phone. He can see what y'all talking about. He be like, boy, these folk crazy. I said, this is the world you living in, son. 'Cause I was born in '85. It wasn't that bad.
So
Bro,
what exactly was y'all talking about? As far as the Bible and stuff. What the back and
You
forth
got
was
you got
about?
to ask Ruthless. You got to ask Ruthless.
We were
Okay.
talking. What we were
I knew
doing
he was the one
was
started. I know he was. Go ahead.
what we were doing was we were establishing foundation of authority. There's a group of on here that thought men have dominion and power, and I'm on the position that God has a dominion and power, and that's what the debate was.
I would say God.
Well, most definitely God got dominion and power, but God did give man dominion over the earth. So
Uh oh.
Now, give. What do you mean give?
huh?
What do you mean give?
So the reason why God made the male species the most cognizant, right, and the strongest human being,
Not strongest.
most logical. Well, men are the strongest human beings on
They're
the
the
earth.
only human beings. What you talking about?
No, we got
They're not
female.
the strongest creatures.
No, you got female too, but the male
Female is
men are the
male.
strongest human beings on the earth.
Male and female is the
They're
same thing.
stronger than females. Would you agree?
Yeah, it's strong. Male and female is the same thing.
Male and female the same thing.
The same thing.
So,
Freezer.
you a female too?
Female. Take the fe off. Right? What it says. Male.
Well, yeah, but why you got to take the
She
fe off if they the same thing?
She just structured differently for a different purpose.
Okay,
For
what was that D word you just said?
Male. She's a female.
No, what the D word you just said? They structured what?
Differently.
So that make them what?
That make them structured differently.
That make them different.
Hey, Freezy, question. When you
Go
say
ahead,
God gave dominion to man,
yeah.
when it just somebody clarify, man, not necessarily male, but man as in person.
Oh my gosh.
No, I'm asking.
Why do you do that, male and man? That's the same shit.
No, I'm asking.
So no, that's a good question because somebody could interpret that as mankind.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I mean.
Yeah, somebody could interpret that, but
No,
we
right.
know.
Meaning in that text when it says, "I'm giving you dominion over the earth," meaning like the people being able, like as a man speaketh, so he is. That's still a woman speaketh. That's just mankind.
But of course, when we get to the relationship, all that kind of stuff, it's still man supposed to be leading over women. That meaning these are two separate things. And somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, here it is, right?
I could be wrong.
No. I mean, to a degree, you're right. But the good thing about the Bible is detailed, and it actually gives an order of things, right? So God commanded Adam to actually name everything.
Okay.
He didn't command him.
Huh?
He didn't command him.
Okay, that's why I was asking.
He did. Everything is a command. Everything is a command from God. You know, it's a commandment. He commanded Adam to name everything on the earth and everything. So
I think we go wrong.
Hold on, King Rich. Yeah, ultimately, because I mean, the Bible says God is a man too. A lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't know that either. It says God is a man of war. That's a scripture in the Bible. So, but God did give man dominion over the earth, and actually we were talking about this earlier. Men are supposed to be the leaders, right? So
here's the question I have for you.
Yeah.
When God had Noah build that ark, why were the men able to stop the earth from being flooded? Did they have dominion?
Well, no. Well, see, that's the key word was God gave.
I'm confused.
Dominion. You know what I'm saying? Like he can always take it back.
Take it back, yeah.
Wait, he took it back? He gave it and took it back?
He can take it back at any time if he wants. You know what I'm saying?
It's more like he granting access.
Freeze it.
Exactly, Scam. He granted
Okay, so
access.
I'm gonna tell you where you're wrong at. First of all, man can't become a fish and swim in the water and live in the water, right?
That's not dominion.
Man cannot. Well, dominion means you have absolute control.
No, you might want to look up what dominion means.
That's
right. That's not
like a king has dominion over his jurisdiction. A judge has dominion over their jurisdiction.
But we
you might want to look that up, Ruthless.
We understand that, right? That
no, don't get a hip hop daddy remix
I'm just addressing Freezy, right? I'm saying that ultimately we know that, right? That man, right, is a vessel on here to till the land, right?
Yeah,
and all those things, right? We're not disputing that, but we understand that all authority, right, and everything comes from God and is God. And he does not give that away, right? He does not share that power with anything, because then, right, that would be man.
So in Genesis, when it says God gave Adam dominion, then what is that? The scripture is wrong.
That dominion is not a form of control. It's a form of, way that man can survive without being overtaken by the species. So God is making sure that man is able to survive here on earth, right? And have the wisdom, the structure and stuff like that, so that the animals or the things can't take them out.
What?
Well, no.
Can I say this?
But animals, no animals are smarter than men. See, this is what a lot of people, what is it called? A lot of men, right? We underestimate our possession. What we possess is our intellect, and a lot of us don't use it. That was the gift that God gave us over animals and stuff, right? So, but I would argue that men do have dominion over the seas and stuff, because this is why we have a big, what is it called? Endangered species.
That's correct.
Phenomenon going on, right? This is why men are restricted from catching certain fish, because men, if they wanted to, they could go out on the sea and come up with ways to catch certain species of fish until they're all gone, right? So and another thing is, men have created gear to where they can swim like fish. Men can go underwater and swim just like fish with the sharks. Scuba gear, they can. You need to watch some of these videos. It's gear that men have invented where they can deep dive and swim just like fish. They have like little fins and stuff at the end of their feet and all of that kind of stuff. So I would argue that I would argue that a man does have dominion over the earth, right? Because the whole reason why the earth was either in better shape or worse shape is not because of animals, right? It's because of mankind. It's because of men that's in charge. So, you know, we talk about global warming and all that stuff. This shit is because of men, corporations. You feel what I'm saying? So you're trying to argue something that's futile, but it's really not an argument.
So
It's
when the
really not an
fire happened,
argument.
happened, right? It took them days to stop it, right? Because they had to get it under control.
But they did get it under control, right?
But I'm just saying is though they couldn't stop it right away.
It
Like,
don't
they had to
matter.
build to that. But God, you know, what I mean, He can just right. So there's a difference, right? I'm just,
But we never argue if it was a difference between man and God.
we cannot dictate when it's going to rain.
But hold on, but you going back to God. We never argue if it was a difference between man and God. We said that God, somebody said it earlier, granted access, right? The big man up above granted access to man and mankind, right? So he granted access. Nobody said that man is above God. You keep going back to God. Name something else that has more dominion over the earth than mankind.
Okay, so you know what? I'm just going to concede
That
this
only
argument.
thing is God.
I'm going to concede
Yeah,
this
can I say something, man? Because I just came up first.
Hold on. I'm just going to concede this argument because I really don't want to. This is not really a important conversation.
you can't. Wow.
Yo, yo, Freedy, let me say this, Freedy, because that's the only reason why I came up.
Go ahead.
The only reason why I came up is it's important. It's very important, people, to understand.
Good morning.
I'm good. How you doing, brother? How you doing? How everyone doing? It's very important.
Momo was here this morning.
It's very important, man, to understand this information that people are getting. It's very important. The scripture says that God gave man dominion. That's it. I don't understand why Cats is arguing what dominion is. He gave you dominion. Now Cats want to go into what dominion is. He's not above God. I left Rilla in charge. He's in charge. That means if anything goes wrong, I'm coming to Rilla. If Freezy leaves his panel and he leaves Bolo in charge, if anything goes wrong, Bolo, I'm looking at you. That's what the scripture says. And this is the point.
Bolo, I explained it. I explained it earlier today.
Wait, let Bolo finish.
And this is the point of man trying to be deeper than they are. Instead of just taking the word for what it is and trying to lead astray. Because what you're doing when you say, no, it's all God, you're taking accountability and responsibility away from man. You're taking accountability and responsibility. Yes, you are. Because the reason why the earth is out of course, like Freezy said, is because of man. The reason why you have society the way it is, because of man. The reason why there's pollution, because of man. That's it. The reason why the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah was because of man. The reason why the Lord flooded the earth was because of man. Not because the earth was out of course. Man was out of course. Man runs the earth. Man is what kills animals. Man is what pollutes the ocean. It ain't the ocean. So we gotta stop this rhetoric and this nonsense, man. This is why we can't get along, and this is why we can't grow. Because things that are just simple, Cats try to make it deep. And things that are deep, they try to make it simple. Stop being stupid, man. God damn. I'm at peace. I am relaxed. I can get upset.
They said King Rooster crazy.
Peace, man. Love you all.
Let's go, Bolo.
So can I rebut that?
You see Bolo got off in Ruthless hands.
Bolo don't play.
Hey, can I rebut
My man Bolo.
So know what I need. So know what I need, Freezer. I need a person like Bolo, right? Because I told them the same thing when they were talking about women and submissiveness and all this. No, I need a Bolo. Bolo. I can run the enterprise and you just be the spokesman. Because they didn't listen to what I was saying earlier today. But King Rooster don't know nothing.
Bolo ain't shit.
No, I
What
need
is
a
that?
face of
First
what I say.
Timothy or
No,
First
I
Peter?
need
Hey,
a
Ruthless.
face of to what I
Bolo's
say.
off limits for
I need a
touch.
face to what
Counsel
I say.
Bolo
Bolo
can't
I
do
need
getting
it.
somebody
here
gonna
for that
stand out
spirit
in the
and
front
land.
Hold on,
and
wait,
I can whisper in their
let
ear.
King
I
Rufus
said
say what
all
he
the
gonna
same
say.
thing Bolo said.
You
Look,
okay?
I
So
need a
King
Bolo,
Rufus,
bro.
hold on. Okay, let's stop there. King Rufus said he said the same thing Bolo said. Who else was in to go? Tell me when to
So
go.
Oh
Bolo,
no! Only thing I was gonna say was, listen, the scripture is clear when it says, "Study to show thyself approved workman who need not be ashamed." Right,
Yeah.
rightfully dividing the word of truth. You can't get
workmanship,
up in here and Puff Daddy remix stuff, fam. You can't do that.
a
Oh,
workmanship unto
Rufus do
God.
that all the time.
A
Rufus
workmanship
sure
and,
unto
do.
and
God,
look,
man.
and Bolo pop up like Boogeyman every single.
So workmanship,
You ought
Right.
to know
workmanship.
that by now.
Really, it's a workmanship unto God, right? So
What? Why you
study to
keep
show
adding
thyself
stuff? Hey man, I'm
approved.
calling you Puff
Study,
Daddy from now on, man.
study to show
You
thyself
keep
approved.
remixing stuff, man. You Jermaine Dupri out this
Damn,
camp.
can we read the scripture? Study to show thyself approved, a workmanship unto God, right?
Clue.
Wait. You reading the scripture right now? What is that? First Timothy
Yeah.
or First Peter? Now, quote the Bible verse. What is it?
Study to show thyself approved, a workmanship unto God.
No, that's not what it says. That's why I'm asking you to quote the verse.
To rightfully
What
divide
verse is
the word of
that?
truth. So, you know what it is. Why you ask me?
Yeah, because you Rufus, you up here playing, man.
Am I right though? Am I wrong
No,
though?
that's not what it says.
What it
It
says?
says exactly the way I said it. It says, and I think it's First Timothy, right? It says, study to show thyself approved, right? It don't say nothing about a workmanship unto God. Go ahead. That's why I keep asking you. Hold on. Let me jump down out of here. Let me jump down out of here and get this Bible verse real quick. Rufus like getting chastised on Sundays, man. I ain't got time to play with it. I'll be right back.
Bow your heads, ladies and gentlemen.
Study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman that needed not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. What you trying to? I'm saying why you brought that up, Ruthless. I'm just
Because it is just for you to study to show thyself approved, right?
yes, sir.
You need to study under the direction of God, though, not under your. Because Scripture also said, "Lean not on your own understanding," right? So you need God to guide you, right? So He can help you divide the word of truth.
Okay, so when did anybody disagree with that?
Okay, that's it. Oh, we good. That's all. That's it. So back to Bolo's statement that Dominion. Okay, Dominion. What Bolo was saying, right, is maybe he's very pro man power, thinking man is God or something. But we understand that when Jesus stood on the boat and then the waves were going crazy, and then he commanded the sea to shut down, and the sea obeyed his voice. That was dominion right there. Was a display of authority and dominion right there. Man does not have that authority and dominion, right? If a tornado comes,
Did Jesus tell the disciples the works that I do, you do also?
So
hold on, Ruthless. Shout out to Just J for the $2 super cap. She said, "Good day, Truthless."
What up, Just Jay?
So we understand, right? We understand that God is. So see, when we have a problem is with authority, right? There is one God. God runs this with iron fist, right? He does not share his power. He does not give people power to, or delegate power to people to do. No, God runs this with full authority, right? He controls everything, from death to life, right? From water to rain, right? All this, the sea, the ocean.
Dominion is delegated authority. What are you talking about?
Everything is God under God's authority. Man is under God's authority, right? So therefore, God protects man from the elements sometime, right? Unless you judging them. God protects man from the animals, right? God lays these protections out. That's
Scam
God was
Rufus freestyling. This 106 in Park.
so
Now
we
he
understand. We
freestyling.
understand.
The problem
We understand
is,
that we're not man can't even average man can't even beat a bear, right? He can't go tell that bear shut the fuck up, right?
The average man just
Right?
as bad as a damn
He
bear.
has
they
to,
got certain,
What are you
they got
talking
certain
about?
tools.
he
They,
has
they,
to
got,
tell
they got
you.
certain
Fighting
tools that
bears,
will
bro.
manage that bear, bro.
Wait, y'all.
They got,
Wait.
We talking
You
about
say,
fighting bears.
hold on, Scan.
What?
You say a man can't beat a bear. So did man invent guns?
Right. God gave him the wisdom to make guns.
No,
So that they can survive.
did man invent guns with his intellect?
No, God invented guns.
So you telling me a man did not invent a gun?
No, God invented the gun.
Okay, now it's time for
Lord
you to
Jesus.
check out now.
And then the
trolls.
Wait, who built the Tower of Babel?
Yeah, you ain't trying to. I know you're trying
Who
to get
built the tower, Rufus?
God Almighty.
God
He don't
Almighty
know.
built
He
the
wasn't there.
tower.
Yes.
He wasn't
So
there. He don't
so
know.
that's a house divided against itself. Then
None of y'all know.
Yeah, let me say this, man. Let me say this.
Hold on back.
The one thing,
Yeah,
yeah,
dog. Bolo, be
Lord
smooth with
said,
it, fam.
the Lord said, I came not to bring
I
peace,
just came back.
but
Yeah, no, I
a
just came
sword.
back to say this, and I
All
promise
right.
you I'm a better song.
You know what I
Here's
mean?
the thing.
So,
The
Bolo,
one thing, the
Bolo,
one thing, the one thing.
hold up. How you gonna
This
tell
is
everybody,
this is what I'm gonna say.
I'll wait your turn.
The
You don't run this panel.
the one thing,
So
the one
all I'm
thing,
saying is God is a power over life and death. Man doesn't.
and no one disagrees with you on that. Here's the thing. When we're talking
Show me
about, when we're
check
talking
stubs off
about,
the Tower of Babel being built, bro. You don't know if it was built or not.
Hold on, y'all. Go ahead, Bolo.
yeah, here's the thing,
God,
man.
dog.
We can play with each other all day, right? We can play with each other, talk to each other, and disagree, and pontificate on what our intellect as man is. When it comes to the Lord, the one thing we don't play with is Him. We don't play with Him. He's not one that should be played with. And you know, cats that want to play with Him, you're gonna see. At the end of the day, all things are made by the Lord. If you want to go that high, absolutely, all things are made by the Lord. At the end of the day, He gave charge to man. I'm going to give you this and see how you run. Okay, that's why the earth was destroyed by water. There was no one righteous. It wasn't destroyed because the earth was polluted just because it was polluted. It was polluted because of man. Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed because of the wickedness of man. This earth is going to be destroyed by fire because of the wickedness of man. Period. I don't understand why cats are getting confused and conflating the conversation, because when you blame it on God, you take accountability and responsibility out of your hand to say, what did I do to make this situation worse? Or how do I mitigate this situation? This is why you guys keep fighting for
can I rebut that?
submission and you can't get it.
Hold on, Ruthless. Wait,
I told
Ruthless.
her to rebut
Hold on, wait. Now I'm finna. This is gonna be a teachable moment, right? This is why I love scriptures. This is why I love the Bible. Now let's go back to bears. So if first of all, a man with a gun, can a man with a gun defeat a bear? Anybody?
Yep.
Okay.
Certain caliber.
One more time. Who invented guns?
Man.
God.
Okay, Truth said God, right?
Truth
Chicago Rilla, could you read Ecclesiastes 7:28 through 29?
Yeah, which yet my soul seeketh, but I find not one. Oh, I'm sorry, which my soul yet seeketh, but I find not one man among 1,000 have I found, but a woman among all those have I not found. Lo, this only have I found, that God hath made man upright, but they have sought out many inventions.
Okay, there you go.
Bipedal people. Bipedal. Homo
So who did God
erectus.
say sought out many
Thinkers.
inventions?
Man.
Thank you. This is why you should read scripture. See, this I could just defeat all that. We ain't got to
Study to show thyself
Yeah.
approved.
Wait, so basically, Crazy, you're right on. So it's like basically everything happened because God allowed it to happen, and He's given us
God
the free.
bestowed the knowledge upon man to become the apex predator of the world which deemed him dominion over everything, because if he think it, he shall do it. And if it comes
Mm-hmm.
across as an obstacle, he will hurdle it as it see fit, bro. What's wrong with you niggas, bro?
Wait,
These
I
You
color
said
people,
agree.
God
they don't
created man to be the
understand the
apex
world.
predator.
Wait, I was just
Yeah,
gonna say I agree with you on it. I'm just saying, yes, you are right. God made us that way. We were created from free
he
will, so
granted
He
us
gave
the knowledge.
the
He
knowledge
granted us the
and the
knowledge to
will
create
to.
tools.
I just want to rebut Bolo.
To be the apex
And
predator.
then
No,
and
no,
there's also another
rebut
thing,
the
and
Bible.
there's
Rebut the
also another,
Bible,
and
nigga.
No.
and that's another thing though, Freezy.
I
What
want
Okay,
these
okay,
Bolo.
color
okay.
people don't
Freezy,
understand.
eh?
Look,
I
there's a
want Bolo.
Freezy. There's another thing called it's a forbidden knowledge too. When you tap into that, that's why these
Mhm.
niggas going crazy, bro. That forbidden knowledge. When they get a hold to a certain book or read a certain text and they can interpret it or break it down, hey, bro, that's why you see these folks out on the streets hollering Jesus, but ain't no God around them, bro. That's why I be telling you. Some of you
Yeah.
people, bro, y'all
Mm.
better stop playing, because
No,
the
you saying
books
some real
in the
stuff, Vic.
text, are spiritual things, and
Yeah.
are spells, bro. When you read those things in confinement, you are supposed to be out of this world and thinking in a certain degree. If you are not ready, your body will be consumed in that, and you will be a fool out in this world walking. And everybody
Right,
won't understand what you're trying to put out to them. You will just be looking abnormal because you done touched something that you wasn't capable of dealing with. Y'all better stop playing with it before you be
right.
some
I
kind of
kind of.
Over there.
All right now.
Wait, sorry, I was just gonna say, Doris, that you have a point though, man. You are right though. I know from experience because what you just said, I've actually done that before myself. Like, the scripture I follow and stuff. Instead though, I went in too deep though, and I did not understand the basics like that at first. So when I did what you just said though, myself though, I literally lost my mind
I
though.
want Bolo.
I literally broke down though, when I did that though. And then afterwards though, when I had advice, pretty much to just take your time slowly, take your time to understand the basics though. When I did that approach though, that's when I realized though, you, what was up. And so what you're saying, you have a point. That's why some people, right? Some people don't understand the simple basic things and they just go in deep, into advanced things though without understanding what the simple foundations though of what was it before, right?
uh, Riaz. I'm finna tell
So
you about
I would
colored
like to
folks in the
rebut
United
Hold
Bolo.
States.
on, wait,
No,
wait,
hold
wait,
on,
y'all.
hold on.
Wait.
I'm gonna
No,
take.
no, wait.
Let,
Rooster,
let me.
you done went already. Go ahead, truthfully. Go ahead, truth. I
Oh,
mean,
So
come on.
I call you
so
truthfully. Oh, ruthless, my bad.
I know you know what you did.
No, that
Make
fuck
slick
that.
over there.
Just Jay fucked me up just then. He fucked me up.
Yeah, it's freezy. I see your little
No,
undershot
I
uppercut.
swear I didn't mean to
Yeah, that
do
was
that
an
that time.
uppercut. That was the uppercut I didn't see coming, right?
I ain't mean to do it though. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yeah. I'll deal with you later. Right now, I'm dealing with Bolo, right? So Bolo said I'm trying to attribute everything to God and to take accountability off man. This is not true. Yeah, all things were created for God and by God, and all God has authority over everything. The accountability of the things that men do on this earth, right? To those who the kingdom of Satan and all their evil wickedness is going to be attributed to them, and then they will be held accountable, which Book of Revelation speaks on. But now, the children of God, their state's going to be wiped clean, right? They
Rufus, I
will
had a
be
question for you.
all their
Go ahead.
sins, all their sins will be forgiven, and they shall enter into heaven without further ado. So therefore, if God want to debit your account and hold you accountable for all your sins, it's going to happen, regardless of whether you have control or not.
Hey, Ruthless, just because I hear the shift in addition. There's God, there's man, there's woman, and there's children. Every time we talk about the accountable thing, you dish it off to God, then
Huh?
you throw it off to the women's, and
I
eventually you're gonna
dish.
throw it to the kids and the dog.
Huh?
Okay,
Oh,
bro.
listen,
you're
all
saying
that
it's
sin
God's
and
fault.
falling
If
short of
everything,
the glory of God.
Roof,
no, hold on. It's
not
God's
ruthless, but
fault.
Freezy.
Then it's women's
You
fault,
letting
and it's
these
always
people
somebody.
talk, bro, but you don't want to get the message, bro. I'm trying to deliver a message on this great Sunday.
All right, go ahead, Scam. We're gonna let you talk. We're gonna let you talk, Rooster. Don't worry about it. Go ahead, Scam.
When you're given dominion, when you're given some form or accept and raise your hand and say, I'm a leader and I'm in charge, there's a level of responsibility. Why does it keep getting dished off? And how are you going to be so grimy to dish it up to God? And he the one that gave it to you.
No, he didn't.
Go ahead, Rooster.
So here, this is how it goes, right? Here's how it goes, right? So when Adam, Eve, and the serpent,
continue freestyle.
When God approached all three of them, right? He each gave them a consequence for their disobedience, right? To the serpent, he said, "From the belly thou shalt crawl all the days of thy life," right? Then he went to Adam and said, "Thorns and thistles, for you shall work and be a slave to the earth all the days of your life." Then he went to Eve and said, "You're childbearing, you shall have pain." So he didn't say, "Oh, Eve, well, you're not the leader, so you're off the hook. Just go on and do you, Adam. I'm gonna scold you." He gave each one of them a consequence of their actions, right? So therefore,
that is accurate.
So therefore, let's be clear, right? Women, and this is to the women, you're not getting off because you're going to try to put us off to God and say the man's the leaders of your sinful acts and your evil and wicked ways. The Lord is looking from above and he's judging accordingly, man and woman and child, right? So let's be clear, right? All have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. And he's not going to let women off the hook because men are leaders. This is not truth. This is not a truth.
No, women I'm talking about you dishing it back up to God. That's what I was mainly referring to.
Because God, this is all, everything belongs to God. He created for his purpose. Everything belongs to him.
So who is accountable for what happens on the earth?
God.
So God is okay. So this is what Scam was talking about.
What do you mean?
Because with all of your answers, you're not attributing any accountability to man.
You could at least blame it on Satan.
I just did. You listen to
at least a real coward would blame it on Satan.
Man will
do it to God.
Listen, so God
what the hell are you doing?
The potter has power over the clay, right? It's not the other way around, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then therefore, if God is the potter and we are the clay,
so can God be held? Can God be held accountable?
Let me say this last part.
Wait.
I make my clay a spoon, right?
Wait, can God? Wait, hold on, Ruthless. Can God be held accountable?
No.
So how is God accountable?
Well, accountable meaning responsible for everything that goes on.
You ain't make no sense.
God does that.
The only person.
God. Hold on, let me ask you a question, Feezy.
Go ahead.
God is responsible for everything that goes on to this earth, right? Everything.
No.
Yes.
No. Man is.
No, he's not.
He gave dominion to man.
No, he didn't.
That's what we just went over earlier.
What the world is this fella talking about? Even if you are the potter, if you have ever made pots, bro, don't you know that everything that God bestowed upon this world has a thing that will form it back into its natural state, bro? It will form it back into its natural state. So look, freeze it. What we go wrong is we listen to these colored people, bro, that are not of God. They try to speak in a certain way that sounds as if it is of God because they can interpret or say certain things a certain way, bro. It's like a split tongue. The snake can slither his tongue and go this way, bro. But no, you don't tell me what to do because I got dominion over it. Even you, nigga, because God bestowed a certain mindset to where even if I can't control you, I can give the tool to put you in your place, nigga. So this is what I'm trying to tell you.
Nigga.
No, you ain't land your plane or stopped your bus since you been here. And you promoting bull crap, bro. The whole thing here, bro. You got people, bro.
Vic, don't make me do this to you.
It ain't even Christ-like.
You got dominion? You say you got dominion?
Speaking a certain way, huh?
You say you got dominion?
Yeah, I still got dominion.
Of what?
You just ain't in my domain. So I don't worry about what's going on the West Coast. You ain't in my domain for me to run you. Whatever's over there across the ditch, I don't worry about it.
Hold on. hold on, Rooster. So if we can't just simply admit that man is accountable for man is gonna be accountable for everything he does. If we can't admit that, what's the point of the conversation? What you know what I'm saying? So this is what Scam was talking about,
The
right?
conversation is always gonna be dead in a dead
So
mindset, Freezy. If the mindset is dead, the
hold
conversation
on, Rooster.
is
Let's
just
get a little
foul.
order. But Roof, let's get a
Turn your
little
cash
order.
out, fool.
I got you, bro. I got you. So what I'm saying is that we can't admit that God gave man dominion. We can't admit that man will be held accountable for all of their for all of the things that they do.
Nah, I didn't say that, Freezy.
Ruthless, you got
If
ruthless
we
before.
hold
Hold
on,
on,
wait.
you check your pimping.
So if we can't just admit these things and understand these things, the conversation get lost. The conversation gets disingenuous. And what do they say? We having it in bad faith, right? So I mean, you're saying God is accountable. Can't nobody in existence hold God accountable.
No, we just
Watch how the devil works,
Wait, hold
Ruthless.
on. You're
No,
saying
no,
God is accountable.
freeze,
Stop.
freeze it. Watch how
Let
the
me
devil works.
finish.
Watch this.
Rooster.
Check your cash
Damn.
out.
Listen, can't nobody in existence
The
hold
devil is
God
hollering
accountable.
about that cash app. He hollering about that cash app. You hear the devil calling?
Rooster, please.
You hear him calling though. He
You just
hollering
don't
about
hear.
that cash app because
So
Exactly. Bravo.
so nobody in existence can hold God accountable.
Facts.
You just said earlier, if God want to, he can flood the whole earth. God can set the whole earth on fire. He can destroy existence as we know it. And he won't be wrong. God is. He just is. God is. That's it. Nobody can hold God accountable.
Nobody said.
Okay,
Nobody holds
you
God
said
accountable.
God is accountable.
Yes, just tell.
Man,
Okay.
hold on. Mankind is
Okay.
accountable.
Okay.
If you
Let's.
understand, stop. If you
Oh my
understand
God.
the definition of
Yes.
accountable,
So context matters, right? You can use accountability. Hold on. You can use accountable as in holding someone accountable, or you can see somebody taking accountable for their own actions, right? So it don't have to necessarily mean.
God don't
Well, listen, let me
listen.
finish. Listen,
Go ahead.
doesn't mean because you say if I say to you, Freezy,
Yeah.
I'm accountable for my actions over my life, right? Right? That doesn't mean nobody's holding me accountable. I'm just saying all these things.
First off, listen, what you're doing when you say God takes account for his actions, you're
I didn't say
trying to
that.
humanize God.
I didn't say that. I said
Yes,
God is
but
accountable for all
in
this stuff.
essence, hold on, stop it. In essence, that's what you're doing, right?
God,
Because listen, God is.
yes.
He can do what he listen.
Yes.
God doesn't have to hold himself accountable
No,
about
I'm not saying
nothing.
he's holding himself accountable.
Right. Where
Just stop. Please stop. Because I want other people to get in on this conversation because you just opened a can of worms and I'm gonna read your cash cow too.
You have to read it.
Be quiet. What I'm saying is that God can do what the hell he wanna do. Nobody gonna tell him whether he wrong, and nobody gonna tell him whether he right.
Right.
Exactly.
This is why we should fear him. Because nobody can hold himself accountable. And guess what? He don't got to take account for nothing because he could do what he want to do. We are here because of the grace of God.
Mm-hmm.
None of us got to be here. The earth ain't got to be here. The universe ain't got to be here. None of it. You see, so when you say God, he take God has to take account of what? No, he don't.
I didn't say
No,
that.
God don't. Wait, can I say this quickly though, please?
Listen, hold on. What I'm telling you is.
Can we have a conversation?
Yes, we can have a conversation. Hold on. What I'm saying is that not one time, and this is what Scam was saying, not one time did you say man is accountable for what happens on the earth.
Okay, so can I
Listen.
clarify?
God is not accountable for what happens on the
Okay,
earth. Man is. He gave man dominion. He delegated dominion to man. Man is accountable.
No, he didn't. So
So you're saying he didn't delegate dominion to man?
No.
So if I pull up,
So.
hold on, wait. So if I pull up a scripture that says that, what are you going to say?
That he delegated? You can't pull up no scripture like that.
No, not per se delegated. He gave, granted access. You're playing semantics right now.
So once again, I told you I'm going to concede that because I understand that for me, really have to go over that. We have to go deeper. I'm not going to take the conversation all the way there like
deeper,
that.
you just wrong. That's all.
Okay, but okay. Like I said,
I'm gonna let Ruthless. I'm gonna let you say. I'm gonna let you say what you got to say while I pull up your cash cap, and then I'm gonna go back to Bolo. Then I'm gonna go to Jeff. Go ahead.
Okay. So all I'm saying is, what I mean by God is accountable for all this, meaning He has caused everything to happen. That's what I mean, right? That can be used in that context like that. Not being held accountable. That's different. That's a whole different conversation, right? So this is just to clarify, this cleared up. So, and God is the one who holds men accountable, right? We already seen that in Adam, Eve, and the serpent, right? We've seen that. So you don't have to really display that because we know that God has said in the scriptures, and that's just demonstrated, right? He's also demonstrated many times how he's wiped out kingdoms because of their sins. He's wiped them out left and right, right? So we know that the judgment of the Lord is for everlasting to everlasting. We understand that that's God is holding man accountable for what he's holding accountable for. Not disputing that. But then there's also going to be a group of people, right, that will not be held accountable. They walk in, right, because their count is going to be, their count has been cleared by the blood of Jesus Christ. So therefore, they're not going to be held accountable because why? They are under the mercy and grace of God, which you alluded to earlier, right? So yeah, that's all I'm saying. So there's a difference. There's kingdom of Satan. There is no salvation plan for them. They're going to be held accountable by God, which Revelation speaks about them being crushed forever. And then the people of God, who's not going to be held accountable because God loved them and has mercy on their iniquity, they're going to walk into heaven. That's that.
Okay, so hold on. Let me do this before I go to Bolo. So because see, we just have to define stuff because you saying God is accountable. This is the definition of accountable, right? So it says subject to giving an account, answerable, held her accountable for the damage, answerable. Does God have to answer to anybody?
No.
Okay, so under that first definition, God is not accountable for nothing.
Right.
Also, second, capable of being explained, explainable. Can you explain God?
No.
So God is not accountable of any sort. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You're trying to humanize God. You're trying to say that God got to answer to somebody. You're trying to say that God is explainable. Stop it, bro.
So let me say this.
Listen,
Okay.
mankind is accountable. That's it.
So I could be guilty of using the word in the wrong context, right?
Oh, thank you.
Okay, I can see that. How you feel good? Feel good? Look at it. Look at smile. No captivity. So I used the word in the wrong context. So what I mean, so let me change the word. Take accountable out of there, right?
Ever get tired, man?
Take the accountable out of there, right? Take it out of there, right? Because it's wrong context. But God controls everything, and everything happens because God wanted to.
That's what we've been saying the whole time.
Yeah, I just used the word.
Let me go to Bolo and then I'm gonna go to Joe.
Let me say this. Let me say this, right? Because first he was saying that God didn't give, dominion. This is Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. And God said, let us make man in our image after our likeness, and let him have dominion over the fish, over the sea, over the fowl, over the air, over the cattle, and over all earth. What does dominion mean? Dominion means supreme authority, sovereignty. That's what that means. So I don't know where the conflation comes that man doesn't have control of the earth, right? Now we know that we don't have control of God. Now, when he talks about man's thought process, When we read Isaiah 55 verse 8, it says, "For my thoughts are not your thoughts,
Not
nor
your thoughts.
your ways my ways." So what does that mean? That means that he puts a separation between the way man thinks and the way he thinks. Man thinks earthly, okay? He thinks heavenly. That means he's thinking about things that we can't comprehend. So to try and conflate and make God human is where man's ego comes in. And this is why we were speaking about this 5 hours ago, right? The egotistical conversation that man has. You argued with Freezy. I drove back to my house 20 minutes away. You argued with Freezy on a word when he gave you the definition. And 20 minutes later, you say, I concede. This is the problem that we have. It's ego. Instead of trying to understand where he's coming from, cats just wait. They got their own script, Jeff. They got their own script. They're not trying to understand. They're trying to listen to return. And that's the problem that we're having. That's the problem. The problem is when God gave Adam dominion, he put him in charge and gave him accountability and responsibility. This is yours. I gave you this instruction, handle it. When he didn't handle it, now I got to get involved now. I don't want to get involved, but if you don't handle what I told you to handle, I have to get involved. Period.
And you ain't going to like it.
And here's the difference. When Eve, she was beguiled because Eve sinned against Adam. It was sin when Adam did it because he sinned against God. Sin is when you disobey God. That's what sin is. And that's why it says that Adam brought death on this earth. Because of Adam, we all die. So we have to understand the context in which word we're reading, man. We can't argue over words because words mean things. We argued 20 minutes or 25 minutes over dominion, and it says sovereignty. How do you argue and say man don't rule earth? When the Lord said, I destroyed the earth because of man. He told Lot, find me one person like you. One. And I won't destroy it.
Not even himself.
Well, not the earth. Not the earth.
Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah.
Before Jeff go, let me read Ruthless Truth Cash Cow. Okay. Shout out to Ruthless Truth. He said, drop Vic. Vic, you got 20 minutes, Vic. My bad, man.
I told you don't read it.
Well, here's the thing. I'm going to end it here, man. We have to understand, right? We're talking about holding people accountable and holding people responsible. This is why God is able to do that. And what makes him so awesome, going to Freezy's point, you're talking about a being that operates outside of time, but holds himself accountable and responsible to the same rules and regulations that he give you. If that doesn't talk about fair, if that doesn't talk about integrity, if that doesn't talk about character, I don't know what does. Because like Freezy said, if he chose to say, you know what, I don't want to do this, who's going to check him? The Lord said, I look to the left and look to the right. There ain't no chairs with me. I raise my hand to heaven and swear my name. But for him to hold himself, for him to create himself in man's flesh and come there and be whipped and beat by his own creation, if that don't speak about love, and this is the crazy thing, and I promise I'll end it here. What pisses me off and gets me upset, that here it is, Christ can die. Christ was beat on his front and beat on his back and still said, forgive them for they know not what they do. He talked about service. He talked about humility. He talked about being there. He washed his disciples' feet. The creator washed his disciples' feet. And here it is, brothers can't get along, Uncle Jeff. Brothers can't talk with each other. But here it is, the creator left that example. I drop it there.
Okay, so
Okay,
can I
hold on. We're gonna go to Jeff. We're gonna go to Jeff.
I thought he was talking. He said my name. You don't give me a chance to rebut.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
I'm gonna let you. Go ahead, Jeff. I just want to know guys a chance to rebut. That's
Go ahead, Ruthless. Go ahead.
Bolo, the last part I totally agree with you on. I'm gonna get quick, Jeff. I know you want to get in. All I'm saying is this, right? I made a mistake in the word, using the word in the wrong context. That's why I didn't concede to the overarching argument that God runs this, right? I'm standing on that. But yeah, accountability was not the word, or accountable was not the word, correct word. Now, we do understand, right, that my overarching point on this panel, y'all can read, but after I'm done, is God has the final authority over everything on this earth. That's my stance. So to your point, Bolo, but to the point of the Bible, which supersedes your point, is God is creating division, right? Jesus said, I came not to bring peace on earth, but a sword. I come to divide against mother-in-law against daughter-in-law, father-in-law against son-in-law, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. God does not negotiate with man, right? He's the house divided. The house in this world is divided because why? Because light doesn't like darkness. As long as there's darkness, who will always be against the light, the division will grow, and grow. But worry not. For the church of God, the people of God, who God loves so dearly, which you just displayed, who died, Christ down the cross for, they will walk into heaven untouched, right? They will make it 100%, right? And nobody is going to stop that. And I'll end it.
Here's the problem, and I'll let Uncle do. Here's the issue with your thought process. At the end of the day, it's a disingenuous conversation to say God runs everything. We know that. That goes without saying. I don't need someone to tell me that God runs it and created it all. We do.
Right.
But he uses the intellect of man to push forth his thought process and to push forth his will. He uses man to do that, right? When you look at Moses, he said, Moses, go talk to Pharaoh. He could have talked to Pharaoh his damn self. Why didn't he do that? He chose a man to go holler at him. Why? To show my power in you. It's not about you. When you read the word, the one thing that stands consistent, Moses died, Isaiah died, Joshua died. But the one thing that stands consistent from Genesis to Revelation is the love and the sovereignty of God. That's the point of the word. The point of the word is everything else will pass. God won't. He's the one that stands by you. He's the one that always has you. But he uses man to push his authority or his narrative through. At times he'll use angels, but in most situations he uses man. That's the point that Freezy was trying to make, that he'll push man. He said Joshua, David, Solomon, he used man. That's what we're saying to you.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Hey everybody.
What's up, Joe?
Hey.
Dope ass conversation as usual. Bravo, Freezy. I ain't mad at Rooster, but that's exactly what you're supposed to do. I wish more hosts would do that. It's called order by kicking the nigga out that's disrupting. It's very simple, just out. And then it sets a precedent that this is your show and you're in charge. I'm glad you did that. And I ain't mad at Rooster, but knock that shit off. Two, the reason, and again, y'all already know how I feel about God. I think if you believe God has a name, that's because some man told you that. But you don't have to believe that God has a name. You don't have to believe, yes. You believe it, a man told you God's name. That has nothing to do with your relationship with him. That's why I don't care if you call him Jesus, Yahweh, Joey Bag of Donuts. I don't care what you call him. The truth is that the Most High's thinking, when you try to think of good and evil, you try to think of it in lifetimes. He does not. 400 years, 1,000, 5,000, 50, 100,000 years is a blip. It's a blip in time. When you talk about the light and the dark, brother, I refer you to Isaiah 45:7. I create the light and the dark. I'm God. I'm doing all this shit. So to where I think you hit the nerve is when you use the term accountable, and the question then becomes to whom. Whenever you use the term accountable, it implies a standard or a being or something to answer to. God doesn't have one of those. We do. And whether you subscribe to the Bible or not, whether you subscribe, whatever your book is, whatever is stopping you from forcibly taking sex from women and clipping people and stealing and lying, what if it's a jelly sandwich that gets you there? We need to talk about how it is that my version of the Most High aligns with your jelly sandwich. Not what you call him, That's what our arguments get in the words of the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. No, I'm not a Muslim. We can argue over God's name once we get free. We got bigger business. We got bigger fish than to argue the minutia of the Marvel universe. Because that's really what you're doing when you get into the semantics of God. Once you start doing that, you're over in religion. I'll say this, I'll land it. Here's what all God's chosen men had in common. They were all flawed. They were all paid. That's why I don't understand black people's romance with poverty. They were all paid. And when God get ready to talk to them, he got them alone. David alone. Moses alone. Solomon alone. Abraham alone. Daniel alone. Jonah alone. When God get ready to holler at you, he don't need all these other niggas around you. That's when God talk to you. Don't I think we make too much of what we all think of God, as opposed to how and what Freezy said. Let me go and preach it real quick. The problem is when people hear the song "Put Your Hand in God's Hand," they put their strong hand in God's hand. I'm gonna sing, so I'm gonna go to church. I got a gift of gab. I got a mouthpiece, so I'm gonna preach. No, God gives you a purpose, and instead of your strong hand, he wants you to work with your strong hand. Put your weak hand in his hand. God, I'm an alcoholic. God, I can't control my temper. These are the things. God needs your hand to help you not fuck up the shit he got for you to do. That's the hand you put. God, these titties. God, these titties. I like strange titties. God, I need help. Whatever you need help with, that's the hand you put in. But what happens is niggas put their strong hand in God's hand, and that's when, instead of letting your light shine, you use opportunities like this to shine your fucking light, and God's not interested in that. I'll end it.
Now, Jeff, can I be clarified that you're saying that God needs you to do something before he do something?
What's that?
Are you saying that God needs you to make the first move?
I'm saying that it is impossible. No, it's impossible to make the first move.
Mm-hmm.
If you woke up, you're not making the first move.
Okay. So God runs show then?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Now, do I have questions? You damn right I got some questions for God.
Well,
we holler. Me and God
he'll pull up on you. He'll pull up on you.
He put, bruh, look here. I can fill this show up with God is real stories.
Word. And that's very important, man. The conflation of these conversations is what, makes these things. There's bigger things that we need to talk about community, about accountability, as far as
come on, bro. Come on now.
About mentorship, about these youngins that are running rampant and they need real solid men to guide them. You know what I'm saying? Let me explain something to you, man. I got a 24-hour hotline for men to call. I don't get paid for none of that. I don't have a Patreon at all. But if these dudes is calling me at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning crying because they don't know what's going on, I'm there. That's what the Lord said. If you love me, feed my sheep. This dude's been on for over 12 hours. If you love me, feed my sheep.
This nigga still on? This ain't from the God, man.
That's what this is about. It's not about ego. At the end of the day, I'm a filthy rag, my G. I'm a filthy rag. But the little that I got, I offer it to my brothers and my sisters, man. That's what this is about. It's not about ego that I need to be the one dropping all the science and I need to. Nah, dogs. It's not about that. Once you do that, you left the way open. Like Uncle Jeff said, right? You left that crack open. Now you shining your light opposed to shining God's light. And here's the thing about God that's so dynamic. That by you shining his light, he's going to make you glow anyway. God tells you that. He tells you.
I have a question for you, Bolo.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that a person can be delivered from his, God gives him wisdom, and he still make a mistake during the course of this relationship with God?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we do understand. Okay, so then we do agree that even though you might have all the wisdom and know that God has given you this great understanding, that you flesh might still fall short.
Of course.
Okay.
You know why? You know why? Because if your flesh didn't fall short, then why would I need you? See, this is the importance. You see, everything in the Old Testament was a shadow of what was to come, right? So when you look at the building of the tabernacle, right? And Freezy knows this. When you see the building of the tabernacle and how they had to reverence the tabernacle, right? You had to fast, you had to take your shoes off, you had to, you had to get your mind right before you went into that building or that structure. Then in the New Testament, Christ tells you, you're my temple. So that respect and honor you gave that inanimate object, give that same respect and honor to your flesh. Respect me because I'm going to live in you. Period. Because no man can put me in a building made with man's hands. You were always made to be the living embodiment of his living church. His church need to move. His church need to jump and walk and breathe.
Let's get it. Let's get it, Bolo.
Jesus did say, he can make the rocks jump up and worship him.
Absolutely.
If you want to, right? So we do understand that, of course, God's authority over the church is, Paul describes it best, he was a prisoner of Jesus Christ. So they got the church has no option but to be in the state which God wants them to be, right?
Yeah, but he was
the guarantee. This is the guarantee to the church to walk into heaven, right? And we understand that there comes a time where a lot of things are happening around us, and we kind of get a little like, man, why is all these people dying? Why all this happening? But worry not, right? Because, and this is the confidence the church has in their God, their King, Jesus, right? That God has everything under control. Don't worry, right? Don't look at what you see on the outside and be like, man, I don't know. Because we know that ultimately, God and eternally, that God is everything going exactly according to God's plan. So whether 20 people die in a plane crash,
right?
Whether somebody get died for accidental stabbing death, right? We understand that God has a plan in everything, and it's going perfectly to His will.
Let me explain something to you. I had to get my car an inspection on Sunday. Now, I share this with everybody, right? That I lost my son. There's nothing you can bind up to fill that hole. There's nothing. Okay? And I had a conversation with someone on my channel. And for a long time, he suffered with, I got a problem with God or whatever. And it took a little bit for us to get to where we needed to be, but we finally got there. And when we got there, he said, God took my father when he was on the way home from work. And I said to that brother, I said, listen, when God answers me why he took my son, you'll be the first person I call. Okay, he took my son 21 years ago. 21 years ago. So I'm on my way to get the inspection, and I see this cat. I haven't seen him in a long time. And he tells me, I said, what's up? I said, I just lost my son, 37 years, cancer. Cancer. I'm upset with God, man. And right there, the flesh jumped on me. I got jealous. And I understand why the Lord made me jealous. Let me tell you why. Because we can get so caught up in trauma and lose ourselves in the negative opposed to being in the positive. Because we feel that if we let that feeling of death go, that we're forgetting the person. And it's not. We pay so much attention to the death that we forget the life. Now I understand that you have to go through that mourning phase. I get that. What I said to that brother was, listen, I'm jealous of you, man. You had 37 years with your son. I didn't. And what I'm trying to show you is enjoy the life you had, the memories, right? Don't bask, because I'm telling you, you can get caught up in that depression and get stuck there. That's what pain does. Pain keeps you still. It locks you down. So then he says to me, you know what happened on the way here? I said, what? A tree almost fell on me. If I didn't stop at the stop sign, the tree was going to fall. I said, that's God still telling you, I got you. Although you're going through this pain, you have to understand that for you to be the man that he needs you to be, you have to go through this fire. And I called that guy 11:30 at night to tell him. I don't know if all of us watch Forged in Fire, but the tempering of a sword is the most important portion of it. Why? Because it strengthens the inside opposed to the outside. So many people pay attention to making the sword look pretty. They pay so much attention to making a sword look pretty that they forget to temper it, right? And when you don't temper something, this is why the Lord says, serve me inwardly first. The outward is going to follow. So if your heart is not with the Father, then we got a problem. It starts inside first, not outside. So that's what the Lord is saying. And then I'll drop it on this. There was a woman that asked a blacksmith, how do you know when the gold or the silver is ready to be taken out? And he said, listen, you put the gold in the hottest of fires, and you have to have a keen eye, because if you leave it in too long, it'll burn. If you take it out too early, you still got impurities. So she said, when do you know to take it out? When I see my reflection in it. That's when God is finished with us, when he sees his reflection in us. And right now, we got a lot of tempering to go.
Yeah, I needed to hear that one there, Bolo.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to tell you. Thank you for that, man. Most definitely. That was a blessing.
That was powerful.
King Rooster, your time up. So if you want to hit the link, you can come back. Go ahead. Let me see. Shout out to Stan, and then I'm gonna go to Artifacts. What's up, Stan?
Hey, salute to everybody and happy Mother's Day again to everybody on the panel in the chat. Hey,
Thanks,
Freezy,
Dan.
you was cooking earlier and I had to take a phone call, right?
Mm-hmm.
Proverbs 3 and 5 and 6, right? And it said, that's the scripture about lean not to your own understanding, right? What Bolo was
Yes.
saying, right? Our mind is not his mind, right? So
Mm-hmm.
y'all already gorilla stomped the dominion, right? But there's a couple things. I'm gonna need your help on this last one, Freezy. But Revelation, right? It talk about the Lamb's Book of Life, right? So your name not blotted out of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So to move quickly so everybody can get the mic back. But in Revelation 7, right? Yeah, I heard something the other night, right? And I'm not sure where I was. And they said, "Oh, why if only 144,000 is going to go in while we doing what we doing?"
Yeah.
Wait. Hey, can you pull up Freeze if you don't mind chapter 7 in Revelations?
Yeah.
And then and you can we don't have to go with the belabor with the 144,000. You can go to I think is 9. He said after this, that's where it starts off.
There it is.
I
You can
think
read it.
yeah, I can't see that screen.
It say, after this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude which no man could number, of all
Thank you.
nations,
Thank you.
and kindreds and people and tongues stood before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed with white robes and palms in their hands.
Yeah, so that 144,000, that wasn't the number, he said. And then after I looked, no one can count. So like Bolo was saying, man, we get caught up and tripped up and we're trying to be in God's head and we can never be in God's head.
The 144,000 is the governmental body that's going to represent God on earth, bro.
Thank you. And
That's
then
those are all men from the 12 tribes of Israel. These are going to be men
exactly.
that represent God. These will be men that are like God on earth.
Exactly. Yeah, and then he said after that I saw a bunch of other people, right? That don't mean that the people that's representing, that don't mean that nobody else is going in. He said these are the representatives, right, of God, right? Just like disciples and all that. Everybody just think it's only 144,000 going into heaven. Come on, man. Who
That's
taught people that?
Some people do get that confused, though.
But that's the purpose of reading, man. That's the
Mm-hmm.
purpose of opening up the word and reading it and not taking man's opinion or thought process. And that's what happens with us. We're so caught up with movies. We're so caught up with, when people say Adam and Eve ate an apple, why not a banana? Scriptures don't say no damn fruit. It don't give you an apple, orange, banana, grapes. It doesn't say it. But you have pastors saying that these are cats that have been teaching the scriptures for 30 years, Reezy. You dig what I'm saying? So the theologians, they don't open up the word themselves to read it and to understand it. So yeah, there's going to be other people. The 144,000 men of Israel are the governmental body. There will be other people, absolutely.
Thank you, Bolo. And I just want to bring out that
Yeah.
scripture, Freezy, because people keep saying 144,000. So why would I do the right thing? Because there's billions of people that's been on the planet. Nah, you need to read deeper. Use
Understand there
Revelation
will
line.
be. Understand there's not everyone ain't going in.
Right.
There's a remnant. There's only a remnant getting in. And if you look at what remnant is a small piece.
Yes, sir.
All right. So there's a lot of people that won't get in. A
Okay.
small remnant will.
This sounds a lot like, I spoke on this before, where people treat heaven and God like a Powerball ticket. The last thing I'm concerned with is the mathematics used to obtain heaven. The thing I'm concerned with is living a life that pleases the Most High.
Facts.
This whole anybody who could bring their brain to believe, to think, I'm not going to serve God correctly because I can't make the cut, should never ever buy a Powerball ticket again. Because that's basically what you're doing, is you're betting against your own will and your own ability to serve the Most High. It's not worth it because I know with what I do, I'm not going to measure up. Well, Moses was a stuttering murderer. David had his eye on another man's wife and sent that man to the front line to die. God don't have no perfect people. God brings people forth so that others can see his perfection. He doesn't ask perfection of you. He asks that you show your monkey ass up.
Amen.
That's the way God get down. God don't use the obvious. That's why I was on here last night talking about how the enemy is so successful with most of us because the words we're supposed to hear, the enemy conveniently puts us, or we conveniently find ourselves in the company of people we don't respect, telling us what God wants us to know. But we so full of our fucking selves. Oh, he steals. Oh, he did this. Oh, he
Amen.
sleep with that you can't hear God's voice, and you are going to continue to be hustled as long as you lead with what the fuck you think you know. That's the realest talk in the world. Oh yeah, by the way, I have the same agreement with God that my grandmama had. I can cuss as long as I tell the goddamn truth. And the truth is that most of us are so adamant at using the Bible to point at others. God did not give you the Bible. Yeah, I'm gonna pretend. I'm gonna go and play in this sandbox. God did not give you the Bible for you to check others. God gave you the Bible for you to check you, nigga.
Mm-hmm. Speak it.
But everybody looking for other people in the Bible. You better look for yourself. What you have, especially amongst black people. Black people talk all this shit. You can talk all the shit you want about Muslims, but it's real hard to find an ignorant one because the first requirement is that you read the Quran in its entirety.
Mm.
We are not required by anybody to read the Bible in its entirety because that knocks the hustle. I need to give you these 13 or so scriptures that make money. And that's where we are with this, people. That's why. Here, you want to stomp one of these Bible bumpers? Well, I call them the Hoda the Boko Shahs. You want to stomp a Hoda the Boko Shah? Here's what you do. The next time that one of these niggas get in your face with one of the 13 or so scriptures that they heard, ask these questions. Interesting. Number one, what does it say right before that? Number two, What does it say right after that? And number 3, who were they talking to? Can't tell you. Because they pastor ain't telling them. And they're not trying to find the time to search. Somebody put up in here, seek the Lord while he may yet be found. Let me tell you something. We coming to a point where the only place God gonna be visible is in your heart and your deeds, nigga. What you gonna do then? What you gonna do when the word of God is supposed to be written on your heart and you ain't been doing no fucking homework? You ain't been doing no writing. So when you need him and you cannot find him because he has purposely, let me say this and land it. We've all heard, surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Amen. It is my belief, with nothing to back it up, and all you niggas can chew it up, and any holder the boko shots in the chat can chew it up. I don't have any evidence to back this up, but it is my belief that God has left his goodness on this earth, but he has taken his mercy. God will no longer suffer fools. He will no longer suffer those who do not hear his voice, who openly disobey him. He's not. God, I'm not fucking with you niggas no more.
Can I add to that, Jeff?
Yes, sir.
You're not too far off. Again, when we look at the Old Testament is the shadow of what is to come. When we look at Egypt, Passover, what did these men and women have to do? They had to put the lamb's blood on the door. If you didn't have the lamb, the blood on the door, you died when the angel of death came through. That's going to happen again. But you're going to have that lamb's blood in your heart. That's why the Lord tells you, I'm the same yesterday, same today, same forever. So you can't say I switched things up.
Yeah. If you far from God, who moved?
There you go. You did. He's repetitive. He doesn't change. He's repetitive. So that's what that was the symbolism of. And that time, that's why he gives you all these different hints. Seek me while there's still yet time. Study to show thyself approved. Rightly dividing the word. A workman that should not be ashamed. He gives you all these things, right? He gives you all these parables with the wife going to see the bridegroom and they didn't get there on time and the door was closed. He gives you all these examples to let you know. You can't say you didn't know. Can't say you didn't know. Passover is coming back. But if you don't have that lamb's blood in your heart, you're going to have a problem.
Yeah, and I mean, thank God he left us a gift. He Jesus said that, upon his departure, he was going to leave us a comforter. And so we all have access to that comforter, to the Holy Spirit. And that goes back to what Jeff said. A lot of us, we don't really take heed to that comforter. It's easier for us to give a donation every Sunday and listen to a man just tell us something for about 30 minutes and he sent us on home and we feel good about ourselves that we went to so-called church, you know what I'm saying? But it's much more than that. And if we want to see a change in households and in society and everything, you really do have to do the work, and you got to know what kind of work you're doing. So yeah, so it's one thing to debate scriptures and stuff. A lot of this stuff starts to seem real frivolous, and it's just like a waste of time. Like we can't even get past if God gave dominion to man. I mean, think about it. That's really amazing, though. If you really thinking about it, though, But
I think it lends itself to this, and it's almost sickening. It does. It ripeningly sickens my stomach to watch Black people shit their pants when they hear Old English. Old English is not the language of your God. It is the language of your oppressor. You got to get past them words in that book to let God talk to you. Do you understand that as believers in the Most High, there are 8 other people here with can't nobody tell me ain't no God stories that I am more inclined to believe than I am Aramaic translated into Latin, translated into Hebrew 2,000 fucking years ago. I can give you a story that ain't nobody but God. Bruh, my block in Pasadena burnt down. Before that, in August, the creator came to me and said, move to the other house. Do it. Don't worry about how far it is. But God, that's far. I got so much. Move to the other house. Brother, I moved to my other house, and the house I was in is ashes. That story, I don't need to read it. I don't need to have somebody hit me with a thee or a thou so I can feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Nigga, God is real. There's too many guns didn't go off in my face. Y'all forgive me. God been too good to me to chain him to a fucking book. I can't.
Let me
I've
ask y'all
seen
this.
man.
Let me ask y'all this. Do y'all think, like, from what a lot of people see going on around them, like with the government, the Trump hype, MAGA, even entertainment, Beyonce, I'm just naming just miscellaneous stuff. Y'all think people just get too caught up on what they see in the world and they feel like it's like, because think about it, like a lot of these bright lights that we see, Uncle Jeff, you've been in the entertainment business, like it could be distracting. Like a lot of people could feel like this is it. This is, if only I could just get a piece of that. Like, and I'm like, Satan is so, like, he's very like, Satan is very crafty, because like a lot of the things we see on social media, just a lot of the hype, I think it's hard for a lot of the people to get past the hype.
Well,
You
there's
know
a
what I'm
reason.
saying? It blinds them. You know what I'm saying?
There's a
This
reason.
is day our daily bread, baby.
There's a reason for that. Okay, has anybody here had the experience of wearing a custom made suit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when I bro, Bolo. If I'm a tailor, when I make your suit, the suit's off the rack. The lapels are symmetrical. The sleeves are symmetrical. The human body is not.
Absolutely.
This is why a custom made suit fits you different. Well, guess what you have that the enemy can see? A custom made sin suit. Your sin suit is custom made to you. I don't like men, but some other man do. I don't look at children in their sexual manner, but some other man does. I don't have malice in my heart or jealousy, but some other man does. And the enemy custom makes that suit and puts the custom people around you to adorn that suit and make it light up in the spots that he wants it to. And you need to be on guard for your custom made suit. How do you do that? You put your weak hand in God's hand.
Uncle Jeff.
Lord, these titties. Lord, this weed. Lord, this whatever your weakness is that is connected. People lose track of this. Just because you know the Bible don't mean shit. Satan is the co-star of the Bible. You don't think he know it? He's named in there and you're not. So you're gonna have to figure out how to deal with your custom-made sin suit, because the enemy already knows.
And that's the point, right? Taking more of your custom-made suit off and putting more of his custom-made suit on.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can control it, but I don't think you can take it off.
Well,
you can lay aside every sin and wait, but you cannot lay. You can't take your suit off, bro.
It comes with the discipline. It comes with the discipline.
The discipline you're talking about, and this is not semantics. The discipline you're discussing is the control of the suit, not the taking it off.
Well,
what's up, everybody?
What's up, Ronald? Hold on, Ronald. Did you want to say something, Scam?
No, I was gonna say, and it's not targeted towards anybody. It's just a narrative A lot of times, the default when talking about religion or God, there's a narrative of the corrupted Christian. Does it exist? Yes.
Come on.
Come
The
on, bro.
default is that, but it's just as damaging to always talk about crooked pastor, them people in the church. It's just as damaging because what you forget is somebody ironed a suit, even if it was an ugly suit, and even if they are corrupted and going into the wrong pastor saying wrong stuff, you're dismissing what's being said that's right. You're dismissing that they got up on Sunday saying, I want to do something different. I want to hear something. And you dismiss, yes, there's Bishop Sugar Meat Sam and Pastor Collection Plate, them characters we used to do in the Dust Sphere. Yeah, they exist. But there's a little church with 17 people that's just talking to people. There's way more of those. Or people who are just Christian hearing somebody in pain and talking to them. Hey, man, let me share you something with you. But it can be damaging, just like they say, oh, the black women's tore our image down. They said we ain't this. Then the men go create whatever and then go do the same thing, which means you actually are them. It can be just as damaging when everything always has to be pastor wrong, Christians bad, but them people is perfect, but the Christians is bad. There's a whole other side of it that's never addressed. And the people saying that they're doing, it's a form of doing the same thing. Trust me, the Christians know that they got a problem. They're aware. The crooked pastor is aware. Raw Dog Ronnie is aware. Where's the good things that Christians do? And why does it have to always be the default target? Because it makes it easier for somebody to say, well, shoot, I wanted to go to the club and get a couple of, in Raw Dog 3 strippers anyway. Hold on, let me close this window. It's raining.
Yeah, I'm a Dipset. Yo, guys, thank you, man. Uncle Jeff.
Yeah.
Have a blessed night, guys. Or blessed night.
Appreciate you, Bolo. Appreciate you, sir.
Bolo.
I'm just saying, you can talk
It's
about
raining
good
good
men.
too. It's
and
raining good too, ain't it, Scam?
Yeah, y'all can probably hear it. It's
Yeah.
Florida, you know how it is.
Yeah.
But things can go in categories. Women's, you got good, decent women out there. You got average women, and then you got the Nation of Wigwam. They out of control. You got decent dudes, high value, whatever you call them. You got regular dudes, and then you got Marquavion and Pookie and Del Quan in them. But the default for Christian doesn't always have to be the worst of the worst and a crooked pastor doing backflips and stealing everybody money. And it is not the majority. It's just the loudest. That's all I got.
Go ahead.
All right. Hey, Uncle Jeff, I'm gonna have to give you a little pushback about what you were saying, man. I really don't like the fact that you making it look like the Bible is not needed, because it is needed. Just like you had your testimony, and I'm happy that you're okay. The Bible is full of people with their testimony also. That's why it's very important to read it. The Bible even says search the scriptures, right? You could look at it in John chapter 5, verse 39. And even when the devil was tempting Jesus, what did Jesus do? He countered with the scriptures, right? So we can't just go off of how we feel in our heart, right? We got to be able to use that Bible. If we believe in like I said before, if we believe in an all-powerful God, he had to leave us with some kind of, like instructions. And that's what the Bible is the instructions for us. Because if we all dwelt on how we feel, we all be doing different things. And that's what we're doing right now. That's why there's so much chaos in the world. Because everybody think in their heart, okay, this is the way I feel. This is the way I should run things. That's why there's so much chaos, right? God likes structure. That's the reason why we have the Bible. If we all was to follow the Bible, there'll be more structure in this world. That's all I gotta say.
I guess he likes structure. That's a lie. God didn't tell you he likes structure.
Okay, thank you. I think and y'all forgive me. I ran downstairs to put some stuff in the dryer real fast. Usually when Scam's talking, that's when I use the time to go do my chores. I went down, so I'm not quite sure. I guess maybe I'm in the center because of my thoughts on the Bible. Okay, number one, The people in the Bible didn't have a Bible.
Hey, Jeff.
Yes, sir.
What in hell makes you think you're so important?
To who? You? Nothing. You don't respond
Yeah,
to
because
logic.
I got cut off when you started speaking, and you said thank you. I see that slight, bro.
Okay,
I see that slight, and I don't
okay.
know you like that, my good sir. But even though you are who you are, your powers that be or whatever, hey, you did that in comedy, bro. This is the real world.
Wait.
I said the same. I actually said the
hold on.
same thing that you
Wait,
said, but since it comes
Rooster.
out of Jeff's mouth,
The dialogue is between Uncle Jeff and Ronald right now. Can we respect that? Let's let them mind this out. Go ahead.
Got it, Freezy.
but he was disrespectful with what he did, though, Freezy. You know what that is, bro. You from the streets. You ain't checked that, though.
He wasn't supposed to. Is it all right if I respond to that, Rooster?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, number one.
Go ahead.
I'm trying. Number one, I didn't mean it as a slight. I'll tell you why it felt a relief. Because whenever you are asked to be quiet, very courteously, brother, you don't. And
we ain't got to get on that. Talk about what you feel about this religious thing. We ain't got to talk about that. Don't ask for God because you don't believe in him. Don't ask for God because you do not believe in him. You explained that you do not believe him. So why are you asking for him now? You do not.
This is what we're going to do. We're going to have order. Let Jeff finish. And then if you want to say something after Jeff, I will allow you to, Rooster. Okay? All right. Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, number one, let's be clear. Nobody who's ever heard me for 5 minutes.
I'm gonna put you back in there, Ronald. Hold on. Go ahead.
Nobody who's ever heard me for 5 minutes that is listening and not intoxicated could believe that I don't believe in God. I just got
that shot. You've been on Israel show and explain why you don't believe in us.
Freezy, I'm gonna try one more time, bro. This on you now.
You ain't got to try. God gave me rule over all dominion, nigga. You
Okay,
gonna bow.
I'm done with it. No, brother. No, we won't. You win.
Uncle Jeff is a Marine. He believes in God. Trust me.
And that's about. He said I won. I was telling him to leave me alone on that because I heard what he said over the period of years, bro. I done heard what you done said.
Rooster, how much more do you need to win? How much more do you need to win?
I don't need anymore. I done
Keep
heard
talking
what
till
I
you
had
feel
to
better.
hear.
Go ahead, keep talking till you feel better.
I feel better every day I wake up because God woke me
hold
up.
on, Rooster. Stop.
Yeah.
You stopping the conversation, bro. I'm trying to be nice, dog. Damn. Go ahead, Uncle Jeff and Ronald. Go ahead.
What is always argued is anybody who does not believe in God your way does not believe in God. My only issue with the Bible is that I've done some studying outside of it. When you get that kind of thing done, you begin to see that when you look at a timeline, you begin to understand that the truth about God is, number one, cannot possibly be encapsulated in 66 books. You can't do it. When you start asking yourself, well, why were these 66 books put together? And are there any others? What else does God have to say? What did God have to say before English? What did God have to say before Latin? What did God have to say before Aramaic? When you start asking yourself these questions, if my slave master was a Buddhist, would I still be a Christian? God can stand up to those answers. Religion cannot. This is what I keep trying to tell to my people. Old English is not the language of your God. It is the language of your oppressor. You have to look back.
Master was a Buddhist in your
okay. Yeah, hey, Freezy, this was great. I'm out. I'll talk to y'all later.
Go ahead. I dropped him. Oh no.
All right. Yes. Okay, Jeff, right?
This some
I know he's
sin. This
gone.
some devilish shit, bro. Y'all doing, bro.
Hey, King Rooster,
Whoever
can I
conquers your community, you will
Man,
become
I
as.
swear,
King
I
Rooster,
swear
come on,
on
man. Come on, man.
everything I love, Rooster. Bro, stop, bro. You don't run this shit.
All right.
Damn, dog. Learn some respect, bro. This my panel right now.
I
You
got
don't
you.
run
I
nothing,
got
no
you. I
Rooster.
got
You
you,
don't
Freezy.
run nothing over here. Nothing.
I ain't trying to run nothing.
Okay, well, shut the fuck up.
Nigga, you gonna talk to me with respect, bro.
Bye.
Okay.
That's sad, man. That's extremely sad, man.
All right. So Jeff is saying yes. The Bible's the
Hold on, Ronald. Jeff, you could come back, Jeff. Come back, Jeff, if you listening. Come back. Go ahead, Ronald. Go ahead.
All right. So yes, Jeff is correct that the Bible is not in the Bible, but back in those days, they were just individual books, right? We knew that they read from the book of Isaiah. Can we all agree on that? In the Bible, they told us that they read from the book of Isaiah. Do we remember the eunuch, the Ethiopian eunuch, who was writing? He was in Israel and he was writing, and God sent one of his apostles to minister to him, and then he got baptized. Do you remember that? I think it was Philip God sent. I'm gonna have to look it up, right? Do you remember when he was writing? He was in his chariot reading the book of Isaiah, and he didn't understand the word. And Philip went and spoke to him, and then after he asked to be baptized, then he went away, and then after God took away Philip somewhere else. I believe that was Philip. Like I said, I have to check it out, right? So even though the Bible, like you said, all 66 books wasn't together, they had books. Even the Bible talked about these different books and these different people. If you look in the New Testament, they talk about the people who had faith. They talk about Noah who had faith. They talk about Abraham who had faith, right? So once again, I said Jesus was the perfect man. He was man and God at the same time, who showed us what we're supposed to do. So the Bible is important. So when Satan comes to tempt us, we could go back to the Bible. Just like my kids, right? I teach my kids Bible stories, right? Just like how my parents taught me Bible stories and taught me about the Bible. So when I grew up and I was in the military, I was in other places, I knew how to act when I was away from my parents. So it's very important. You can't just say just because it was translated a bunch of times, meaning that all of a sudden you can't use it anymore. That is ridiculous. That's all I gotta say.
Let me come in on there, Free.
Go ahead, Artifacts. Hold on before you
How
say
y'all
that.
doing?
Listen. For future references, y'all don't come up here just acting like you finna throw your weight around up here, man. Okay, I'm gonna respect you, but you can't throw your weight around up here. Don't do that, okay? And if you own any vices or some shit like that, control that shit before you come up here, cuz I ain't got time for all that shit. Real.
And Freezy, like you always say, we always start with a level of respect. And you know, that's why I come up
Well,
here.
no,
Bro.
not only that. Rooster was, he was trying to get his point across. I even put him in the box. I took Ronald out, put him in the box. I was trying to, but he taking advantage. Like now, you taking my kindness for weakness and shit.
Yeah, you sold favor over him. You gave him a lot of chances, Freezy.
Yeah,
But
Freezy, you was
my
giving
thoughts.
respect.
Hold on.
My
Go
thoughts.
ahead, Artifacts. Go ahead.
How y'all doing today? Ronald, Stan, Scam, Riz.
Yes, salute, bro.
So my thoughts about the conversation, just from my life experiences, I think number one, I think it's a difference between a person that was raised in the faith and someone that actually practiced the faith. So the difference is the person that was raised in the faith, they already instilled with certain religious values. So it's already inside of them. So when they in the earth and they operating, they don't have to go and look up the Bible a bunch of times to already know what he's already been instilled with. So I'm just using that example because, I had plenty of friends out here that I helped along the way, which was servitude. Now that I got older, I understand that that's what it was. It was servitude. It wasn't me because, I wanted to have a friend or I wanted just to, what I'm saying, to do certain things. No, it was because I wanted to serve people. And it reflects back on you, and you start to look back on your life and see what a blessing you was to certain people. I think that you can look forward to a better outcome in the future. If you know what you've done in your past, then you know what you can reflect on in the future. And then I also believe personally that Jesus don't stick around long, bro. Jesus is there to complete a mission. Once he completes his mission, he's going on to the next person to save. And so what I'm basically saying is if you can't resolve your issues with somebody else, don't be so rigid on sticking it out. Jesus saved plenty of lives, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't stick on that one thing. You know what I'm saying? You got plenty of people to go out here and touch in the earth, and God is going to bless you because of your service. But I'm just using my testimony and my life experiences because I had to let certain people go because it became a competition. It became a I want to be your adversary because I just don't believe this is the truth and the light. I don't believe you real. So I got to be your adversary because this just doesn't comprehend to me instead of trying to figure it out and work together. And for me, I'm just bringing up my life examples, my experiences. I think Jesus, he don't stick in one spot, bro. He lays his hands on you. He helps you in your position, and then he moves on to the next person
Hey, I'm
to
dropping.
save.
Y'all have a good one.
All right, Scam.
All right.
All right,
Thanks,
Scam.
Cam.
Salute, brother.
So for me, I just think that, when it comes to the Lord and it comes to the Bible, it's always precious and it's always something to study. But for me, I think that if a person was raised in the faith, I think it is a difference between somebody being raised in the faith and somebody to actually grow older and start practicing the faith later on in life because you're already instilled with it at birth. Somebody actually prayed on you. Somebody wrote the scripture. Somebody actually, while you was a baby, somebody was reading the scriptures to you and it was instilling it in your brain. And when you grow up, like you said, Ronald, you can go out here and function in the earth and know how to move amongst people and know how to act because you was already instilled with it as a child, being raised in the faith, being taught up under the church. That's all I gotta say.
So what do y'all have to say as far as what Uncle Jeff was saying? Because I really did want y'all to finish our dialogue. Uncle Jeff was saying the Bible is written in Old English, and it wasn't meant for us to understand that. That's not the first time I've heard that argument. The Bible is not written. The Bible that we read is not written in its original form, so therefore it could
Be tainted.
it's not reliable, right? It's been, like you said, been tainted. What do y'all say to that argument?
Well, there's different versions of the Bible. So if you read all these different versions and they're similar, just the wording is different, then nothing was tainted. So that's a crazy excuse. So if we don't trust the Bible, we're supposed to just keep on doing what we want to do. We just need to go to prosperity gospel and just like, okay, God is going to bless me. Just do whatever I want to do and how I feel in my heart. Like I said, God likes structure. And the reason why this world is so messed up today is because everybody want to do what they want to do. How many times we go on these panels and people believe in their heart and some people might be crazy as hell, but they believe in their heart that's the way to do it. How many times we argue that marriage is not the best way? It's ridiculous. But like I said, because people are not using the Bible, they just want to do whatever they want to do. And that's why we have all this chaos in this world.
I think there's some truth to. I think it's some truth to what Jeff said. It's some truth to it. I think if you do certain level of research, you'll understand that our culture goes back to Kemet culture. But I just think that we are definitely in the we're in a new era and we're in a new space and time, and so you got to be able to I think study it all, study the Bible, study the Quran, and study the ancient Egypts and how they moved along the way as well, just to give you an understanding of your history and where your people actually come from. But in all actuality, I think that God wants us to be able to get along with all ethnicities. I think that's the ultimate goal. I don't think we need to be up here fighting against who is white, who is black. We got to find a way to get along in this earth. We are humans, and regardless of my outlook on it, if I got to work with a white man across the aisle, bro, listen. That's what God wants me to do, and so I can't put a finger up at it, brother.
Yeah, one more thing. If you look in that story about Philip and the Ethiopian eunuch, it's in
Yeah.
Acts chapter 8, verse 26, right? And one of the things that people always talk about also on here is other people like telling us what the Bible means. Philip, like I said, the eunuch was trying to read the book of Isaiah, but he didn't understand it. That's the reason why God sent Philip there, and Philip asked him, "Are you understanding what you're reading?" And he said, "No." That's the reason why Philip interpreted the Bible for him, or let him know what it meant, what he was reading in the book of Isaiah. And he was so happy that he asked Philip to get baptized. So yes, it is important for people who don't understand the Bible. If somebody has better understanding, yes, let them help you out.
Go shout out Shalom to Swarthy. What's going on, bro?
Hey, Shalom. Peace to everybody on the panel and the chat.
Go ahead, bro. You want to come in on the conversation?
One of the biggest things that I realized since subscribing to the school of thought that we are the Israelites of the Bible, right? Because I started off in Christianity, but I later subscribed to the idea that we were the actual Jews of antiquity, so-called Negroes, descendants of chattel slavery. And one of the biggest things I realized, Frizzy, is that our people don't know that the Bible was translated from the Greek Septuagint, the Latin Vulgate, the Texas Receptive, the Dead Sea Scrolls. A lot of times, our people don't understand the Hebrew; they don't understand the Greek. So one of the biggest things I learned in my journey in studying the scriptures, studying the languages, reading the sources of people who gave accounts of the people of the book is that, and I'm not trying to be mean, but my mom didn't know, my dad didn't know. Our people really don't know the Bible at all. And the things that require you to have a certain level of moral discipline where you have to control the flesh and deal more in the spirit, our people oftentimes really don't want to do. And that's okay. You can put the Bible down and live your life personally, but I've come to find out, Freezy, that a lot of people don't understand the context of words. They don't know what it was translated from. They don't know who translated it. They don't know who authorized the translation. They don't have a true sense of the historicity of the Bible. So I've learned that our people really don't know the scriptures at all because they don't study to show themselves approved. And the parts of the Bible that make them feel bad, they don't want to deal with. So I think we should be more sincere as people and just live our lives if we're going to do that. But a lot of times people say they believe in something. And when you really put them to the test, you'll find out that they really don't even know what they're believing in because our parents didn't. They didn't know what they was believing in.
Yeah, well, the Bible says the blind will lead the blind. So there's a lot of that going on in society today. I do agree with that. And this is why it's good to do your due diligence and study scripture. You know what I'm saying? Just try to, and I get it, right? I understand, like, especially like with the King James Version, if I'm not mistaken, I think the way we read it is it's almost like it's like what it goes back to what Jeff was saying. It's written in like old English, like that Shakespeare type of
Right.
rhythm. You
It's
know what I'm
also
saying?
referred to as the King's English.
Yes. So this is what Jeff was saying. A lot of black people just don't understand like the way those type of text is written. The thou art this and all that, whatever.
Right.
so you have to kind of like you do have to do your research and correlate it with, this is why they have other tools like the Strong's, what is it called? Strong's
The Strong's
Concordance.
Concordance. You can also read extra biblical sources like ecclesiastical literature. You can search out biblical encyclopedias because there are some translations in the Strong's that are incorrect, but some of the Strong's translations, for the most part, are. So I'll give you a quick example, Freezy, about our people not understanding the Bible. The word world in the New Testament, for example, right? They use that one English word to replace three different Greek words that have three different meanings. So one Greek word they use it to replace is cosmos, which doesn't mean everything and everybody on Earth. It could that context of world could be the wide world of Disney, or it could be the world of the NBA or the world of the NFL, right? The world of sports, if you will. So that could be referring to a particular ethnic group. It
So
could be
you're
talking
saying
about a particular.
that's how somebody could get John 3:16 misunderstood.
Well, they're teaching that it's everything and everybody on earth, but that's not the Greek word for that. The Greek word for everything and everybody on earth is oiktherma, is oikomenic. Excuse me. That means everything and everybody on earth and all nations. So the word world in John 3:16 is the Greek word cosmos. That doesn't mean everything and everybody. And then even I found out that world can even represent a certain time period, right? Like when when his term was up, you could argue that was the end of his world or era, right? So it could represent a specific group of people. It could represent everything and everybody on earth. And it could also have the context of a specific time period, which is eon or era, right? So I had to read the Strongs. I had to learn the Hebrew. I had to learn the Greek to understand this stuff. And my family who took me to church, they didn't know what they didn't know what they were subscribing to because they didn't take the time to research. We took 700 Club and TBN's interpretation for face value. We took what theologians said for face value. And I later found out that Jesus's family in the Bible, two of his family members are literally called nigger, Frizzy. So everybody calls Jesus's family everything but that. So from an integrity standpoint, most people won't even admit that they don't know the Bible and they never took the time to research where it came from and what it's actually saying.
Are you talking about the Niger?
Yes, it is
Yes, Niger.
pronounced. It's not pronounced Niger. It's pronounced Niger, and it comes from the Latin, and it literally means black. I've seen people say that Barnabas and Simeon are called the river to keep from admitting that Jesus's family is called nigger in the Bible. Like when I tell you, I've seen people tap dance. I've seen people tap dance live on Broadway in New York over two of Jesus's blood family members called the N word.
All right.
So nobody. Go ahead,
Sorry.
brother.
Was the word for nations also changed and interrupted?
Well,
Interpreted wrong.
Well, the thing is, the church never told people that the word Gentile can be applicable to the Israelites. So I would have to get off the panel to pull the dictionary I have up from 1848, but it states that the word Gentile, goy, signifies a nation and as such is applicable to the Israelites. So that's literally the first part of the definition, right? So Gentile has two different fundamental contexts. It could be referring to somebody that's not an Israelite, but it could also be talking about an Israelite that may be identifying as a Greek, a Roman, a Thessalonian, a Scythian, a Persian, and a Mede, right? So the church didn't give people the opportunity to know that Gentile actually has two different fundamental meanings, even the word goy.
All right, I got you. So when the Bible says go ye into all the world and teach to all nations, right? So it said all world, right? And you said it's interpreted wrong.
Well,
So that's
I
why I
said
asked you
John
if
3:16 was that particular scripture that you're talking about. We would have to go and see what the actual Greek word is, which one of the three that it is. I was just talking specifically about John 3:16. But the reason why the gospel had to be preached throughout all the world is because in Deuteronomy 28 and 64, it talks about how Jacob was scattered throughout the four corners of the earth due to the curses of Deuteronomy. And a lot of people wouldn't know that because if the vibration is the Old Testament is done away with, then oftentimes there are things in the Old Testament that you would never think to search out if we're starting off in the New Testament, right? So a lot of people don't realize that the Israelites were scattered into all nations. James 1:1. to the 12 tribes scattered abroad. And when you go into that scattered abroad, it talks about being scattered over land mass, and it even can contextually be talking about being spread throughout the four corners of the earth.
Gotcha.
So, like my family, they never read the Old Testament because what do they teach in church? Jesus did the law, did away with the law, right? And it's a lot of great moral lessons that would make us better men and women to the Most High God in the Old Testament. But if I teach you that it's done away with, you'll never search it out.
So you believe that the tribe of Judah all of a sudden ended up in West Africa?
I believe they ended up in West Africa. I believe they're scattered throughout the four corners of the earth. And there were even documented scholars who recorded the tribe of Judah in the Iberian Peninsula. So a lot of the Black Jews came from Portugal and Spain. All of us didn't come off the west coast of Africa.
Oh, okay. So, but that's what me and Frizzy had this debate already. So there's people from the tribe of Judah in other places also, or
The
just in
Bible
just in
says that
America?
the Judites will be scattered throughout the four corners of the earth, right? So Judah is supposed to be, according to biblical prophecy, scattered in all lands, right? So there was documents of members of the tribe of Judah going to the island of, I believe it's called Haiti. Now we call it the Dominican Republic, but a lot of the Black Jews that was expelled from Spain, right? They were from the tribe of Judah. A lot of them were taken to the Dominican Republic. Some of them were brought here in the Americas, right? Some of them are still in the UK. Some of them are even in parts of South America.
Okay, because from what I understood, you guys, I believe you're a Hebrew Israelite, I'm guessing.
I'm a Negro only Hebrew Israelite. So what I teach is a little different than what the camps teach that you see out on the corners. I don't
Okay.
teach Mexicans and Native Americans are Israelites because the Bible only calls the Jews black and literally the N word. So concerning what's actually in the Bible, I wouldn't be able to read to somebody any of the Israelites called Native American or Mexican, but I can prove that I can read to you two Israelites literally called nigger.
Okay, I thought you believed that. I know some of them believe that. For example, the Black people in North America is Judah, the tribe of Judah.
Right,
Some of the
right.
people, they believe that the Black
Talking about the
Americans
chart.
who's
You're
in
talking about the
Right.
the
chart.
Caribbean
Right.
is
I
from the
don't
tribe of
subscribe.
Benjamin. Okay, so
Right.
you don't believe
I
that.
don't.
Okay, good.
No, because if you can't go through 500 years of slavery and have your genealogy in perfect tact on goat sheepskin, man, that's not even a reasonable conclusion. So at 500 years of captivity, you're not going to have all your records. Oftentimes, I'm of the school of thought that we don't really know what tribe we're from. All we do know is due to the process of elimination, Black Americans and Black people that's been scattered throughout the four corners of the earth due to the different slave trades, they fit the curses of Deuteronomy and the actual description of the Israelites. So I don't teach I know what tribe people come from because that's very disingenuous. Nobody
So
knows
you'll
that.
at least your ideology is a little less confusing. Because
Well,
it is a confusing situation where people think that this tribe is here, this tribe is there. Because yes, I also believe what you said, that the tribes are scattered all over the world.
right.
And
They're in
also,
all the countries.
yes, and also when in 1492, when the Spain pretty much took back over, Spain and Portugal pretty much took back over the Iberian Peninsula, they kicked out a lot of we call it the Jewish people and stuff like that. A lot of
They
Jews.
called them the Black Portuguese, and they called them Negroes, and then they also called them swarthy Judites.
Yeah, a
So
lot of those people.
all of those were interchangeable.
Yeah, a lot of those people went. A lot of those people actually live in North America right now. I'm sorry, North Africa right now. In what's the name of this country? Morocco.
Yeah. Yes.
But yeah, so I don't really want to go deep into this thing because I really don't believe that like we from the tribe. I believe we I believe we are Hamites, right? Remember Noah had 3 sons. I believe the Black people are the Hamites, right? Then white people are from the tribe of we call it, oh gosh,
Do you believe that they're from Japhet?
Japhet. They from Japhet, yes.
Okay. I got a few
And
family members that subscribe to that.
the Middle Eastern people, they're from the gosh, Shem. They from the tribe of
Gone.
Shem.
Okay, I see
So
what you're saying. So
yeah, and
here's
then
what I wanted to say to you concerning us being biblical Hamites, right? Notice that if you notice, Africans don't identify with black or the word nigger, right? So the Bible is literally calling the Israelites that, right? And then the curses of Deuteronomy don't really fit all the other black tribes in Africa. And even the practicing Israelites in Africa are resented by the other African tribes that surround them, right? So the thing is if you ask some Somalis and some Ethiopians, they will tell you that they're descendants of Cush, right? And there are even genetic differences between us, right? So you'll find out that everything that everybody is calling the children of Israel is not what the Bible is calling them, right? Because what do most of the world associate Jesus's family with? They associate his family with the small hats. I don't want to say the J word on your platform, Frizzy, because I don't want them to try. I don't want them to mess with your channel at all. But they associate them with the small hats. They say that Jesus's family is Ethiopian and Middle Eastern. But if you read in Acts chapter 13 and verse 1, it literally calls two Israelites nigger. So the Bible is calling Jesus's family nigger, and the world is saying in the oikumenic context, meaning everything and everybody in it, they're saying something different than what the Bible actually says.
I got you, but like I said, I disagree. Yeah.
Do you know that there are some scholars that say that the Negroes are not descendants of Ham?
Okay, they could say that, but
Yeah. So there are some
Ham.
scholars. Go ahead, brother.
But
I
like I said,
apologize.
Ham, like I said, Ham represents the black people. You know,
They
so it's
said he
like
was put. It in some scholarly writings, brother, it says that Ham is the progenitor of the dark races, but it does highlight the fact and exclude that he's not the progenitor of the Negroes, right? And we're the only black people on earth that identify racially with the word Negro. If you ask a Nigerian, he'll say he's Nigerian. An Ethiopian will say they're Ethiopian. Somebody from Cameroon will say they're Cameroonian. Notice that the other black African families don't identify with the word black or nigger racially, right?
Yeah.
They actually tell you who they are.
All right.
But no,
Like I said,
I trust me, brother. I know some brothers who believe we the Hamites, and let me say this for the record: don't let the Catholic Church have brothers and sisters thinking that it's something wrong with descending from Ham. The first ruler that the Most High allowed to rule in the earth was Nimrod, and Nimrod would be a descendant of Ham. So
yes,
it's nothing wrong with descending from Ham, and Ham would still be a family member of the Israelites.
yes.
So
Nimrod
they
came
would
from
still be our
Cush.
cousins.
That
Yeah,
was
because Cush
Cush
and Shem, they would
grandfather.
still be family.
Yeah, yeah. Well, he was yeah, Cush was his grandfather. Yeah, so
Right.
yeah, so I have no problem with that. And even for example, like some Ethiopians believe that they from the tribe of Dan. Have you ever heard about that?
I haven't met. I've heard about it, but where I'm at right now, I'm currently in Minnesota, so I
Okay.
have conversations with the Ethiopian community in general up here, and the Oromo Ethiopians will tell you that they descend from Cush. Now, the Habeshal will say that they're Shemites, but the problem is when you look at what David and the Israelites practice, they don't practice those things, and they even teach that some of those things are wrong in the Ethiopian Coptic Church that the actual Israelites stood on, right? So just from being around the Habeshal, from them eating raw meat, to some of the practices that they have, I don't think there's any legitimacy to the Solomonic dynasty or to their claim as Israelites, right? Because the ones I know say that they come from the house of David. But if David walked into the Ethiopian Coptic Church today with his wives and concubines, they would tell him that he's doing something wrong when biblically he actually isn't.
I just think it's amazing how we was able to, for example, if I believe how you believe, right? We was in Israel where we spoke Hebrew, right? Then they got
Right.
scattered. Then they got scattered in the parts when eventually when the Roman Empire conquered and they started scattering into other places in the Roman Empire, whether Italy
Right.
or Spain or whatever, right? They were able to speak other languages, right? And all of a sudden they went to West Africa, and all of a sudden they couldn't read and write anymore. That's the reason why West Africa don't have a lot of history written down, because they couldn't read and write. So how in the world, after all these years of knowing how to read and write, because we the Hebrews, all of a sudden we went to West Africa, then we can't read and write anymore. That is so something
Do you
doesn't
know
make
what the
sense.
Bible says prophetically about the Israelites? It does make mention of the fact that they would discontinue from their heritage. So whoever the Israelites are today, they're not supposed to have any recollection of who they really are, right? Like you notice, black people really can't trace their genealogy with accuracy because of the slave trades. So according to biblical prophecy, the Israelites of the Bible are not supposed to know who they are today. So if you understand the history of what took place in Africa with the rise of Islam and Christianity, some Israelites had to convert to keep from dying and to keep from having their families go into slavery. This explains why you have such a strong Islamic influence in Africa today. So a lot of Hebrews had to convert to keep their lives.
And also, after the Spanish Inquisition in 1492, there were some Jewish people who could also blend in with the people who was in Spain at that time. So the people who looked a little different, they had to flee to North Africa. The people who looked kind of like who could blend in, they actually stayed in we call it in Spain, because there
Okay,
was
they stayed in the Iberian Peninsula.
yeah, they had a lady, right? She was trying to trace her roots. Her roots was in Spain, and they was able to find. She was able to find when her what do you call it? Her people or her ancestors changed their name from a Spanish name. I mean, from it was a Spanish name, and it was a Jewish name in the beginning, but they changed it so they could blend in with the people after 1492. You know, and she
Okay,
looked,
I see what you're saying.
kind of like, kind of like a white mix in a way. You
I see
know,
what you're saying. I
so
see
yeah,
what you're saying.
so like I said, I just don't believe a lot of things. You know, like I really don't like to have this conversation because I want people to be able to enjoy the Bible and not kind of like always debate and say, "Oh, you're wrong. And this is why," and stuff like that. So me personally, as long as you get the taste of the Bible, I'm okay. You know, and I know some people believe they also that they are what do you call these people again? Oh my gosh, don't worry about it. I forgot about it.
You know, I was gonna say this. Like as far as like the 12, the 12 tribe chart.
Tribe, yeah.
I can admit that people that actually like the Israelites that actually accept certain people as being Israelites, it could be a little murky. Right? I understand that, but
I
this is
appreciate that.
no, I can understand it because see, here's the deal. Like we know there is one truth. All of us can agree with that. Right? There is one truth.
Right.
I do not subscribe to this notion, especially that the Christian church has promoted as far as there's different interpretations and God speaks to everybody differently as far as the core values that he actually wants us to have. I don't believe that. I believe the scripture says there is no private interpretation and we ought to be
Right.
one body. We ought to be one body under Christ. So I think most of this is a spiritual walk. You know what I'm saying? We know, to me, we know who really is who by what they accept. Some people just will never accept the truth, you know. And once you really do your due diligence in the Bible and study it correctly, it's really irrefutable. So some people will be able to accept the truth, some people won't be able to accept the truth. And I think this is what's going to actually decipher who's going to be not only the elect, but who's going to actually be approved in the end. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Who's going to endure to the end
Yes,
and
it's
get
a
the white
spirit.
stone of exemption? Right.
It's a spiritual thing. It really is a spiritual thing. You know.
I
So that's
agree
what.
wholeheartedly. I agree wholeheartedly. And it was something that I wanted to talk to you about.
Yeah. I remember what I was about to say now. I was about to say something about the Moors.
Oh, okay.
One thing that the Moors was that was cool about the Moors is when they had the Iberian Peninsula, they allowed everybody to practice their religion. So whoever was Christian was allowed to practice Christian. Whoever was Jewish religion was allowed to practice Jews, and of course they were Muslim, so they would practice Muslim. But eventually, when
Are you familiar? Let me see what you. Okay, Ronald Salakia, brother. Are you familiar with why the Moors had that school of thought? It's a specific
um
reason why. Because some of the Moors were into Catholicism. Some of them were
okay,
practicing Israelites who kept the Torah, right? Some of them were converted to Islam for political reasons. There's a Negro Israelite named Simeon that's known as one of the first Moors to invade Spain, right? And even though he was an Israelite, he was a practicing Muslim. So there were even Moors that practiced the Kemetic way, which is the ancient Egyptian religion, right? So the Moors at the time were the most learned men in Europe. A lot of people don't know this, right? More than half of the translators of the Bible were actually Moors, right? So it was Moors that was in the Kemet. It was Moors that kept the Torah. It was Moors that was in the Christianity, and it was also Moors that were Muslims, right? So it makes sense that they would be cool with all those schools of thoughts because they practiced those things.
gotcha,
Like you feel
gotcha.
me? All the Moors wasn't Muslims. Some of them were Christians. Some of them was in the Kemet, or what we would call really Kemetology, which is the practice of the ancient Kemetic people. But
Okay.
Ronald, it's been a pleasure talking to you, Freezy. I appreciate your warm hospitality always, brother. I got to get back out here and get back on this in this workplace and make it happen for my wife and my kids. But it was a pleasure talking to you, brothers. Ronald, it's a pleasure talking to you. It's rare that I can talk with a brother of the Christian faith or that believes we ham, and it's not contentious. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, I try to act my, act good.
No, actually, it's a good dialogue, man. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like I
yeah,
say, these conversations aren't for us on the panel. It's actually for everybody that's watching. You know what I'm
yeah. We
saying?
gotta, we should be able to disagree and still have
Yeah,
respect for each other.
I agree.
Unfortunately, that doesn't happen a lot of times
Yeah.
on these panels. So
Right, right. Before I go, I wanted to leave you guys with something because when I go out and teach, um, all people come and learn from me, whether they believe in the Bible or don't. If you go to Matthew chapter 19 and you read verse 17, where I believe the scripture is good master, what good things should I do that I should inherit eternal life? And then who the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ, Yahweh says, if thou will enter into life, keep the commandments, right? So because I teach, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not do murder, thou shalt not bear false witness, love thy neighbor as thyself, honor thy father and thy mother, right? If you just look at those basic things that Yahweh Shai is telling us to do, that would fix a lot of moral problems that we have amongst men and women, right?
yeah,
So the reason why I don't teach the law is done away with is because it subconsciously takes away your ability to make a moral decision. If we accept that the law is done away with in a sense of practicing those things, then sometimes we might talk a little crazy to our parents, or we may not. We may get involved in adultery. We might get involved in bearing false witness. So I always read Matthew 19 and 17 when I go out and preach, because not just Israelites, it's all walks of life that come and learn from me, because I'm not out there screaming and yelling at people too. I love the brothers, but the Lord never told us to go out there and cuss people
yeah,
out on the corners. So because I'm not like that, Christians come and learn from me, Muslims come and learn from me. I even had a few beautiful conversations with a couple of atheists and a couple sisters that were feminists came up and spoke with me. So if you got a peaceful and humble and kind demeanor, the Most High will make even your enemies to be at peace with you.
yeah. I got you. Yeah, and I know a lot of people. We might have a disagreement on this, but yeah, what you're speaking about came from the Ten Commandments. I know you didn't you didn't say all the commandments, but I know that's what it said in the
Right.
New Testament. Yeah, so I know even God put the like if there was one time he spoke about the Ten Commandments, but he broke it down into two different what's the word I'm looking for?
Love the Most
Um,
High
You
God with
saying two
all thy
yeah,
heart and
commandments?
all thy
yeah,
soul,
yeah,
and then to love your neighbor. Those two
exactly,
commandments, right?
exactly.
But we
Yeah.
have to understand something, right? People are not getting stoned or put to death for breaking the laws of Moses, right? Understandable, right? But
Mhm.
the Bible does say to love the Most High is to keep his commandments, right? So to
Mhm.
keep those two commandments, honoring your mother and your father, that's how you love the Most High. Not not bearing false witness is how you love the Most High.
Yeah.
Not committing adultery. This is how you actually love the Most High. And this is
Right.
how you establish what everybody on earth says they
Facts.
have, But when
Yes.
you ask them if they're doing these things or teaching them, they're not. This is how you establish a relationship with the Most High,
And
and this is how
also,
you get to know Him.
yeah, and
And
also
not only that,
remember the Sabbath
one
day.
quick thing, Ronald. Not only that, even in that scripture, it says on these two commandments hang the rest of the commandments. So we're still supposed to carry the rest of the commandments with us, adhering to those two, right?
Yeah.
So basically all of the commandments is basically telling us to do those two commandments, to
Yeah.
love the Most High God with all our heart, and to love
Love
our
their neighbor as
brother.
themselves.
Yes, so
Right.
Yeah.
on those two commandments, we ought to hang the rest of the commandments. It didn't say throw them away, and I think that's the biggest misconception um, that a lot of people think. We just the other commandments we just do away with. No, even above that scripture, if I'm not mistaken, I think Jesus said, "Not one jot nor tittle is that the same
Shall in
scripture?"
no wise pass from the law till all
Yeah,
be fulfilled, right?
yeah,
That's
Yeah.
yeah.
that's Matthew 5:17, right? So the reason why I teach the way I teach is because I want to remind people spiritually to keep these things, because this is what makes us set apart. What's another way of saying set apart? Holy, right? This is how we open up our spirits and our vessels to accept the Holy Spirit, right? Is to show the Most High that we love Him by honoring our father and our mother, by not stealing, by not killing, by not bearing false witness, right? By not coveting your neighbor's wife or his possessions, right? So this is how you build your spiritual integrity. I gotta go, family, but shalom, everybody. Peace and blessings.
All right, take care of yourself,
Shalom,
man.
shalom.
All right.
Go ahead, Ronald. My bad, I had cut you off.
Yeah. I appreciate it. Yeah, so like I was telling them, yeah, pretty much we have the Ten Commandments. It just got broken down into two. But like I said, the Ten Commandments. A lot of times, I know people talk about there's 613, I believe, commandments, whatever like that. But there are different. You got the Ten Commandments, then you got the Law of Moses, right? So when Jesus was telling the Pharisees that I didn't come to destroy the law, I came to fulfill it, he was talking about the Law of Moses, because they thought that Jesus was breaking some of the Law of Moses, right? So because Jesus came to die for us, there are certain things that we don't do anymore when it comes to like sacrificing sheeps and goats and stuff like that, because God was our, because Jesus came to die for our sins. That's the reason why we don't do that anymore. And even in the Law of Moses, a lot of times they had penalties, like you said. Like you could stone people to death. If they committed adultery, and if you marry a woman and you find out she's not a virgin, you could set up take her back to her father's house,
Right.
and get some other men from the village to come stone her to death or something like that. So of course we don't do these things anymore. And that's one of the reasons why the Pharisees and the Sadducees had conflict with Jesus, because Jesus came to fulfill those laws.
So you're absolutely right, and that's the whole reason why they crucified him too, right? Because they didn't
Yeah.
believe that he was the great lamb.
Yeah.
They didn't believe that he was the sacrificial lamb. They didn't believe he was the Messiah.
Yeah.
Right. So the sacrificial, to be honest with you, in my opinion, I think the sacrificial law is not the same, but it's still in place, because we are to accept that Jesus Christ died for our sins. We are to accept that Jesus Christ sacrificed himself for us, instead of actually sacrificing, goats and lambs and bullocks and all that kind of stuff, like you said. You know what I'm saying? So, but I'm right on. I'm agreeing with you, Ronald.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, me and you already had our back and forth about what we disagreed about, so there's no reason to go over it again. But like I said, I also appreciate the conversation. And like I learn a lot from the when I hear these panels, because sometimes when I hear people speak about religion, that makes me jump back into the Bible to like, let me check this out. So yes, so that's the reason why the Bible is still important. So even though I grew up in a religion, there are still things in the Bible that I didn't know, because you even showed me a passage in the Bible that I didn't even know about. So we all going to learn. The Bible is so massive, you cannot know everything, even if you read it before.
Nobody knows everything. Like
Yeah.
I learn all the time.
Yeah.
You can you teach me something. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, yeah. And
So
so,
that's why.
but it doesn't the Bible even say that when a man thinks he knows everything, he knows nothing.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
You know, but like I said, that's the reason why God said, search the scriptures, right? You know, is important. So that's why when cousin Jeff was Uncle Jeff was talking, I had to disagree with him, and it's very important. You know, no matter how much, no matter how much we are in a certain religion, we still need to go back to the word. Even when it comes to teach our children, right? I teach my children from the Bible. I teach my children from the Bible stories and stuff. You know, that's how I learned. You know, so it's very important to keep on reading the Bible.
It's good. Your kids, do y'all homeschool y'all kids?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, so they go to homeschool is tough, you know, because everybody works and stuff like that.
Yeah, it
so,
is. Yeah.
So you got to have somebody home to homeschool them. So all we do is, you know, from the moment they're born, we teach them the right and wrong, you know, what is right and wrong.
Yeah.
So that when they go to school, like I said before, we have to have a relationship with the teachers. We got to know what our child is doing at school. So if we teach them a certain way to do things at home, they shouldn't be going to school and doing the exact opposite. Right? So I'm not afraid of them just losing everything when they go to school, because I wasn't homeschooled, you know. So that's, you know, all we gotta do as parents is just do our best and talk to them, because before they go to school, you have 5 years to teach them, you know, before they ever hit to public school or whatever. So you got 5 years to train them and to keep on training them.
Not only that, you can keep on training them like you just said.
Yeah. Yeah, because like I said, you could go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just agreeing with you that it doesn't stop. You train up your child in the way that you want them to go, so they don't depart from it.
Yeah, because when I joined the Navy at 19 years
Shout out
old.
to Sharon in the house too.
Yeah,
I
what's
think
up, Sharon?
Sharon kids might be homeschooled. I don't know. Go ahead.
Yeah. Because when I was when I joined the Navy at 19 years old and I was on deployment and stuff, I would pull out the Bible in the engine room and read the Bible from time to time, and I was still getting understanding. You know, because sometimes as 19 years old, you kind of like, you're trying to understand. You think you're a good person. You're like, why these people don't like you, something like that. Then I read all the 4 Gospels, and I'm like, wow, Jesus was the perfect man on earth, and people didn't like him, and they crucified him. So who am I? You know. So these are things. So the Bible is very helpful. So you can't just like discard it because, you know, this is how I feel in my heart. You know, it just caused chaos, and too much on this earth we have chaos.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think about Sharon said yes, we are homeschooling the picnic kids. I mean the picnic them.
Yeah, picnic. That's that Saint Kiss language. Yeah, Jamaicans say pick. I'm from I was born in Trinidad. We don't say pick me. The Jamaicans and some other islands say pick me.
Coach Furry, what's up, dog?
What's going on?
I was gonna ask a question about Ronald, what do you think about in these like manosphere conversations? Men that don't necessarily subscribe to the Bible, but they'll cherry pick verses out of the Bible to throw at women to get them to be obedient or whatever to get them.
Yeah, they're hypocrites. You're not supposed to do that. You know, and yeah, people do that all the time. You know, like I said, I've been on these YouTube panels for almost 3 years now, and it's still unbelievable that I don't see a lot of change. The same people are just stuck in their ways.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't heard anybody say, you know what, you know, like after being on these panels, I've kind of changed the way I think. You know, people they still think the same way. They complain. The men complain about women. The women complain about men. You know, if me as a guy who's born in Trinidad could come here, find myself a nice American girl, and get married to her, been with her for 14 years. I mean, we've been married for 14 years now. You know, why can't a lot of these Black Americans, men do the same thing? I'm not special. I'm just a normal guy.
That's a good point.
So everybody's just stuck in their ways. You gotta know, what does a woman want? A woman wants security. So if you're a bum, most likely your relationship's gonna fail because a woman wants security. That's just plain and simple. So you can't be upset that when you go on a date, the woman asks you what you do or what's your goals, because that's what they're supposed to do. They want to find a man that's going to be secure. I'm not talking about that's not being a gold digger. It's just plain and simple. And I've heard grown men keep on talking about that. Why she gotta ask me, what I do for a living? She's supposed to. Because
isn't that all part of the vetting process, though?
Yes, exactly. Yes. Because if I was, I have 2 girls, right? When that time comes when they dating, what do you think I'm gonna ask that man? What you do for a living? What's your goals? Right? Because that's my job as a father, right? Because when you get married, I know a lot of people don't do this, but when you find out a woman and you want to get married to her, you're supposed to ask her parents, and the parents are supposed to give you the blessing. I know most people don't do that anymore, but that's the way that's the way it's supposed to be.
Well,
once again, I'm talking about structure.
What you're saying is it's wise to ask those questions, right? Because parents used to do that, right?
Yes.
So, yeah.
You can't just hand over your daughter to anybody. And the same thing goes to your son also. You gotta know, okay, what type of woman your son is about to marry or your son is dating. So yeah. Like I said, we want to do whatever we want to do. That's why the system is messed up. I mean, like I said, I'm so happy that my parents are still together. So when I go visit, I don't got to split up I don't got to visit my dad in one place and go visit my mom in one place. We could all take my wife and my kids. We go visit both of them at the same time. It's very important. So that's why when I got married, my most important thing was to keep my family together. That's why I married a woman who didn't have one foot out the door. Any little thing, I'm out of here.
So let's keep it fair though, right? There are unruly women too on the other side of the coin.
Yeah, that's correct.
Like a lot of the things that these men complain about, it is true. It's true. So you just said earlier, Ronald, and I'm gonna open this up to everybody, right? Coach Fernando Motors Riaz. Like, we know this to be true too, but you said, Ronald, you haven't really seen a lot of improvement or breakthroughs or guys saying, I know this now, I'm able to do this now, that like these breakthrough stories or whatever. So if women are still out here like this, that men are saying are out here like this, we talked about the men. How should if the other stuff has not worked, how should men approach these type of environments with women and everything? You know what I'm saying? Especially if they have a desire to still one day get married.
What's the last part of your question?
How should if we can all agree what a lot of men say, that there are unruly women, right? There are women that's unruly, difficult, real difficult, snappy, that type of stuff, right? IQBN Organis Freezer, you blocked me yesterday for speaking the truth, yet you defended. First, no, I didn't block you. Somebody else blocked you. I don't think I blocked you, but anyway. If you was blocked, I wouldn't be able to see your comment. So I don't think you're permanently blocked. Obviously, you're not blocked. So maybe you got timed out, and I'm too busy to be timing people out. So there it is. But what I was going to say was that we all can agree that there is some truth to what men say, right? As far as women and stuff, and women being unruly. And you made a comment earlier that a lot of what's been a lot of the rhetoric, the manosphere rhetoric and everything, it hasn't worked. You said that you don't feel like a lot of these conversations in the nature that we've been having them has not worked. So if we still know that there are unruly women, we've already discussed men, and you saying a lot of these men are hypocrites. If we haven't seen a lot of success stories from these conversations that we've been having so far, and there's still unruly women out here that men are complaining about, how should men approach it from now on? Because you don't agree with a lot of these conversations that you've witnessed so far. So what's another route we take? What's the other route that men should take? You know what I'm saying? If they still desire to get married and stuff.
What we got to do is people got to look at themselves in the mirror and take accountable for their actions, whether you're a man or a woman, right? It's like a job, right? If I wanna become let's say an architect, right? There's certain things I got to do. I got to go to school. I got to go to a university. I got to get a bachelor's degree or a master's degree or something like that. But what people doing is they try to leave, like pretty much leave the fourth grade and get that job as an architect. And that's the problem. People do not want to change, right? If you want a good woman, there's certain criteria that you have to do to find that good woman, right? If for some reason you can't, if you want to have a wife and 10 women on the side, that good woman is not going to accept you. Her parents, her family members are not going to accept you, right? And that's what happens a lot in this space, right? And it's the same thing goes for the women. You know, one of the things that I agree with, I shouldn't say agree, I disagree with Bolo, right? Bolo usually wants to focus on the men because he always says the men are the fire and the woman is the water. Which one you want to put out first? Me personally, I the way I say it is we are chained. We on a chain, right? We both are different links, right? When it comes to husband and wife, if the husband link breaks, we're screwed. Or if the wife link breaks, we're screwed. Or if both of us break, we're still screwed, right? So we can't always say, okay, blame the man for this, blame the woman for this, right? We have to, just because the woman has to also be a good follower. If the man is the leader of the house, right? Just like the Bible says that a woman is supposed to submit to her husband, the man also supposed to love his wife, right? So if that man loves his wife,
that's the link you're talking about.
If the man loves his wife, he's not gonna put her in any situation where she gonna get hurt, right? And I think a lot of times when people talk about submission, right? For example, you're not supposed to be. First of all, the man's supposed to submit to God, right? Then his wife submit to him, and he loves his wife. So when we talk about submission, that doesn't mean if your husband's in jail and he tell you, yo, smuggle me in some drugs, and you think, well, I gotta submit to my husband. No, that's wrong. Because a man who follows God, first of all, he won't be in jail, right? Or he wouldn't put you in a situation where all of a sudden you could end up in jail or harm yourself, right? So I think that's where we get it mixed up. So it's supposed to be like we always say this. We always say this: God, man or husband, then wife, then children. You know. So what's happening in a lot of these spaces is these men are looking at these IG models and want them to holler at them, want them to act right. Right? They don't want you. They want the NBA players, the millionaires. That's the type of man they chasing, because as we seen with Shannon Sharp, how much was he paying this lady? What like $25,000 a cheek or something like that? And that's what, right? And that's the reason why when we hear these women with these outlandish expectations that men should be doing for them, and we like, that's crazy. There are actually men who's doing this, you know?
Yeah.
And Kevin Samuels actually said this back in the days before he passed away. He said, whatever a woman got, she's not trying to downgrade. So if they found a man either a rapper or a ball player that's giving them thousands of dollars, right? The regular guy who might be making 60, 70, or even 80, they look at this man like he's a bum. Then eventually what's going to happen? She's going to be 40, 50 years old complaining about there's no good men. But she passed up on a lot of good men. We've seen this. How many women we've seen who, end up being 40, 50 years old, never got married, never have any children, and they complaining about, hey, there was no good men out there. There was good men out there. But you just had such a high expectation, you have to get, me personally, you need to look at the people who love you and get the best out of that bunch. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if these, go ahead.
I was gonna go to Fear No Motives. What do you think, Fear No Motives? Do you think, first of all, do you think these conversations we've been having about relationships, marriage, men and women have been working these past few years, or however long you've been around?
No.
So if they haven't been working, what do you suggest? And we know there are unruly women, and we know there are a lot of men that just seems difficult for them to actually get things together in their life, or even get a good woman. What do you suggest?
That everybody work on themselves. I feel like everybody needs to work on themselves. Do whatever work it's going to take for them to get, if they're looking for, like he just said, they're looking for the IG model, the certain type of woman. If that's your standard, well, you're going to have to get up to that income that somebody wants. If you want just a regular woman, an average woman, which most of us are, there's only like 13% of people that are in that millionaire tax bracket, or whatever.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people need to be realistic. You can have fantasy of this and that or whatever, but that doesn't mean that that person is going to be for you or want you. I think people need to be realistic, and they need to do the work that makes them a suitable companion for the next person. Besides that, I feel like it's just all a growing process. I think a lot of people want to just complain, but don't look at their own faults. Like if you've been in 5, 6, 7, 10 failed relationship, well, at some point it might just be you, And I don't think if people are being realistic with that either. A lot of people just use this place to come and complain, but that's all they're doing is complaining. They're not fixing something. They're not trying to do anything to improve their situation or change their character integrity, or even if they want to be on a higher status to fix themselves financially. All they want to do is complain. So if we're just sitting on here complaining, the men are blaming the women are blaming the men, how is these conversations helping? It can't possibly be helping if it's just a big blame and complain fest.
Yeah, and I would say I'm gonna go into Coach Ferg next. A lot of these people, what they have in common, they're not in successful relationships, right? So I mean, I've noticed that to be a trend too. Go ahead, Coach Ferg. What do you think? First off, do you think these conversations we've been witnessing have been creating a lot of breakthroughs? And if not, what should men and women do?
What's up, Freezy, man? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you fine.
How y'all doing? What's up, Freedom? What's up, my man? Listen, man. First of all, man, let me just give you this right here. You know what I'm saying? In my little time on YouTube, you know what I'm saying? I've been a grown man before YouTube. YouTube just the message I give now, and it's sort of sometimes I be a little over the top, but again, the message that's been given over the last 12 hours is pretty much what we all need this is probably the most dynamic time in our history, in our culture, because now men and women are starting to have real life conversations, and a lot of people are realizing that a lot of their issues come from the people that they expect to love them the most. That's just what it is. But I'll say this, man, you know, just this live, man, it's been some real good information, man, some real good nuggets, man. I've been listening in, man. Listen, man, if you want to be better, especially for Mother's Day going forward with 2025, you want to be better, man, just go to the word. If you find some confusion, stop listening to people's biased views about their pain and their situation, and move accordingly. You have to move according. You have to practice it after you read it, and then you have to recite it out loud. You can't read it to yourself and then not act on it and look for other people to give you validation. This is the modern world. We're supposed to be a lot smarter than our ancestors. Our grandma, I don't know, you know, like I said, I refer to a time in life. I'm 57. So in my lifetime, it's like we've sort of reversed our values. Everybody's individualistic. We cannot survive in America with the big nose and the big lips by ourselves. I don't care what nobody say. We can't do it. But then we are the people of the earth. We have the natural abilities. When you come to a realization in your life, when it's just you standing alone, facing the fire or facing the water, you have to take a leap and take a chance on yourself. You have to as a man. No man on earth can sit around his mama and cousins and family and friends all day and expect to be a man of value in the world. It doesn't happen. Jesus didn't stay in one spot. Jesus had a skill. He was a carpenter. How many of you men right now can build something? Mary, his mama, she fought for the family. She made sure there was order. Every woman in the Bible had dignity. Mm-hmm. They respected themselves first. Over the last 50 years, we played right into the propaganda. We don't even love our natural selves. I'm a bald-headed, ugly dude. Get white as hell, but my parents was black. My grandparents was black. I come from a whole family of everybody being married till they passed away. Me, when they're coming along in the 80s, the world said, go out here and rap. Go do stuff. They put drugs in our face, said, here, you're going to be on drugs. They told me 1 out of 4, y'all, listen, only 1 out of 4 y'all going to make it. That's been the same pitch for the last 40 years. You have to be the one that decide that I'm going to make it, especially if we got children. How can we homeschool our children and motherfuckers don't want to read now? You read with your child, that makes your child 10 times smarter than the world. You can break down the understanding and the misunderstanding. We got children still out here suffering because people who are modern adults being selfish. But then I'm Christian, I'm this and I'm that, but you're going to have faults. That's why you're a man or a woman. You're going to have slip. You're going to make dumb mistakes. But make them to yourself. Don't try to put it on other people. When you try to harm other people, you'll never have nothing good.
You know what I see the point of contention is? A lot. On one side, men are saying, man, these women ain't shit. They be on Instagram, they be dressing half naked. You know, they're always trying to, they unruly, they disrespectful. And on the other side, I hear women saying, men ain't shit, they're dogs. That's why I'm not going to follow these men because they're not worthy. They gonna cheat on you. All they want is sex. And it just seems like the points of contention be so repetitive. It's like we're gonna be fighting forever almost.
Freezy.
You know what I'm saying?
But Freezy, here's the crazy part though. And this is what my understanding, my correlation working with black folk all my life. A lot of people are really talking about family members. I got most of these women, if they say a nigga ain't shit, they know somebody in their family close, a brother, cousin, uncle, somebody done did some bullshit in their family ain't shit. We see it. and the man and the vice versa for the women. They got fucked up ass brothers. What are we talking about? But even with that, here's the thing: every man, regardless of what a woman thinks about you, feel about you, or look at you, you have to come to a realization. That's why I always go to that 21 to 41-year-old man. Most dudes ain't, in the last 50 years, we all been under some bullshit, at least till we 30. You have to make, my man said it. He spoke everything that you must do as an individual man. Listen, especially now, women, listen, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to shut up and I'm going to say this. Let's just say we all, Freezy, you know, I'm a grown man. I'm a gorilla. I ain't getting nothing sweet about me but my kisses, you know, to my wife. So me and you, just two people we meet, right? And we have a child, but we ain't meet under nothing righteous. We just out here at the club, but you know, we grown folk, right? And over that last 50 years, they ain't really, we treat sexually transmitted disease like it's a piece of candy. We pass that shit around. However, we make a baby, right? I ain't shit. I'm a fucked up mama. You know what I'm saying? What it is, I ain't fucked up. I just ain't ready to commit. You ain't really got no commitment. We having fun. I ain't saying be a good daddy or nothing. So now the baby's here. Where we been messing up is we forget about that seed on both sides. Women, get your little baby for the first 8-9 years. Yes. If you see your baby daddy moving like a piece of shit, okay. You have a conversation, but sometimes you got to let that child connect with that man at some age. You have to. You can't talk against them because you still out here trying to meet men. They still seeing you deal with men, sleeping with men. They got a little brother 5 years younger who daddy is different from the daddy you've been talking about, said they ain't shit. That goes into the psyche of these kids.
I agree with that, Fern.
Give them a listen. During the week, Sunday night through Thursday night, be a mother to your children. Be a mother. Friday, Saturday night, take them over Bonquisha's house, but take them over. You can't take them over the house where the little dude over there digging in all your kids' booties. No, you got to take them to a righteous house. Y'all got to stop trying to live in this. Well, I'm a religious. I ain't practicing. We all over the place. Just do what's right. Especially now, you can do it for your kids and your life will change. Because the Bibles are it's a forever growing story in your life, wherever you are in your life. Just take those things and practice it. 90 days. Listen, what's this, May? If most, listen, everything everybody been saying out here has been gems. If most grown folk, everybody say they grown, everybody on YouTube got $100,000 between now and Christmas. You see y'all been buying fake shit, start saving your money, start redoing things, reading, practicing, working out, eating right. By the end of the year, y'all have another 60, 70,000. If not, you're going to keep playing these little games, spending toy money on toy games. Kids going to keep getting overweight. The world is going to keep going past you, and you're going to be still crying. If you take the time to change now, your life will be dynamic by the time you get 40. I'm trying to tell you, or 50. But
what you about to say, Ronald?
Yeah.
Do you remember what I said, Ronald?
I can't remember, but I did have something to say.
It's contention on both sides, and it just seems like it's never going to end.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, so
I got good news for everybody. If you really, all you need to do is find one person. You know, all you need to do is find one person. So you're trying to tell me all these people in the world, and now we have the internet where you can meet a lot more people. You can't find one good person. If you hit 40 years old and you can't find one person, you need to look yourself in the mirror. It's you. There's something about yourself you need to fix. You know, it's just plain and simple. There are too much people who need to work on themselves, trying to find that perfect person on the other side. That's not the way it is. You know, and even some men who meet good women, all of a sudden you say, "Oh, I don't believe in marrying to the state, so to the government or something like that." Right?
We had that conversation earlier on the panel.
Exactly, and that's how you lose another good woman. And to tell the truth, you know the sad thing, there are women who stay with that man, you know. And me personally, I tell them, if you meet a woman, if you meet a man and he don't believe in getting married to the state or getting married to the government, leave him. Don't waste your time. Don't mess up and all of a sudden he get you pregnant and all of a sudden now you stuck with him.
What
for
about from a
18
man's?
years.
What about from a man's argument where it says it's too risky and the marriage, like married through the state, signing paperwork, you know, financially and all that kind of stuff. What do you say to that?
Yeah, if you get married, marriage is supposed to be for life. So if for some reason you decide to get divorced, you deserve some consequences. It's just plain and simple. People want it too easy. Everybody want to do whatever they want to do, and when it's time to bounce, they bounce. No, we got married for a reason. You went in front of you went in front of God, you went in front of your parents and the other person's parents, and you guys made vows to each other. And all of a sudden, 5 years later, when it's getting hard, right, you decide to bounce. No, that's not the way it's supposed to work. So yes, there should be some kind of consequences. It should be difficult. And if you're gonna lose some money, you're gonna lose some money, you know, because you're supposed to be together. That's how it's supposed to work. But too many people, they just get married to get married because they say, shoot, I could just get divorced whenever I want to, right? That's the reason why people on here complain about divorce and alimony and child support and all kind of stuff, because you didn't do it the right way. You know, it's just plain and simple.
Let me go to Fear No Mortals. Fear No Mortals. Women think men are dogs. Men think women can't be trusted. They can't be trusted and they unruly. It's a lot of contention on both sides, and it seems like it's never going to end. Men are blaming women for this and that and this and that. Women are blaming men for this and that and this and that. Every time we have these conversations, it's just like it's like circular. It's
a broken record.
Yeah. So what do you think needs to happen for people to actually like start hearing each other?
Like I said, I just think people need to be realistic, Freezy. I think because I'll say this in two parts because we kind of touched a little bit on this earlier while you was resting, right? So when we had a younger person on the panel that was pretty much against marriage and everything like that, and I definitely feel like it's a thing of when you're young, it's one thing sometimes the way you think and your actions and everything like that. I feel like it's kind of different, or you can have a different thought process when you're young. But when you reach a certain age group, like when you're pushing into late 30s, 40s, 50s, and you still have that mindset that you had when you was 20 something about relationships and marriage and dating and whatever, and you haven't evolved to put in the work to know exactly what it's going to take to know that you are going to have to be good to another person. You are going to have to work together with another person. So I think a lot of people don't get that mindset. Marriage is work. Commitment is work, you know? It's not an easy. Every day is not going to be peaches and cream. It's not always going to be good. But I think a lot of people are not willing to put that work in. So when it comes to these conversations, everybody is pointing out the bad about this person or that person, to the point where maybe they're bitter, maybe they're mad, maybe they don't want to give anybody a chance, or maybe they decided because of some bad situations in the past that now they're going to treat everybody bad, or that everybody's the same. And when people start to realize that everyone isn't the same.
Oh, that's so good. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you cooking so good right now. you think a large part of the problem is undealt with hurt and bitterness and not letting stuff go from like things that people have actually seen and experienced in the past?
Correct. I think that is a big part of the problem. That's a big part of these conversations we see on here every time. That's a big part of the problem in general, because you project that on the next person. So now all the men are in one bag, and now all the women are in one bag. Everybody is not the same. The same way there's a good man out here that wants to find the right woman, that wants to settle down and have the family, or settle down and be with one person. There's a woman out here that wants to do the same. Now, I do definitely agree when I hear the sentiments that maybe it's hard to see the good men and the good woman from all the ones that are out here, I don't know, trifling, acting in what do you call them, unruly women, or the trifling men, or whatever. It might be kind of hard to get through it, but I definitely think that's, you got to pay attention. You have to use your discernment. Pay attention to people's character. Vet. You just can't settle for anything if you want to be happy, but you can't be unrealistic with your expectations either, especially if that's what you want. Now, see, I think Ronald made the point that when you get 40 or something, if you're not already to settle down, I can't say that to the fact, because some people got a divorce at 38. You know what I mean? Some people, like myself, I'm a widow. You know what I mean? Some people was in long relationship 10, 20 years and it didn't work out. So then you're starting over. But then here's the problem with that. Some people just jump right into the next thing without even healing, without taking that time to realize, okay, I was with this person so long, or if you lost them, or even a divorce is part of a loss too. You know what I mean? And you have to cope, and you have to get yourself together all over again and figure out who you are as a person when you spend all this time with the other person, and get back to your happy before you can just jump right into something else with somebody else. Because when you end up doing that, then you're just putting in all that bag, that hurt, that pain, and that trauma from being with the last person, how the last person left you, or if they passed away, or whatever happened, all the bad things that happened there, and you're just carrying it from person to person, and then the next 5 years, that's over with too. You know what I mean? And that's the problem. People are just harboring all this stuff, and they're not taking the time for themselves to get their mind right, to make sure they're mentally on track, to make sure they're stable in all ways, and make sure that they are spiritually grounded. I think in a lot of these situations, God is missing. You don't have nothing to reference. You don't have nothing to go by as a standard. I think even you, Freezy, one time had told the story of how things had changed for you when you got closer to God, and how things got on track with you and everything that you had going on.
Yeah.
It all plays a part into it, but people have to do that soul searching and whatever. There's good men out here, there's good women out here. But if you carry on that same bad attitude, those same bad characteristics, that negative energy, well, then you're going to end up with that same thing. You're going to think that everybody's bad and toxic and everything, because that's your mindset, and you're going to carry it.
You say you feel like before people enter into other relationships, they should address their issues and everything. I think that's so right. I think what I do think is when people have been in relationships and they have sex and experience a lot of intimacy, once it doesn't work out, that feeling of loneliness, that feeling of being alone, it intensifies. So that makes a person want to enter into a relationship faster than they should, because they're thinking about the person that they was in love with or they was having sex with, and that lonely feeling intensifies because you're thinking about the person that you was once with, that you still probably want to be with, instead of just dealing with what happened, evaluating what happened, praying. Here's what God, God was supposed to be in your relationship from the jump, but that's when you really need God the most. When you feel confused and you feel hurt, pain, lonely, you feel a lot of spitefulness and you bitter and stuff. But instead of using God as medicine, we try to use other people as medicine, like to validate us and all that kind of stuff, right? Shout out to
And
Next
then all
Level.
it is the rebound, Freezy. You're just on the rebound. You don't even love that person.
Yeah,
You're just
but
lonely.
Freezy,
Shout out to my brother Next Level just came back up. Go ahead, Coach Ferd.
but those relationships just don't start and begin with a female other than family. Those relationships has to start with parents, siblings, cousins, people that are closest to you, people that by default should love you as you are. People in your bloodline lineage, most people start out hurt from them. People have to address issues with their parents because we hear it all the time. My parents failed me. Well, if that's what you believe, address it with them. It's not about attacking. Sit there. Remember, modern people are smarter. Go have a conversation. Sit down. And you'll realize that some things are just the way it was natural way to be because even your parents may not have gotten the information. Even their parents didn't get the information, but they did get you to a state. And then once you turn to a certain age, you have to understand your discernment. And if you don't have any righteousness and you keep going to foolishness, so as you thinking, so as you'll be. Freeze, I'm going to say this. In your word that you read, tell me where the part to say, or is it a part in there to say, to find a wife is one of the hardest things a man will ever do. Anywhere else in there, it ain't never said that. You can read every strength, ain't none of them ever said to go out here and face your enemies will be the hardest thing you ever do. No, it'll tell you go face them, conquer it. But to find a wife is one of the hardest things that's been ordained on a man. And it also the meaning of it, when you get to her, she is a wife. So it behooves a lady to be a wife presentable to a man looking for a wife, and those things will work out. Other than that, y'all keep having fun.
Yeah, it says Proverbs 31:10 says, who can find a virtuous woman or a virtuous wife, for her worth is far above rubies, right? So yeah, you're absolutely right. And I'm gonna go to Next Level. But I want to say this. Let's just have a real conversation, right? Sex feels good. Sex feels a lot good, very good. Especially men. Men want to have sex. Men, if nothing else fails, if relationships fail, guess what? Sex is still on the table. When we see a woman, when we see another woman, even after we a failed relationship, we want to have sex. I think that's an important conversation too. Go ahead, Next Level.
But would that be fornication?
You can't just put that on me. No.
Yeah, but that would be for you. That would be fornication. But to the average man, the way they explain it away is sex is natural. That's a natural thing that men have.
But do it explain it like that in the Bible?
No.
Yeah. So I kind of missed parts of the conversation, but I heard Ronald speaking on divorce, and I sent the cash cap, and I just want to take a front seat to see what y'all got to say about that.
Shout out to Next Level for his $5 cash cap. He said, "What does the Bible say about divorce?" What do you think? You want Ronald to answer that first? Go ahead.
Yeah, the Bible's okay with you divorcing because of adultery. If I remember correctly.
But is that the only reason, correct?
I can't remember, but I know adultery. But it didn't say that it's mandatory if you find somebody adultery, divorce them. And so it's up to you.
Yeah, but is there is there a reason to divorce for irreconcilable differences of all the other things people divorcing for nowadays? Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's me. This is me personally. This is me personally. When it comes to like physical abuse, I tell people get out. You know, I don't want. I don't think anybody should stay, even though that's not in the Bible. If people are physically abusing themselves, whether it's the wife abusing the husband or the husband abusing the wife, right, and then police is being called every other day to that house, yeah, get out of there, right? And most likely, you probably knew that person was abusive before you even got married. You know, you should be able. You should have seen the signs, and you probably got hit before you got married. But what always happens to a lot of people is that you think that, you know what, once I get married, it'll get better. But no, once you see those red flags, especially when it comes to being physically abused, run away as fast as possible. Even in a marriage, yeah, get out of there. You should. Nobody should take that. So that's just how I feel about it.
There's even a scripture in the Bible where it says, it talks about if a man and a woman are married, but they can't see eye to eye. I'm paraphrasing. They can't see eye to eye, but they agree to put each other away. Let that be done. Like, I think, but I don't know if that was a commandment. I think that was Paul talking. I'm gonna pull up the
Hold
scripture.
on one second. I got a verse about
Yeah.
what next level just said. Hold on.
Yeah, so it's saying that, you know, if one of them is a believer and the other one is an unbeliever, and they both agree that this is not going to work out, it's good for you. It's good for, you know, the husband and the wife to just part ways. But here's what a lot of people don't tell y'all. It's very important that women make the right decision who they're going to marry or join themselves with. Because even if, now y'all tell me if I'm wrong, even if a woman says, okay, we agree to not be married no more. Until her husband dies.
That's what I was about to get to.
If she marries again before her husband dies, she could be committing adultery.
You want me to read the exact thing?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Go
That's
ahead.
what I was leaning towards.
Okay, so in the King James Version it says, "But I say to you that whoever divorces his wife for any reason except sexual immortality causes her to commit adultery, and whoever marries a woman who is divorced commits adultery." And that's Matthew 5:32.
They say man cannot have two wives.
So the reason why God set it up like that, because God never intended for us to just try this person out, marry them, divorce them, then try this person out, marry them, divorce them, then try that person out. It ain't no different from going around having sex with people.
Well, that's where we are.
You know what I'm saying?
That's where we are, making excuses for it too. We making excuses while we living like that. So it is.
And then in the next verse, let me just say, I'll say this too to follow up. In 33, it goes on to tell us that, again, you have heard that it was said to the ancients, "Do not break your oath, but fulfill your vows to the Lord." So it does say that.
I mean, because in the vows, it says to death do us part, right?
That's correct.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's what I was just leaning towards, because I think a lot of people take marriage for granted, and a lot of, like, nowadays people find the simplest thing to divorce, you know. So I think more people need to understand what marriage really is and what it stands for.
Yeah.
But one of the greatest ways that could happen, and my man's been speaking on, he's coming from a long history of family being married. And see, that's the dynamic that's broken to me, because even young men and young women need to see stand-up uncles and aunties, at least to be even the father. Like I said, most of, and this is just my understanding of working with a lot of young people, man. Listen, I ain't no good shit nigga to friend no mortals, right? I just wasn't that dude in that time when we met. We met at the club, like I said, we hooked up. The baby looked just like both of us is here. Sometime you have to step out, and it's not for you. You made a decision. If you want the best results for your future, at some point, allow the baby to see the daddy. If not, Next Level is a great uncle. Freeze is a great uncle. Man, talk to little Nug Nug, man, he getting too big for me. And then if you have daughters, listen, you want to have a successful daughter going forward, try to get her to not be a baby mama like most people in the last 50 years have been in high school. Try to get her past 21 without a child, whether she married or not. It could change her life. It won't put all that stress on her. She ain't got to worry about extra things outside of her. Teach her to protect herself. Allow the father to talk to her too. Because men know how to pick out bullshit men, whether you know it or not. Even if I ain't shit, I know that other niggas ain't shit like me. Stay away from them. He gonna give that best message. But if we don't have that family, what are we talking about? Everybody going into individual coons as I see the future. Ain't nobody creating nothing. The children, public education could be gone away because nobody shows up for it. My man said homeschooling is hard. If you can barely read and you ain't teaching your child how to read, that shit don't work. But if you want that shit to work, take what's been given each for this last 24 hours and practice some of it. Next week, when Freezy do it again, come back with some stories about how you tried some of that stuff and it worked. Some of it didn't, so you do away with that. It didn't work for me, might work for Next Level, might work for Freezy. That's how you got to take these information sessions. So over time, you got to give it the next 4 years, the world is coming here. If you ain't ready for when the world come here, when the Olympics hit LA, and you still living in the same mindset, the same type of living conditions, you will struggle going into the future. But if you want to change your life, especially brothers, change your life, man. Get serious about what it is for real. Get in better shape, eat right. Women, exercise. Get your children to exercise. Get them engaged. Show up for them just because. And that'll change our lives, man. Freezer, man, great show. Next Level, man. You over there looking like a young Jesus walking through the desert. I love you. Brother
Big
Ronald,
salute, big
nice
salute.
seeing you, man. 2 cents, man. Rock out,
we
brother.
spoke before. You
Happy
forgot?
Mother's Day. Oh yeah, man. I see you act like you're 60 years old, so I forgot. Salute,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, all right. Take care.
Great show, man. For
All right,
real.
Trey. Yeah. Shout out to 2 cents, man. Yeah. What do y'all think about sex though? Like
That's what I was finna hit on, Freezy.
yeah,
Like,
go ahead.
how do we as people in this day and age be more disciplined when it comes to sex?
Yeah, that's a very tough question. And the reason why is because for the most part, most people are not staying virgins before they get married.
See,
So
this the real conversation. Go ahead, Ronald. This the real conversation. Yeah.
So that's probably the biggest sin that most people have done when it comes to having sex. But what's been happening if you're gonna have sex, protect yourself. And that's what a lot of people are not doing. They have, first of all, they like the fun guy or the fun girl, right? Then they end up getting pregnant by the fun guy and the fun girl because what happened? They having sex, then eventually they take off the protection, take off the condom or whatever. Then all of a sudden, somebody's pregnant, right? And you got pregnant by somebody that you know you should would not be a good father or a woman who won't be a good mother, right? We've heard a couple of times where kids was in a car with their father and the car got shut up because the father was a gangster or something, right? That is tragic. You know, that a child didn't get a chance to live their life because they had a bad father or a father who was dealing in the streets. You know, so you really got to be careful about who you messing around with and who you getting pregnant by. And the same thing goes to the man also. You know, you got to protect your seed. So you can't just be going out there just spreading your seed all over the place. You know, so it's very important that you, if you're going out there having sex, you need to protect yourself. Because whenever you meet that special person, you want to show up without any kids and without any diseases. Right. So even if you get a vasectomy, right, you still raw dogging women out there, you can still get a disease. Right. So the
But
best thing to
Ronald,
do is,
are you, if you acting just like what you said, get a vasectomy and doing all this stuff, are you living in sin?
yeah.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
yeah,
See, that's what we need to lead with, like having sex like that, like stuff like what we talking about, like unmarried and unintentional and stuff like that. We should say that you living in sin.
That's the first thing
We
I
shouldn't
said.
go with get a vasectomy and get some condoms and stuff. No, you living in sin.
Next level. The first thing I said was,
what does the doctor
No, I
snip mean?
understand. I'm not talking just to you. I'm saying that need to be like in general, like, you know.
What does the doctor snip when you get a vasectomy? Do they cut something off, or do they tie something up, or what?
Yeah, or they
I don't know.
there's a, like, okay.
And I'm asking this for a reason too.
I think they inject into your scrotum, if I remember correctly, and it pretty much you have your semen and then you have your sperm. So all it does is it just knocks out your sperm. So you still have semen, but there won't be any sperm in it to get a woman pregnant.
So right here it says, during a vasectomy, a small incision is made in the scrotum, the sac of a skin that contains the testicles. So see, this is very controversial because there is a scripture. Man, the Bible is so vast. I'm telling you, most people have not explored. There is a scripture where it says, it is an abomination to cut off your privy. People don't know that. Like, it's an abomination to cut off your privy, or to see. I don't know if we can attest making cuts to your privy or your private part, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Is that we can add that to an abomination or whatever, right? But here's the deal: why would you have to have a? Okay, so you don't want no more kids. You don't want no more kids. Why get married? Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, so I understand. This is what I'm saying. Sex. When we talk about sex, if you ask me, I think sex is it's a very big mental thing. Like, there's a way to structure your mind to kind of like decrease the amount of sexual urges that you feel from day to day, right? But you have to be intentional about it. Now, I do agree, as far as our flesh, it's natural for men to want sex. One of the greatest men in the Bible fell to his whims, King David, right? King Solomon, 700 wives, 300 concubines, right? But none of those incidences were championed. None of them were. All of those incidences involving men lusting after women, it ended terribly. It ended in disaster. So how do we combat that? It's a spiritual thing, man. And this is what men do not want to confront or tackle. It's a spiritual thing. Hold on, let me read my sister's comment. She said, an incision is not cutting off, Freezy. Yeah. I know it's not cutting off. But I don't even know if that specific verse says cutting off your privy or the cutting of your privy. That's why I said I got to bring it up. Yeah. But an incision is cutting though, right? It's right. I'm saying, is an incision cutting?
Yeah, it's cutting. Like,
Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, it is cutting. It was a panel I was on recently, Frizzy, and there was a young man on the panel. I think the brother had to be about 21, right? And me and my wife talk about this all the time about raising the next generation of brothers to have the discipline to not have sex with a woman they don't plan on keeping as a wife. We think it's important for brothers to uh, abstain from it until they have resources and until they have the mental toughness and until they're really ready. And because it's not a popular thing to ask a man to have sexual discipline, another brother said I gave the young man horrible advice by telling him to value his seed and to not spread it. You know, I didn't tell him not to do it in general, but as far as wanting to break the generational curses of us dealing in dysfunction, I had a brother literally tell me that I gave a young man bad advice for telling him, if you don't plan on keeping the women as your wives, then you shouldn't have sex with them. And if you don't have the resources to take care of them, then you shouldn't have sex with them. Right. So I had a brother literally tell me I was wrong and I gave the brother bad advice concerning having the sexual discipline not to sleep with a woman you do not plan on keeping as your wife.
So you say, could you repeat that again? You had a young man tell you what again? Because I was researching something.
An older brother told me I gave a younger brother horrible advice by telling him he shouldn't have sex with a woman if his intentions is not to marry her. If you don't plan on making her your wife, then you shouldn't have sex with her. Like if you don't have the resources to take care of her and the mental toughness, then you shouldn't involve yourself in having sex with her because you should marry her. And I had an older brother say that I gave the young man bad advice.
But that's the mentality, right? We feel like men feel like sex is a right and it's a natural desire, and men should be able to fulfill it without getting married, right? This is the stance and protest that men are taking, right, in the argument. Right here it does say cut off. It says Deuteronomy 23:1 says, "He that is wounded in the stones, or hath his privy member cut off." Oh, so okay, so it's covering both of them, right? We know what wounded in the stones mean, right?
Right.
Y'all know what the stones is referring to. It's talking about your nuts.
Right.
So it says he. Oh Lord, I swear, this is my first time reading this. I knew about the privy member being cut off, but this is my first time really understand, bro.
Right. You really can't have no damage down there. The Most High not with you having no damage down there.
Could that refer to circumcision as well?
No, because circumcision is a part of the laws that the Most High gave the Israelites.
Yeah, that's in the Bible.
Okay.
Right.
No.
Bro, the Bible was talking about vasectomies way back then. Dog, prophecy is, dog, the Bible is real, dog. Let me I hear a lot of wind. He that is wounded in the stones, so we can attribute that to a vasectomy, or hath his privy member cut off. We know there are people, especially in the LGBT community, that have actually cut their penises off, right?
Yeah, dysmorphia.
Shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. This is in the Bible.
Yeah, shalom, everybody.
Shalom, bro.
Shalom, brother.
So I hear my Hebrew brothers coming in, so I just thought I congregate with the fellas.
So me reading that, you can go next house out. Me reading that, I just want to say all praises to the Most High, because this will let you know we need to keep reading the scriptures, because I've read that scripture several times. And I never processed the wounding the stones part correctly. I never, until now. because we talking about vasectomies and all that kind of stuff, right? So go ahead, hot sauce. I'm sorry.
No. I just came in, man. Just wanted to join. I don't have nothing to say, but shout out to the brother for edifying the saints. So
Mhm. You know, in the Bible too, it also has a verse that specifically does speak against like marrying whores, and that I didn't know that it actually said that. You know what I'm saying? Just plain cut and clear, just like that. And I was not I didn't know that before. I just kind of read it and came to it.
Why do y'all think like these little details in scriptures? Why do y'all think the way Christian church is set up, they don't actually like go through this like these? Do y'all think these things that we're going over right now is valuable? Like we should know these things.
I think it's valuable. And
Absolutely.
yeah, I think it's valuable, but there's a part in the scriptures that says, right, he only gives his words to the saints, right? And so the prophets of Israel are the only ones that can properly decode the word, right? And so when we go to Hosea, right, it says that Israel shall sleep for 2 days, and on the third and the fourth it shall wake up. So then we will come back into remembrance. So the reason why long way saying the reason why the church really can't decipher it, or the Catholic Church particularly, because that's where we get our information from, is that the word wasn't given to them, right? It's locked to the outside, only to Israel, right? We're the light of the world, right? So it goes to the saints, and then from the saints the message goes out to the world. And so we had to deal with our punishment. So when we deal with the punishment, the whole world is in darkness.
But Fraser, we do have to be careful with interpretation of scriptures, because the same thing in interpretation got us in bondage and slavery, because some people can interpret things in their way and we can interpretation in this way. So I understand exactly where you're coming from, and people can turn it in their way and think of it in that way. So I definitely can see exactly. I didn't think of it in the way you just said it. Yeah, I definitely see it in that way, because I didn't read it and interpret it that way, but I definitely can understand it the way you just said it. But
the
some
context,
people,
we have to talk about, we have to go with the context of the scripture, right? The context of the scripture is talking about your privy parts,
right?
Your private parts, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah,
that interpretation makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, and you, yeah. But I can understand how people, they try to spin it in their way. Yeah. So my interpretation can mean something totally different, because I've seen people take certain texts and say, "Oh, this means this, and women can't do that, and women shouldn't do this," and I can see how that can be. And that can docile people down, and they should never do this, and they can interpret it that way. So I can understand how people can interpret it in their way, and this is how this should be because the word said that. But it's an interpretation, and because the word said it this way, and it should be no other. So I get exactly what you're saying, but it is an interpretation of it.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Even when I was in the Christian church heavy, I never understood the different interpretation thing. I just never, I never understood how that could actually work with a body of people being unified. Like if everybody got different interpretations, I never understood how different, if everybody got different interpretations, or different groups of people got different interpretations in the same belief system, how could people unify like that? I never understood that.
That's why we got Baptists. That's why you got all these different denominations. That's why you got different denominations, because there's different interpretations of the word. It's the same word.
I agree with you. Yeah.
Now, I get it. That's why I got my own interpretation. They got theirs, and I decide to where I'm gonna stand, and I am in agreement of what they're saying, and I want to be with people with like minds of it, because I don't want to stand, because you got to remember, people like the extremists, people, Muslims and stuff like that. You got extremists, and just like you say, the KKK, they still are Christians in their own right, but I don't believe in their belief of the Christian word. I'm still a Christian, but I don't believe in their extremist ways type of deal. It's just a different interpretation of the Bible, because I trust me and believe. They think they are still Christians. This is what God says, and they believe it. So I get it, bro. I get it. I understand exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
Now, Freezy MJ in the chat said it means something different. I don't know if you see her comment.
Let me highlight
It
MJ's
does.
comment.
Interpretation does. Yeah, interpretation does.
MJ said, "Wounded in the stones is shooting blanks." They was talking about men with erectile dysfunction back then, from drinking, poor health, and sexual hygiene. So if a man has erectile dysfunction, he can be cut off from the kingdom of God for good. You think that?
Well, this is why it's important to go line upon line, precept upon precept, because the word is not of its own interpretation, right? And again, right? And see, this is the thing, right? And when we keep saying the word interpretation, and I understand where he's coming from, but it's so dangerous, because the word is clear. Like when we look at Amos 3:7, surely the Most High will do nothing but reveal His secrets unto His servants and prophets, right? And then you can back that up with Psalms 25:14. The secret of the Most High is with them that fear Him, who He will show His commandments. And then you can back that up with Psalms 147:19. He showed His word unto Jacob, His statutes, His judgments unto Israel, right? So in order to rightly divide the word and understand the word, you need someone from the line of Jacob to do that.
Salakia, brother. I wanted to read that scripture you just quoted.
Before you say that, Swarthy, so this is a generalized AI overview, and I'm not saying y'all need to take this as fact, but this is Deuteronomy 23:1 again. It says, "Wounded in the stones" refers to a man who has been castrated,
right,
or made infertile. So if you get a vasectomy, does that mean you've been made infertile?
Yes.
Right. So, and it says either by accident or intentionally. So you can intentionally be made infertile. So wounded. This is what, wounded in the stones. But before I even read this, it was in my spirit to even. I feel like God was with me when I interpreted it that way, right? But it's good for us to actually do research.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So this AI overview is attesting it to a wounded in the stones to vasectomies, whether
What does it
intentional or
say?
unintentional.
The literal meaning?
Yeah, the literal meaning. Go back to that. Go back. It says the literal meaning. If you go back.
Hold on. Let me go back.
But again, right? Like you gotta line upon line, precept upon precept.
Yeah.
So literal meaning means the phrase refers to a man who has had his reproductive organs damaged or removed, rendering him infertile. So yeah. So it's saying whoever has done that shall not enter into the kingdom of God.
These are interesting, I'll tell you that.
Right. But like for example, so
and this is hard. I ain't gonna lie, like sometimes I feel bad reading these scriptures, man. I'm telling you, because
it's hard, bro. You're right. It's hard.
You gotta guard your parts.
Right, scripture be wild, right? Same thing with like man, there's so much there, right? Like there's so many ways you cannot enter the congregation.
Hey, Frizzy, let me ask you a question. Do you
Go ahead.
believe that? Do you believe who the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ? Do you believe he's the Word?
Yeah, I believe he exemplified the way we're supposed to live our lives. Yeah, I believe he's the word. Yeah,
He's the word
Right.
made flesh.
yeah.
So look at what Matthew 11:6 says. This is red letter. It says, "And blessed is he whosoever shall not be offended in me." Right. So the balance of the Bible, whether it's peace or war, good or evil, if we believe that Yahweh Shai is the word, then we have to accept the whole understanding and interpretation. Meaning we have to accept the balance of the Bible, which is the evil and the good that's in it. And that's
Fact.
where we never learned that in church, right? The church never explained to my family that Gentile can be talking about a foreign Israelite. The church never explained to my family that John 3:16, that word cosmos, is not talking about everything and everybody. So it goes back to what I was saying earlier. I had to go on a real journey, and I had to learn how to speak Hebrew to understand certain sources I would read. I had one of my friends, Frizzy, who was a Christian, get so upset with me because of the things I was studying, right? He was almost trying to mock me, and he said, "Well, I know what you're going to read. I know what you're going to read." So I embarrassed him. I said, "Okay, what am I reading?" And duo un has theos klectas hagias kai agapeos plaka oiktamas to pyrafasuna. He didn't even know what language I was speaking. But that's Colossians 3:12 in the Greek tongue, which is what it was translated from, right? But you know, I lost sleep staying up and studying some of this stuff, looking through sources, looking at definitions, looking at the linguistics of it, studying the historicity of the Israelites, because it's certain things, if you don't understand the history of the children of Israel, it's certain things in the Bible that you're not going to understand.
That's facts. That's facts.
So that's why people get caught up in the word Gentile and world and all people, because they don't know that the Bible is translated from the Greek Septuagint, from the Latin Vulgate, from the Texas Receptus, from the Dead Sea Scroll. Right? They really don't know this.
Yeah.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Ronald.
Sorry, I stepped away for a while, but I was listening to you guys speak about Deuteronomy chapter 23.
Shout out to this conversation too. This is dope conversation.
Yeah, when they speak about not entered to the congregation, they don't mean that person's going to hell or that person can't go into heaven, right?
Yeah.
But it like they had what they meant in that is that during the worship service, those people are not allowed at the worship service. And for example, if you look at chapter 3, they talk about the Amorites or the Moabites shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord, even to their 10th generation. Do anybody know who was related to the Moabite? If you remember, Ruth was a Moabite, and her great grandson was who? King David. So are we saying King David is not going to enter into heaven?
King David is not a Moabite. You are who your father is. King David is Judah.
King David was
yeah, I understand.
Tribe of Judah.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, I understand what you said. What I'm saying is, his great grandmother was a Moabite, which was Ruth.
Right.
So,
but there are Israelites in the Bible that don't have Israelite mothers. Joseph's children didn't have an Israelite mother. So when you look at the way the Bible does establish genealogy, and some people are very uncomfortable when you tell this truth, the Bible is patriarchal. All the nations in the Bible are named after the men they descend from. The God of the Bible is called the Father. The Messiah is called the Son of Man. So this is an uncomfortable truth for some people to deal with, but it has to be said because it's still honest and of good integrity to give people the opportunity to choose whether or not they really want to believe in the Bible upon discovering certain truths that they may not have been privy to, right?
And
so
also,
the genealogy, according to the Bible, is through the man.
And another thing you got to understand is that I'm going to, from my understanding and research, heaven is here, and the congregation in the kingdom of heaven is the congregation of Israelite. When you die, there, from my understanding, you don't go to some pearly gate in the sky, right? You wait until the great day of the Lord, where the judgment, where you enter in one of the 12 gates, right? Because
absolutely.
Again, man was designed to live eternally, right? There was no death, right? So there is no death. You go to some special place, right? You're either in Abraham's bosom or somewhere else, and then in at the end of days, when the ancients of days comes down to judge everyone, you either make it into the congregation, which Deuteronomy 24, from my understanding, is, or you go to hell.
Okay. You know, some people subscribe to the idea of a physical hell. I know some Israelites who believe in a physical hell, with Christians believing that as well. But you have some people who don't think hell is physical. Like I know some Hebrews that do believe in the virgin birth, but I know quite a few of them that do not believe in the virgin birth. Right. So I think when we're having a conversation like this, I've matured as an Israelite to where I want to have the conversation with the Islamic brothers and with the Christian brothers and sisters too. And we have to be mindful of the fact that we don't agree on the interpretation or understanding of certain
Right,
things in
right.
the
That's why I
Bible.
say my understanding. So it's
Right.
non-confrontation, right?
In
That's why I
respect to the
say
brothers and sisters that are Christians and Muslims that don't,
yeah,
accept
yeah.
our interpretation of it,
Right,
So
right, right, right.
so
That's what I'm saying.
so
My understanding. So that way, I don't want to be like I know all whatever. I'm just saying from what I understand. So
done.
that's why I take it that way.
Hey, Frizzy.
Yo, what's going on?
Yeah. Now, I'm going to say this. It's only going to take about 30, 45 seconds, what I'm going to say. If you think of it in this mindset, if I was speaking to, of course, no one on this panel is a child, but when I'm the people that are speaking, I'm a child to what they're saying because they are light years ahead on this spiritual knowledge that they have about the things that they're saying. I do not have the knowledge that they have. Now, if I'm speaking to a child, everything is so light years. They do not know that I can lift up this amount of weight. I can jump this high. It's no way he can do this. It's so crazy to them. Just like it's some people on this panel that they can tell me some stuff. There's no way that they have this knowledge. So it's almost on that level. So I'm a child to what they're gonna say. Man, it's like that. So I have to sit here in my little boy chair and listen to what they're saying. It's kind of foreign to what they're saying. And sometimes I know it's foreign because we all adults and what they're saying. And it looks this way. Some of the people, you know how people blow smoke up your butt a lot of times. But I'm sitting here listening to some of the things that some of these people are saying, and they are light years ahead of what they're saying, and they actually can back it up. Just like a child, they're not going to know right now that their parents and stuff, they actually can lift 500 pounds or they can run that fast or they can jump that high. And it's a respect thing. You have to sit down as a child. You are a child right now that some of the people are saying on this panel, and just listen to what they're saying. You do your own research as an adult. It's kind of demoralizing that you have to listen to an adult and they actually got some knowledge. You sit down, you do the research. Because when you're a child, you didn't know that these grown people actually can do these things, can do these taxes, run that fast, jump that high. Just show some respect to some of these people that's on this panel. They actually know what they're talking about. I'm going to land it right here. And you will find out a little bit later in your life if God grants you the mercy to live that long. I'll move on.
Thank you.
Yeah, most definitely. What's going on, Rush? What's up with you, bro?
Yo, what up, what up? I just got done streaming and whatever. I was chiming in, listening to what y'all was talking about, and yo, I think this is a dope subject matter. Y'all expounded on right now. Now, I mean, now as far as son being a Moabite, I don't agree with it because through biblical terms, the terminology, they pretty much saying that you are what your father is. Now, I mean, even from a scientific perspective, that's just how it is because the male holds the XY, not just double X. Two, I wouldn't rock with the Islams, with their thoughts on the whole scriptures and all that, because they go by the Quran, and we all know the Quran is a remix of the Holy Scriptures. It was written 20 years after the Holy Scriptures came about. Know what I mean? And plus, they worship the Mahdi. Know what I mean? And the Mahdi is pretty much the characteristic traits of the Antichrist in the Book of Revelation from the original text. Know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying. Yeah, when you get
Right.
and that doesn't. I hope you don't mean that for race. That goes for we call it your tribe. So when you can marry into a tribe, and you are whatever the man is.
And I agree with what the brother said. You know, I've just matured as a Hebrew to where I'm not confrontational with black people who don't subscribe to the Bible or believe exactly what we believe. I've learned to have more patience and compassion and kindness and understanding when trying to reason with brothers and sisters. So I kind of grew as an Israelite to discourse with people in a peaceful way, whether we agree or not.
Yeah, and
Well, yeah, I ain't pardon me, King. I mean, I ain't coming for you, man. I'm just, giving you my perspective on that, King. I mean,
Oh no, I understand. Me and the brothers in the Nation of Islam that had little biblical clashes. You know, I done brought out sources and information. I'm very familiar with the Hadith and the Quran, actually. So it's frustrating for some of them to deal with me because I do know the Hadith and the Quran, and I can quote surahs to prove my position. So when I tell you, I used to be downtown Minneapolis arguing with them brothers, the Kemet brothers. I used to be down there arguing with everybody. But now when they see me, they'll bring me water if I'm teaching, or they'll listen, and our conversations are not as contentious as they used to be.
Yeah, but that's I think that's the beginning of everybody, because even when I was folks were woken up, man, I would argue with everybody all the time. I think that's just, I don't know, man, just how it goes sometimes, but then after a while you kind of mellow out.
We be too zealous.
a lot of these debates start to seem pointless, right? Like frivolous and whatever, because the Bible says, "Do not give into frivolous debates." Yeah, it's good to debate your cause, but when a lot of these conversations turn egotistical. You just trying to win. You're trying to win the argument, you know what I'm saying? And I don't think that God actually intended for us to actually be in that type of spirit, right? Because we're still supposed to be living by example of Christ. Christ said, if they refuse to hear us, we're supposed to let our peace return back to us. So not at any given point are we supposed to be stressed out having these conversations, you know what I'm saying, arguing with people. No, that's not the whole point,
Right, it says like dust your shoes, right? You say your piece, and then
Right.
That's
just
correct.
dust your shoes, right? Just keep it moving.
And can I say this too? I know that. I mean, of course, we know there's plenty of different religions, and everybody doesn't believe the same thing, and that's fine. People are going to believe whatever they want to believe, and go with whatever they decide to go with. But also, I think the most important thing is for people to have their own personal spiritual connection with the Lord. Despite of if you go about it and you know all the Hebrew words, or you know how to speak in a tongue or a different language, or whatever your personal belief is, and your personal spiritual connection that you got, that you talk to the Father on a daily, or whatever it is that keeps you in tune with the Spirit through the scriptures you read, your prayer, your meditation, your fasting. I think your spiritual connection with the Lord is the most important thing, whether you know all this fancy stuff or not. Because just being honest, a lot of people don't. And number two, there's everybody in the world is not, I guess, as inclined or as intelligent as some people to, dive into a lot of different things. So I just think that the most important thing in your walk is to obtain your own personal relationship with the Lord.
So, anybody want to take a stab at this?
Well,
Shout out to our beautiful sister again. Conversation with MJ. She said we inherit more genes from our maternal side. That's because it's the egg, not the sperm. That hands down all of the mitochondrial DNA. Anybody want to respond?
Yeah, we get 50% from the man, 50% from the woman. You get 23 chromosomes from your mother. You get 23 chromosomes for your father, which total 46 chromosomes. And one of those one pair of those chromosomes is the XY, which you get from the
Yeah,
man.
it's not called 23 chromosomes. It's called 23 pairs. The 23 pairs link up with the other 23 to make 46, which becomes an actual chromosome. Ken, pardon me.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, so from the male you get an XY. That's the there's one pair of what you call a sex chromosome. The male you get the XY, the female you get the XX.
So she says mitochondrial DNA has its own DNA and men don't have that. So I think she's trying to make a strong argument that the kids being conceived and birthed are more of their mother than the father.
Yeah, like I said, you get 50% from each you get 50% from the man, 50% from the woman.
Yeah, that's facts. I mean, there's no.
But that X and Y determines.
Let me say this real quickly. The reason why is because, like, when you go to 23andMe and all these DNA genes and stuff like that, they said that they look it up through your mitochondrial gene. That's why it's so random when you get your like DNA history back. Okay, you're 50% from here, 50% from there. Like the mitochondrial DNA thing is just all propaganda and feminist science. It's feminist science.
There's a big reason why. Because we are descendants of slaves, right? When you go through the man's gene, there's a white man poking out there somewhere. You got a great possibility. That's the reason why when they want to trace your ancestry of where you come from in Africa, they usually go through the woman.
Not every single so let me ask you this question then. So you're telling me every single person, African American person, at some point was sired by a white man?
There's a great chance you have some white DNA somewhere in there.
100%.
Yes, there's a great chance. It's a great chance. Not everybody, but if you test the DNA of most African Americans, you'll have about 5% European to probably about 35% European.
That is statistically impossible.
Like I said, if people check their DNA, there's a good chance. Like right now, I'm 10% European.
Yeah, but
you
what I'm asking
those companies that distribute all this information.
Yeah, because if you take
proper information, they just rob you out, man.
If
you can't trace your ancestry like that, man.
Check this out. I got a great aunt in another country who's 93 years old. When she took her DNA, they matched us up and said this is possibly your great aunt. So the DNA is so it works. My parents is in a whole different state. They took the DNA. They said this is positive. This is your mother. This is your father. My sister is in another state. This is your sister. So even people in another country or another state, when they do the DNA, they match us up. I've had people in Europe or England contact me because our DNA matched up. But the only reason why we couldn't figure out, like, we was trying to match up our last names and stuff like that, and like the last names of our ancestors. But the reason why we couldn't figure it out is because eventually the slaves took the last name of their slave master. So that's the reason why when we were trying to go back to our ancestors and we couldn't match up our names. But
Ronald, I wanted to ask you a question, Ronald.
Go ahead.
Ronald, are you familiar with the statistical data of African Americans who have taken DNA tests like 23andMe? Are you familiar with the statistical data concerning the Y chromosome haplogroup?
No, go ahead.
So 63% of African Americans have the E1B1A Y chromosome haplogroup, right? And E1B1A and E1B1B and EB31, these are seed lines of men, right? Going all the way back to the out of Africa theory, where they trace back the oldest chromosome to the A haplogroup, right? So if you have an E marker, it's considered sub-Saharan African. So half of Black Americans, well, more than half, according to the data, right? They came genetically from a Black man, and the other 37 to 38%, right, have the R1B1A genetic haplogroup, which is most commonly found in Caucasian men, right? So more than half of Black America comes from a Black man, scientifically. So that's the
Right.
reason why they shy away from "you are who your father is," because the thing is, in genetics, right, your father is considered your direct ancestor, and the Y chromosome is an unbroken chain of genealogy, and it can be traced with more accuracy than the maternal, right,
And
because of the
also,
man possessing the Y and the X, right. So half of Black America, more than half of Black Americans actually have the same genetic haplogroup, and it is a Black haplogroup.
and I want to say this statistically, right? So statistically, at some point, there were more Africans on the continent of America than Europeans. So for Europeans to sire, let's say even 80%, is mathematically impossible. It is mathematically impossible.
You said there was more Africans on what continent?
At one point there's more Africans in America, right, the United States.
When was
than
that?
there were Europeans during the time of slavery.
No, that's wrong.
That is not wrong.
That was right. It probably in the Caribbean, but when it comes
that's
to
not wrong. So, but anyway, my point is this. It is statistically impossible for every single person. Matter of fact, even how we were sired, because after 1873, when the English decommissioned the transatlantic slave trade and they no longer financed it, you had breeding farms in Virginia, right, where literally you had black bucks just having getting women pregnant and then transporting them around the South, right?
Yeah,
So
but
that was historically impossible.
there was
because you
never.
had breeding farms.
If you look at the census, all these American census, there was never a time where there was more black people or black slaves in America than
That's
white
right.
people. In the Caribbean, I would agree. Yes, in the Caribbean, there, of course.
Even if that's the case, right? It's historically impossible because we had breeding farms after Europe decommissioned and defunded the transatlantic slave trade. So that is historically impossible because we had breeding farms in Virginia, in Virginia, West Virginia, and Maryland. So that it's historically impossible.
Yeah, let me take a look at what. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, Ron, before you pull that up, I also wanted to make mention of the fact that we have to understand that rape doesn't always result in a pregnancy. So even the sisters that endured that horrific trauma, it didn't always result in them getting pregnant. What you have to also understand too is there were quite a few slave masters and slave owners at the time in America that were very homogenous in their practices. They sincerely just didn't like black people, didn't want to procreate with them, didn't want to go into slave barracks and sleep with none of the black women. Oftentimes, there was a lot of diseases that circulated among us from being treated as less than human beings and the conditions that we lived in those slave huts. So even when you look at the situation of the grapes that took place, that doesn't always result in a pregnancy.
Yeah, and you also got to remember we're talking about the male DNA. So there's not so the times where the European slave master had sex with the black slave, there were times where they had a girl. You understand what I'm saying? So there's possibility you can still have so there's still possibility you can have the European DNA in you, but it didn't come from a male ancestor, it came from a female ancestor.
And that I wouldn't argue with you. I would actually agree with you on that because you can still have genetic markers outside of your paternal genetic line or your paternal group, right? Like I could paternally come from a black man that has E1B1A, but he could impregnate a woman that came from a man that had the R type, right? Which wouldn't be African, that would be considered Caucasian, right? So I agree with you on that wholeheartedly. I just think because of the rise of misandry, it's not really popular in the time we live in to, give men any credit for anything. So you got to understand people, the world sometimes in the oikumenic context, meaning everything and everybody in it, will cater to wherever the money is. So a lot of times people will tell the sisters and just the daughters of the earth whatever it takes to get the dollar or the bag. That's why you don't see a lot of rebuking take place in churches, for example, because if I show you in the Bible that you're going off, you might not come back next Sunday and pay me. So we have to understand.
Support the channel if you appreciate over 22 hours of live streaming. Support the channel if you appreciate over 22 hours of live streaming. Go ahead, Swarthy. Go ahead.
So I, when you look at the situation, more than half of us still come genetically from a black man. Even with other genetic traces of other groups of people, we still come from the seed line of one of the two black men that inhabited Africa. Because the E haplogroup inhabited East and West Africa. So West Africans and Africans of the Caribbean that came from E1D1A, they genetically come from the black man, regardless of their complexion. And this is another reason, Freezy, why I said the other day when I was on your panel, a lot of people are having a colorist argument and they don't understand how genetics even work. Like these are the people that didn't even pay attention to biology when they was in school. So that they really don't have the smallest education as to how genome even works. And they say crazy stuff sometimes.
So can I say something really quickly? Just want to introduce this into the discussion. United States, especially in the 19th century, after the transatlantic slave trade was banned in 1808. Where is it? This shows that slavery wasn't just about labor; it was also controlling black bodies completely, including reproduction. This also explains the enslaved population in the U.S. that grew from 500,000 in 1776 to 4 million by 1860, despite the international trade being banned. Right? So again, let me repeat that. This explains the enslaved population in the U.S. growing from a half a million to 4 million by 1860. So again, most of us don't have European blood in us.
Meaning we don't come from the Y chromosome. We still have Caucasian genetic. We still have some Caucasian genetic markers.
Yes, some of us
because of mixing. But I see what you're saying. We don't come from the bloodline of Caucasian. We don't come from their Y chromosome. More than half of us.
Most of us come from some breeding farm in Virginia somewhere.
It ain't funny, but it's just the way you said it.
Right. You're so a matter of fact.
Well, I mean, it's fucked up, but I mean, you know what I mean? That's why, right? Because the thing about it is people need to really understand slavery and stuff like that. So, bro, if you come from a breeding farm, then you were shipped somewhere, you never met your mother, you never met your father, you never had sisters and stuff like that. How in the world can you then reproduce a successful family?
That's facts though. Like
How
people need to think about that.
Right. So you mean so even the basic skills of having a family was stripped away from us on both sides.
And that explains a lot of the dysfunction that exists in our community today with our contentious relationships, with the battle of the sexes, right? Oftentimes we'll come up here and point the finger at each other, the black man and black woman, but it takes courage to acknowledge who is really the origin of the issues that we have in America. By default, it would have to be the traumas and the epigenetical trauma that comes from being a descendant of chattel slaves. That really ruined us spiritually and psychologically and even physically in some way.
I mean, hey, for those who believe that, I do believe that the African American, the ADOS population or the black people here is a mixture. Some of us come from slaves. Some of us was already here, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm with you on that. I do believe that black people were on this part of the world before the Europeans hit. I wasn't one of them, but y'all can be. Go ahead.
All right now, Dr. Ben, Dr. Joseph Ben Kanan.
All right now.
No, no, look, two things can be true at the same time. I'm repping Israel, right? But if y'all want to represent the OMAC and all that, be my guest. Enjoy it.
Frizzy, I know that you've been talking about relationships between the black man and the black woman a lot. And
Yeah.
even when you look outside of the Bible, right, I think if we were to come to each other in good faith and with integrity in building relationships and whatever the morality is, if we can agree on it in honesty, then I think we would have more success, even for brothers and sisters that don't believe in the Bible. I think the problem is oftentimes we're not genuine if we don't come in good faith when it comes to looking for a partner. Or sometimes the person that would be perfect and ideal for us for reasons of physical appearance or sexual desires or financial gain, we don't take that person seriously. And the loyalty and the honesty and integrity, which those things should outweigh, looks to a certain degree, sexual desire and financial gain, right? We have to be honest with ourselves. It was black women that would have loved me to death growing up, but I didn't handle the situation right. My wife even talks about there were men that, she wasn't the most submissive to her, she wasn't the most respectful of, because when we have this conversation, me and her want to come in sincere and great faith with black people when we have this conversation. A lot of times, family, we seen the person that was for us, but because of the way America taught us because of the way society sculpted our minds to see each other. I grew up, Batman was white, Spider-Man was white, Barbie was white. Everything that was white was considered good, and everything that was black was considered bad and dysfunctional, right? So some of the golden ladies I grew up with, which is a nickname I had for the black woman, I didn't realize they was golden ladies at the time because my mind was so destroyed from what we had been through, right? So a lot of it has to do with what we've been through, and when are we going to sit down and really have this conversation in good faith, where it's not about highlighting the terrible black men or highlighting the terrible black women, but how can we sincerely go forward in good faith and in integrity?
Well, I think we was talking about this earlier.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the intent, the way we approach relationships nowadays, like we became so hypersexual. This society, I would argue, probably is the most hyper. Well, I ain't gonna say that because there's been a lot of hypersexual, very hypersexual societies in the past, but it's very hypersexual now, and a lot of these relationships initially are based off sex. Even Kevin Samuels was like, men are physical creatures, so and we push a lot of this. It's just natural for men's sexual desire and everything, which it is, right? But if we take it back to biblical standpoint, that's your flesh. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times we got to check our flesh. Men aren't really flesh conscious. They ain't really thinking like that. They just want to sow their raw oats and stuff. So I think that's where a lot of these relationships go south because sex is on the front of our mind a lot of times, you know what I'm saying? So it's not really, it's corny to look at a woman and say, I'm trying to figure out what woman I can enjoy myself with that's going to be good for my legacy and my future. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good, going to be healthy for my mind and my spirit. Men ain't thinking like that, man. They looking at that ass and titties and they're trying to fuck some, I mean,
So
that's I think most men. Go ahead, sis.
So now that you say that, Freezy, that and from what the gentleman just said before you, that leads me to a question. Do y'all think that a lot of the time, um, looking at the sexual attraction to somebody or um somebody's physical appearance could cause people to lose their person?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, so many examples of what you just said we've seen our entire lives, and I understand looks are really big for men biologically, right? But as men, we can't compromise our integrity for a big button smile, you know. And preferably for us as black men, right, when we have a history of being breeders, when we have a history of being over sexualizing the people in general, um, we need a generation of brothers and sisters that do have sexual discipline so we can break that particular chain, you know. So even though I know some brothers will give me a hard time for saying this, I think we should teach our young men to hold their virginity until they have resources, until they have the mental toughness, and until they understand how important it is to value your wife and understand your role as a husband and to put them in the best position to be the best fathers and husbands. You know, even though I know some men would say that I'm giving bad advice to the younger man, you know, if you don't plan on keeping her as a wife, don't sleep with her. If you don't have the resources to take care of her as your wife, then you don't have no business trying to make her your wife. And being a whoremonger or going from bed to bed is unacceptable. And it's become a cultural norm in our community. So it takes a lot of courage to stand up and say it's unacceptable for men to carry themselves in this way because of the pushback that comes with asking a man to have sexual discipline.
I mean, well, for a long time, it's been deemed macho to, you know, to like have sex with as many women as you can. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Even when I was little, my dad championed that. He told me and my brothers, hey, listen, son, have sex with as many women as you can. Don't make the mistake I made and get married. And a lot of men are thinking like that nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Like, free yourself. A lot of men are looking at marriage as a what is it called? Almost like a confinement. Like it's a, you know, kind of it limits you. It puts boundaries on you as a man and stuff. And you know, you can't move freely as you would want to. A lot of men feel like you're taking on unnecessary responsibility when it's more, it just makes more sense to move freely as a man in this world and just not have to answer to a woman or, you know, live for a woman's expectations and stuff like that, right? So what it really boils down to, we just really want to be free to do what we want to do. You know, we want to be able to go to work and spend our money however we want to, you know what I'm saying? And just live freely without no restrictions or, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, and technically men do have that autonomy. They can live how they want to live, you know, and they can have sex with whoever they want to have sex with. But I do know that everything that's lawful isn't expedient. You know what I'm saying? It's not wise, you know.
Right.
So
Right.
Hey Freezy, I want to show you guys the census from 1880. So that's 15 years after slavery was abolished. They show you the white Americans and the black Americans. So this is like 15 years after slavery was abolished. I don't know if you guys let me fix it so you guys can see it.
let me blow your screen up. Here we go.
All right. So that's whites in thousands, that's blacks in thousands. So there's only 2 states that had more blacks than whites, which was the state of Louisiana and the state of Mississippi. So the rest of them had more whites than blacks.
And it looks like South Carolina too.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, South Carolina. Yes, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
So this is just the free states. I mean, this is just the former slave states. So just imagine in the other places, you know, like New York and stuff like that.
Yeah.
What are you trying to prove with this right here? Because
because he was telling me there was more enslaved people than white people.
But yeah, but I also said even if you want to believe that, still the reason why the explosion of slaves is from breeding farms. So because the whole point of contention is this. You're saying majority of us come from a white person, and I'm saying that's just not true. Historically, that's just not true.
All right.
But even if we count the other states, then
historically that's not true
because there's like still today, black people, because the South was a slave state.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there's gonna be a white DNA somewhere in there, whether you have 1% or 20-something%, and you could be.
There's going to be traces of genetic markers of other ethnic groups because of just the evolution of humans in general and the different migrations, right? But the one thing that does stay consistent is the particular Y chromosome haplogroup you descend from, right? So when taking a DNA test became this huge phenomenon, right? It was found that over 63% of African Americans possess the E1B1A Y chromosome genetic haplogroup marker, right? Which they consider that to be a rare marker out of Africa, right? Because when you look at Ethiopians, when you look at the Oromo Ethiopians, when you look at Eritreans, and when you look at certain Somali populations, right? They come from the E family too, but they come from a different variation of E than us. And when you look at them, right, you can tell that we have similarities as far as us having neuromelanin, us being having the particular complexions and phenotypes that we have, right? But you can still see there is a slight difference between the phenotype of an African American and an Ethiopian and a Somali. You can still see the difference between them, right?
The same thing with certain West Africans as well. Same thing with certain West Africans as well.
Right. We share a lot of West Africans have the E1B1A Y chromosome genetic haplogroup marker, right? So a lot of us still come from the one of the two ancient black men that basically populated Africa.
Right. Right. I mean, but the point is the population explosion from 5K to 4 million comes from the breeders' farm. It doesn't come from the white man piping out every black woman on the farm.
Right.
No, I didn't.
Right.
I didn't say. I never said that. I just said. That there will be somewhere in our DNA.
No, you didn't say it like that, and I'm not saying you did. But when you're saying that everybody has European blood in them, that's essentially what you're saying.
Yeah,
that some white man somewhere got that ass.
Yeah, but I've never seen anybody when they took the DNA there was 100% West African. But hey, if somebody got it, good luck. You know what?
Right, but you do understand there are inconsistencies with when they tell you you're 20% this and 20% that, right? But if you notice with your paternal Y chromosome haplogroup, you fall into one of the different categories of Y chromosome mutations on Earth. You either gonna have the A marker, the B marker, the C marker, the D marker, the E marker, or the R or the L. The different variations of the Y chromosome is consistent. Right. So even somebody who's a so-called white man, if he has the E1B1A Y chromosome genetic haplogroup marker, which some of them do, right, they actually descend from an ancient black man, even though they have the phenotype of a white man.
Mm-hmm.
The study of genetics and genomes, I've learned it's a really deep thing. You got to do a little bit of research to understand how genes really work.
And also, just because somebody is of a lighter complexion than somebody else doesn't mean that. Not saying you were saying that, Ronald, but doesn't mean they have
there's
African.
There's Africans lighter than Freezy.
But like I said, there was a lot of mixtures because even like when the slaves in like South Carolina and Georgia when they ran away, because remember, Florida wasn't part of the United States until a certain time, so a lot of them, when they tried to run away, they went to Florida and they joined like the Seminoles. So a lot of Seminoles were like black people and natives mixed together. What you call the Seminole Indians.
Yeah, I'm not saying none of them. I'm just saying not all of them. Sure, you're mixture. I'm not saying, but I'm not saying all. But
and we want to make this clear: light-skinned people or lighter complected black people are not always the product of a admixture with another group of people. There are African tribes that have been light-skinned since time immemorial, which is basically since the beginning of time, and they're homogenous in their practices, meaning they don't even procreate outside of their tribe. So there are black Africans who have been light-skinned since time immemorial that have not admixed with anybody.
But that should be mostly North Africa, right?
There are West Africans and South African tribes that they're you can look at them and clearly tell they have a sub-Saharan African phenotype, right? But they've been lighter complected since time immemorial. So to say that all light-skinned people come from an admixture of a race is not honest, and it's intellectually disingenuous. It's not true at all. I've come to find out.
Yeah.
So, like for example, if you look at the Habeshas in Ethiopia, right? They're homogenous and they're light skinned.
Yeah, but brother, I want you to understand something about the Habesha, though, right? The Habesha, they come from a Y chromosome that's foreign to Africa, so they have the J marker, right? Because the Ethiopians that share the same marker with us, right? They have the EB31. That would be the Oromo Ethiopians, right? So the Habesha, even though I know they don't want to take this on the chin right now, they descend from men who invaded Africa. They're technically not really Africans.
Man, that's fighting words, bro. Those fighting words.
Yeah, man.
Oh no, I done been at war with Abyssinia up here in Minnesota, man. I done had the whole community come out, and I done sent them all off in tears. But I'm a reborn Israelite. I'm polite now. I don't argue with the Habesha. You know, I just tell them I respectfully disagree, and I think they should have a nice day if it's something I'm teaching that I feel like they can't handle. So I don't go back and forth with them no more. But I used to go to war with them up here.
Yeah, that shouldn't be hard to believe because you know, during these wars, men were having sex with these women.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
so-
And what y'all got to understand about Habesha Ethiopians, they don't want to tell the truth about what really happened in Ethiopia. They going around telling everybody they never been conquered when they in another country with another currency trying to fix their goddamn country. If you ain't never been conquered, then why would you leave?
Right, they were conquered, or quote unquote occupied for 800 years. Come on, bro.
But you know they say that they've never been conquered, and a lot of people act like they believe them because, you know, it's an uncomfortable topic because a lot of people fetishize over Habesha women because they have that hybrid look. A lot of men just really want to sleep with them, and people will agree and smile with them to try to get close to the women. I've seen it literally up here. So people will cap for them to try to get some of that box.
Yeah, same here in China, bro. Because there's a lot of Ethiopians here in China, bro. The same thing, man. Like, man, dude, people go fucking crazy over them. Even
so
Asian
what? So so the Ethiopians who believe they from the tribe of Dan, you don't believe them? You think they're lying?
I'm not really sure, right? Because when you read the prophecies of the Israelites, right, it says Israel will discontinue from being a nation. So if we look at what the prophecy says, the Israelites shouldn't be speaking Hebrew. They shouldn't be in the land of Israel. They should be scattered throughout the four corners of the earth, and no other nation should like them. And due to the process of elimination, when I tell you black people fit that shit to a T, fit it to a T. And then on top of all of that is two Israelites in the Bible called nigga. Hallelujah. I know we gonna make it and be all right.
But see, here's my thing about it, though, bro. See, here's my thing, right? And that's why I find the DNA skeptical. Because right now, right, there are no Israelites in the land of Israel. We don't even know where it is, right? Because it says in the Bible, in the last days, people will say, "Where is Zion?" Here, there, everywhere. Like we don't even know where the true land of Zion is. So the fact of and if we know we are Zion, getting our DNA tested is pointless because you don't have Israel DNA to compare us to because nobody knows where we are.
Well, I will say this, brother. It is a small group of us that left Chicago and went back and inhabited Dimona, Israel. So there are real Israelites in Israel, even among the Afro-Palestinian populations. No, it's brothers that are practicing Israelites that left Chicago and went to Dimona, Israel. I know
them. Yeah, I know them.
Yeah,
I know them.
Ben Amid and them went over there, even though the scriptures didn't tell them to do that. But it's Israelites that left America and went back over there. And then are you familiar with Afro-Palestinians?
Yes.
So
I don't believe that place is Israel. That place is not Israel.
I get that, and I would go as far as to agree with you on that point, right? But among the Afro-Palestinian population, right, it's Israelites and Canaanites among them, right? Because you have to remember, we used to, our phenotypes used to be so close, you wouldn't have been able to tell the difference between an ancient Kimite and an Israelite and a Canaanite. because we look so similar in phenotype. Even Ishmael originally had a Negro phenotype.
Right. So you wouldn't be able to tell them because even when Joseph saw his brothers, they could not distinguish him from a Kemet.
No, they couldn't recognize him because he had that makeup on his face and he cut his beard. He was really he was really Hotep. So of course they couldn't recognize him because he wasn't looking like no Hebrew. He was dressed in the fashion and the ways of the ancient people of Kemet. He was dressed like a black Egyptian.
Right.
And I know where Israel is. it's not
Where
that
is
hard.
Israel? No, that place is not Israel. That place.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the state of Israel, like what they established in what was that 1947 or 48?
Yeah,
No, like what he's saying. Like I know some people believe like Israel is in like Africa, so the continent of Africa somewhere now or something like that. But no, it is where it is. Of course, they didn't capture the state, the Israel from the Bible. It was a lot bigger, of course. You know, so
I agree with that.
Yeah, but now because they're sharing it with other populations and stuff, when it comes to West Bank and Gaza, yeah, it's not that hard because the Bible told you. If you look in the book of Exodus, they told you when they was about to leave Egypt, you know, after the 10 plagues, God did not want them to pass through the area of Gaza where the Philistines were, because the Philistines was gonna be a tough fight. So he wanted them. So that's the reason why they passed through the Red Sea, and it kind of like went around in the we call it the we call that place again. Gosh, the wilderness down there.
Well,
I remember the name down there.
Well, I will say this: when you do some further research and stuff like that, you'll find out that a lot of places that they say here and there, and the David Apollos does not match the Bible at all. And then you're also going to realize that these are fabrications or installations from Rome, right? From Rome that put them there. Like where you see them like going back and forth, praying against the wall and stuff like that. That was built by Rome, right? You can research that. That was built by Rome. There also, when you're looking at the migration and how all these people could not fit in that arid desert land, you couldn't survive there. You just couldn't survive there. So according to this, and when you look at the scriptures itself, right, when it describes Zion as a hilly place and things like that, it looks nothing like it.
Hey, but even with that being said, in respect to the brothers and sisters that, you know, they may be just practicing Christians and they may not subscribe to the Israelite doctrine, right? There are moral practices and requirements that the Most High has for men and women that if we read and practice, you'll see a difference in your life. You'll see a difference in our relationships. But we got to start reading and practicing those things. When it talks about a virtuous woman, right? A virtuous woman is not just a woman that does everything that her husband says. A lot of sisters don't know that a virtuous woman in the Bible actually is an entrepreneur and a businesswoman, because it says she makes work with her hands, right? She has 10% that she puts to the side to give to the poor. So if we're coming in good faith and we're looking at what is the Bible saying, a man that's upright and a devout man of the Lord, what is he, right? And it's important for sisters to read what the Most High requires of the man to help their discernment when choosing a man. If he ain't walking with the Most High, then you don't need to rock with. You don't need to walk with him. So it's important for the sisters to see what the Bible is saying the man is supposed to be.
Listen, we shout out to everybody that's going to participate in this small goal. We almost reaching the end of the show, the 12-hour mark. We got an hour and a half to go. An hour and a half to go. We're only asking $5 or more. 10 participants, $5 or more to meet this goal. It's a small goal. Shout out to everybody who is okay and willing and glad to participate in this goal. Thank y'all. I appreciate it. We've been going we've been going almost 23 hours. 23 hours. At the end of this live stream, it'll be 24 hours, and and we do this for the people. We do this for the people. $5, $10, even $20. I don't think is a lot to ask. So, shout out to the 10 participants. Whoever's going to be the 10. Hopefully, we get more than 10. But shout out to y'all. I appreciate y'all. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah. Praise.
Mm-hmm.
Let me shake up just a little bit. I know my strong suit is not religion, and I was gonna say something about this the thing they was kind of talking about the race thing, and what I was gonna say, I'm not a racist person. I am kind of on the pro black side, but I don't hate other races because they are their race. I don't hate white people because they're white. You know, some white people hate me because I'm black. There's a difference. I'm pro black. I stand for black people and trying to help them out, you know, that type of deal. But when it comes to race mixing, now I understand during slavery, the white slave masters, they did things. They were having babies and things like that. They would do things with the slaves. They were having babies just because they could, because they owned them, and they would have babies. And a white person with a black person, they could have a mixed baby. And guess what? The babies were born. They were going to be light-skinned babies with curly hair. They had babies and stuff like that. I get it. And that baby had another baby. So that's where the race mixing happens. When I say thinning of the bloodline, that type of deal. Now, what I'm saying, I don't mean to kind of say things that could be derogatory to you towards your channel. It's some light-skinned people that are very talented, but they do have black in their bloodline because I know where they come from. I know their stock. But at the end of the day, we know where that bloodline comes from. When I'm talking about superior talent, I'm talking about people like Mike Tyson, LeBron James, Magic Johnson. You still got people like Steph Curry and the light-skinned people that still have DNA. Those are thin down black people that still have it in their bloodline. Not to get too racist, I know what thin down bloodline is, and they still have it in their DNA. Now, however, when something goes down, you not calling your light-skinned friends that come up. You calling Tyrone, Mike, Jerome, and stuff like that to come handle business. You know who you want in your foxhole when it comes down to strong men and to handle business. It is what it is. That's why when you want a slave, they did not hire slaves that are light-skinned or the Chinese or Mexicans. I know it sounds racist. It is the reason why you wanted these people that were black.
So
because they know your DNA and your structure, and they know this is why you are dominant. Most black people don't even know who you are. You are dominant by DNA. They've been figured it out years ago. It's a reason why they go all over the world to get you for a reason. It's not dang on rocket science. You know, they know this already, but I understand sometimes the bloodline can get thinned out. It's a reason why these guys are so dominant. It's not surprising that Ken Griffey and Michael Jordan and all these guys are so dominant because their DNA is still intact. It's still there. It's still there.
So you telling me if you have a problem, you call it White Mike before the light skin?
Excuse me?
So if you having a problem, you're gonna call White Mike before the light skin.
White Mike, what?
No, never mind.
I couldn't hear you. My phone didn't hear you.
If I'm having a problem with somebody, and Javante Davis is my homie, and he's a very light skinned brother. If I'm having a problem with somebody, let me have Javante Davis as my running mate, and we gonna squabble everything up.
No.
Because you said that I was just making you a because you said you was gonna call White Mike and Javante.
No, yeah, but if
I
you
know
ask
some
me
light
a
skinned
question,
brothers that can fight for real, for real. They knocking out purple people, pink people.
no,
I know some light skinned
okay,
brothers that savages, man.
no,
Okay,
but
love them
listen,
brothers.
okay, listen to this. Listen exactly what I'm saying. It's always a person that want to make an exception to the rule. See, when I'm talking about something, it's not like saying, okay, men are strong. Don't make an exception to the rule. If I say men are stronger than women, don't be talking about your aunt that's strong and be like, no, you're trying to make an exception to the rule. I know people outside the rule. I'm talking about black people are extremely dominant. That's why they made them slaves. They didn't make they didn't get Mexicans, they didn't get Asians. They made black people slaves for a reason. That's all I'm saying. I ain't say they wasn't Irish, they wasn't white people. They made us predominantly slaves for a reason.
I was kidding. I was just kidding, bro. I
I know, but don't kid with me, bro. We in here talking serious talk. I ain't the
But
one to
when I
play
get
with.
into it, brother, when somebody gets into it, they're not looking exclusively to go get all dark skinned niggas to fight.
No,
That's
I'm just
crazy,
saying,
yo.
you in here playing, but I ain't playing. If you're gonna say a joke, you gotta make it funny. You gotta make it funny. That won't funny to me.
All right, okay.
Okay, it wasn't funny. I didn't laugh.
All
At
right,
least
okay.
at least laugh after you made a joke.
I don't like laughing at dumb jokes. That's kind of crazy.
Okay, we in here talking about slavery and people dying and stuff like that, and you won't make a joke. I don't think it's funny.
Well, brother, for you to insinuate that when the shit hits the fan, we need to go get a group of dark-skinned black people. I know some dark-skinned black people that won't bust a grape in a fruit fight. I know some dark-skinned niggas that's scary as fuck. And I know some light-skinned brothers, and not just Javante Davis. I grew up my whole life watching light-skinned black men stand on black business. Some of them have been more pro-black than some of these dark-skinned black people. So that's a very disingenuous statement. You can't say that about the light-skinned brothers and think that holds any type of truth.
There we go, right there. That's my exact point, Freezy. He just did what I just said. It's always someone that when you make a point, that's like me talking about human beings got 10 fingers. It's always gonna be somebody. I know somebody that got 9 fingers. Bro, I'm talking about the human race got 10 fingers. It's always gonna be somebody talking about, I know somebody that got 9 fingers. Bro, we know that human people's got 10 fingers. And it's always gonna be some knucklehead that's gonna come and argue with you about somebody that got 9 fingers. It's always gonna be one in there that's gonna do that.
But the problem is you're saying that the norm is dark-skinned blacks are more willing to fight and be aggressive and throw down than light-skinned blacks. So you're saying that's the norm, right?
Who you gonna call right now? Ask your sister right now. Is she gonna call Steph Curry and Klay Thompson to get it in, or is she gonna call Draymond Green and somebody to get it in to fight? Ask her right now. Is she gonna call Klay Thompson and Steph Curry to get it in? Quit playing with me, man. I ain't the one to play with.
No, I'm just thinking. I mean, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Who's more prone to knock your head off, Steph Curry or Klay Thompson or Draymond Green? Quit playing with me.
Whoever could really fight. It ain't about how you look. If you can really fight, you can really fight. Whoever could squad is who I'm calling.
I'm calling Matt Barnes. Right.
Okay.
I'm calling Rajah Bell. Right?
Okay.
I guess I can speak on it, Freezy, because I'm a former fighter. I've been in 14 kickboxing matches and I've been in 2 cage fights. It was some light-skinned black people at all the martial art events I went to that could really fucking fight. So I wholeheartedly disagree with that from just a standpoint of I'm a former fighter. There's some badass motherfuckers that's light-skinned that can fight.
Okay. I ain't saying that they can't. But name your top 10 athletes right now. I guarantee you, I ain't saying there's no top 10 athletes not light-skinned. You name your top 10 athletes right now. I guarantee you might get 1 or 2 that's light-skinned.
Hold on 1 second. 2 Cent. We got 2 contributors towards the goal. Shout out to my brother Ronald for his $10 super cap. Ronald said, I appreciate being a part of the conversation today, Freezy, and the rest of the panel. See you all next weekend. Thank you, Ronald. It's my brother, man. Shout out to Ronald, man. And Ronald, thank you, man. Every time, Ronald, you come on the panel, bro, you always add challenging point of views, man, and we appreciate you, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, we actually didn't fight this time. So that was good.
Yeah, it's all in good spirits, though. It's all good.
Yeah, it's all good, man.
Yeah. Shout out to Ronald, man.
Yeah, but I'm gonna see y'all later, man. I see it's already 8:30 over here, so y'all take care. And I enjoyed the conversation. And let's
you on the East Coast? You on the East Coast, Ronald?
Yeah, I'm in Virginia.
Oh, okay, good.
That's how you see the 804.
Okay, shout out to Ronald, man. Also, shout out to our beautiful sister, Conversations with MJ. Make sure y'all go subscribe and hit her notification bell. I am an avid supporter and fan and listener of her show. She says, ask and shall receive. Keep up the good work ethic, man. Shout out to my sister. Let me give my sister the JV flow for that 25. Shout out to $25, man. JV flow. Listen. We only got 8 more to go to meet the goal before the end of the show. Listen, we're at almost 23 hours. It's like 22 hours and 41 minutes. We're almost at 23 hours. Once we hit the 24-hour mark, we're shutting it down. We only need 8 more people for the goal. Thank you to the participants so far. Shout out to Ronald and my sister MJ. Thank y'all. And then whoever plans on being the part of the other 8 participants, I appreciate you too. Thank you. Shout out to my brother Papi Blanco in the building. What's up, boy?
What's good, son? How you doing?
Chilling, man.
Yeah, you haven't go to sleep or nothing, nigga? Shit, I went out, took the mother of my kids, her mama out, came back. You still on?
Yeah, I had got a couple of hours sleep in 24, like what is 23 hours? Yeah, I had a couple of hours of sleep.
Oh, that's what's up, man.
Yeah. No, but I think I understand the notion of what Mr. Autry is saying, but I will say that one of the most famous fighters, he was kind of fair skinned, Muhammad Ali.
No,
you know what
not
I'm saying?
fair skin, light skin.
Okay, so you're saying if somebody's light skin is just naturally
No.
weak?
Tell me the light skinned man that you could think of that'll knock your head off. Yeah, go get Oscar De La Hoya. That's light skin. You ain't thinking that's finesse. I ain't saying they're not good.
Would you consider?
I'm not saying they're not good. They're good. That's finesse.
But see, brother, you didn't say knockout artist. You said top 5 athletes. Some people recognize Muhammad Ali as a top 5 athlete.
What about Tank Davis or somebody like that?
At the end of the day, they ain't saying they're gonna knock your head. Hell, Floyd Mayweather ain't no knock your head off. But at the end of the day, when you think of grueling people that are gonna knock your head off, you gonna think of people that are dark skinned, or you gonna call them fair skinned. I give them the fair skin. What was the Rumble in the Jungle type of dude? What was the dude fight Muhammad Ali?
George Foreman.
George Foreman. People that's gonna knock your head off. You ain't never heard no light skinned dude talking about they gonna knock your head off ever in life. Tell me one right now.
Man, I grew up in South Central Los Angeles, man. We the real Bebe's kids. I done seen it my whole life, man.
Tell me one. Just tell me one.
So he pretty much saying that light skinned people soft, man. God damn.
No, I said finesse.
I stamped that message. Don't worry about it, man. I'm with you, bro. I got your back, man. I think they
you
soft.
understand what I'm saying about the finesse game. They still good boxers and stuff like that, or fighters. But I'm talking about the dark skinned dudes are straight brawlers. I'm talking about these dudes will knock your head off your neck. Quit playing, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I walk right through all the light skins, man, in the middle of the night. We not scared at all.
Poppy,
yeah.
Yeah, they are like half girls.
I'm out.
Red bone, red bone, red bone is a good word.
So what,
Red
brother?
bone, yeah, red bone.
Where you going, hot sauce? Hot sauce, you see, you got this light skin guy running away, bro.
Nah, man, I mean, y'all just talking some bullshit right now. We were talking about where
Yeah,
Israel is,
hey,
stuff
yeah.
like
Let me
that.
get off that racist stuff. It sounds real racist. Hey, let's get off the light skin stuff. Let's get off
Hey,
of it.
the
Hey,
truth,
I'm off of it. Hey, Freezy, I'm off of it. Yeah,
Okay.
but you know what I'm saying.
the
Yeah,
truth is
hey
never
man, dark skin
disrespectful.
dude, crazy.
You know,
Dark
we're
skin
just
is
having
crazy.
good conversations. We're talking about where Israel is and stuff like that. Just out of nowhere.
Yeah. Dark skin can be on another. It's like it's something in their blood. I don't know what it is in their DNA, man. It's got a different fight in them, and you seen it. And from running backs and stuff like that, man. Think of the running backs. Think about this.
Right.
How many good running
Ezekiel
backs that you
Elliott.
ever seen? And that's light skinned. That just terrorized the NFL. Think about that. Because it ain't in them like that, bro. You think about it. How many running backs that you seen that was just terrorized the NFL? It's a savage type of thing, bro.
McCaffrey.
It's anecdotal, but yeah.
God, may the Most High bless you, nigga.
That nigga, yeah. It's a savage thing that I'm saying. It's DNA. That's all I was saying. It's a savage thing.
I hear you, but y'all take it easy.
All right, Hassel.
All right,
I'm definitely going now.
Yeah,
That nigga said
you
Larry
run that man.
Johnson.
You
Larry Johnson.
you run that man away, man.
Jerome
Damn.
Bettis. Jerome Bettis light skinned now. Okay. Jerome Bettis light skinned.
Freezy, let me know I can get in.
Go ahead, Scam.
So I guess I'm not pro-black because this is a lot of the very reason why. Pro-black usually comes up with some kind of narratives and junk when it comes to criticizing other black people about how black they are to go and fight against black. That's actually pro-white.
Hey,
Can I finish? Can I
Barry
finish?
Sanders light skinned.
Can I finish? Can I finish? Damn it!
Let's count.
You've been quacking that bullshit for 30 minutes.
Go ahead, Scam.
Yeah, I'm done with that shit. Barry Sanders light skinned. I'm done.
Yeah, cool. Common sense.
Yeah, Barry Sanders light skinned. I'm done. I'm done with this.
Hold on. We heard you. We heard you 2 cents. Go ahead, Scam.
We good.
If it all pops off because y'all glorify these mysterious fights, people 30, 40, 50, 60-year-old with hip replacements, man, when it pops off, we gonna fight. I'm calling the white police. That's who I'm calling. They're gonna drag your ass in a jail cell with Big Duke, Bruno, Bubba, and the Butt Busters, and you can sort out light skin, dark skin. Y'all can have it.
Calling the police.
The other thing I don't get with this blackity light.
You ain't trying to fire yourself, man?
Huh?
Why are you calling the police, man? Why don't you squabble, man, like a real one, bro? You calling the white man police?
No, I'll take the and I'll make sure it's a white one that shows up. Those are dudes on white skin and dark. I'm gonna make sure they white, bleach and all, bleach and barbecue sauce from Yugoslavia. Like, yeah.
To be fair, all police look alike.
No. Here's another thing I was gonna say. Then y'all can do all the yelling and whatever. What would you do? Let's just say your great griggity grandfather's mother's uncle and them can't. Sorry, Johnny. There's something I need to tell you because they're on their death grave.
Sorry.
I need to tell you.
Did you say great griggity?
Yeah, griggity, great uncles, cousins, whatever, stepdaddy. You'll find out. Because I actually know 2 people this happened to, females. They found out that they're not even black. They found out that their mother was white. They didn't even know. What you gonna do? You talking about, man, we the ancient tribes of the castles of the Egyptian mountain boats. And you find out, actually, I just need to let you know, your father was Yugoslavian. He looked like Vlade Divac.
Jesus Christ.
Or he was Middle Eastern. Or his name was Habib Jenkins. Or Sergio Sanchez. What you gonna do?
He's got a great point. He's got a great point. Do y'all remember, brother? You remember LeVar Burton from Reading Rainbow?
No, hold on, hear me out. All the race stuff y'all do most of the time is convenient anyway. Barack was black when you wanted him to be. Now, all tethered, blickety black, white man when he didn't do what you wanted him to do. Most of them rappers from New York coming from Jamaica, Barbados, and other places, or either their families and their bloodlines. But when they saying the lyrics you want to hear, they cool. But then you find somebody say something you don't like, tether, never FBA, biggity black.
That's only internet shit, man.
That's all I got.
Hey, I was gonna say to your point, brother, because you made a very good point. To your point, brother, LeVar Burton, the brother who starred in Reading Rainbow, his Y chromosome goes back to a white man, and he's a dark-skinned black man, and he genetically goes back to a white man. So you made a great point, actually, brother.
Shout out to Miss Bella.
But race is convenient. Am I wrong?
No, you're not, because Kamala became black in 24 hours.
Why not? I'm like, hey, they been falling for this shit. Let me get a cut too.
Hold on.
My bad, sister. I'm downtown Minneapolis. My bad. I am outside right now.
Hold on 1 second. Calm Cloud Shell. Thank you for the $2 super sticker. It doesn't count towards the 10 super chat goal because it has to be $5 or more, but nevertheless, I really appreciate the $2. Thank you, Calm Cloud Shell. We welcomed you earlier, but I don't know if you was actually looking. But thank you, and shout out to you being here. I don't know if this is your first time today, but hopefully you subscribed and hit that notification bell. And one of these days you can hit the link. She might hit the link tonight before we end the stream. I don't know. But shout out to you, Calm Cloud Shell, for your $2. Only 8 more to go to reach the goal tonight. We're approaching 23 hours in about 9 minutes. Only an hour to go before we end the stream. An hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah, that was some bullshit. Y'all was putting that bullshit. I just had to. But y'all got it.
Yeah, Breezy, let me roll out of here and finish watching this game. Man, look, man, I ain't had a fight since high school. Middle school.
What kind of game you watching?
The Cavs game.
A dark skin fight.
Yeah, it's a Cavs game. Look, at the end of the day, man,
dark skin players.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, I in my heart, you look, I don't care about the race thing because I don't have to deal with the race stuff like that. But I always felt like that. I've always felt like that about the race and stuff like that. I have to work around multiple races all day, every day. It is what it is. But I understand how
Let me
I
ask
feel
you something
about
before
black
you leave. Do you think a dark-skinned black person is better than a light-skinned black person?
You say better than?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say 100%. No.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say 100%. No. Never 100%. Yeah, not 100%. No. That's just like saying a man is all stronger than a woman. Not 100%.
So you're saying to some percentage, a darker skinned black person is better than a lighter skinned black person?
No, it's nothing 100%.
I'm saying to some percent.
To a degree, yeah. To a degree. Yeah.
Give me a percentage.
Do you think that contributes to the division between black folks, like colorism and stuff?
Yes, it can.
Okay.
Yeah, it can. It can. But I definitely understand, Freezy. I definitely understand. It's a dumb argument. It's just like me telling you, I understand that men are stronger than women, but someone will always come and tell me, I know my aunt is strong. I got a strong aunt and she's stronger than my nephew. And then be like, oh, she's stronger than my nephew and he's a man or a boy or whatever. That would be true. But I'm talking about in general, men are naturally stronger than women. I don't want to hit on anecdotal stuff that you're talking about. I'm just talking about in general, that men are stronger than women. But people will argue me down that, it's equal. It's not equal. That's all I'm saying, Free. It's not equal. Men and women are not equally strong. And what I'm saying to you, That's all I'm saying. We can't even agree on that. It's fine. We don't agree that people think that men and women are equally strong. Okay, we don't agree. We don't agree. Just leave it. We'll leave it alone. People think that dark-skinned people and light-skinned people are equally strong. Okay, we'll leave it alone.
You promise?
Some people think that men and women are equally strong. Okay, because their legs are stronger and this that. Okay.
Shout out to my sister Mo.
No, they think we are equally strong. It's okay.
Hold on, Mr. Autry. Shout out to my sister Mo Love, our beautiful sister Mo Love, our beautiful light skinned sister Mo Love, for her $5.
I don't know about that.
For her $5 super cap. She said, support the goal. Please feel free to cash app Freezy at $ no cap Freezy or super chat our host. Mo Love is our third participant in meeting the goal. Only 7 more to go. The big question is, can we do it? Shout out to everybody that participated already. I appreciate y'all. Thank you, Mo.
You're welcome. So can I respond to that? I definitely think, is that a
Of
real thing?
course.
I know there are
Here comes
outliers.
trouble.
Like, my sister is real strong, right? Like she beat up a guy or whatever.
Right.
But majority
Mo.
of women,
Let that nigga know.
yeah, my sister don't. She talks up
I'm
here.
just playing 2 cents. I'm just playing. Go ahead.
She's in real life, right? But most women are weaker than men. Doesn't the word say treat her as the weaker vessel? And that's like because we are more prone to be emotional. We are weaker in physical strength as well as sometimes emotionally. So that's said for a reason. Majority of the time, the woman will be weaker. Now, what's this about light skin and dark skin?
Okay. I can answer that for her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead. You can respond.
Okay, what's her name? I want to call by name. Who was that? Miss what? T?
Mrs. Love.
Okay,
Yeah,
Mrs. Love.
she half white, bro. She's half white, so keep that
What
in
was her name?
consideration.
Love? Call her what?
Whatever.
I can't see her name because I'm watching the game. I'm sorry.
I got you. Here you go. There you go.
Okay. All right, there we go. Okay, check this out. The reason why I say this.
Okay, hold on. I really don't want to be in the conversation.
No. I was just gonna answer her question because I'm watching the game. I'm watching the game at the same time because I can't see because it was on the big TV at the same time while I was talking, and I'm kind of watching the game. But the reason why I say that, and like I say, people can speak in anecdotal because I know people know that they got somebody, and they know. I know women. I know a lot of women that can beat up men, but they can say women can beat up men. Women are stronger than men and stuff like that. I get it, but we know that's anecdotal. But what I was saying to them, I know by statistics and things like that, it's a reason why they particularly picked out men that were dark-skinned. They didn't pick out light-skinned men to be slaves. And it was a reason why they didn't pick Asian men. They didn't pick Hispanic men and stuff like that for a reason. So we already know that. That's what I was saying to them. We know what the DNA is and where it lies. And what I was saying to you and how the DNA had got thinned out. And what I was saying to people is, I know where the strength is, how strong they are, how fast they are. Look at your heroes as far as I'm talking about sports, only sports. Forget they talented with math and all that stuff. I'm talking about only sports. Your running backs and your wide receivers, your boxers and stuff like that that's actually knocking people out and all this stuff. I ain't talking about fair-skinned people. I'm talking about light-skinned. Ain't nobody talking about no Oscar De La Hoyas and all this stuff like that. They can lie all they want to and try to give you an exception to the rules. They know what I'm talking about. You can sugarcoat it all you want to. They know who the Michael Jordans are. They know who the Magic Johnsons are. They know who the Mike Tysons are. They know who the Emmett Smiths are. When it comes to sports and everything, you can sugarcoat it all you want to. Is all I'm saying. The Jack Johnsons, they know what the power, the stamina, the strengths, and the speed is all I was saying. They can give you some exceptions to the rule. I know it's some people. They can give you that. They can give you that.
Shout out to the strengths. Shout out to Harlem Knights. Thank you for your $10 super cap. He said, does he feel light-skinned people have more money? You can answer that. Shout out to Harlem Knights. You are the fourth participant in the $5 or more goal. Thank you, Harlem Knights. We only 6 more to go. I appreciate you, Harlem Knights. And also shout out to my brother, Blaze McCroy.
No Cap-tivity.
For his $20 super cap. He is the fifth participant in the 10 participant goal. He said, on the real, Freezy, you know I'll always come through and support when I can. Much love and respect always, big bro. Same thing to you, Blaze. You know I love you, bro. Shout out to Blaze. Blaze is the 5th participant. Only 5 more to go. Can we meet the goal? Only an hour to go. We've reached the 23-hour mark. Only 1 more hour to go before we get up out of here. And who will be the 6th participant? 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. I don't know if Mo Love wanted to respond to 2 cents.
I'm confused. Okay.
Yeah.
So is he saying what I keep missing it because I'm reading the chat too? Is he saying what's the reasoning behind light and dark? Is he saying dark? I missed the whole thing. So dark people and light people are what?
You half white, so you wouldn't understand.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, no, I'm not.
No. No. I was saying what I'm saying about the dominance of what the history of what dark-skinned people are to the United States.
Sorry, real fast.
Of what the history of.
Got bigger.
Yeah, what is it? So are you saying dark skin? I missed it. Are dark skin what versus light?
Of what?
He's saying light-skinned people's kind of pussy and dark people's better pretty much in sports.
No.
I just translated what you said. Don't worry about it.
That's a poor translation. I didn't say.
So you're saying dark-skinned people are more prone to be violent?
No. I said no.
Oh,
I did not say they were. Look.
My bad.
I didn't say they were pussy. See, you see how he just tried to say that? Oh, they pussy. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say they were pussy. I say
they're more dominant. Dark-skinned people are more dominant.
No, I say they were very dominant.
Okay. So that's what I just said.
Yeah. That guy, somebody just got in there and said they was pussy. No, I ain't say they was pussy.
Freezy, why you say that, bro?
No, I ain't say that. No, that sounds like somebody. No, man, he trying to be funny. I get it. Yeah, I get it. No, because everybody got.
Are y'all really like?
No. Everybody got a light skinned friend. Because everybody need a light skinned friend to hold their purse. But anyway, since he want to be cute, because since he want to be cute,
hold on,
he's trying to be cute.
Let me get our beautiful sister Just J for a $5 super cap. She said, "Good day, Freezy. Add this to Blazes." Man, shout out to Just J.
No Cap-tivity.
Listen, Just J is the 6th participant. Only 4 more to go to meet the goal. Who will be included in the 4 more participants of the 10 participant goal, $5 or more? Shout out to Just J, man. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, man. I'd rather get caught in the alley, man, with Just J. She gonna sit over there and squabble with me, man. That's my dark-skinned, lovely wifey right there. Mo Love, she gonna run. I can tell she gonna run.
I never run. Don't get it
Yeah,
twisted.
get him, sis.
Yeah,
Get him,
I'll
Mo.
yeah,
never run. I ain't never been a runner.
yeah,
I
yeah,
walk
right.
when it's time to
She
turn
gonna be
up.
like, "Fuck this dark ass nigga anyway, man. I ain't even with him."
I'm
You
not.
gonna give me, you gonna feed me to the wolf, yo.
I love dark skin. So I don't get it.
Nah, nigga. Just Jay would say like, "Nigga, what's happening, man? What's up, man? You ain't gonna joke my man. You gotta joke me too, you, more love. Shit, girl. You gonna let me there, man.
No,
Hey, what the
after
clock
hearing
look
this,
like, Breezy?
Shout
What the
out,
clock look
shout
like?
out to Dub Will for being the 7th participant in the $5 or more goal. Thank you, Dub Will, for your $5, man. Appreciate you. He said dark skin is better because light skinned people can't commit crimes at night.
Dang, Dub, hey.
No captivity.
Shout out to
They don't
Dub.
want the
Only
smoke.
3 more participants to go. Who's going to be a part of the 3? We only got less than an hour to go before we end the stream. Before we reach 24 hours. 24 hours. Shout out to Dub Will for the $5. 3 more to go. Let's get it.
Yeah, this ain't fair because it's starting to get dark too. But see, women, the light skinned women. I apologize. I'm not trying to offend nobody, but I'm just kind of speaking a little facts on it because at the end of the day, if stuff get to popping, you really ain't trying to call a lot of light skinned dudes to show up like that, but you can. They got guns. I mean, they got firearms and stuff like that too. But you know, when it get down and dirty, you really want to call Tyrone and Mike, you know, that type of deal. You know, they just some foxhole type deal. They real grimy.
Tyrone and Mike.
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to Blaze McCoy. For his $5 super cap. Blaze back again. He said, "Man, let's get this thing done." No cap. Only 2 more to go. Who will be the last 2 to participate in the $5 more? Go. Only 2 more to go, and we there. Let's get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, them light skinned folks stepped up out of here. I promise you.
They don't fight like that, huh?
They don't fight like that. They don't fight like that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
They worry about their makeup, they doing the edges and all that shit. I know.
In the mirror.
For me.
Yeah, at the end of the day, man. I mean, I ain't mean to go too hard on it, but because I mean, light skinned people, they got their style and what they do. They real good at what they do. Ain't nobody calling them no PUSSY like that dude said. He was trying to be funny. I did not say that because they real good. They real good at what they do. They are Jalen Brunson, and they do what they do, or they are Jason Tatum.
Jason Tatum.
Yeah.
Man, I need to go play ball with Draymond Green, man. Draymond Green, yeah, I need to go play ball with him, man.
Yeah, but or you gonna win the Finals MVP like a Jaylen Brown? You gonna step up? You gonna step up and win the Finals MVP like you supposed to?
Like them dark skinned niggas. Shout out to Just J.
Stand up.
$5 super cap.
I told you.
Shout out to Just J. She said, "Really though, Blaze? Okay, only 1 more participant to go. Who will be the last participant in the 10 participant goal? $5 or more. Let's do it."
Man, you run around here talking about LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, man. You is not around here talking about no doggone Jason Tatum or no Steph Curry. None of that. You talking about Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, and all that. Come on, man. Be real. Be real about yourself.
Is the way?
Is a $7 bounty on?
It's a bounty out on them.
Wait, hold on. Let me see. How many minutes is this $7 bounty? What the $7 bounty is? I forgot.
Hey, 2 cents.
Man, let me get out of here before they choke me up, Freezy. But hey,
nah, he just joking. He just joking.
Hey, 2 cents. I had a question for you.
Man, this was fun. Man, this was fun, man. My girl just
It
flew back
sure
out.
enough was fun. Fun to the
Ain't
end
she?
of time.
Man, this
Shout
was
out to
fun.
Blaze McCoy for
Ain't she light
his
skin?
$10 super cap. He said, really check it, Jay.
Yo, man, this was fun.
Done, no cap crew. We met the goal. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all, man.
Yeah.
We ended off strong. We ended this 24. We're not done supporting, you know what I'm saying? Listen, you guys are more than welcome to support the show, but I appreciate us meeting this goal, man. You know, it's been a long ride, and you know, let's keep this thing going. Shout out to everybody that participated in the goal. Go ahead,
Hey, show that dude name in the middle. Hey, what's the dude name in the middle? He dark skinned. Hey, who that in the middle right there? I can't see his name.
His name Poppy Light Skin.
Oh man, he ain't light skinned. Oh, okay. I see a guy in the middle with some dreads.
Hold on, let me show you his name so you can get it right.
Okay.
Just in case,
Okay.
just in case that nigga try you too,
Okay.
Cent. Just in case that nigga try you, man.
I be seeing him in here. I be seeing him. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, hey, you be getting me in trouble, man. I be in here with my old lady, and you be having them pretty ladies on the panel, man. I be having to cut my show off, bro. You be killing me. You be killing me, Freezy. Oh, you be killing me.
What I be doing?
Man, you be having them ladies on the panel like that, man. I be having to cut the show off sometime, man.
You ready to cheat?
Why? Cause you like them light skinned women. Shout out to Blaze McCoy.
Oh my God.
Freezy said, keep the church money coming, people. Let's go. And shout out to my sister.
Yo, my God.
Fear No Mortals, Parley, one of the women that 2 Cent like, the light-skinned women, huh? $10 super cap. Over 23 hours in. Support the show.
Damn, boy.
Extra. Not extra, but extra. It's
got to be more careful.
Let's get it. Shout out to my sister FNN.
Hey, 2 Cent.
So you have to hold on, Scan. We need to investigate this, man.
What's that?
Man was talking mad shit about these light skinned people, but now he say he had to turn off his phone off, I guess, because he can control himself when he watching More Love and Fear, which are two bright women. What's going on?
Me. You know how it is, man. You can't be looking at other women and stuff like that, man. Like that. No. You ain't how it go when you got a girl, man. No. I can control myself.
Is she dark or light skin? Hold on now. It's a test now. Is she light?
My girl?
Your wife,
man, you ain't about to dox me on here like that, man. Get out of here, bro. I control. I don't do the. Hey, look, my girl is the angel. I ain't looking at no other woman. My woman is the finest woman on earth, and you better believe it.
He sounds like a light-skinned woman.
I'm good, bro. I ain't looking. Matter of fact, I'm about to cut my hub off right now. I can't even see that. She just flew out today. That's the only reason why I'm on here with y'all right now.
2 Cent, I got some bad news for you.
Uh-oh.
I just got off the phone. I know your real name is Cornelius A. Smith. I just did a reference check. Right, you filled out an application with the Klan, and they just called me for a reference check. I told them the truth, so you got denied.
Man.
Let you in.
Oh my God. Well, y'all crazy. That's all right. I got 10 days. Bro. I got 10 days. Ship me back.
You got 10
days. That's all right. I got you.
Damn, man. Well, More Love and Fear, you still got a chance. With my man.
Yeah, that's what's up. Hey, Freezy, man, I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you. I love this.
No,
I'm glad you reached your goal today. I'm glad you reached your goal.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you, 2 Cent.
Freezy is promoting promoting colorism over here, man. That's what's up.
No, to me, I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, I don't really believe in it. I believe that
me neither.
Black people come in in a lot of shades.
Exactly.
But it's a pecking order.
Yeah, it is. It's just my anecdotal experiences, man. But I seen some, man. I got tomato, man. That's just like me watching left-handed people play sports, man. I mean, I just think they dynamic, bro. The way they shoot the basketball and can throw a baseball, man. They just crazy. And that's the same way I think about black, dark-skinned people playing sports. I seen them run a football. I seen them play sports. I seen them box. I seen them fight.
How they play?
I ain't saying them all of them are like that. No, by no means. Yeah, he was right.
How do you explain J.J. Watt, Christian McCaffrey, Brady, Breeze, Manning, and all of them? How do you explain that? And the coaches.
Look, nothing's 100%, but I'm just saying. I just told you anecdotal. Just like when I told you, hey, look, all humans don't have 10 fingers. Yeah, you gonna talk now. You want to talk to me about people that you know that got 9 fingers. I'm talking about some anecdotal stuff that I told you. Just like that lady told me, I think her name Mo Love. She told me my aunt can do this, and she beat up. That's anecdotal, because my aunt can't beat a fly, and she ain't never fought nobody. Yeah, that's anecdotal, my brother. Understand the difference.
How do you explain?
She couldn't even fight. Don't worry about it.
It's anecdotal. My aunt can't beat nobody. He never had a fight. I can explain it. Go ahead and ask your question if you was about to ask one.
Baseball is dominated by Hispanics. UCF is more white. Golf, bowling, and at the Olympics, I just don't see everybody getting award. I mean, it's different countries. That's just what I see. Michael Phelps, Katie Ledecky.
Okay.
How do you explain it?
Okay, let me explain something to you right now. And this is what the problem what goes on a lot of times. Look, every black woman is not sexy red. And that woman that Shannon Sharp was with, guess what? Every white woman is not an OnlyFans woman. And that's the problem. It be people like you that think just because that person did this and that person did that, this is how stereotypes start. Look, just because LeBron James played and he's good at basketball, don't mean every black person can play basketball. And it be people like you that think everyone can. And be people overseas, they come over here, they think everybody steal and everybody can rap and everybody can dance. And you can't wrap it around your dang on mind why they can't do this and why they can't do that. And this is the problem. Just what you just asked. No, just what you just asked me is the immigrants and people that come from overseas that think just like what you just asked me. Because you can't answer that question for yourself. Now think about that before. Think about that before you get off.
Anecdotal merch coming soon. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Anecdotal merch. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about, Freeze. Anecdotal merch should be coming.
2%. Do you notice some of the people that you got posters on your wall came from overseas and you don't even know it? Or their parents and grandparents did and you don't even know?
Yeah. Tell them about the go online boss.
Man, I am the anecdotal person that walked this earth. I would never tell nobody nothing about what I can do and what I did in my life. Because I am so anecdotal, bro. My brother sit here and laugh all day long. I'm too anecdotal. I'm way too anecdotal. That's why I can hardly say anything to anybody because it's so anecdotal. I wish I could write a book.
Let them know how anecdotal you are, dog. Shit.
I'm too anecdotal. But when I hear people saying they anecdotal stuff, I'm like, damn, he's just like me. He's just like me.
Man, I don't know why I'm crying on the inside over here, man.
That anecdotal shit, man, like half of these people ain't even been out of their city. And even if they've been out of their city, it's only been for a week on a damn cruise. On a cruise or something. They be like, yeah, I've been to just such and such to the Bahamas. Man, you only been on a 4-day cruise. Man, shut up to me.
Yeah, I'm not dark enough to go anywhere. I couldn't leave the house. Someone wasn't dark enough.
He's poor. Very poor.
No, ain't nobody saying you're poor. Man, don't take it personal. But I'm just saying not you.
No, he is. Scan, how poor are you, bro?
No, I ain't saying that, but I'm just saying a lot of this stuff be anecdotal, bro. Even if you able to seen a lot of stuff, bro, you still anecdotal. Even if you're a rich person, you might be a 1%er. A lot of stuff you experience, we ain't got a chance to experience what you experienced.
I got a match for you, man. Sherry Berry. Sherry Berry would be a perfect match for you. Sherry,
That's
pop up
anecdotal.
over here. Sherry Berry, pop up, baby. That's my ex-wife.
Your ex-wife? No,
Yeah.
I'm good, man. Hey, I'm at a point in time in my life, man. I just want to be humble and live with my wife and just not. I don't really want to be bothered. I'm cool with this virtual stuff right now. I really don't want to be bothered by nobody. I really don't. Me, my family, my brother, and them. I'm cool with it. I don't really want to be bothered with half of these people. I don't want no mansion in the hills and no airplanes, and I'm cool with it.
Come on now, you know.
I don't want your Rolex. I don't want your BMW. None of that stuff. I don't want it. You sound like the way you talking. You probably well off. Just the way your cockiness is. You probably well off. And I'm a good judge of character.
But you're telling me, my man, is somebody trying to give you 250,000, man? You wouldn't take it because you're gonna tell them that you don't want it.
Depends how like they are.
I promise you, I don't even want the problem. Don't even want
it. Man.
You couldn't give me 250 million right now. Don't even want it.
250,000.
Oh, 250,000. I don't even want it. For what? I got my own money. I don't want it. For what?
If somebody gave you 250,000, wouldn't that money also be yours?
It would, but I tell you, look, I don't want it. You don't understand my morals and ethics. I don't want money that I didn't work for and earn like that. No, I don't. I just wouldn't want it.
If somebody was just trying to give it to you, you wouldn't want it.
Your daddy.
I would.
Oh, my dad, yeah. No, my dad or something like my family, yeah.
I'm just saying, like anybody that say, if anybody say,
I
Mr.
would.
Autry, I just had you on my mind.
Yeah, I would. My family.
He go $250,000.
Yeah, I would.
What about your old boss?
Hold on, Poppy. Not within your family. I'm just saying any random person that they just wanted to give you $250,000, you wouldn't take it.
Just randomly, I don't know. It would be like, yeah, I would think about it. Yeah, I would think about it. Just like a scam. It couldn't be no scam. It couldn't be put like this. It couldn't be a scam. It couldn't be a scam.
I feel what you're saying. Just say,
yeah, you know what I'm saying. Not at this point in time in my life. I really wouldn't even want it. Cause like, what the fuck I want to do with $250,000, but other than blow it on some, blow it on something else or whatever. Because I already got the money and I got money coming in. I'm like, what do I want to do with $250,000 at this point in time? Buy some other houses that I'm not gonna stay in and rent it out and do this. I don't even really at this point. If you knew me, you will understand exactly what I mean.
No, I feel you. You don't need that shit. Just say get the freezer.
I'm not okay.
Give it a freezer.
I'm not
give it
complaining.
200.
You understand?
200.
It would go to my nieces and nephews.
250. Somebody trying to give you 250, right? But the only thing you have to do is go to a Diddy freak off. You going?
Yes.
Yeah.
You have to come get it. You have to come get the cash at a Diddy party. You pulling up?
I'm not going to nothing like that. No.
You ain't coming over there, OG? I mean, you better come over there with the chopper, my nigga. Where the money at, man? Lay everybody down, take and go home, bro.
Yeah. You don't understand my morals and ethics, man. At this point in time, I just won't do anything for money at this point in time. You know what I'm saying? Not this point. Not you caught me 15 years ago, 20 years ago, man. I might do something crazy for some money. Yeah, but not now.
You getting somewhere? Stop right there. Stop right there. Now this is getting interesting. Now you said 15 years ago. Cool. So that means 15 years ago.
I might
It
have
was
considered it.
2000. It was 2010, man. That's when Rick Ross was popping shit, Gucci, all this heavy. So that
Yeah,
means you
I
wouldn't
might have
went
been
to the
crazy.
Diddy Freak Off. So that means 15 years ago you would have went to the Diddy Freak Off then, right? You would have pulled it up
I
over there
probably
for
would.
that too.
I would. I
Every time
probably
I
would
hear,
enjoy going to the party. I
every
probably
time
would enjoy it.
when I hear Rick Ross, like respectfully, I get triggered.
Why you say that, sis?
Why?
Because when he was, I forgot what year it was, but he was coming out with his security, and we were at the club waiting for him to perform, and they was like, "Everybody move! Rick Ross coming through." Rick Ross stepped on my big toe. My toe was bleeding,
Are
and
you serious?
yes, I had to leave.
You
When I
know,
tell
Oh,
you,
you know how petty
yes,
is.
I was like, "Oh my gosh!" It was so unfortunate.
Do you
it's
DM
funny.
him?
It ain't funny, but goddamn,
That's
Do you
before Rick
DM that
Ross
nigga?
was really Rick Ross, you
Yeah,
know.
that nigga was bigger back then too. Shit.
Shit,
For
that
real,
nigga had a
he
hell of
yeah.
a run, boy. I fuck with Ross heavy,
did.
boy.
Oh, he cried. I tell
Yeah, I
sis
don't
this
listen to
story
that
all the time.
bullshit.
She wasn't there that night. When I tell you my toe was
Listen,
jacked up for about
He
3
didn't tell your
months,
toenail off, did it?
but it
listen, man.
came up a little bit.
I can't see the
Damn,
name. Hey,
It
hey,
There
hurt
what's
is
the
a
guy
little
name
no
I'm talking to?
I would have
Hey,
swung on
what's
that
the guy
nigga,
name
man.
with the
Freezy.
accent? What's the name
Who?
with the
Freezy.
accent?
That's
That's his name, Freezy.
that's, no, that's Poppy. Hold on, let me show you his name
Yeah,
tag just in case he
Okay,
try
I
you.
can see
That,
it on my
that,
hub.
that nigga from Tallahassee, man.
yeah.
Freezy
My
from
He
name's
sound,
Fun
Tallahassee.
too.
that dude sound like he in Florida. Whoever I'm talking to sound like he in Florida.
That's you see
Yeah.
his name down there, 2 Cent.
Yeah, you see my name
Okay.
too.
Yo, Freezy. I'm from West Palm
Oh,
Beach.
yeah. 'Cause I stayed in Jacksonville. Whoever it is sound like he in
Ooh,
Florida.
904 in the house. That's what's up, man.
Okay,
Hey,
okay.
2 Cent. 2 Cent, what you
Yeah.
think about Scam changing his name to 3 Cent Anecdotal?
I see it. I see it. Yeah, that's what's up, man. Man, I live my life like that, man. Yeah, I've been away from my family like that. But so it gave me a different outlook on life, that type of deal. But that's why I say I can't just take money and stuff like that because my brother tell you, you know what I'm saying? I just couldn't do it because it's more about a family. It would embarrass my family. The family would mean more to me than the money. Everybody can't do it. Yeah, everybody wouldn't do it, I should say. And like I say, I live an anecdotal type of life. So, like I said, I wouldn't do a lot of things that people like, yeah, shit, I do it in a heartbeat. Yeah. I live an anecdotal life. I'm not gonna put it out on the internet. I'm not gonna put it out on the internet just like like that. But at the end of the day, he would tell you, like, yeah, he lived an anecdotal type of life. Things that he did or accomplished in life. Yeah, it is what it is.
Hey, 2 Cent. From now on, I'm gonna give you a nickname. Your name is Ant. I'm gonna call
And
you Ant from now on.
yeah, it is. It is,
Ant,
bro.
man.
I swear to God, it is. And if we ever get a chance to chop it up, not on the internet like that,
Yeah.
it would be, you'll be like, yeah, he ain't lying. He ain't fronting. Ain't nothing fronting about me. You know what I'm saying? I say some crazy stuff every now and then, but it's straight anecdotal.
But
It
it's
is.
anecdotal. But one thing about that anecdotal is Just Jay with the $2 super cap. She said,
Oh,
Hey, look at that
oh
ride
yeah.
truck.
Who that? Straight Duval.
They
Hey,
get
look at that.
it.
Is that a Caprice?
No, that's
Man.
Nah,
Jacksonville.
they ain't
That's
no
Duval
Caprice.
County. That's
Yeah.
Jacksonville.
No, I'm talking
Yeah,
about that
that's
Yeah,
car.
this is
Jacksonville all day.
Jacksonville.
Mayport.
904.
No, what kind of car is this in this
Hey,
picture?
I don't know what car that is, but that's Mayport, Jacksonville, all that, Duval County,
Oh, no,
baby.
yeah, that's you talking about the picture. That's a Caprice Classic, I think. Yeah.
88 or newer or
Oh,
older.
those were in South for real.
Oh, hell
In
yeah.
Texas, like
Yeah.
around the time I graduated, a few years after, everybody had a Caprice Classic or a Crown Vic.
Yeah, 2000s.
Yeah,
They would cut the wheel on
Just
out.
Jay
Big
is
rims
from
on it.
Broward County, man.
Yeah.
And shout out. And speaking of Just Jay, thank you for another $2 Just Jay. She said she from Dade County, big.
No, she's not.
Anecdotal, big.
She capping.
Nah, she's from Fort Myers.
Just Jay is from
Don't let them
goddamn.
do you like that.
Yo,
Hey,
she is from Broward County, man. She is
ask them
from
about
Miramar.
damn Duval County. Ask them about Duval County, Fernandina Beach, all that. I promise you.
And but
Ask
guess
them
what?
about
Guess what
that.
else we promising? We promising here for the tea, her $2. She said anecdotal.
Yes, sir.
No, nobody knows Just J in Dade County, man. She is from
Yeah.
Broward County, bro. She
Hey,
from
you know
Fort
what?
Lauderdale.
I'm taking 2 cents off. I'm taking 2 cents off. I'm gonna put anecdotal. Cause hey, 2 cents, yeah, that's too
No keep,
bland.
no keep
I'm
2
going
cents,
We
bro. Like
talking about
50
anecdotal.
2
cents.
cents right now.
You,
We talking about
you.
$2 from Just J. She said, "Oh, that's definitely my box Chevy, 1990 bit."
Yeah, that was lit.
Dunk riders with Trick Daddy. Okay, now we talking.
What you laughing at, Phil Mortal?
Probably. That's right.
Yeah, you don't know about no Trick Daddy, baby. You see, you got to know this rap shit to know who Trick Daddy and the
Pretty
Dunk
sure I
Riders
knew
is,
before
girl.
you even knew who
I
Trick
never
Daddy
seen Trick
was.
Daddy. I seen Trina before. I didn't know she was half Dominican.
Trina is such a beautiful woman, boy. Oh my god.
Yeah, but she looks
Yeah,
Dominican.
she is.
Trina is bad.
I met her in real life. I tried to hit. See, I was shooting my shot, boy. I try hard, boy. Didn't work.
Wasn't paying you no attention, Poppy.
Yeah, it didn't work. It didn't work. I took a L right there. She was like, "You're too young." I was like, "Oh shit, man." I was like, what, 19, 20 maybe? That woman is sexy as hell, boy.
Oh, my age, I think.
Yeah, she's beautiful.
She got to be around, what, 45-ish maybe? Around that area?
My age.
43. Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
Yo, her body, oh my God. Her body, bro. Yo, she got that body. Back then, I mean, I don't know what she looks like now, bro. She got the body that women was, yes, bro.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah.
her.
They be paying for it, yup.
Trina,
Yeah, she got that kind of body.
You seen Trina lately?
Nah.
I seen her a couple of times, bro. I mean, in real life, I don't know what she looks like now.
Yeah, Trina.
What she look? She got married, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she married to that dude, that young dude.
I think last year.
Your niggas is winning, boy.
But Poppy, what you better do is let this show end in peace. I ain't never from no goddamn Broward County. Don't play with me.
Nigga, I saw you in Miramar, man.
Always
Stop
Dade
capping. I saw
County,
you
real
for
live.
Lauderdale,
Opalaka
man.
born and raised. So after I continue to put on for my city, I'm gonna let y'all have it. Don't play with me, Poppy. And we don't fuck with
Yeah,
niggas from
she's a
Palm Beach
liar.
either. We don't fuck. You said you was from Palm Beach. We don't fuck with niggas from Palm Beach either.
Hey, Jess J used to live in Pembroke Pines, man. She come over, she
You a
here
damn
live,
lie.
man.
Never lived
Boulevard,
on
man.
Pembroke Pines Boulevard. Never lived in Sunrise. Went to the smart. Stop playing with me. I'm not fooling with
I
you,
used to
Poppy.
see you at Sawgrass Mall, man. Stop it, man. I never saw you no goddamn Opalooker,
How the hell you
man.
gonna see me at Sawgrass Mall when you can't even walk the whole mall? Shut up.
Yeah, that boy is huge, man.
But
I like that
I
boy
used
though.
to go to Key West I used to go to Key West every year when I was younger. I love Key West. Have you ever actually seen the hood of Key West?
I've been in Key West before, but
No,
not
Sam been to
familiar with.
Key West. Like, yeah, I like Key West. Key West cool. But anyway,
I have been pretty much in
I
every
said
corner of Florida.
yeah, I don't care, Poppy. Because there's gonna be people that view this and then they're gonna think that I'm from fucking Broward, and I ain't from Broward.
You are from Broward. It's okay, baby.
So
She's
at
not.
any rate,
Instead of you saying 305, your area code is 954.
it
Okay,
would
or
never be
754.
954. It would never be
Yeah.
954.
I don't know why
I'm
you.
gonna let
I don't know
y'all
why you denying
continue.
it.
I'm gonna let
Jonesy
y'all
said
continue.
Trina is 49, so she's almost 50. She looks great.
I thought she was
Yeah,
my
yeah.
age.
Trina almost 50 years old. Yeah.
Okay.
I would have went.
That back.
Yeah. Trina can get it, but yeah. Hey, look.
Trina ain't got
You
no
know what the
kids, right?
secret is? Freeze. You know what the secret is?
What's
You
that?
tell somebody what they can't get or they don't normally get. They gonna want to get it, just like a kid in high school. You know how they be sneaking out. That's why black men was messing with white girls and stuff like that. Or white girls were messing with black boys. They tell them it's the forbidden fruit. That's all it is, man. Every time when I would go to another city and stuff like that, man, I'm the country bumpkin. coming from to another city, man. Man, I was a hot commodity. That's why military dudes will tell you that anytime. Man, that's how it go. It's always been that way.
Man,
It's
military
always been that
dudes.
way. It would always be that way.
Military
is
dudes.
Trina, does Trina got babies? I don't think she got kids, right? Freezing.
Man, I got kids all over this
No,
country.
I don't think Trina got no kids.
God
She
damn,
said
what
that
a
she
Nah,
said
she
it
ain't
on
got no
Teresa,
kids. She ain't got no
please.
kids.
what a crime, man. Social pretty man. I would have put so many kids inside that woman, bro.
Oh my God, Trina was that man. She was so that when I was younger, man. She still
What
kind
was
of,
the girl?
for her
What
age.
was the girl from Ludacris label, man? She was pretty good actually.
Was it
Shauna.
Shauna?
Sean. Yeah,
Yeah,
she got
yeah,
a
yeah,
body
yeah,
too,
yeah.
boy.
I
Yeah,
didn't know
she
she
was
came from
fire.
Infamous Syndicate. I just found out that last year.
Who?
So that a gang scam?
It's a group, Infamous Syndicate. Her and this other girl used to rap. They're from Chicago. I
Mm.
didn't know Shauna came from was one of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
found out last year.
That
She
girl, that lady, she
disappeared.
used to. She actually was one of the better female rappers, and
Yeah,
Yes,
she used
she
to
could
rap.
she was
go.
so on. She was very underrated, bro. Very
Yes, she
underrated.
was.
Sherry Berry
Mhm.
said, "Can you drop the link?" Sherry, it's at the pinned at the top.
Diamond is
Oh
my
my
favorite.
god.
Yeah,
Diamond's
hit the
my favorite
more.
female rapper.
Hit more.
Diamond.
Yeah,
Your
yeah,
future wife coming over here, 50 Cent. Sherry Berry, man, he about to
yeah,
press you, boy. He about to press you.
yeah.
Sherry Berry about to start talking that
Yeah.
shit.
Sherry Berry coming up here.
Hey,
But
uh-oh.
guess what?
Yeah.
But before Sherry Berry come up here, we got Blaze McCroy with a $5 super cap. He said, "No Captivity presents the YouTube streets. Number one draft pick, 2 cents. Anecdotal, the album.
Dog, I'm changing my
Summer
name too. I'm letting you know that now.
2026 coming soon. Yeah.
Why
Shout
you
out
look
to
like
Blaze.
Chris Tucker?
Have you ever seen have you ever seen dark skin on light skin, man? That's a ain't no lie.
Uh-oh.
It's a beautiful thing. It's a
What you talking about?
beautiful thing.
What you talking about? Having sex?
No, I'm just saying to see light skin on a dark skinned person, it does look beautiful. I ain't saying I oppose one from the other. It's a beautiful thing. It's just a beautiful thing. That's
Wait,
all I'm
hold
saying.
on. What that mean? What that mean? Light skin on a
Oh,
dark skin person. What that
Somebody
mean?
laying
Yeah,
on top
light
of the
skin
other
on
one.
a beautiful thing, on a beautiful person is beautiful. It looks good. It looks good.
He sound like he's shooting his shot to somebody in this
Oh, you
panel.
okay? You
These two
saying a
light skinned
light
girls.
skinned person look good? That what you saying?
No, dark skin on light skin, it does look beautiful.
Oh, I'm confused. Anybody else
Me
confused?
too.
You
What?
fit.
What?
I'm
No,
not
a light skinned
confused, Prissy.
person with dark skin on it, it does look beautiful. It does
He
look
like an
beautiful.
Oreo cookie. Like a
Yeah,
Oreo. He talk about Oreo cookie dating. Like
Oh, you
he
talking
shooting
about
his
what's that stuff called? What is that skin complexion called? It's called I forgot.
Okay,
mocha,
let's just say
caramel.
your skin
Oh,
freezy on
I know
Miss
what
Mo
you're talking
Love.
about. It's like a condition.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it does look beautiful.
Albino?
Hussein got
No.
his heart broke by an albino in middle school, and he got over it. That's what it is.
Hey,
Hey, I know what he do. He shooting his shot, man, to the light skinned queens in here, man. He do it indirectly, man. He just, you know what I mean? He just don't want to say it out
thank
loud. It's
you.
all good,
Okay,
bro.
thank
It's all
you.
good.
It's just a
Albino with
shout out.
sunburn.
It's a shout out. It
Respectfully,
looks
too,
good.
you
It's a
do
beautiful
sound,
thing.
you sound like you're really obsessed with skin tones.
I am. Okay, it's just an
Okay.
opinion.
He got
It's
expelled
just
from
it's
dermatology
just
school.
it's
Molo,
just an
don't
opinion.
color change my man, Molo. Mind your business, all right? He feel how he wants to feel.
Yeah,
Poppy,
that's all
Relax.
it is.
talking to Poppy. Thank you.
Yeah.
Relax.
You ain't never seen a Mexican with an African? A
I never
Mexican
seen
with an
that, but
African. It
okay.
looks beautiful.
I never seen that one. I know a lot of it.
Damn,
I
now
stay
y'all
in
got me.
Texas, man. Chill out, man. I stay in Texas. Chill out.
He must live near Houston.
He
Oh
El
man.
Paso.
Nah, I'm in San Antonio, but yeah, you understand. Cut me some
Yeah,
slack.
but look, if you want to shoot your shot to Mo, man, you got to say cash at me, my nigga. You know what I mean? I'm the broker. Cash at me a little, you know what I mean? Little $100, and then I'll provide more love for you, man, so she can talk to you.
Not you trying to pimp me out, child.
Hey, first,
I
hey,
pimp
first,
everybody.
I think Stan was talking about vitiligo. Y'all heard of that before?
Oh
Vitiligo?
yes, I have.
Yeah, vitiligo. That's what you talking about.
That's like a
I used to
DNA
work with
problem right
someone
there,
who
right?
had it. Like he started out like the first year we worked together, he had like maybe a little circle, and then like I think 2 years later, his face was completely white.
But I'm gonna tell you what looked completely green. This super chat that Just Jay sent for $5. She said, "People obsessed with skin tone. How long people been having this convo? Colorism still alive and kicking. Anecdotal,
Oh yeah.
bitch."
Oh yeah. Yeah, people got their own preferences. People like big breasted people. People like big booty people. They got preferences. I mean, just respect what people like. If that's what they like, that's what they like. You know,
Just tell
What
us
do you like, Two Cents? Two Cents, what do you like?
Just tell us you
Yeah,
got to
whatever
post
they
your
like
pearly
is
things.
what they like.
Just tell
I
us you got
don't
to
lose.
post your pearly things on your wall. Just tell us. We get it.
You know what?
Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift.
You know what? I'm poor with artwork, man. I got a lot of stuff in the house. I don't have any artwork in my house, man. I should have something, but I don't have any artwork. But I do have hubs where I can change the artwork. It changes on the hubs, but no, I don't. It changes all the time. But I do have preferences that I like. But I do
What is your
like
wife
stuff.
like?
Yeah, huh?
What is your wife like?
Light skin.
What does she like?
Mm-hmm.
She like me. she like me. She's obsessed with me. But that's all I care about. She's obsessed with me. She obsessed with me and what I am. That's all I care about. I ain't never dated a woman that didn't like me or wasn't obsessed with me. So I'm cool with that.
That's smart right there.
That's the
some player
craziest
shit
thing in the
right
world. I'm like, why would I want to date somebody that's not crazy about me?
That should be the focus.
Yeah.
Your parents
Nah, I'm
should be
really
almost
crazy.
over,
I'm crazy.
Freezy.
I'm
Uh-oh,
crazy
trouble.
about her because she's crazy about
We
me.
got like we
Here
got
comes
like
trouble.
18 more minutes.
Why am I always being called trouble? I'm pretty sure it was a bunch of bullshit going on, and I ain't been nowhere. So please
you
stop with the
started
with
Here
the
that.
comes
fuck shit,
trouble.
cause you just
Trouble.
put batteries in other people's back with that fuck shit. But
What
anyway,
did I do, babe? You know I love you, girl.
listen, yeah, that's what they all say, honey. Sit in the car. But
Not
yeah,
in the car.
yeah, sit in the hot car. No, no, okay, I'm sorry. No, but to the point though, listen, I wasn't even talking about relationships, all that preference stuff. That I wasn't talking about that. I actually had been listening because I was in and out, but I had been listening. People been talking about color in general for the longest because I heard light skinned niggas soft as fuck. I heard dark niggas is big angry ass brutes and stuff like that. So I wasn't talking about just relationships. I was talking about in general. Like it sounded like
In
color.
general.
The color combo been going on for a long time.
Yeah. So
Hey,
there's some light
Just Jay,
skinned
I
folks
think
that
your
knock
phone. I
your
think.
head off.
Hold on, bro. Just Jay, I think you have to restart your phone. It's like burping when you're talking.
It's
I
doing.
think.
See, Freezy never say anything either. It's
Oh
awful.
shit,
So
we
you
had
probably have to like restart it.
Nah, check this out. I'm live now. I'm good now.
Yeah,
See, because I
Yeah,
didn't check it.
whatever.
I know I'm good now, right, Poppy?
Yeah, you good. Oh, okay. Oh, wait, say something.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yes,
me? Can you hear
Yeah,
clear.
me?
you good. You good.
Yeah,
Okay,
you good.
good. Freezy, you ain't shit. Freezy be having me burping for about 2 days on that damn
Cause
microphone.
it
Freezy
says
talking about, yeah,
I love you
you
regardless.
good now,
Burp.
sis. I
Burp
got
in
you,
my
sis.
face. I don't give a damn about that shit. Yeah.
No, but I was saying, yeah, the conversation was about a bunch of stuff. I wasn't just talking about relationships and the preference. So, for the fellas, they got the women. I don't care. People like what they like. I ain't gonna fight you about what you like. I was talking about the colorism thing in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
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 what
all.
that's what
I
we were
want to
talking I
get.
was talking about earlier. Yeah, that's all I
Oh,
was talking about. It was just in general. It was just in general. I know it's some anecdotal stuff in general.
damn.
That's all I was
Okay.
saying. Ain't no light skin. You ain't about to see a lot of light skin people on. Ain't a lot of light skinned Carmelo Anthony's out there that you about to see on the news. I get it. But yeah, it's some
Oh,
out there. It's all
all right.
good.
You know
Oh, but
Carmelo
you
have
weren't the only one
you
having the
know Carmelo
conversation,
half
though.
Rican, right? I'm just saying.
He what?
He's half Puerto Rican. What are we talking about?
The
I
real
don't know, but
Carmelo,
that's
Yeah.
hold on.
the basketball, yeah.
Yikes. I do
Yeah,
know
so it's
somebody
talking
got a
about
bunch
his
of geese
FBAs
going
and all that
wild in the
jack shit.
background. Who is it, chickens or geese or something? What is happening? I'm hearing
Yeah, all
animals
I
somewhere.
know, Just Jay, all I know is my next wife is going to be a dark ass midget. She's going to be a midget that is dark.
Oh. But who got animals in the background?
It's probably 50
Not me.
cents. He in the
Two
country.
cent. You got chickens or geese or something going on over there? I'm just curious. What's going on? Is it a porch swing? What is the noise?
Probably a little minute feedback or something.
Yeah,
It
it's
definitely
probably that.
sounds like animals. But anyway. Well, Poppy, I mean, hey, you have your preferences, baby. It's a
Are you
lot of
gonna give me?
people in
Are
the world,
you
honey.
gonna give me your blessings?
Of
A
course.
3'4" midget with a
I'm
big old
always
head.
in support of people's highest good, okay? So, yeah, if
Hmm.
if that's what you need to push you to the next level and just help you transcend and evolve in life, I'm definitely gonna have your back, Poppy.
I just want a
Good.
Yugoslavian Becky that speaks Swahili. That's all I'm asking for.
What you said? Oh,
Ooh,
scale.
that sounds sexy.
Yugoslavian Becky that speaks Swahili.
Oh, okay. What you go? Oh, okay, okay. That's different. But you know what? They're out there. They're out there. Any other requests we're gonna put in the prayer box, y'all?
Yeah, because I mean, me and Sugar
Yeah,
Bum both.
let's put it in the prayer box. We need to pray
Oh,
right
Jesus.
now because I
Uh
got a
oh.
gift.
How
Uh
are you,
oh.
Sherry
My
Berry?
wife
Look,
is here,
pray,
man.
my pray.
Cherry,
Hey,
I came
Cherry,
up.
Cherry. Hold on, Cherry. First you
did she get the
say,
big thing?
"How you doing, husband?" And then you can talk, baby. Like say, greet me at least, man. Say hi. I miss you,
Okay,
boo.
Are you related to LaWanda Page?
Cherry, don't be rude, Cherry. I haven't talked to you in days, man. You just gonna just bone rush the panel. Don't say hi to nobody.
how do I
No,
You
cut my
got your
camera?
you
no,
got your hair done. Look at you trying to flex her done. Look at my wife, man.
We
God
see
damn,
you.
I paid for that
We see
weave.
you, Sherry.
I
We
paid for
see
that.
you now.
Yeah, she
Sherry,
flexing it does, man.
this your first time on the No Cap Crew panel?
that's femininity right there. That's what I'm talking about.
How I look to be 67?
This your
How I
first
look
time? No,
to be?
you
You
look
look
beautiful. You
sexy
look
as hell, girl.
gorgeous.
You lucky
Sherry
you
Berry.
married, girl. I would
I
wife you up.
know.
Sherry Berry
I'm
got me
gonna
on my
bless
purpose.
you and you gonna get a PlayStation. Shut up,
Hold on,
boy.
Mm-mm.
Sherry, is this your first time on the No Cap Crew panel on the show?
Hey,
Oh,
it is.
welcome,
I'm
welcome.
sorry. Thank
I
you
break
for
up the Sugar
having
Bum
me.
for Sherry Berry.
No problem, no problem.
Hey, watch out, Scan. That's
Hey,
me
Miss
right there.
me.
Sherry Berry, will you submit to me?
Hell
No.
no.
What?
I'm on my purpose. Just
Bro,
saying.
that's some anecdotal shit for your ass right there.
Will you please submit to me?
Sherry,
I'm on my purpose.
you disrespected me now, Scan, bro. Like, don't get
I
stabbed,
know
my
you
nigga.
are, baby, but
Pop, you can't handle competition. I'm just
well,
saying.
no.
Nah, I'm not into competition, buddy. I'm a straight alpha. I do my killings on my own. Cherry, you mine,
Yeah,
baby. Stop flirting with this
I
Negro.
gotta respect my poppy. Poppy gets
Yes.
res-
Thank you, baby.
I cannot disrespect him,
Oh, I
sir.
can't get no love. See, that's what's wrong
No,
with you women.
absolutely not. You can't, cause Poppy gotta get all the love.
Thank you.
What's wrong with you women?
Thank
Love,
you.
Poppy. But
Hmm.
anyway,
I claim that. That's me. For everybody. For everybody want to holler Cherry, just know what's up.
what's up? What we doing? What's up? I don't even know what's up. What's up, Poppy? What we
I'm
finna
doing
do?
good, my dear. Happy Mother's Day, beautiful.
Hey.
Yeah. Before we get up out of here, happy Mother's Day to all the ladies, the beautiful ladies.
Thank
Uh,
you.
All the
No
single mom.
Love, Fear No Mortals, Just Jay, Sherry Berry. Who else was in the chat? Here for the tea. Who else? Who else was in the chat? Kenya, um, Cloud, Shell, Jonesing for more, DB. Sugar Bun says she ain't got no kids, but we'll
Hey,
get
Sugar Bun.
Sugar Bun
Thank
pregnant
you,
with one of mine.
Freezy.
She keep taking
I
Plan B
really
pills. That's why.
came up here to say hi to Just Jay. I miss her. I think she's a beautiful woman.
Yes,
I'm
Just Jay is
sorry,
beautiful.
Jay. I gone back down there and mind my own business. But I think you're a beautiful woman and I love you.
Yeah, we love Just J, man. I love me some Just J too.
To all the
She's
women,
so
all the
smart.
women,
Yo, the mothers,
She's
man, the good
very.
ones.
all the single
I
moms.
better wake up and pay attention.
Happy Mother's
That
Day.
woman is
All
smart.
the feminists.
Think about how much money was spent today, bro.
To all of the Nation of Wigwam members.
What?
Damn, we over here scamming people.
What did you say?
I'm just giving
I
love
said
to all the women,
scam likely. Or we
especially
scamming people.
of the
We
infamous
starting
Nation
to
of
school
Wigwam.
now.
All my
I
wicked
ain't
sisters.
with you. I think you're an intelligent man and I
All my
love you.
feminists.
But I don't care. Scam.
Uh-oh.
You want to get punched in?
Oh,
Stop
That box
oh, yes,
wine that
boy.
kicked in.
Happy Mother's Day.
Oh.
Happy Mother's Day.
Yes.
Hey,
Do
I
it.
hope all the mother got spoiled today,
Do
man.
it one more time, Scale.
Hey,
Hey,
you have to
freeze.
do it again, Skek.
Hey,
Happy
freeze.
Mother's Day.
Oh, happy
Oh my
birthday.
God. He
Happy
playing.
Mother's Day.
You people playing the harmonica? Oh my
Happy
God.
Mother's Day.
That's a
I knew he played the
look
mouth
at
organ.
Album will be coming out on the
it.
23rd.
That's
I
a
knew it.
Man,
I
All the
knew it.
women, feminists, Nation
man,
of
you got me
Wigwam members.
crying over here, man.
Nigga, really?
We're doing this for the women.
Oh.
Yep.
In these streets. And we're here to pander for you today because it's your day, ladies. Us men got it wrong. We haven't been on our purpose for you.
We celebrating the queens today. Go ahead, Scan. Go ahead. Some freestyle. Go ahead, boss.
1-888-555-JUST.
Hold on, Cherry, baby. Hold on, baby.
If your man ain't loving you right.
Hold on. I'm taking my brother. Hold on, shit.
I'm trying to be. Oh my God! Don't make that face.
Yo,
Not that.
yo, Scan, give us a freestyle. 8 bars, baby. Go ahead. 8 bars, my nigga.
No, I don't rap. I just sing to it because you got to get down and get
Yo,
vocal.
sing rap, man. Like sing rap like Chris Brown and Drake, man. That's what they do. They sing rap.
You got to talk to the ladies in this voice right here.
Oh
This
my
nigga
God!
mouth organ.
Let me rub your shoulders down.
Oh my God!
Big shoulders. Big shoulders.
These kids is crazy nowadays. Like crazy.
Sherry, baby,
I
let me
love
give you a foot massage. I might need some bleach and all, but let me give you a foot massage.
practice.
Use bleach and barbecue sauce. You know it was a rough
What
day.
you gonna do with the bleach? What you gonna do with the bleach,
You
bro?
know what? Fuck them scam. I clean with bleach. I don't think my house is clean if I don't use bleach.
Oh,
That's
just I love you.
Just J for the
no,
$2. Just J for the $2. She said, get off my TV screen. Scam, please.
Oh my God. Hey, let me get out of here. Hey, let me say something to him. Hey, that's scam, right? Was that scam?
Nah, that
Yeah,
was
that's scam.
Yeah, that was scam. Scam always.
Hey, scam, do not get mad at me. It's just I'm just saying little bull crap jokes. Do not get mad at me.
No, I'm
Don't
gonna
get mad.
fire away.
Don't get mad. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna give a shout out to Keith Suck. Keith Suck. But
Hey you guys.
Hey.
Happy Mother's Day to all the wonderful mothers. Hope y'all
Happy Mother's Day to you.
Happy Mother's Day to y'all too.
Thank you.
Happy Mother's Day. Happy Grandmother's Day. Happy Great Grandmother's Day.
Happy Women's Day to all the women's out there.
Yeah. Thank God y'all didn't took that Plan B, man, and kick that baby for 9 months, man. We appreciate it. Thank God you didn't pull out. Thank God you didn't pull out. Thank God that you wrapped your lips around that man and you didn't
I
let that
can't
man
stand this
walk away.
man. I can't stand him. I can't stand you, Poppy. I love you, but I
You
can't
know
Oh,
what?
hey,
stand.
You
oh,
know what
Cherry,
though?
trust me.
Speaking
I
of
got
mothers,
3 babies. I got three
speaking
babies in me. I'm about to make
I
three
speaking
got
babies.
more babies than you got. I can
speaking of
promise you that.
Oh,
So speaking of
sorry.
Mother's Day, I like on a serious note, I'm so grateful. I thank God for keeping us. And it made me like really take a moment to appreciate my mom and blessings to those who, have lost their mothers. When I was in service today, like, I saw so many people like mourning the passing of their moms, and it just made me really